No! Amid the hoarse shouting, Lin Yan woke up from the nightmare, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. He looked around, his gaze gradually calming down, and his heartbeat finally returning to normal. Thankfully, I have been reborn. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Just now, he had dreamed again of that beautiful planet being shattered into fragments under the siege of countless races in the starry sky, and he, Lin Yan, the future strongest of Blue Star, perished in the starry sky along with the destruction of Blue Star. He originally thought everything was over, but fate gave him another chance. He was reborn, returning to 1 month before the revival of spiritual energy. Now, there is still 1 month left until the arrival of the first wave of spiritual tides. 1 month later, the spiritual tides swept in like a landslide and tsunami, marking the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy. That day, over 1 million people worldwide awakened various abilities and talents, causing a sensation and widespread excitement across the globe. A brand new era opened its doors to humanity. However, just as everyone was celebrating, disaster struck. First came the overwhelming insect swarms that swept through cities, followed by the even more terrifying beast tides, and finally, the nearly human extincting ocean waves. The insects, ants, birds, and beasts on Blue Star underwent a more terrifying evolution than humans, driving humanity to the brink of extinction. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan, a transmigrator, relied on his astonishing comprehension to create a unique fortune cultivation method, binding his own fortune to that of Blue Star, ultimately condensing a fortune golden dragon. With the help of this fortune golden dragon, despite his talent not being particularly outstanding, Lin Yan rapidly grew, becoming a war god level powerhouse, and eventually made a breakthrough to become a planetary level existence in the starry sky. Afterward, he joined forces with other human powerhouses to turn the tide, reclaim lost territories, and restore humanity as the rulers of Blue Star. I thought I could lead Blue Star into a new era. However, the real disaster has only just begun. The myriad races of the starry sky have descended. The solar system is nothing more than their massive prison for confining Blue Star and humanity. Within hundreds of millions of miles around the solar system, there are no other galaxies and no life, resembling a solitary island in the universe. As a result, the Blue Star people once believed that humanity was the only intelligent life in the universe. But in reality, civilizations in the universe shine as brilliantly as the stars, thriving in extraordinary ways. And Blue Star is renowned across the starry skies. Even among the most powerful divine race of the myriad starry races, some have fallen here. Blue Star is known as the Star of Fallen Gods and the graveyard of all races. Once, Blue Star was a passage to myriad worlds, flourishing beyond compare. However, this prosperity attracted the covetousness and invasions of countless races, all desiring to seize Blue Star to become the ruler of the universe. Although the strong of Blue Star could slaughter countless races, causing rivers of blood and even killing immortal true gods at great cost, they still struggled to withstand the frenzied assaults of innumerable powerful beings. In the end, an ancient mighty figure set up a grand formation, sacrificing themselves to seal the passage to myriad worlds and completely lock away Blue Star's spiritual energy. The Blue Star has since become a completely worthless planet, offering humanity a glimmer of hope. However, the myriad races still refused to give up and continued to target the Blue Star. They imprisoned the Blue Star in the solar system, like an isolated island, allowing humanity to reproduce. They also awaited the revival of the Blue Star's spiritual energy. In order to prevent humanity from rising again, the myriad races have implemented numerous precautionary measures. Those rapidly evolving insects, fish, birds, and beasts are one of them. If it weren't for Lin Yan and many other strong individuals' fierce resistance, the insect and beast tides would have been enough to leave humanity in ruins, or even lead to extinction. After the arrival of the myriad races from the starry sky, Lin Yan and the powerhouses of Blue Star joined forces to confront the myriad races. At first, the battle progressed quite smoothly. However, as the myriad races of the starry sky continued to reinforce their troops and more races joined the fray, Blue Star's defenses gradually began to collapse. The nations started to divide. Some countries choose to flee Blue Star with all their might, some want to surrender, and others even choose betrayal. Apart from Dragon Country, the nations that remain steadfast are few and far between. At this moment, Dragon Country re-established contact with the friendly Immortal Clan and made a significant decision. They decided to establish a starry sky teleportation array using the methods taught by the Immortal Clan to propel Blue Star out of this solar system designed specifically to imprison humanity and head towards the Immortal Clan's domain. Only in this way can Blue Star be saved. This plan is called the Wandering Blue Star Plan. This is the fantasy version of Wandering Earth. After the Wandering Blue Star Plan was launched, the Dragon Nation persuaded other countries willing to stay on Blue Star to participate together. After years of preparation and repeatedly repelling the armies of myriad races, Blue Star finally succeeded in completing the teleportation and left the solar system. At that moment, all of humanity was exhilarated. However, Blue Star was not safe because of this. The pursuers from the myriad races quickly arrived, and this time even the divine race sent a domain lord level powerhouse powerhouse to join the battle. In this battle, Lin Yan, who had already reached the peak of the cosmic level, fought fiercely against the Domain Lord for several months. Battling in the starry sky, he paid the price of severe injuries to slay the Domain Lord, buying precious time for Blue Star, allowing it to teleport away once again. However, something that plunged Lin Yan into despair occurred. The pursuers from the myriad races arrived again not long after. Not only that, this time the myriad races even sent 3 Domain Lords and 1 Realm Lord. This battle was incomparably brutal, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, stars falling, and the moon sinking. Blood rain fell from the sky, clouds were dyed crimson, and even the wind that blew carried a bloody scent. In that battle, Blue Star shattered. Lin Yan has fallen. At the thought of that scene, Lin Yan's heart burned with anger, his blood almost boiling. After a long time, he finally calmed his emotions and buried the memories of the past deep in his heart. Xiao Jin, this time, we will definitely win, right? Lin Yan gently stroked the adorable golden little dragon in his arms and spoke softly. This golden little dragon was his fortune golden dragon, Xiao Jin. It had also been reborn along with Lin Yan. However, it was still in a dormant state and had not yet awakened. Time is running out, Xiao Jin. When will you wake up? There is only 1 month left until the revival of spiritual energy, and the Dragon Nation's time is running out. After the revival of spiritual energy, due to its large population and abundance of talents, the Dragon Nation will inevitably attract massive swarms of insects and beasts, suffering heavy losses in the early stages. In the subsequent competition with other nations for spiritual springs and ancient relics, the Dragon Nation will also face disadvantages. Spirit springs, places where spiritual energy gushes forth, are crucial for development, as nations that control more spirit springs can achieve faster progress. Ancient ruins are equally important, as they contain legacies from antiquity. Some ancient ruins are even sanctuaries for cultivation, capable of accelerating the cultivation process. Before the appearance of the myriad races of the starry sky, every nation aspired to become the ruler of the new era, leading to constant friction and disputes between countries. However, after the myriad races of the starry sky emerged, nations were forced by pressure to unite together. However, there are still undercurrents surging between nations. From the very beginning, many countries were passive in their response, attempting to use the myriad races of the starry sky to deplete the strength of other nations. Even worse, some countries secretly colluded with the enemy and betrayed. Each time Blue Star teleported, it was tracked down by the myriad races of the starry sky, making it highly likely that other countries had leaked Blue Star's location. Otherwise, how could the pursuers from the myriad races of the starry sky arrive so quickly? As for the specific country that leaked the information, Lin Yan was not certain. The prime suspect is undoubtedly the Sakura Nation to the east. Sakura Nation and Dragon Nation have always been sworn enemies, and after the revival of spiritual energy, conflicts between the two nations have been incessant. The coastal spiritual springs and ancient relics of the Dragon Kingdom were repeatedly occupied by the Sakura Kingdom, and they even refused to return them with the support of the Lighthouse Nation. Later, as the Dragon Kingdom rose to power, the first to be dealt with was the Sakura Kingdom. If it weren't for the arrival of the myriad races from the starry sky, uniting the entire blue planet against external threats, the Sakura Kingdom would have long been destroyed. At this moment, Little Gold, who had been asleep for several days, finally stirred and let out a crisp dragon's roar. Little Gold, you're awake. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy in his heart. In his arms, Little Gold affectionately nuzzled against Lin Yan. The Fortune Golden Dragon was originally just a manifestation of fortune, without any intelligence. However, Little Gold, having grown alongside Lin Yan, had long since developed the most basic level of intelligence. Little Gold, you've gotten smaller. Although Little Gold was reborn together with Lin Yan, it had also become smaller. In the past, if it fully stretched its body, it could encircle the entire Blue Star. Its size depended on the prosperity of Blue Star and Lin Yan's contributions to it, namely merit. Both were indispensable. Just at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Xiao Jin's body began to glow. Countless invisible and intangible streams of fortune frantically surged into its body, causing it to grow at an astonishing speed. In just a short time, Lin Yan could no longer see Xiao Jin's body, as its size had already grown large enough to engulf the entire room. This is... Lin Yan realized something and hurried to the window to take a look. He saw that Xiao Jin had already expanded into the sky, its massive body covering the entire block. But it wasn't over yet, it was still growing rapidly. This scene was breathtaking, and apart from Lin Yan, no one else could witness it. Could it be, everything I did before my rebirth is also acknowledged by the current Blue Star? Xiao Jin's mutation made Lin Yan feel as if a veil had been lifted. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Lin Yan's lips curved slightly upward. This week he has been pondering how to change the fate of Blue Star, which was destroyed by myriad races after his rebirth, and he already has a plan in mind. Before rebirth, the myriad races kept increasing their forces. The interstellar gate was closed too late, the plan for wandering Blue Star was implemented too late, and the early insect tide and beast tide caused devastating casualties to Dragon Country. A large number of extraordinarily gifted and uniquely talented geniuses geniuses perished in the insect tide and beast tide. Now, everything can be remedied. This time, Lin Yan will never let such a tragedy happen again. Xiao Jin's transformation made his plan more secure, filling him with confidence and determination to fight for a glimmer of hope for Blue Star amidst the relentless siege of myriad races. In the sky, Xiao Jin finally stopped growing larger, and at this moment, it had already enveloped the entire city. Compared to before his rebirth, it still appeared much smaller, as Blue Star was not yet strong enough. Xiao Jin's body began to shrink, and the smaller it became, the more radiant the golden light on its body appeared. When it shrank to several dozen meters, its body was already shimmering with golden light, as if forged from pure gold. Xiao Jin, come! Little Jin swam over obediently and burrowed into Lin Yan's body. The Fortune Golden Dragon not only allows Lin Yan to cultivate faster, but whenever it grows to a certain size, it can also perform a fortune infusion on Lin Yan, directly enhancing his strength. Crack! As the fortune infusion proceeded, an invisible chain was triggered. Psychic shackles. Lin Yan's voice was cold and deep. The entire solar system had been turned into a massive prison by the myriad races of the starry sky. To prevent humanity from rising again, the myriad races of the starry sky placed shackles on every blue star human. This shackle is the psionic shackle, which locks humanity's perception and absorption of psionic energy, raising the difficulty of awakening and cultivation to a hellish level. Without the psionic shackle, the people of Blue Star could have all awakened, with everyone as mighty as dragons. The psionic shackle is not just a single one but consists of many layers, each requiring confrontation before breaking through. Different types of shackles are used to lock the body, mind, and spirit, and these have long been deeply embedded in the human genetic code. As long as the blue star remains in the solar system, every blue star person is born carrying it, without exception. Crack! The first spiritual energy shackle within Lin Yan's body was forcibly broken under the infusion of the Fortune Golden Dragon. Once the shackle is broken, the infusion energy of the Fortune Golden Dragon continuously pours into Lin Yan's body. Buzz! It was as if something had exploded. His body emitted a crack sound, undergoing earth-shattering changes within. Awaken! He has awakened. The endowment of the Fortune Golden Dragon not only broke through the shackles of spiritual energy but also led to a complete awakening. This time, he awakened the power talent. But this was not the end. Once again, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind. Lin Yan awakened for the second time. The room instantly turned cold, and a layer of frost formed in the air. This time, the talent he awakened was of the ice element. But it still wasn't over. The subsequent fourth, fifth, and sixth awakenings followed one after another. Although there is some scattered spiritual energy between heaven and earth today, and some have already awakened, the true revival of spiritual energy has yet to officially begin. At this moment, those who awaken are geniuses among geniuses. However, these individuals have at most only undergone a single awakening. And Lin Yan, under the blessing of the Fortune Golden Dragon, awakened consecutively. This is the heaven-defying aspect of the Fortune Golden Dragon. With the protection of the Fortune Golden Dragon, Lin Yan no longer needs to worry about any hidden dangers. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan spent a lot of time nurturing the Fortune Golden Dragon, but this time, the time was directly saved. His growth rate will be n times faster than before his rebirth. 9 awakenings. An hour later, Lin Yan's awakening finally came to an end. At this moment, he had completed 9 awakenings, awakening the control of elements such as strength, speed, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, ice, and metal manipulation. Xiao Jin, break the mental shackles for me, Lin Yan said in a deep voice. Accompanied by Xiao Jin's response, a surge of power rushed toward Lin Yan's soul. In the next instant, the shackles binding Lin Yan's spirit were broken. These shackles were invisible and intangible, yet they truly existed. Without them, humanity would not have been so frail even before the revival of spiritual energy. After breaking through the mental shackles, not long after, under Xiao Jin's guidance, Lin Yan's mind exploded with a roar. His brain domain instantly expanded, his mental power manifested, and Lin Yan could clearly sense his own mental strength. This time, he awakened a mental-type talent, telekinesis. Xiao Jin, boost my mental power as much as possible. Lin Yan spoke again. As his voice sounded, it seemed as though a warm current flowed through his soul. Lin Yan's mind roared once again, and his mental power increased at an astonishing speed. When the intensity reached a certain level, an invisible shackle reappeared. Xiao Jin suddenly performed a forceful empowerment. Boom! The shackles of the mind were shattered in one fell swoop. Mom, honey, come quickly, what's going on? Downstairs from Lin Yan, the neighbor who was lounging on the sofa watching TV was stunned. He was focused on the TV, but suddenly everything in the room, including himself, began to float, scaring him out of his wits. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Yan's downstairs, the upstairs and neighboring residents on both sides were also affected. Apprentice level. Lin Yan murmured softly to himself. He had now officially advanced to the apprentice level. After awakening comes the apprentice level, which consists of 10 ranks. Ranks 1 to 3 are warriors, divided into junior, intermediate, and senior warriors. Ranks 4 to 6 are warlords, divided into junior, intermediate, and senior warlords. Ranks 7 to 10 are war gods, divided into junior, intermediate, and senior war gods, with the 10th rank being the glory war god. A novice warrior has at least 1 ton of strength and can easily kill a cow with a single punch. An intermediate warrior's strength increases to 2 to 4 tons, capable of lifting a small car. An advanced warrior's strength is at least 4 tons, with a maximum exceeding 10 tons. As for warlords, they are even more terrifying, with strength exceeding 10 tons, and advanced warlords possessing tens of tons of power. Lin Yan prioritized enhancing his mental power this time. The power here refers to the strength that mental power can drive. Xiao Jin, keep charging upward. Roar roar. The infusion continues. Mental psychic power increased crazily. Lin Yan shows psychic power because, with the infusion of the Fortune Golden Dragon, the mental aspect requires no additional resources for assistance. With the protection of the Fortune Golden Dragon, Lin Yan also doesn't need to worry about dying from body explosion. When psychic power strengthens to a certain level, the spiritual energy shackles appear once again. Boom! This shackle was broken through in one go. Apprentice level 2. Lin Yan reached apprentice level 2 and became a mid-level warrior. Ah, why is everything floating? Quick, post it on Moments. This exclamation drew more attention from the neighbors, as all the items in the house floated in the air, but caused no other harm. Boom! A few minutes later, the shackles at apprentice level 3 were broken through. Lin Yan became an advanced warrior. Boom! After a while, Lin Yan broke through apprentice level 4 and directly became a warlord. Boom! Again! Boom! After consecutive breakthroughs, Lin Yan became an advanced war general in one fell swoop. Xiao Jin's empowerment is still ongoing. When the bond between the senior warlord and the war god is triggered, this bond is particularly strong. Before rebirth, countless exceptionally talented individuals were stuck at the step of becoming a war god. It seems relying solely on the empowerment of fortune won't be enough to break through. This shackle bound Lin Yan. Xiao Jin is ultimately not strong enough yet, and spiritual energy has not officially revived. Relying solely on the infusion of fortune to push Lin Yan to the level of an advanced warrior is already the limit. However, Lin Yan, who has broken through to the level of an advanced warrior, is already exceptionally powerful. At this moment, the 18-story residential building had already been affected by Lin Yan's successive breakthroughs, with belongings and people from every household floating in the air. Even a car passing downstairs was caught in the chaos. Oh my goodness. Daddy, look at those people. It's so fun. Floating on the car, the adults were scared out of their wits, while the children clapped and cheered. Not far away, a crowd of stunned onlookers quickly gathered. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Just a few days ago, someone lifted an out-of-control car, and today it's even more outrageous, a whole building floated up. That's not all. Even the cars passing by downstairs floated into the sky. It's really an eye-opener. Online, they say that spiritual energy is about to recover. At first, I didn't believe it, but now it seems this world might really be changing. So, are you saying there's an ability user in our building? The residents group chat was buzzing, discussing the bizarre incident just caused by Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan had already finished his shower, changed into a new set of clothes, and was preparing to go out. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Lin Yan opened the door. Outside the door stood a woman in a white dress, ethereal like a fairy. It's her. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. This woman, who had been extremely dazzling back then, becoming a senior warlord in just 3 months but had died early in the insect tide, was now standing outside his door. The woman frowned slightly when she saw Lin Yan staring straight at her. After her peripheral vision swept over Lin Yan's spotless and pristine living room, her eyes instantly lit up, as if she had discovered something delightful. Hello, I am a staff member of the Special Abilities Bureau. If I'm not mistaken, the commotion just now was caused by you, right? Her bright, dewy eyes locked onto Lin Yan, and the woman spoke directly. Special Abilities Bureau? Well, at this time, many awakened individuals have already emerged secretly in various countries. The Dragon Kingdom's government promptly established the Special Abilities Bureau to manage the awakened. The woman's father is the head of the Special Abilities Bureau, as well as an advisor and confidant to the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom. This woman possesses an extremely terrifying talent. It was only after being awakened for some time that she was able to notice Lin Yan's anomaly. That's right, it's me. Lin Yan's straightforwardness surprised the woman a little. These days, she had encountered quite a few awakened individuals. When they first met people from the Special Bureau, they were either confused, uneasy, or even panicked to the point of being at a loss. Some even harbored feelings of concealment and resistance. After all, an ordinary person suddenly gaining special abilities would inevitably fear being treated as a freak or taken away for dissection. Lin Yan was the first person to be so calm and directly admit it. This left the woman a bit at a loss. The prepared words stuck in her throat. You're Lang Qingqiu, right? Lin Yan took the initiative to speak. Do you know me? Lang Qingqiu had no impression of a person named Lin Yan. I want to meet your father. I have the ability to foresee, and I've seen some terrible things. things. For example, you will die in battle against the insect tide in 4 months. Ha! Lang Qingqiu was startled, a trace of doubt appearing in her eyes. I also know that you awakened an ice-type talent and just completed a breakthrough yesterday, raising your strength to a new level. Lin Yan continued. How do you know? Lang Qingqiu's pretty face was instantly filled with deep astonishment. Lin Yan knew about her awakening of the ice attribute talent, but as for her breakthrough in strength yesterday, apart from herself, no one else knew yet. Lin Yan revealed a smile. I told you, I have the ability to predict. This was also the explanation Lin Yan had long prepared. The matter of rebirth is of great importance, and even to someone he absolutely trusts, he cannot reveal it. It's not that he's worried the other party might leak it, but rather that it might cause some kind of undesirable change. Lang Qingqiu's gaze swept across Lin Yan's face, as if trying to confirm something. I can take you to meet my father, but he's currently at the Shenlong base and won't come to Modu until half a month later. Lang Qingqiu said. Half a month? It's too late. Let's go, we'll meet him. Lin Yan stepped out the door and headed toward the elevator. It's very far. I'll arrange for a helicopter. No need, the helicopter is too slow. I have something faster. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. You all encountered strange things? Yeah, everything in my house, including myself, floated up. It's unbelievable. The people inside were talking about the strange incident just now. Lin Yan and Lang Qingqiu's entrance made everyone quiet. The men's gazes all turned to Lang Qingqiu. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary. The men stared intently, while the women felt inferior. The elevator suddenly fell silent. You really saw me die in battle? About 10 minutes later, in the car speeding north, the driver Lang Qingqiu hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes. Lin Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, responded with a sound. You predicted it all. If we make some preparations, it shouldn't happen again, right? Lang Qingqiu asked somewhat uncertainly. When it comes to life and death, she was still a bit worried. Absolutely not. Lin Yan's confident tone dispelled her slight worry. By the way, I still don't know your name. At the traffic light, she turned her head, looking at Lin Yan's ruggedly handsome face with eyes like stars. In the short time they had spent together, Lin Yan had left an extremely deep impression on her. Lin Yan. Lin Yan was concise and to the point. Lin Yan, a good name. The car started again. Alright, we're out of the city. There's no one around here. How are you going to take me to the Shenlong base? An hour later, Lang Qingqiu parked the car in an open area, her eyes filled with curiosity. Immediately, her beautiful, large eyes widened even more. A golden, shimmering dragon, stretching dozens of meters, appeared. Lin Yan stepped forward and climbed onto the back of the golden dragon. Come on up. Seeing Lang Qingqiu standing frozen in place without reacting, Lin Yan called out. Ha! Lang Qingqiu finally came back to her senses, her eyes still filled with deep shock. She cautiously walked to the side of the golden dragon, climbed from its tail onto its back, and made her way to Lin Yan's side. Lin Yan, is this a dragon? Lang Qingqiu's little head seemed to be in a state of shutdown. That's right, stand firm. Lin Yan's mental power spread out, forming a protective shield around him. Xiao Jin, let's go. Amid the dragon's roar, Little Gold soared straight into the sky. Amid Lang Qingqiu's small exclamation, Little Gold broke through the clouds and flew swiftly toward the north. What the heck? What is that? In the distance, someone with sharp eyes caught a glimpse of Little Gold soaring into the sky. But because Little Gold's speed was too fast, they couldn't see it clearly. Strange things are happening more and more often. I can't stay in the countryside anymore. I should move to the city. That person watched for a long time but didn't see anything new, muttering as they left. Be careful, there's a passenger plane ahead. Above the clouds, Lang Qingqiu's voice sounded. Xiao Jin had been flying above the clouds for quite some time. Lang Qingqiu finally processed what she had seen and experienced. Even so, she still found everything unbelievable. Her father held a high position of power, so Lang Qingqiu had considerable knowledge about the situations in various countries. Currently, among the awakened individuals in various countries, there are some exceptionally powerful ones who appear almost like little superheroes in the eyes of ordinary people. There are even those with wings growing from their bodies, capable of flying into the sky. Someone like Lin Yan, she had never encountered before. She was still unclear about Lin Yan's actual strength, but this dragon truly amazed her. Little did she know, this was exactly the effect Lin Yan wanted. Having been given a second chance at life, he certainly wouldn't fight alone. The growth of the Fortune Golden Dragon also requires Blue Star, especially the prosperity and strength of the Dragon Nation. Now, there is only 1 month left until the spiritual tide, and time is already tight. Therefore, Lin Yan needs to first gain the absolute trust of the Dragon Nation's top leadership in order to cooperate with the country. Only in this way can the nation's power be mobilized to the greatest extent, seize the initiative during the spiritual energy revival, strengthen the Dragon Nation, and proceed with the next step of the plan. To have sufficient say in a collaboration, showcasing strength is an essential step. What could be more powerful and awe-inspiring than Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin is the embodiment of fortune, and once it grows to a certain level, it can also be used for travel. Although using Xiao Jin for travel is somewhat wasteful and consumes a lot of its energy, it is necessary necessary to demonstrate strength. Ah! Xiao Jin seemed to sense Lin Yan's thoughts, suddenly accelerating and effortlessly surpassing the passenger plane above the clouds, leaving it far behind. So fast! Lang Qingqiu couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Now, you can call your father. Beside him, Lin Yan's voice was full of magnetism. High in the sky, several fighter jets approached from the side and quickly flew parallel to the Golden Dragon. Lin Yan, this is the escort sent by the kamikaze base, no need to worry, Lang Qingqiu explained from atop Xiao Jin. She had already called her father to explain the situation. Captain Wang, it really is a dragon. Its speed is incredible, almost as fast as a fighter jet. Oh my gosh. A pilot aboard the fighter jet had only spoken halfway when he saw the Golden Dragon accelerate and leave them far behind. This sight made the pilot involuntarily curse in astonishment. Director Lang, it's confirmed. Miss Lung wasn't lying. She and Lin Yan indeed arrived on a dragon. The dragon's instantaneous burst of speed is even faster than a fighter jet, reported a resolute-looking man in his 40s at the kamikaze base. He was Lang Qingqiu's father, Lang Feng, the head of the Special Bureau. Lang Feng was a legendary soldier in his youth. After sustaining injuries, he chose a political career, and thanks to his exceptional personal abilities and strong family background, his rise was remarkably smooth. During the former Wandering Blue Star project, Lin Yan was primarily responsible for combat, while Lang Feng oversaw the overall operations, providing various support and coordination for Lin Yan and numerous Blue Star elites. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan and Lang Feng shared a deep friendship despite their age difference. At this moment, it was the first time he had seen Lin Yan. Lang Feng's gaze fell on the large screen, which displayed footage captured by a fighter jet. On the back of the Golden Dragon, Lin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, and beside him was his daughter. Director Lang, here is his profile. At this moment, the deputy brought over Lin Yan's information. Lang Feng carefully examined it. From the profile, Lin Yan was indeed outstanding among the billions of people in Longhua. He had good academic performance from a young age, won multiple scholarships during his school years, worked at a major company after graduation, and even received 2 awards for acts of bravery. He could be considered a model of an excellent young man. After reading, Lang Feng put away the profile. Let's go, we'll welcome him. With Lin Yan arriving, Lang Feng decided to personally greet him. In today's Longhua, there were very few people worthy of such treatment. Roar! Xiao Jin burst out from the clouds and began to descend. Below, amidst the towering mountains, a hidden military base could be seen. Shenlong Base. Lin Yan had a deep impression of this base. Before his rebirth, when the insect tide attacked the capital, it was thanks to the warriors here who fought desperately that the capital did not fall. Later, this place also became one of the training bases for awakeners, producing a large number of outstanding awakeners. At this moment, Shenlong Base was already on high alert, with numerous fully armed soldiers and armored vehicles visible. Mr. Lin, please land in the open space ahead. Director Lang is waiting for you there, came the voice of the navigator from the approaching helicopter. Xiao Jin, go ahead. Xiao Jin descended from the sky, landing in the midst of several rows of fully armed soldiers. Faced with the imposing Xiao Jin, many soldiers were somewhat awestruck but still managed to keep their gaze steady and their expressions unchanged. Truly worthy of being Dragon Nation's elite warriors. After landing, Xiao Jin transformed into a golden light, rushed into Lin Yan's body, and disappeared. Lin Yan's gaze turned forward, where Lang Feng was approaching with a group of people. Dad, this is Lin Yan, the one I mentioned, Lang Qingqiu introduced. Young man, welcome. My name is Lang Feng. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Lang. Lang Feng stepped forward with a smile and said, Hello, Uncle Lang, Lin Yan replied, feeling a sense of familiarity. Before Lin Yan's rise, Lang Feng had always treated him well and had offered him a lot of help. Lang Feng used to lament that his daughter had died too young, otherwise, Lin Yan would have made a great son-in-law. Let's go inside and talk. Lang Feng made a gesture of invitation. Alright. Lin Yan stepped toward the depths of the Shenlong base. Poof. A dozen minutes later, in a room inside the Shenlong base, Lang Feng spat out a mouthful of tea. Sorry about that, young brother, I lost my composure. Lang Feng looked a bit embarrassed, because, just as Lin Yan spoke, he couldn't hold back while drinking tea. Lin Yan remained calm and composed. Currently, the first wave of spiritual tide has yet to arrive, and Lang Feng's reaction to his words was also normal. You just said you predicted the first wave of spiritual tide would occur in a month, and there will also be insect tides and beast tides that will bring about the end of the world? Lang Feng wiped the tea off himself and asked somewhat uncertainly. In recent months, anomalies on Blue Star have been increasing, and awakeners have been appearing continuously. Regarding the future changes of Blue Star, various countries have made some predictions, but none have been as precise as Lin Yan's. However, what made Lang Feng lose his composure wasn't Lin Yan's mention of the spiritual tide, but the insect tide, beast tide, and the apocalypse, as well as Lang Qingqiu dying in the insect tide. If Lin Yan hadn't arrived riding a dragon and accurately mentioned Lang Qingqiu's breakthrough yesterday, Lang Feng might have dismissed Lin Yan as a lunatic and thrown him out. Uncle Lang, if you need, I can prove it to you, Lin Yan said. This matter is of great importance importance, so I'll trouble you, young brother, to prove it, Lung Feng said seriously. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the training room. This was a room specially built for awakeners at the Shenlong base. It was spacious inside, and the walls were exceptionally sturdy. Uncle Lang, is that for testing strength? Lin Yan asked, noticing a machine with a display screen on top. Lung Feng nodded. I'll try first. Lin Yan finished speaking, stretched out his hand, and struck into the air. Boom! The massive strength testing machine trembled under Lin Yan's palm strike, almost falling apart. Beep beep beep. The red numbers on the display kept flashing and finally stopped at the sequence 100000. Hiss! Everyone around, including Lang Feng, gasped sharply when they saw that long string of red numbers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000 pounds, my god. An adjutant exclaimed in shock after counting it clearly. 55. Uncle Lang, there should be spiritual liquid in the base, right? Lin Yan tested his strength, shocking everyone, and then spoke again. Spiritual liquid? Lang Feng snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing these words. He couldn't help but hesitate. Spiritual liquid, the liquefied form of spiritual energy. Currently, the spiritual energy on Blue Star is extremely scarce. Lung Feng had utilized the nation's resources to gather some spiritual energy, which scientists then compressed into spiritual liquid. However, the quantity is extremely limited, with the entire Shenlong base having less than half a liter. How much do you need? Lang Feng asked after a slight hesitation. Although the spiritual liquid was precious, compared to what Lin Yan had mentioned, he naturally understood which was more important. 10 milliliters will suffice. Alright, Xiao Huan, go fetch 10 milliliters of spiritual liquid, Lung Feng ordered. 10 milliliters isn't too much. Lang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, Director Lang. The adjutant immediately left. Before long, he brought the spiritual liquid and handed it to Lin Yan. The 10 milliliters of spiritual liquid were contained in a glass tube. Lin Yan took the glass tube and stepped into the center of the testing room. Everyone watched him, curious to see what he was going to do. Lin Yan took out a transparent bag from his pocket, which contained several insects. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be locusts. Little brother, are these locusts? Lung Feng asked. Lang Qingqiu suddenly understood. No wonder after leaving the magic city, when passing through a rice field, Lin Yan caught a few locusts from the field. It turned out they were meant to be used here. Yes, Uncle Lang. Lin Yan released the locusts. The locusts jumped energetically, flying around as soon as they were freed. Lin Yan no longer paid attention to them and unscrewed the cap of the test tube containing the spiritual liquid. After unscrewing it, Lin Yan directly poured the spiritual liquid onto the ground. This action made Lang Feng feel a pang of distress. With the current concentration of spiritual energy, these 10 milliliters of spiritual liquid are worth 10 pounds of gold. In places like the Magic City or even the capital, someone would definitely be willing to trade it for a luxury mansion. Yet Lin Yan wasted it like this. Although Lung Feng felt distressed, he said nothing. He also wanted to see what would happen. Uncle Lang, please wait a moment. After pouring out the spiritual liquid, Lin Yan put away the test tube and stood up, waiting. The air in the testing room began to feel fresher, giving people a sense of clarity and refreshment with each breath. This was because the spiritual energy contained in the liquid began to evaporate into the air once exposed. At this moment, the antennae of a locust twitched, as if it had caught the scent of the spiritual liquid. The locust flapped its wings, flew to the spot where the spiritual liquid was on the ground, and began to feed. With the movement of the first locust, the others followed suit, flying to the spiritual liquid and scrambling to drink it. Before long, the spiritual liquid on the ground was completely consumed. How can they drink so fast? Lang Qingqiu exclaimed in surprise. She only dared to drink 1 milliliter of spiritual liquid at a time, as drinking more would overwhelm her body. Yet these few locusts had consumed 10 milliliters of spiritual liquid in one go. Lang Feng, on the other hand, remained calm, hands clasped behind his back, patiently observing. In the testing room, after the locusts finished drinking the spiritual liquid, they stayed motionless on the ground. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and they still showed no significant movement. Lang Feng glanced at Lin Yan and continued waiting. More than 10 minutes passed, and the locusts still showed no change. Young man, could they have been overfed to death? Asked a major general wearing a 1-star shoulder badge. He was the commander of the Shenlong base, Li Jianguo. Put. As soon as the words were spoken, a locust suddenly exploded in the middle of the testing room. Did it really overeat? Commander Li revealed a look of unsurprise. But soon, a new change occurred. The body of another locust began to swell, but it didn't explode. Instead, it started to grow. Its shell, 6 limbs, wings, and torso were all enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene immediately drew everyone's attention. That one has started too. Lang Feng's adjutant pointed to another one. The transformation of the second locust had also begun, its body continuously growing larger. Soon after, the third, the fourth, all the locusts started to grow bigger, growing so fast. The adjutant was astonished. Within minutes, the first locust to grow had already become as large as a fist. After reaching this size, the mutation still did not stop. The locust continued to grow, and after more than 10 minutes, it was already as big as a book. Such large locusts are truly unprecedented. Everyone in the room stared intently, and Lang Feng's expression grew serious. The changes in these locusts made him realize that Lin Yan's talk of an apocalyptic locust plague might not be mere exaggeration. Poof! The second locust exploded during its mutation, while the changes in the other locusts continued. More than half an hour later, finally, the few locusts stopped growing further. So big, the adjutant was somewhat startled. The others also had shock written all over their faces. 6 locusts too had been blown up, while the remaining 4 had all undergone mutations. The largest one had a body length exceeding 1 meter, while the others varied in size, with the smallest still measuring half a meter in length. Not only had they grown larger, but their bodies had also become sturdier. Their thick shells looked difficult to penetrate at a glance. The most significant change was in their mouths. The locusts' mouthparts had grown rows of teeth resembling sharp knives, making them look exceptionally menacing. Any child who saw them would undoubtedly scream in fright. Perhaps the adjutant's voice had startled them. The mutated locusts twitched their antennae, then leapt forward, attacking the nearest Lin Yan. "Watch out, little brother," Lang Feng warned. Lang Qingqiu's heart chilled, ready to take action. "Don't worry." Lin Yan swiftly retreated, a few mutated locusts relentlessly chasing him. Just as they were about to pounce on Lin Yan, his body dodged to the side. Dong dong dong. Several mutated locusts collided with the strength testing machine. Beep beep beep. The strength testing machine started to sound, and the red numbers on it kept flashing. Only then did Lin Yan reach out his hand to immobilize the mutated locusts. 345, 1029, my god. The adjutant saw the red numbers on the display screen, his face full of disbelief. This was the force generated when these mutated locusts collided. These numbers left others equally incredulous. The punching power of an average person is only about 100 pounds, and even with a running start to leverage the body's strength, it wouldn't increase dramatically. These mutated locusts, the largest one, had a collision force during its leap that already exceeded 1,000 pounds. This number is absolutely extraordinary. I'm afraid that ordinary people without weapons would have no chance of survival if they encountered them. While everyone was still in shock, those mutated locusts once again attacked Lin Yan. Lin Yan stretched his hand forward and firmly immobilized them. Their successive impacts just now had already completed their task, leaving everyone in the testing room utterly astonished. "Uncle Lang, how is this proof?" Lin Yan looked at Lang Feng and asked. "Young brother, this proof is excellent. I want to know, if a spiritual tide occurs, will all insects become like them?" Lang Feng asked in a deep voice. These mutated locusts made him quite convinced of Lin Yan's words. Who would have thought that a few ordinary locusts, after absorbing spiritual liquid, could undergo such terrifying mutations in such a short time? Their aggressiveness toward humans also became exceptionally strong. Ordinary locusts are herbivorous, ruining crops but not attacking humans, whereas these mutated locusts are different. They might even consider humans as food. In nature, the number of locusts is extraordinarily high. During the harvest season, any random wheat field or rice field could have thousands of locusts. Their reproductive ability is even more frightening, as locust plagues can occur in the blink of an eye. Think about the locust plague that once happened in the White Elephant Nation, with a staggering scale of 400 billion locusts. If all these 400 billion locusts mutated and grew to such enormous sizes, how terrifying would that be? Many insects can do this, especially those with strong reproductive abilities, like ants, cockroaches, and mosquitoes, Lin Yan replied. In addition, he mentioned insects that had never been seen before, which were actually the backup forces of the insect race among the myriad starry races. The insect race left many low-level insect nests on Blue Star, which remained dormant and asleep for a long time. After the spiritual tide occurred, these nests would continuously absorb spiritual energy, reactivating and producing an endless stream of war insects. Although mutated insects are ferocious, their extreme mutations, after being modified by the myriad races, come at the cost of overextending their life potential. Once mutated, they cannot survive for long. Even cockroaches and mosquitoes can mutate? Lang Feng was somewhat incredulous. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to catch some insects and animals to test, Lin Yan suggested. Alright, Shaoli, send someone to catch some insects and animals, Lang Feng immediately ordered. Yes, Director Lang, the adjutant responded and left. Lang Feng indeed wanted to give it a try. Uncle Lang, if you want to see the combat capabilities of these mutated locusts, you can call in some soldiers. Just 10 will do. With me keeping an eye on things, nothing will go wrong. Lin Yan decided to further prove his point. Alright, Commander Li, please arrange for a squad of soldiers to come over. Lang Feng nodded. Okay, leave it to me. Commander Li took out his phone and sent a message. Before long, 10 fully armed soldiers entered the training room. Seeing the 4 massive mutated locusts, the soldiers were startled. Soon, they lined up in formation, while the 4 mutated locusts were positioned opposite them by Lin Yan. Lang Feng and his group observed the scene through bulletproof glass. Prepare, Lin Yan said behind the 10 warriors. Ka. The warriors all released the safety on their guns and aimed at the 4 mutated locusts. Lin Yan's mind shifted, releasing his control over the 4 mutated locusts. Once released, the 4 mutated locusts ferociously charged forward, some flying, some leaping. Bang bang bang. 10 soldiers kept firing. They were all highly skilled warriors with accurate marksmanship and strong mental fortitude. 4 mutated locusts were hit one after another, yet even after taking several shots, they continued charging forward. Soon, the fastest locust flew close. Bang, bang, bang. Several soldiers concentrated their fire on it. That locust was finally dealt with, but immediately, another one leaped forward. Just as it was about to attack a soldier, Lin Yan flicked his finger lightly and sent it flying. Bang, bang, bang. The battle continued. A few minutes later, the gunfire in the training room finally came to an end. Phew! All the warriors let out a sigh of relief. The brief battle had left each of them drenched in sweat. Thanks, brother, the squad leader said gratefully to Lin Yan. If Lin Yan hadn't acted just now, they would have suffered casualties. For mutated locusts, an entire squad of soldiers exhausted all their ammunition to kill them. If the number of these locusts increases, what will happen then? In the adjacent room, Commander Li couldn't hold back anymore. The combat power of these 4 mutated locusts made him feel uneasy. Lang Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. What he said is probably true. 4 months later, will I really die in battle? Nearby, Long Qingqiu silently pondered as she watched Lin Yan, who stood with his hands behind his back. Director Lang, they've all been captured. Over an hour later, the adjutant captured many other insects, such as ants, cockroaches, and mice. Lang Feng ordered someone to bring the spiritual liquid and began a new round of experiments. In this round of experiments, Lin Yan did not intervene, allowing them to do it themselves, which was more convincing. In a sealed room, as the spiritual liquid was poured onto the ground, the ants that had been wandering aimlessly on the floor swarmed over and began to feed on the liquid. During this process, many ants died instantly, but soon, more ants began to mutate rapidly. In another room, cockroaches that had consumed the spiritual liquid experienced the same phenomenon. In a third room, even mosquitoes started to mutate, growing larger in size and developing sturdier bodies. In a fourth room, a mutated rat was even able to gnaw through iron. These scenes left Lang Feng and his group with grave expressions. Lin Yan had actually taken a shortcut. The rapid mutations occurred because these insects consumed the spiritual liquid. Even if spiritual energy were to fully revive, spiritual liquid would remain extremely precious, as there is very little naturally occurring spiritual liquid in the wild. But this point was not important, because even without the spiritual liquid, their mutations to this extent, or even stronger, would only be a matter of time. Little brother, now I believe you, Lang Feng said solemnly to Lin Yan. At this moment, his phone rang. Lang Feng glanced at the number, his expression turning serious, and answered the call. Little brother, the elder wants to speak with you personally. A few seconds later, Lang Feng said, it's done. Lang Feng's words stirred Lin Yan's heart. The elders were indeed paying attention to the situation here. Now that the elder wanted to speak with him, it showed that Lin Yan had already gained the trust of the nation. Hello, young friend. A kindly voice sounded. Greetings, elder. Lin Yan stood up and bowed toward the screen in front of him. On the screen was a room with an antique charm, where several benevolent elders were seated. They were the elders of the Dragon Nation. Young friend, please have a seat. We have been closely following today's events. Could you explain in detail the situation you have foreseen? Said a kind elder seated in the center. All right, great elder. After sitting down, Lin Yan began to recount to the elders the situation in the months following the first wave of spiritual energy, including the apocalyptic insect tide and beast tide. He also briefly mentioned the spiritual springs and ancient relics. The elders listened attentively. From time to time, the great elder or other elders would ask about more specific details, and Lin Yan answered each question one by one. Honorable elders, although I have seen the insect tide bringing destruction, I have also seen many opportunities. Therefore, as long as we prepare well and withstand the insect tide and beast tide, we can surely turn the crisis into an opportunity, allowing the Dragon Nation to return to its peak. Our Dragon Nation will undoubtedly have everyone as mighty as dragons. Lin Yan finally concluded. What a saying, everyone is like a dragon. The great elder's eyes gleamed with admiration, highly praising Lin Yan's words. Young friend, then what do you think we should do? The great elder immediately posed a question to Lin Yan. Little brother, feel free to share your thoughts, no matter how imaginative they are. The elders are very tolerant, Lang Feng whispered from the side. Honorable elders, within this month, I believe there are 3 things we must do immediately. Lin Yan spoke without hesitation, as this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Oh, what 3 points? Young friend, feel free to share, the grand elder said in an encouraging tone. All the elders must be familiar with these 3 numbers: 1 billion tons, 2 billion tons, 1.4 billion. Lin Yan did not explain directly but mentioned these 3 numbers, prompting the elders to start pondering. Beside him, Lang Feng was also muttering softly, contemplating the meaning of these 3 numbers. If I remember correctly, young friend, these 3 numbers refer to our country's steel production, cement production, and our population? The Grand Elder was the first to react. Yes, Grand Elder, these three numbers are related to the 3 points I mentioned, Lin Yan replied. The Grand Elder showed an expectant expression, encouraging Lin Yan to continue. First, we should mobilize the entire nation's strength to build 100 steel cities within a month and a half, using tall walls to keep the insect and beast tides outside the cities. Lin Yan stated the first point. 100 steel cities. His words made Lung Feng's eyes light up. Although the mutated insect beasts were formidable, having 100 steel cities would greatly reduce the difficulty of defense. While some mutated insect beasts could fly, not all of them had that ability. Blocking those on the ground with city walls and then calmly dealing with those in the air would make things much easier. He now understood the meaning of the three numbers Lin Yan had mentioned. With the Dragon Nation's steel and cement production, combined with its unparalleled infrastructure capabilities and national cohesion, it would not be difficult to mobilize the entire country to build 100 steel cities within a month and a half. Young friend's idea is excellent and aligns perfectly with our own thoughts, the Grand Elder once again praised. As the leaders of the Dragon Nation, after understanding the future situation, they must have already devised some contingency plans. At this moment, most of the experts and scholars across the Dragon Nation had likely received orders and were rushing to the capital to discuss countermeasures. Once the national machinery is fully activated, its power is immense. Young friend, what is the second point? After praising Lin Yan, the Great Elder asked. Great Elder, the second point lies in the people. Everything the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Nation do next must be in preparation for the arrival of the insect and beast tides. The specific plan is to conduct large-scale conscription while massively producing weapons and ammunition to ensure there are enough weapons available, Lin Yan stated the second point. Young friend, how many do you think should be conscripted? The Great Elder asked. 50 million. Lin Yan extended 5 fingers. 50 million recruits. This number made Ling Feng and Commander Li gasp in shock. A 50 million strong army. This was an unprecedentedly massive force in the history of any nation on Blue Star. Little did they know, in Lin Yan's eyes, even 50 million seemed insufficient. However, it was more than enough to handle the initial wave of insect beasts. Young friend, what a grand plan. 50 million. That's several times more than the number we were planning to recruit. The future world indeed belongs to the young. What do you all think about going with our young friend's proposal? The Grand Elder, after hearing Lin Yan's words, once again expressed his approval. Not only that, but he also sought the opinions of the other elders on the spot. Based on the future scenario our young friend just described, the more troops, the better. I think it's feasible. Well, I think it's feasible too. The other elders quickly reached a consensus. Fellow elders, I have another suggestion, which is to prepare enough firearms and ammunition. In case the insect tide or beast tide becomes too fierce, we can distribute the weapons and ammunition, giving everyone a chance to contribute. By then, 14 billion people will become 14 billion soldiers, and the vast land will turn into a vast camp. What insect tide can't be defeated? Seeing this, Lin Yan proposed another suggestion. 14 billion people, 14 billion soldiers. Well said. Lin Yan's words once again earned the Grand Elder's enthusiastic praise. With our production capacity, if we go all out, we can produce over 100 million guns in a month. But we don't need to rely solely on our own production. Once the spiritual tide arrives, foreign exchange reserves will become worthless. If we don't use them now, when will we? Lin Yan added. This additional remark made all the elders smile knowingly, clearly indicating that Lin Yan's words had struck a chord with them. They probably had similar plans in mind. The Dragon Kingdom's foreign exchange reserves were quite substantial, amounting to several trillion US dollars. It's easy to imagine that once spiritual energy resurges, insect swarms bring about an apocalypse, and a new era begins, most of these foreign exchange reserves would likely turn into worthless paper. Using them now would be the wisest choice. Young friend, what is your third point? The Great Elder grew increasingly appreciative of Lin Yan. Great Elder, the third point is the most crucial. Awakeners. Awakeners are the true passports to the future, Lin Yan said. Young friend, you are absolutely right. Your performance today has already surpassed what human effort can achieve. If everyone in our Dragon Nation were as talented as you, with everyone like dragons, what a wonderful sight that would be. The Grand Elder couldn't help but envision. Grand Elder, this day will definitely come true, Lin Yan said solemnly, as if making a promise. Young friend, can you explain specifically how this should be done? The Grand Elder asked. Grand Elder, I saw some useful things in my prophecy. This is the introductory awakening guide I recorded. I suggest combining it with the research of Dragon Nation scientists to compile it into teaching materials and start teaching it from elementary school. Lin Yan began to explain in detail. This awakening introduction is the crystallization of the wisdom of countless awakeners and scientists across the entire Dragon Nation before rebirth. Through it, individuals with less outstanding talents can awaken more quickly. The most remarkable aspect is that this awakening introduction also has a certain anti-theft effect, meaning that apart from those who have been immersed in Dragon Nation culture since childhood, people from other regions will find its effectiveness significantly reduced used even if they try to steal the knowledge. Ha, young friend, you are truly a blessing to the Dragon Nation. After Lin Yan finished speaking, the Great Elder praised him generously. Great Elder, actually, I have seen some even more terrifying things. Lin Yan hesitated as he spoke. The matter of the myriad races is not suitable for large-scale disclosure at this stage. After the myriad races descended in the previous life, Blue Star was shrouded in a sense of despair for a long time, leading to many negative consequences. Once the Dragon Nation becomes strong enough, introducing the myriad races naturally will be the best choice. However, we can first give a heads up to a few elders of the Dragon Nation. Xiaofeng, Commander Li, please step out for a moment. The Grand Elder felt that the presence of too many people was inconvenient, so he said to Lang Feng and the others. Yes, Elder. Lang Feng and the others responded and left. Young friend, you can speak now. Rest assured, no one but us will know what you say, the Grand Elder said warmly. Great Elder, the further the future I predict is from the present, the greater the variables, so I don't know if what I saw a few years from now will definitely come true. That's how it is. Lin Yan began to explain in detail. As he spoke, the expressions on the faces of the elders gradually changed. Outside the door, Lang Feng and Li Jianguo waited patiently, their hearts filled with curiosity about what Lin Yan was going to say to the elders. Let's go in. About half an hour later, Lang Feng received a notification and re-entered the room with Li Jianguo and others. Comrade Lin Yan, the state now announces your appointment. You are appointed as the Deputy Director and Elder Advisor of the Special Bureau, with the same benefits as Comrade Lang Feng, and you may report directly to us. Within the next month, all actions in Long Country will be overseen by the Special Bureau, and everything will yield to the Special Bureau. Comrade Lang Feng, Comrade Lin Yan, go ahead and do your best. As soon as he entered, Lang Feng heard the Grand Elder appoint Lin Yan and also entrust the Special Bureau with an important task. Even Lang Feng hadn't expected this. The heavy responsibility suddenly fell on the shoulders of the Special Bureau. Grand Elder, I accept the appointment. Lin Yan did not hesitate and directly accepted the assignment. The Special Bureau guarantees to complete the mission and will definitely not disappoint the Elder's expectations. Lang Feng also stood upright and declared loudly. The Solomon Sacred Great Hall of the People was already packed with officials and representatives from various regions, as well as elites from all walks of life. Due to the sheer number of attendees, many lower-ranking individuals could only stand in the aisles. This marked the first time in the history of the Great Hall of the People that so many people had gathered. Outside the Great Hall of the People, the area was also completely surrounded. A large number of domestic and foreign journalists were gathered there, all eager to obtain first-hand information. Folks, wow, big news is here. The country has suddenly convened an emergency meeting. Oh my, the scene is incredible, crowds everywhere. It's like a battlefield. Brother Tiger is risking getting into trouble today to bring you a live broadcast firsthand. Show some love and hit that follow button. In addition to journalists, there were also numerous internet influencers trying to ride the wave of attention. The live broadcasts from these journalists and influencers caused the focus on this event to skyrocket rapidly. At this moment, in the auditorium, everyone was watching the tall and upright Lang Feng on the high platform. Many faces showed confusion. They naturally knew Lang Feng's identity, once a king of soldiers, a consultant to the elders, but hosting a conference of this level seemed somewhat unqualified. Lang Feng had no intention of making any opening remarks. He opened the red-letter document on the lectern and said in a deep voice, I now announce the first resolution of the cabinet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone straightened their posture and listened attentively. Starting today, the Dragon Nation will suspend all national policies, enter a state of war, and mobilize the entire country to implement the Iron City Plan, building 100 Iron Cities nationwide. All factories, companies related to machinery, manufacturing, construction, and mining will be requisitioned, and the state will provide subsidies based on the actual value of these factories and companies. All construction teams, construction workers, engineers, report to the provincial command centers nearby. All media and websites must cooperate with the propaganda effort, and any accounts spreading enemy narratives will be permanently banned. Silent. The entire assembly hall instantly fell into extreme silence. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Lang Feng on the podium, their eyes filled with disbelief. Many were questioning their own ears. Had they misheard? In today's Dragon Country, everything is thriving. Even though there have been some ups and downs in recent years, it remains a land of prosperity. As the world's second-largest economy, its daily economic activities surpass what many countries achieve in years. But now, it is going to suspend all national policies and mobilize the entire nation to implement the Steel City Plan? Not only that, Dragon Country is also going to enter a state of war? This is too sudden. After a brief silence, there came a wave of buzzing sounds. Many people were confirming with those around them whether they had misheard. Silence. Lang Feng's stern voice rang out, bringing the hall back to silence. This is the unanimous decision of all cabinet members. Everyone, the next month concerns the safety of the Dragon Nation. I hope for your full cooperation. After speaking, Lang Feng closed the file smile and walked straight off the podium. As soon as he left, the auditorium instantly boiled over like boiling water. Clearly, what Lang Feng had just announced had shocked all the officials and representatives. The auditorium doors opened. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? The Chinese and foreign journalists waiting outside the Great Hall listened to the buzzing sounds inside, each craning their necks, eager to know what was happening inside. The door had been open for quite a while, yet not a single person had come out. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that the first delegate finally walked out. Mr. Lei, could you share some details about the content of this meeting? Mr. Lei, you are my idol. Mr. Lei. As expected, the first person to come out, despite the guards' attempts to block the crowd, was almost surrounded to the point of being unable to move. Fortunately, more representatives soon emerged, diverting some of the attention away from him. These representatives hurriedly walked away, ignoring the reporters' questions. Some reporters noticed that certain representatives from the construction industry appeared pleased, leading to speculation that the decisions made at this meeting might be related to revitalizing the real estate sector. But the faces of several real estate developers were not very happy, making their speculations less accurate. Quick, look online. At this moment, a reporter shouted loudly. Other reporters quickly took out their phones. Some opened Douyin, some opened Weibo, and some opened news apps. Regardless of which app these reporters opened, as soon as they did, a message popped up. All citizens, now, the Dragon Kingdom has reached a moment of life and death. We cannot yet disclose the specifics of what will happen, but please believe that everything we are doing now is to fight for a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Starting today, we will spare no effort to build 100 steel cities. We call on all construction teams and workers to participate. With every additional person, our chances of success increase. In addition, we will recall reserve forces and retired veterans under the age of 40, as well as militia, while also recruiting all eligible young people. The estimated recruitment scale will exceed 50 million. As you can see, this world is about to change. In recent days, many supernatural phenomena have been circulating online. The Special Abilities Bureau can tell you that most of them are true. This introductory guide to awakening will be distributed to all primary, secondary, and vocational schools in 3 days. All citizens of the Dragon Nation can also verify their identity on the Special Abilities Bureau's website for phased learning. Here, the Special Abilities Bureau calls on all individuals who have awakened supernatural abilities to proactively report to the local branches of the Bureau. You will be the backbone of the future. At the same time, the Special Abilities Bureau calls on all overseas Chinese and expatriates to return to the country. The future Dragon Nation will be the safest country in the world. The nation needs you and is willing to provide protection for you. Soon, the Dragon Nation will close its borders. If you do not return now, there will be no opportunity to return in the future. This message was surprisingly issued by a department called the Special Bureau. My goodness! A reporter couldn't help but exclaim after reading this message. Oh my, 15 million recruits. Are all supernatural phenomena real? For a moment, outside the auditorium, exclamations rose and fell, echoing continuously. Xiaobo, check your phone quickly, there's earth-shattering news. What now? Don't tell me it's another talking cat. I've been consuming so many fake stories like this lately that I feel like a weasel in a melon field. Kyoto University, in the student dormitory, two voices echoed. Xiaobo, this time it's for real. You big brain, when have you ever not said it's for real? What the? Before finishing his sentence, the originally nonchalant student almost jumped up. My goodness, this melon is really huge, so big. My chance to soar to the skies has come. Ha ha ha. The student burst into laughter after reading it. Xiaobo, are you okay? The roommate couldn't help but feel concerned. But soon, his worry turned into alarm, because flames suddenly erupted and burned fiercely on Xiaobo's body. His roommate's mouth instantly formed an O shape. Son, remember, your father was born with the will of fire, as the messenger of fire, the embodiment of flames, destined to ascend to the supreme and eternal throne. From now on, call me the fire god. Oh my goodness, why is it burning so intensely? Quick, get me some water. Amid the screams, the previously imposing fire god dashed into the bathroom. Oh my god, what on earth happened? 50 million conscripts, supernatural phenomena are all real, no way. Is spiritual energy really going to revive? Awakening Beginner's Guide, is this for real? Official, you're not joking, right? 8-year veteran, requesting to enlist. Excuse me, can college students sign up for the military? I've never missed a single military training since childhood. At the same time, this message, published simultaneously across major platforms, completely ignited Dragon Country. No matter which platform the message appeared on, it instantly garnered a flood of responses. On the trending lists of major platforms, the Special Bureau's message quickly occupied the top 10, even the top 20 spots. Has the Dragon Kingdom gone mad? Across the ocean, the White House was brightly lit late at night. The high-ranking officials of this beacon of power had originally been tucked in bed, ready to rest. A sudden emergency call forced them to abandon their plans and rush to work. These people were already in a foul mood. But now, the news coming from the distant east made their mood mood even worse. State of war, 100 steel cities, 50 million troops drafted, public acknowledgement of the awakened. Oh, my god. 50 million troops, the total military forces of all the countries in the world combined don't even come close to this number. What does Longwa need such a massive army for? What are they planning? *T, could Longwa be planning to start World War III? Do you think Longwa might have discovered our superhuman project? Inside the building, everyone anxiously voiced their opinions. As Longwa continued to rise, the Lighthouse Nation had regarded Longwa as its greatest competitor and hypothetical enemy, sparing no effort to suppress it in recent years. In the months leading up to the revival of spiritual energy, some individuals in the Lighthouse Nation also awakened. The Lighthouse Nation reacted quickly, gathering some of the awakened individuals to launch the Superman Project, aiming to cultivate powerful superhumans with the strength of the entire nation. They then planned to leverage their strong standing forces to provoke localized wars, defeat the Dragon Nation on regional battlefields, and force the Dragon Nation to sign unequal treaties, thereby turning the Dragon Nation back into their supplier of cheap goods and labor. If the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Nation are all living good lives, how can the 400 million people of the Lighthouse Nation continue to enjoy their privileges? Who would have thought that shortly after their Superman project began, the Dragon Nation would suddenly make such a bold move? This inevitably led some lawmakers in the Lighthouse Nation to wonder, could it be that the Dragon Nation knows about their Superman project and is striking preemptively? All these years, the Lighthouse Nation has actually been trying to drag the Dragon Nation into the quagmire of war with its surrounding Lighthouse allies, but the Dragon Nation has always refused to take the bait. But now, the Dragon Nation has actively entered a state of war, with such astonishing moves, showing a desperate stance. The Lighthouse Nation is actually a bit startled. The president is here. The room fell silent. An elderly man with white hair, who seemed like he could fall asleep at any moment, walked in. This was the president of the Lighthouse Nation, Sleepy Joe, also known as Joe Genoa. Haas, how is it? Did the Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation answer the phone? Sleepy Joe asked about the second-in-command of the Lighthouse Nation, Haas, as soon as he entered. Damn it, we've been calling for over an hour, and the Dragon Nation still hasn't answered, Haas said, somewhat exasperated. Keep fighting, and send more people. Mobilize the colonized people of Dragon Country and investigate thoroughly. We must figure out what Dragon Country is trying to do. This day was destined to be an eventful one. The actions of Dragon Country quickly caused a huge uproar across the entire world. What kind of madness is this? Studying abroad was going perfectly fine, and now this happens. Is Dragon Country about to start the S3 season? Oh, my god, is Dragon Country serious? Does this world really have supernatural powers? Dragon Country actually released a beginner's guide to awakening. Don't stop me, I'm going to Dragon Country. I guess the most panicked right now must be Sakura Country. Dragon Country is going to take revenge on Sakura Country. Ha! The internet around the world was abuzz with discussions. On this day, the office phone of the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom was ringing off the hook. Numerous heads of state called the Grand Elder, eager to understand the reason behind the Dragon Kingdom's actions. However, only countries with friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom were granted the privilege of speaking with the Grand Elder. In response to their inquiries, the Grand Elder merely hinted cryptically that the world was about to face unprecedented changes in a millennium, urging everyone to prepare early. Government officials from various countries were also overwhelmed on this day, not only having to analyze and discuss the reasons behind the Dragon Kingdom's actions but also busy calming their citizens. Lighthouse Nation, no one understands Dragon Nation better than we do. This move by Dragon Nation is nothing but posturing, trying to drag us into the quagmire of an arms race. There's no need to panic or be deceived. As for supernatural powers, they do exist, but rest assured, our Lighthouse Nation is far ahead, and Dragon Nation is far from being our match. Cherry Blossom Nation, citizens, do not worry. Dragon Nation's isolationist policy is nothing but a path to self-destruction. With Lighthouse Nation by our side, if Dragon Nation dares to act against us, our joint fleet with Lighthouse Nation will surely make them relive the pain of the First Sino-Japanese War. Kangaroo Nation, Dragon Nation's actions have caused global turmoil. They can forget about getting our iron ore again. White Elephant Nation, we are the true #1 nation in the world. If Dragon Nation crosses the line, we can mobilize an army of 100 million in just 3 days. Our awakened ones will also be the best in the world. The empire on which the sun never sets strongly condemns Dragon Country's large-scale conscription and actions to popularize extraordinary powers, which will destabilize the entire world. Dragon Country is urged to immediately cease conscription and stop the excessive cultivation of awakened individuals. While Dragon Country's actions stir waves of excitement across the globe, the situation within Dragon Country is equally unsettled. Are we really going to build the Iron City? Of course. We've been working on construction sites for decades, and haven't done much for the country in this lifetime. I once wanted to join the army, but my height let me down. Now the opportunity to serve the motherland has come. Do you think I wouldn't go? Good, I'll go with you. I'm going too. My rebar tying skills are excellent. excellent. In a quiet little village, a dozen simply dressed construction workers gathered together. Despite their plain attire, these workers earned quite a decent income. They were just accustomed to dressing this way. Today, after seeing the call from the special bureau, this foreman named Huago summoned all the workers from the village construction site. It didn't take long for this group of workers to reach a consensus, and one by one, they set off carrying burlap sacks. Hurry up, everyone move quickly. We need to complete the production line transformation within 3 days. Meanwhile, inside a car factory with tens of thousands of workers, people are busy at work. This is a subsidiary factory of the largest private automobile enterprise in Dragon Country. However, starting today, this place will no longer produce cars. The production line transformation is already underway. In just 3 days, it will be able to produce a continuous stream of tank components. Combined with components from other factories, a large number of tanks can be quickly assembled. These tanks will play an extremely significant role in combating the beast tide. If the defense line collapses, a large gathering of tanks can form new lines of defense. Not only this factory, but millions of factories in the Dragon Kingdom related to mechanical manufacturing are undergoing production line transformations. Some factories that manufacture steel pipes can easily transform to produce cannon barrels, rocket launchers, and gun barrels. Even some larger firecracker factories, after modifications, can produce bullets. Factories producing drones have also been transformed. With slight adjustments, all drones can be turned into small bombers and equipped with firearms for remote shooting. Meanwhile, all military factories are operating at full capacity, producing firearms and ammunition with all their might. The entire Dragon Kingdom has seemingly turned into a high-speed machine. Report, sir. I have awakened the lightning talent, capable of absorbing and releasing electricity. I am willing to join the Special Bureau and use my abilities to protect the country. At this moment, a loud voice echoed from a Special Bureau branch in a city. Why are there so many people? A person who had awakened and was preparing to register and join the Bureau of Abnormalities arrived a bit late, only to find a long line of people ahead. This individual had awakened a speed talent 10 days ago, possessing speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Initially thinking they were unique, they were surprised to discover that in this city with a population exceeding 1 million, there were so many awakened individuals. These awakened ones had naturally hidden their abilities after awakening, fearing being treated as outcasts or subjected to research. Now, upon seeing the Bureau of Abnormalities announcement, these awakened individuals decided to respond to the call and came to their respective cities' branch of the Bureau to register. After registration, they would be managed and trained uniformly by the Bureau, aiming to develop combat capabilities in the shortest possible time. Brother, what kind of talent did you awaken? Defensive talent. My skin can turn to stone. What about you? Should be a strength talent. I feel like I can punch a tiger to death now. Wow, that's amazing. Awakened individuals chatted in small groups, exchanging information about their abilities and talents. This atmosphere made them feel exceptionally relaxed. Finally, they no longer had to hide their special abilities and could use them to save the world, contributing to their country. Every awakened person's face was filled with ease. The feeling of being under the sunlight was truly wonderful. Hey buddy, can you show off your superpower to tens of thousands of viewers? Let us broaden our horizons. A streamer arrived, drawn by the excitement. Watch closely. Just then, an awakened one wanted to show off his strength. His fist grew larger than a sandbag, and he punched a tree by the roadside. Crack! The tree, as thick as a bull's rim, was broken with a single punch. Wow, bro, you're way too awesome. Simply incredible. The streamer clapped in admiration, and the live chat was filled with cheers. Casually damaging public property, compensation of 2,000. The awakened one was enjoying the admiration with a smug look, but a single sentence dampened his mood. Ha ha. Streamer, don't run away, no one asked you to compensate. The live stream chat was filled with laughter. Wow, so many people. I heard the train station is packed with retired veterans today. I'll randomly interview a few people to see if they are retired veterans. In another city, the usually quiet train station was already crowded with people. A sweet-looking female anchor was also live streaming. Sir, may I ask if you are a retired veteran? Soon, the female anchor set her sights on a middle-aged man dragging a suitcase who had just entered the station. The man, seeing the crowd and eager to queue up, ignored her. The female anchor did not give up and asked twice before the middle-aged man finally noticed her. Of course. After lining up, the man replied with 3 words. Big brother, may I ask how many years it has been since you retired? The female host asked again. The man was somewhat annoyed by her, but still answered, 9 years. Wow, that's such a long time. Big brother, you're not young anymore. You must be married with kids by now. Why did you decide to re-enlist? The female host continued to ask. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man looked at the female host as if she were an idiot. Ha, the host got disdained. Serves her right, buzzing around like a fly in his ear, so annoying. This guy truly embodies the highest level of being a soldier, no women in his heart, and naturally a god in battle. In the female streamer's live broadcast broadcast room, quite a few people started joking around. Big brother, I was just curious. The female streamer, feeling uneasy under the middle-aged man's gaze, began acting cute. If there is a war, we will return when called. These words are a soldier's lifelong promise. The middle-aged man still answered her. After speaking, he started walking, following the main group toward the ticket checkpoint. If there is a war, I will return when called. The female host read these 6 words aloud, feeling as if something had stirred within her. In her view, the backs of the middle-aged man and the other retired veterans began to appear taller. A ray of sunlight descended from the sky, falling upon them, making them appear warm and radiant. This incredibly beautiful scene caused everyone in the livestream room to fall silent, and it would remain in their hearts for a long time. It wasn't until all the retired veterans had boarded the train that the female streamer snapped out of her thoughts. She suddenly felt that perhaps she shouldn't just be a superficial beauty streamer. What's the current situation? At the Shenlong base, in a spacious office, Lang Feng's voice rang out. Sitting beside him was Lin Yan. Lin Yan's identity remained absolutely confidential to the outside world. Although his abilities were extraordinarily powerful, the elders were concerned that if other countries or the myriad races of the stars learned of Lin Yan's prophetic abilities, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Below is a think tank composed of a large number of intelligence collectors and analysts, as well as elites from various industries. Cold Bureau. The recruitment work is progressing very smoothly. The number of retired veterans who have completed registration on the website has exceeded 8 million, but some of the retired veterans are over the age limit. The recruitment of reservists and militia is also going very well, the intelligence officer reported. At recruitment offices across the country, many young people are signing up to join the military. As for the awakened, the number of registered awakened individuals has now exceeded 8,000. In terms of construction teams, aside from the teams under major state-owned enterprises, over 1 million civilian construction teams have responded to the call and joined the construction of the steel cities. Currently, millions of excavators across the entire Dragon Nation are being dispatched to the construction sites of the 100 steel cities. The transformation of factories is also progressing smoothly, with all conscripted enterprises cooperating fully and willing to contribute to the nation. In terms of public opinion, the vast majority of people are supportive, showing unconditional trust in the nation, though there are some discordant voices. The intelligence officers continuously reported on the progress. Lung Feng nodded in satisfaction. Once the state machinery is set in motion, its power is immense, and the cohesion of the Dragon Nation is equally unparalleled by other countries. This time, it could be said that the entire nation responded. Although there were some discordant voices, they had no impact on the overall situation. Brother Lin, what do you think? Long Feng asked Lin Yan. In the current Special Affairs Bureau, although he held the primary position and Lin Yan the deputy, Lung Feng always treated Lin Yan as an equal. He felt that the elders valued Lin Yan more than they did him. If Lin Yan had arrived a bit earlier, he might have been the one in the primary position. Uncle Lang, the progress is acceptable, Lin Yan acknowledged. Lin Yan actually didn't want to deal with these tedious matters. He preferred the mode of his previous life, where he only had to focus on combat, leaving everything else for Lung Feng to handle. However, the events of this past month were too important. The more prepared the Dragon Nation was, the fewer losses they would suffer during the insect and beast tides, and the smoother things would go afterward. Lin Yan did not want to experience the events of his previous life again. What are the international situation and public opinion like? Lang Feng asked the intelligence officer. The president of the lighthouse country has made over 1,000 calls to the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder hasn't answered any of them, the intelligence officer reported. They must be afraid that the Dragon country might actually start a world war. Even several aircraft carrier fleets near the Dragon country have retreated into the Pacific, he continued. But quite a few financial tycoons from the lighthouse country are threatening to short the Dragon country, aiming to completely collapse its economy. The Cherry Blossom Nation abruptly halted the discharge of nuclear wastewater overnight, likely intimidated by us. However, they also issued a conscription order, blatantly violating the post-war treaty by conducting large-scale recruitment. Other countries have also started conscription, with varying scales. The largest is the Goose Nation, which plans to recruit 5 million soldiers. In addition, the Goose Nation is gathering personnel to strengthen the defenses of its capital and several major cities. As for international public opinion, many are predicting the downfall of the Dragon Nation, and there is no shortage of hostile voices against it, the intelligence officer summarized. Looks like it has triggered a chain reaction, Lin Yan pondered. The actions of the Dragon Kingdom are so significant that even if other countries don't know what the Dragon Kingdom is preparing to do, they will still react. Especially now, as the official revival of spiritual energy draws closer and the number of awakened individuals increases, these countries are becoming more alert to future changes. As for the Goose Kingdom, being a friendly nation to the Dragon Kingdom, it has likely received a reminder from the Dragon Kingdom and started to learn from its actions. However, the Goose Kingdom's overall strength is far inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom, so it can only imitate to a certain extent. How are the overseas Chinese and Chinese expatriates doing? Lung Feng asked again. There are still quite a few willing to return to the country, but many are unwilling to do so. Some even feel that the Dragon Kingdom's current actions are antagonizing the entire world, making their situation abroad more difficult, the intelligence officer replied. Let our embassy put in a bit more work and effort. After all, we are all descendants of Yan and Huang. Long Feng's mood softened slightly. Uncle Lang, let them be. Lin Yan spoke up. Brother Lin. Lung Feng seemed to want to argue. Uncle Lang, our focus right now should be more on the billions of our compatriots. As for those who don't trust us or are unwilling to return, we should let go of the urge to help and respect their fate, Lin Yan advised. Put aside the urge to help and respect their destiny. This sentence clearly struck Ling Feng. Director Lang, I also think we should do this. Right now, on foreign websites, many overseas Chinese are mocking us. Let me read you a few comments. It's already the 21st century, and they're still playing the isolationist game. The people of Longwood don't even protest or demonstrate what a docile flock of sheep. Seriously, with spiritual energy about to revive, shouldn't Longwo open its doors to the world, join hands with global friends, and step into a new era together? Everyone, try to understand. After all, Longwo always likes to shut the door and play by themselves. Want us to go back and live a hard life with them? Ha, daydreaming. Does Longwo have some kind of persecution delusion? Recruiting 50 million soldiers. Are they planning to take on the whole world? If a real fight breaks out, don't drag me into it, thanks. A somewhat hot-headed intelligence officer stood up and began reading the comments. These guys. Lung Feng was infuriated. Brother Lin, you are right. Immediately, he completely agreed with Lin Yan's words. Uncle Lang, how's the matter of purchasing firearms and ammunition going? Lin Yan asked about this. He wasn't worried that the current actions of the Dragon Nation would affect the purchase of firearms and ammunition. The madness of Lighthouse Nation's arms dealers is beyond imagination. For instance, during the two world wars, Lighthouse Nation sold weapons to both sides. In the S2 season, shortly before Sakura Nation's sneak attack on Lighthouse Nation's oil and weapons were still being shipped to Sakura Nation. That was truly a godlike maneuver. The Dragon Kingdom mainly wants to purchase firearms and ammunition, these light weapons. As long as the price is set a bit higher, the arms dealers from the Lighthouse Nation will be very willing. Our numerous offshore companies are procuring worldwide. The Big Goose Nation is willing to sell us a large number of AK-47s, and there has been some progress on the Lighthouse Nation side as well. Lung Feng reported the situation. That's good. Lin Yan felt relieved. A plane slowly landed at the Shenlong base. Wow, is this the legendary Shenlong base? As the cabin door opened, a college student in his 20s was the first to step out. Following behind him were quite a few others. Each of them curiously examined Shenlong base, a military base that had been shrouded in mystery online. Soon, dozens of people disembarked from the plane. A military bus drove up. Everyone, please get on the bus. The group boarded the bus one by one. The military bus started up and headed into the depths of Shenlong base, specifically its underground section. Director Lin, the first batch of 36 people has arrived. Lang Qingqiu's voice sounded beside Lin Yan. Yes, after the elder's appointment, Lin Yan had requested Lang Qingqiu from Lung Feng to serve as his deputy. He was determined to establish the War God Squad. Before his rebirth, the War God Squad was considered the pinnacle of combat power on Blue Star. At that time, the squad was founded by Lung Feng, and Lin Yan rose to prominence, eventually joining the squad and becoming its leader, leading this group of Blue Star's strongest warriors in battles against myriad races. In the final battle, all 12 battalions and 144 squads of the War God Squad perished in combat, with not a single person retreating. This time, Lin Yan could personally establish the War God Squad. Moreover, Lin Yan was confident that he could make the War God Squad 100 times stronger than it was before his rebirth. The first batch of 36 members was directly recruited from across the country based on the list provided by Lin Yan. Before his rebirth, they were exceptionally brilliant talents, and now they had awakened as well. The strongest one has already reached apprentice level 2. It should be noted that they have not yet joined the Bureau of the Extraordinary and have not benefited from its resources and training. In a time when spiritual energy has not officially revived, reaching apprentice level 2 solely through their own efforts is enough to demonstrate their extraordinary talent. Among them, there are quite a few people, like Lang Qingqiu, who had already perished in battle before Lin Yan's rebirth. Talents like them who died in battle were not few before his rebirth. However, Lin Yan does not remember everyone's names and can only summon those whose names he recalls. By joining the War God Squad early and receiving training, their fates are bound to be different. Lin Yan's rebirth itself is an act of defying fate, altering not only his own destiny but also that of the entire Blue Star. If even the fate of Blue Star can be changed, altering the destinies of a few geniuses is hardly a big deal. Let's go, Qingqiu. Let's meet them, Lin Yan said calmly. Lang Qingqiu followed behind Lin Yan. What do you think the Special Bureau transferred us here for? It should be for special training. I heard that someone in the Special Bureau can unleash tens of thousands of pounds of force. It's terrifying. I wonder if it's true. My awakened talent is flames. It's a bit weak, but that shouldn't be a big deal, right? In the spacious room, 36 awakened individuals were waiting there, chatting. Quiet. A lieutenant walked in. The awakened individuals immediately fell silent. Shortly after, a remarkably young man walked in through the door. Behind him was an exceptionally beautiful woman. The awakened individuals' gazes swept over Lin Yan and Leng Qingqiu, filled with curiosity. This is Director Lin from the Special Affairs Bureau. He will personally lead the War God Squad in the future, and you are the first batch of members of the War God Squad, the adjutant announced in a loud voice. What? Director Lin, how is he so young? Could he be some second-generation rich kid? War God Squad, what kind of organization is that? The adjutant's words made more than 30 awakened individuals even more curious about Lin Yan's identity. The War God Squad will become the strongest force in the Dragon Kingdom, and even on Blue Star in the future. Lin Yan spoke, his voice full of authority. Many of the awakened turned to look at him. Lin Yan's gaze was cold and sharp, as if it could see through people's hearts. These future geniuses, regardless of age, dared not meet his eyes. Do you know what it means to be a war god? Lin Yan asked again. The awakened ones shook their heads. The hierarchy system of the awakened had not yet been made public at this time, nor had it been fully established. In fact, this system of hierarchy and cultivation was only fully developed after the Dragon Nation uncovered an ancient relic. Awakening is divided into physical awakening and spiritual or mental awakening. Physical awakening is the simplest. After physical awakening, regardless of whether the awakened talent is strength, speed, or elemental control, our genetic primal energy will be activated, thereby enhancing our bodies, granting us great power and some special abilities. If the awakened talent is strength, the body's power compared to other awakeners can be several times or even more than 10 times greater. Strength is not everything, but it is also crucial in combat. For example, if one could become a war god, our bodies could at least exert a base strength of 120 tons. Lin Yan's voice echoed throughout the training room, making all the awakeners' eyes light up. 120 tons of foundational strength. This number is simply too shocking. Many people's eyes revealed longing and envy. Lin Yan took in the expressions of these people. These future geniuses still have no idea how great their potential truly is. Purely in terms of talent and potential, these people are far more terrifying than Lin Yan. Lin Yan's talent is average. Before his rebirth, he relied on his fortune golden dragon to rise above others. The first phase goal of our war god team is to make all of you war gods within 6 months. Lin Yan then announced a goal that could only be described as ambitious. Within half a year, everyone will become a war god. This goal left all the awakened stunned. Immediately afterward, many of the awakened seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their emotions surging instantly. A war god. According to Lin Yan's description, the basic physical strength alone is 120 tons. A single punch is equivalent to a 2-ton car crashing at a speed of 120 miles per hour. How terrifying is that? Not to mention other methods. For example, someone awakened with wind-based talent would have their strongest attack method rooted in wind-based attacks, rather than their basic physical strength. At this moment, some people's breathing became heavy, their hearts surging with excitement. Who doesn't want to become strong? Who doesn't want to possess immense power, reach the pinnacle of life, save the world along the way, and bask in the admiration of countless people? From now on, you will undergo militarized training. You must wake up at 7 a.m. every day for morning exercises and go to bed before 10 p.m. Taking note of the expressions of the awakened individuals, Lin Yan announced their training plan. These awakened individuals truly soared after the revival of spiritual energy. Before the revival, with the help of limited spiritual liquid, they could still enhance their strength to some extent. But more importantly, it is to cultivate their discipline and tacit understanding in coordinated combat. Therefore, militarized training is essential. Oh my, tough days are coming. Lin Yan's words immediately made some of the usually lazy awakened feel uneasy. What are you standing around for? You've all awakened, and 100 kilometers has already scared you? With this, you still dream of becoming a war god? In the crowd, a 30-year-old man was the first to move. The awakened were all provoked by his words, and immediately some of them followed. Seeing this, the other awakened also put away the bitterness on their faces and silently followed. Becoming a war god within half a year. Team leader, is that really possible? On the edge of the training ground, Leng Qingqiu couldn't help but ask. Team leader was the title Lin Yan had Leng Qingqiu use for him. Compared to deputy director of the special bureau, Lin Yan preferred the identity of the war god team leader. Definitely possible. Lin Yan had no doubt. By the way, you can too. After saying this, he added another sentence. Me? Leng Qingqiu was stunned. Of course, you became a senior warrior in just 3 months and a war god in half a year. Isn't that an easy feat? Lin Yan said calmly. Before her rebirth, if Leng Qingqiu hadn't died in battle, with her talent, it was indeed possible for her to become a war god in half a year. Then should I go for a run? Leng Qingqiu asked, looking at the awakened ones running and sweating profusely. No need, but you can go if you want to. Let this group of people run, mainly to train their willpower, discipline, and obedience. As for Leng Qingqiu, it's not necessary. Follow me, let's go check on the progress of the City of Steel. Lin Yan stepped off the field. Oh, okay. Leng Qingqiu moved her long, slender legs and quickly followed. She had now practically become Lin Yan's little follower. Oh, Yuri, earth-shattering news. A large number of overseas companies are purchasing firearms and ammunition, as much as they can get. According to statistics, the total amount of these orders exceeds trillions. You have no idea how high their prices are. My God, our chance to strike it rich has arrived. Across the ocean, in a seaside estate spanning over a dozen acres, an exaggerated voice echoed. $1 trillion deal. Yuri shot up from his beach chair in an instant, even neglecting the playful beauty in his arms. He was an arms dealer from the Beacon Nation, with the number of firearms flowing through his hands worldwide reaching 7 figures. Case, have you investigated the origins of these companies? Yuri, a seasoned arms dealer, was not one to overlook the unusual nature of such a large-scale procurement. The Beacon Nation annually sells weapons abroad worth hundreds of billions of dollars, an already massive scale. But now, a trillion-level order has unexpectedly arrived. What's so hard to guess about this? These companies are most likely offshore companies from Longhua. With Longhua making such large-scale weapon purchases, it seems they're really preparing to start a war. But what does that have to do with us? Yuri, let's take this deal together. We can definitely make a huge profit, the companion said indifferently. Yuri hesitated. The Lighthouse Nation's arms sales target countries all over the world, but not Longhua. Although this time Longhua is using numerous offshore companies for procurement, essentially putting on a facade, once the Lighthouse Nation investigates, the truth will inevitably come to light. Yuri, all they want are some light weapons. Even if every Dragon Country citizen has a gun, so what? Oh, where has the bold and ambitious Yuri gone? Think about your villa, think about these beauties, think about the money you've lost in investments. If you don't close the deal, all of this will be gone. His companion was getting anxious. Despite his companion's urgency, Yuri was still hesitating. There are a total of 660 million guns on Earth, which means there is one gun for every 12 people. Seeing that Yuri remained unmoved, his companion's tone suddenly became solemn. After a pause, he continued, the question is, how can we ensure that the other 11 people also have guns? His companion's words finally brought a change to Yuri's expression. This was what he had said when he first decided to become an arms dealer. In the past few years, he had made a fortune through arms trading and lived an extremely lavish lifestyle. He also enjoyed investing everywhere, aspiring to become the next Buffett. But his investment choices were too misguided, perfectly avoiding all profitable projects. Over the years, he had lost almost all his money, and with increasing competition, his business had become harder to run. Yet even so, he hadn't been immediately tempted by the big order from the Dragon Nation. It wasn't until his companion's words that his original intention was reignited. Indeed, he was just an arms dealer. If you're an arms dealer, then focus on selling arms. Why bother with so much patriotism? Not making money would be foolish. If he didn't sell, someone else would. Besides, the Dragon Nation was only asking for light weapons anyway. With the terrifying manufacturing capabilities of Dragon Country, if something can't be bought, it won't take long for Dragon Country to produce it themselves. So what if every Dragon Country citizen has a gun? What he's selling is nothing more than some firearms already discarded by the military. Moreover, Lighthouse Country currently has nearly 400 million guns domestically, already averaging one per person. If a real fight breaks out, who would fear whom? This is no longer an era where the number of guns determines the outcome of a war. Case, give me the phone. After realizing this, Yuri decisively decided to go for it. Oh, Yuri, you're amazing. His companion was overjoyed and stepped forward to give Yuri a big hug. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country, in a skyscraper located in the city's CBD, a group of company executives was voting. This is one of the top 5 arms dealers in the Lighthouse Country, primarily selling fighter jets, navigation systems, and other equipment, with significant ties to the country's government. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat silent. George, the current vote count is 5-5, and your vote is crucial. Hey, if you ask me, precisely because they're not buying any high-end goods, we can feel assured to proceed. Fighter jets can't be sold to them, but ordinary firearms are completely fine. One of the executives who had voted in favor began persuading a key figure. Ring ring ring, the phone rang. The old man named George picked up the phone. Okay, I got it. A few seconds later, he hung up the phone and, under the gaze of others, cast his vote in favor. You are simply too handsome, George. The executive who had just persuaded him was overjoyed. Good, Harry, the board has approved it. Now go contact those companies and tell them to get the money ready. When the voting results came out, the company's CEO was ecstatic. The profit from this deal would be enormous, and his bonus could multiply several times over. As this officially backed arms dealer began to engage with offshore companies from Dragon Country, other arms dealers who had been hesitant quickly made their decisions. In fact, the Lighthouse Country's government also secretly sold off large quantities of obsolete firearms through certain arms companies. companies. The views of these companies are largely the same. It's just firearms, not some cutting-edge weaponry. With Dragon Country offering such high prices, there's no reason not to sell. At the official level of the Lighthouse Country, there might be another consideration: using outdated firearms to deplete Dragon Country's foreign exchange reserves. For a major country like Dragon Country, foreign exchange reserves are extremely important. If Dragon Country's foreign exchange reserves are insufficient, international predators will undoubtedly target it, and it will become super easy for Lighthouse Country to short Dragon Country. Dragon Country's currency would also depreciate. There is a high likelihood of inflation, and a national credit crisis could arise. Under such circumstances, Dragon Country's plan to procure firearms and ammunition from Lighthouse Country proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Lighthouse Country's international airport thus became extraordinarily busy. That's right, to obtain these firearms and ammunition, Dragon Country directly opted for air transport. After all, sea transport would take nearly a month, which was too tight in terms of time. Minister, it's a pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. In Kangaroo Country, the Minister of Commerce smiled broadly as he shook hands with the Foreign Minister of Dragon Country. Moments ago, Dragon Country and Kangaroo Country signed a mega deal for 2 billion tons of iron ore. Just yesterday, Kangaroo Country had declared they would never sell iron ore to Dragon Country again, but they have quietly withdrawn their statement. The speed of this turnaround is truly remarkable. The reason for this is still because the price offered by Dragon Country was too high, so high that Kangaroo Country didn't even notify Lighthouse Country and directly did business with Dragon Country. Whether Dragon Country will start the S3 season has nothing to do with Kangaroo Country. Although Kangaroo Country is a junior partner of Lighthouse Country, it ultimately has its own interests, and they wouldn't possibly pass up the chance to earn so much money. This time, Kangaroo Country can be said to have made a huge profit. No wonder the face of their Minister of Commerce is beaming with joy. In addition to iron ore, Dragon Country also purchased a large amount of resources this time, such as coal, food, and so on. Kangaroo Country can earn several $100 billion from this transaction, enough to distribute tens of thousands of dollars to each citizen with plenty to spare. On this day, when the news broke, the entire Kangaroo Country was filled with joy. With a population of just over 20 million, simply selling these minerals was enough for everyone to live an incredibly prosperous life. Little did they know, the higher their spirits were now, the more frustrated they would be a few months later. After the revival of spiritual energy, under the impact of insect and beast tides, the dominance of the dollar would collapse without a fight. At that time, the most valuable things would be various materials and resources. The foreign exchange reserves of various countries would essentially become worthless, as no one would be willing to trade their precious materials for another country's currency, even the dollar. If any country tried to use dollars to purchase materials from the Lighthouse Country, even the Lighthouse Country itself wouldn't agree. These were all personally experienced by Lin Yan before his rebirth. Otherwise, how could he have risked the possibility of Longwa being shorted and its economy collapsing to convince the elders to spend all the foreign exchange reserves? Ours, you bastard, why are you selling iron ore to Longwa? As soon as the news of Kangaroo Country trading with Longwa broke out, the Kangaroo president was questioned by the Lighthouse Country. I'm sorry, Joe, they offered way too much. The Kangaroo president stammered, forcing himself to respond. You money-grubbing fellow. Ours, you'd better tear up the order. If Dragon Country uses your resources to start a war. Sleepy Joe showed no mercy, launching a direct verbal assault on the president of Kangaroo Country. Damn it! After hanging up the phone, the president of Kangaroo Country was also quite upset. Even as a subordinate, he was still a president of a country. Being berated like that, it was impossible to feel good. You sell weapons to Dragon Country yourselves, but you won't allow us to sell some minerals? Asking me to tear up the order? Impossible. The president of Kangaroo Country retorted indignantly. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people can't light lamps? The Lighthouse Country's rampant sale of firearms and ammunition to offshore companies of the Dragon Country is naturally impossible to conceal. You can sell arms, but I can't sell some resources? Moreover, with this order from the Dragon Country, the approval rating of the Kangaroo Country's president in his own country has risen significantly. Since the deal is done, canceling the order is out of the question. Oh, family, I'm now at the construction site in the Steel City, located south of the capital. Wow, so many excavators. In the Dragon Country, south of the capital, a streamer climbed a small hill and was stunned by the sight before him. To the north of the hill lies a massive construction site stretching over hundreds of kilometers, as far as the eye can see. On this enormous site, countless excavators are busily working. Dump trucks lined up in a long queue, orderly transporting the debris. Oh my goodness, how many excavators must there be? Honestly, I've never seen so many excavators in my entire life. If the foolish old man back then had these excavators, wouldn't the mountain have been scared into running away overnight? Streamer, don't move, let me take a screenshot to burn for my grandpa. He loved watching excavators when he was alive, so this time he can see enough of them. In the live stream, tens of thousands of people were stunned by the astonishing number number of excavators. The excavators at the construction site were truly overwhelming. With these excavators working tirelessly day and night, in less than 2 days, the deep foundation of the city wall had already been dug out. This time, the city wall being built is no ordinary wall, but a steel wall towering over 100 meters high and more than 20 meters thick. The foundation must be deep enough and stable enough. Moreover, this type of city wall is not just a single layer. Every steel city will have several walls of varying heights. Is this what they call an infrastructure maniac? Haha, I love it. Come on, show it off. Let the world witness the speed of Dragon Country. In the small streamer's live broadcast room, the audience quickly surpassed 100,000, and the number was still rising, which was enough to show people's attention to this matter. Sir, can I interview you? The small streamer had found the key to gaining traffic and, risking being driven away, approached the edge of the construction site. The person she wanted to interview was a man directing dump trucks. Young lady, it's dangerous here. Please leave, the man kindly reminded her. Sir, it's fine. Look, there are tens of thousands of people watching you right now. Can I ask you a few questions? The small streamer said. Go ahead and ask, then leave quickly. There are too many cars here. The uncle, seeing the young streamer determined not to give up until she got what she wanted, had no choice but to compromise in order to get her to leave sooner. Uncle, where are you from? The young streamer began her questioning. Me? I'm from Yanzhou, the uncle replied. That's quite close. Uncle, why did you come here? The young streamer asked again. You child, isn't this nonsense? The country needs me. Of course I have to come. The uncle finished speaking, waved the small red flag in his hand, signaling a dump truck to wait as another one was coming through. Look at this simple emotion. Unexpectedly moved. Moved +1. The simple and sincere words of the uncle moved many people in the live stream room. Uncle, do you think we can build the steel city within a month and a half? After the uncle finished directing the dump truck, the young streamer seized the opportunity to ask again. Of course we can, why not? Look at how many people we have here. You young folks always say that the Dragon Nation is a construction maniac, so what's so difficult about this? The uncle replied confidently. Ha, so real. I really like how confident the uncle is. This is the confidence our country gives us. It makes me want to go help with the construction. Better wait for now. The Awakening Beginner's Guide will be released tomorrow. What if I awaken? The number of people in the live stream room kept increasing. At this moment, in the sky, Lin Yan and Lang Qingqiu were sitting in a helicopter, also inspecting this construction site. To the north of the site, an endless stream of steel bars was being transported over, piling up like mountains. Similarly piled up were cement and gravel. These construction materials were continuously being delivered, forming small mounds that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. A large number of construction workers were also busy. Although the foundation had not been completely excavated, they had already started assembling the steel bars. Once the foundation was ready, a significant amount of time could be saved. Numerous concrete mixers were also prepared and ready. The scale of this project was so immense that the mixing stations in the surrounding cities could not keep up with the supply, necessitating on-site mixing. This bustling scene left Lang Qingqiu deeply impressed. In her entire life, it was the first time she had seen such a massive construction site. At this moment, Lang Qingqiu directly felt why the Dragon Kingdom is called the infrastructure maniac. Not a big problem. The construction progress of the Steel City greatly satisfied Lin Yan. When the infrastructure maniac operates at full speed, the energy unleashed is extraordinarily terrifying, and the efficiency is exceptionally high. It can be said that these 100 steel cities, if it were any other country, even the Lighthouse Nation, they wouldn't be able to complete them within a month and a half. The reason Lin Yan gave an extra half-month was because the mutation of the insect beasts also required time. The first wave of insect swarms came half a month after the revival of spiritual energy. In his previous life, by the time the Dragon Kingdom had completed the steel cities, more than half of the 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom had already perished. Such a tragedy will definitely not happen again this time. In fact, these city walls will have even greater significance in the future. When the Wandering Blue Star project is launched, large formations can be built around these walls to protect every building in the cities, preventing the cities from being destroyed by the vibrations caused during Blue Star's teleportation. They can also maintain the temperature within the cities after Blue Star is teleported to a new galaxy. Unlike the Wandering Earth before Lin Yan's crossing, where people could only live underground while the surface was covered in ice and snow, these 100 steel cities will later serve as the ground-based foundation and anchor points for the Starry Sky teleportation array. The reason there are exactly 100 cities is precisely because of this. This number is just right, not too many, not too few, making defense easier while ensuring the population density in each city is not too high. Oh, my god, Dragon Country's speed is incredible. In the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, the progress of the Steel City in another city is faster than that of the capital. The capital is located on an alluvial plain, requiring deep excavation to reach solid bedrock. However, some cities situated in mountainous areas do not need to dig as deep. In these cities, within just 2 days, steel walls several meters meters high have already been constructed. These walls have an extremely high steel content, practically made entirely of reinforced steel. They encircle the entire city, with a total length reaching hundreds of kilometers. A foreign streamer who saw this was completely shocked. The foreign streamer quickly uploaded the video to the international web. "Oh my god, it's only been 2 days, and they've built this much already? Seriously? Is Dragon Country for real? People in Dragon Country can't even afford eggs. How can they have such speed? No wonder ancient Dragon Country people could even build the Great Wall. Their infrastructure genes must be ingrained in their bones. My god, is this what they call an infrastructure maniac? If they were building pyramids, they could probably build dozens in a single day. Damn it, I've decided to return to my country. With such a grand gesture, something earth-shattering is bound to happen. This is nothing. If our White Elephant Nation wanted to, we could build 1,000 steel cities in no time, 10 times what Dragon Nation could achieve." Unsurprisingly, the foreign streamer's video caused a stir on international platforms. Foreigners are busy too. Who has the time to pay attention to distant happenings? Like before, when people from Dragon Nation thought something was gaining widespread attention abroad, it was often just a few Chinese people paying attention. Then, Dragon Nation folks would hype themselves up, thinking they had shocked the entire world. But this time, Dragon Country's actions truly captured the attention of the entire world. As a result, the foreign streamer's video quickly went viral on international platforms, showcasing to countless foreigners the terrifying prowess of Dragon Country, the infrastructure fanatic. After personally inspecting the construction site, Lin Yan was completely reassured. He could now focus on improving his own strength and that of the War God team. Before the revival of spiritual energy, Lin Yan found it challenging to reach the War God level in terms of mental power. Body, spirit, and mind are the 3 distinct paths of growth for awakeners. While Lin Yan couldn't elevate his mental power to the War God level, he could enhance his physical combat strength. As Lin Yan told the members of the War God group, as long as the body awakens, no matter what talent is awakened, it can activate genetic primal energy. Genetic primal energy is the foundation of an awakener's strength, equivalent to a magician's magic power or the inner strength in martial arts novels. Due to the existence of the psychic energy shackles, for the current Blue Star people, the area in which their talent is more prominent often determines the ability they awaken first. Then, they can use this most prominent talent to grow rapidly, continuously breaking through the psychic energy shackles, making their genetic primal energy increasingly abundant, their talent abilities increasingly powerful, and their lifespan increasingly longer. These awakeners can reach the pinnacle in one specific talent. For these awakeners, multiple awakenings may not necessarily be a good thing, as it can disperse their focus and slow down their growth. But for Lin Yan, the situation is different. None of his talents are particularly outstanding, but Lin Yan possesses the Fortune Golden Dragon, which allows him to grow rapidly and break through more psychic energy shackles. Therefore, Lin Yan's choice is to develop comprehensively, awakening as many different talents as possible. This will ensure he has no weaknesses and will make Lin Yan's combat power exceptionally strong. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan, with cosmic-level strength, had surpassed his limits to slay the Domain Master, and the reason lay in this. After his rebirth, Lin Yan was equivalent to standing on the shoulders of his pre-rebirth self, and his starting point was 100 times better. Lin Yan's choices remained the same as before his rebirth, but his growth speed was far faster than before. Ha, Realm Master. Thinking of the unmatched power displayed by the Divine Race's Realm Master during the final battle, Lin Yan's gaze turned cold. Last time, he lost. Losing doesn't matter this time, he'll try again. Team leader, why are you drinking so much spirit liquid? In the Shenlong base, Lung Qingqiu's voice was filled with concern. Just now, Lin Yan had consumed 10 milliliters of spirit liquid in one go. Out of the several hundred milliliters of spirit liquid stored in the Shenlong base, Lin Yan had requisitioned more than half, some for the War God team, and some for his own use. These spiritual liquids had been saved by Lung Feng for several months, and Lin Yan used them so recklessly that Lung Feng felt deeply distressed. However, despite his distress, Lung Feng said nothing. It's fine, Qingqiu, you should go train as well. Strive to become an advanced warrior before the spiritual energy revival. Lin Yan said calmly. Alright. Lung Qingqiu was still a bit uneasy, but when she thought of Lin Yan's mystery and strength, she felt she was overthinking. She left this training room and entered another one to prepare to enhance her own strength. After Lung Qingqiu left, Lin Yan closed his eyes. A golden light began to emanate from his body. This was Xiao Jin helping him rapidly absorb the spiritual liquids to increase his genetic primal energy. Unlike mental telekinesis, physical cultivation still demands an exceptionally large amount of resources. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. Today marks exactly 3 days since the announcement by the Special Bureau. Many people in the Dragon Country were already waiting early. Today, schools open particularly early because it is the day the Awakening Beginner's Guide is being released. Starting today, the Awakening Beginner's Guide will be introduced into schools and become a mandatory course for primary, secondary, and high schools. All schools are required to allocate one class period each day for its study. Students are relatively relatively easier to awaken. This is because as age increases, the spiritual energy shackles become more stable, making it harder to break through them. However, students lack experience and life knowledge, and their subjective initiative and willpower are not as strong as adults, requiring more guidance. This is also why most of the current awakeners in the Dragon Country are adults. These spiritual energy shackles are somewhat unsolvable for Blue Star humans. Of course, once Blue Star escapes the solar system, newborns will no longer have spiritual energy shackles. The growth of the new generation will be very smooth, and the speed of growth will exceed expectations. But that is a matter for the next generation. If Ling Yan's generation cannot hold on, there will be no next generation at all. The Awakening Beginner's Guide will not only be available in schools but also published on the Special Bureau's website and app. Every citizen of the Dragon Nation can access it by entering their ID number and undergoing facial recognition. There are still some differences between what students learn and what adults learn. Why was it distributed at school at 8 o'clock but we have to wait until 9? This is so hard to endure. Yeah, I really want to see what the Awakening Beginner's Guide looks like. The Special Bureau's app is really impressive. There are probably hundreds of millions of people online at the same time right now, and it still hasn't crashed. As an official app, this really surprises me. Yeah, that scenario where a project with a budget of hundreds of millions ends up being outsourced layer by layer, and finally a few interns are paid a few $1,000s to do it, thankfully didn't happen this time. The Special Bureau is full of awakened individuals. If anyone dared to mess with them, aren't they afraid a bunch of awakened people would rush in and tear them to pieces? In a QQ group, many members were chatting while waiting for the release of the Awakening Beginner's Guide. It's 8 o'clock. The school should be starting to release the Awakening Beginner's Guide by now, right? Look, there's a live stream. Soon, someone discovered that a school had started a live stream. A large number of group members rushed in to watch and saw two teachers in a classroom distributing booklets. Those booklets were the Beginner's Guide to Awakening. It's real. Who would have thought that what used to be a joke has become reality? Training starts from childhood, hahaha. But I have some questions. Why isn't it cultivation of immortality? Who cares what kind of training it is, as long as I can become stronger? I'm all for it. The live stream room of that school instantly became lively. At this moment, on the screen, those elementary school students had already started reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide aloud. At the beginning of life, the body is pure, the soul bears a mark, and the heart holds wisdom. The way of the body begins with its origin, is trained in the morning, and flourishes in the evening. The way of the soul lies in thought, perceiving its traces, and understanding its mark. The melodious sound of reading aloud echoed throughout the classroom and the live stream. Wow, I thought it would be complex and hard to understand text, but it turns out to be in the style of the 3-character classic. Ha, so interesting. It's making me jealous of these elementary school students. Even though this thing has me completely confused, I still have to shout loudly, awesome. The number of people in the live stream room kept increasing. Seeing even elementary school students starting to learn the Awakening Beginner's Guide, the once popular online joke has become a reality. While many found it amusing, they also genuinely realized that a brand new era might be arriving. Awakening introduction guides have been distributed to all primary, secondary, and vocational schools nationwide as of 8 a.m. this morning, and learning has commenced simultaneously. Everything is progressing smoothly so far, reported the intelligence officer at the Shenlong base. In front of Lin Yin and Langfeng, a large screen was broadcasting live footage from a school. Today marked the official release of the Awakening Introduction Guide, and they both wanted to see the results firsthand. Even in the absence of spiritual energy revival, the guide might help produce some awakened individuals. The greater benefit, however, was that if all citizens of the Dragon Nation could thoroughly memorize the guide within the next month, the number of awakened individuals in the nation would undoubtedly surge on the day the spiritual tide arrived. Before rebirth, on the day of the spiritual tide, a total of 1 million awakened individuals emerged worldwide, with over 210,000 of them from the Dragon Nation, more than 1/5 of the global total. This proportion was remarkably high, especially considering that the Dragon Nation's population did not account for 1/5 of the global population. It was a testament to the overall excellence of the Dragon Nation's people. With the Awakening Introduction Guide this time, they even had reason to believe that on the day of the spiritual tide, the Dragon Nation alone could produce over 1 million awakened individuals. Lin Yan was brimming with confidence about this. Classmates, awakening is divided into physical awakening, mental awakening, and spiritual awakening. The teacher in the livestream was explaining the Awakening Beginner's Guide to the students. Although this teacher was not an awakened individual, the accompanying handouts had already been distributed. If this foundational knowledge were stolen by other countries, it would still provide them with some inspiration and assistance. However, Lin Yan was not overly concerned about this. The key lay in the Awakening Beginner's Guide itself, a text composed of 252 characters arranged in the style of a 3-character classic. Even if it were stolen and learned, its effectiveness would ultimately be limited. The strength of other countries had increased compared to before his rebirth, but this was not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps when when the myriad races invaded, there would be fewer people betraying and fleeing Blue Star. Nevertheless, Lin Yan still did not place much hope in other countries. The Dragon Kingdom was his foundation and the source of his hope for turning the tide. Alright, everyone, continue reading aloud. We must persist in reading it at least 10 times a day. Even if you can recite it from memory, you must keep reading, the teacher said, instructing all the students to continue their recitation. At the beginning of man, the body is pure, the soul has its mark, and the heart has its spirit. The classroom resounded with the unified voices of students reading aloud. Come on, let's read along and see how it works. The viewers of the livestream also began to read aloud. Ah! A sudden cry of pain came from the classroom, abruptly halting the reading. The students all turned to look in the direction of the cry. It was a student sitting in the back row. Lu Hua, are you okay? The teacher quickly walked over to the student who had cried out. The student was clutching their head, a look of pain on their face. What happened? Could it be awakening? Awakening isn't that easy, maybe they're sick. The people in the livestream were all worried about the student. When the teacher walked up to the student, the scene suddenly changed. The previously calm classroom was suddenly swept by a fierce wind, as if a storm had arrived. Books on the desks were blown into the air, not chaotically, but swirling continuously around the student named Lu Hua. Ah! Some students screamed and held their heads in fear, while others hurriedly crouched down. The teacher was blown to the ground by the strong wind, as the center of the storm turned out to be Lu Hua, who had just cried out in pain. Whoa, did he really awaken? It sure looks like awakening. 666. The Awakening Beginner's Guide is amazing. Someone awakened within just 10 minutes of entering the school. It's unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen someone awaken, and it's an elementary school student. It's truly enviable. The livestream chat exploded instantly. That student was clearly an awakened one. In recent days, many awakened individuals had appeared online, and some with strong commercial motives had even started live streaming to sell products. People in the Dragon Country had generally witnessed the power of awakened individuals, but for many, this was their first time seeing an awakening happen in person. And now, the one awakening was an elementary school student. Due to the appeal of this event, as the platform pushed the stream, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged like a tide. Brother Lin, has this child awakened? Lang Feng was also following the live broadcast. Yes, Uncle Lang, Lin Yan nodded in response. Ha, this is quite a good start. Lang Feng laughed excitedly. A good start. The awakening of this elementary school student was indeed a good start. The Awakening Beginner's Guide had just entered the school for less than 10 minutes when this student awakened, and it happened during the school's live broadcast. This scene was witnessed by millions of viewers, and the number was still increasing. For the Special Affairs Bureau, this is undoubtedly great news. Just think about how much excitement this will bring to the people of Longwo once the news spreads. Moreover, it also proves the reliability of the Special Affairs Bureau. In recent days, although most people are willing to support the nation, such large-scale actions have inevitably impacted Longwo's economy to some extent, leading many to question the necessity of these measures. After all, cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Lang Feng expressed understanding of this. As long as these individuals did not engage in illegal activities, he did not intervene excessively but instead strengthened positive publicity. Now, with the release of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, another great start has been achieved, which will undoubtedly plant a seed of yearning for awakening in people's hearts. What is making money compared to awakening? Naturally, the voices questioning the Special Affairs Bureau will diminish, and the Bureau's credibility and prestige will be significantly enhanced. The people of Longwo will place greater trust in the Special Affairs Bureau, thereby more actively supporting and cooperating with the series of actions to follow. The construction of the Iron City and the recruitment efforts will also proceed more smoothly. The hearts of the people are the cornerstone of building the Iron City. This will bring countless betters. Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you. Lang Feng couldn't help but give Lin Yan a thumbs up. Look, an elementary school student has awakened. I've been studying for most of the day, but I don't feel anything at all. Could it be that I'm really too bad at this? Don't be discouraged, you're not alone. At Shuangdan University, after the class bell rang, many college students began paying attention to the news of elementary school students awakening. They had also attended a session of the Awakening Beginner's Guide course, but among these dozens of college students, not a single one had awakened. Wow, Xiangzhou actually awakened 5 students. Some students saw the latest update, immediately sparking everyone's interest. Is it really that impressive? Let me take a look. Other students gathered around. It was news released by Tianfu Observer, reporting that Xiangzhou had a great harvest in the first lesson of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, awakening 3 students. This Tianfu Observer is really not doing its job, always observing other places. There must be hundreds of thousands of students in Xiangzhou province, but only 3 awakened. Looking at it this way, I'm not too bad. Wow, 12 students awakened in Yi province. More students saw the latest news. Compared to Xiangzhou, Yi province had a much greater harvest this time, with as many as 15 students awakening in the first lesson. It has to be us, the 9-headed bird bird of Hubei province, who are the best. TCH, the population of your Hubei province is 6 times that of Qiangzhou province, but the number of awakened students is only 5 times as much. And you still dare to brag? Stop arguing, there's something even more impressive. Our Chongqing province has just over 30 million people, yet we awakened 13 students. Sichuan province isn't bad either, with over 20 students awakened. The classroom has become a lively hub for information exchange, with college students constantly sharing battle reports from various places. This scene is not limited to just this classroom. Many schools across the Dragon Kingdom are witnessing the same scenario. Currently, among the 34 provinces nationwide, a total of 580 students have awakened during the first lesson of the Awakening Beginner's Guide. The province with the highest number is Yu Province, with a total of 32 students awakened. Among the awakened students, middle school students are the majority, followed by elementary school students, with relatively fewer university and high school students. At the Shunlong base, the results of the first awakening lesson were reported. Good. A bright smile appeared on Lung Feng's face. Lin Yan couldn't help but show a slight smile as well. With the current concentration of spiritual energy, achieving such results in the first awakening lesson could be considered an initial victory. In just one class session, 580 students across the country awakened. Of course, Lin Yan also understood that this was merely the initial effect. When the Awakening Beginner's Guide was introduced into the classroom, some students who already had the potential to awaken were inspired and motivated, leading to their awakening. Even if they don't awaken now, they will eventually. The Awakening Beginner's Guide simply gave them a push, accelerating the awakening process. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the effects of the upcoming classes might not be as remarkable, but this is still great news worth celebrating. Now, on the internet, reports of success from various provinces are spreading like wildfire, with each report receiving immense attention. In a short time, the number of comments can easily surpass 1 million. Such high popularity is mainly because it's almost 9 o'clock and many people in the Dragon Country are waiting to access the Special Bureau's website or app to study the Awakening Beginner's Guide. During this waiting period, everyone naturally turns their attention to this topic. My Great Yu Province truly lives up to its reputation as an economic powerhouse. The number of awakened individuals is also among the top. Cut, just this few people showing off? Don't forget that Guangdong Province has a population of over 100 million, with only 35 awakenings. The ratio isn't that high. Stop arguing, it's 9 o'clock. In a live stream room dedicated to publishing data, people from various provinces were comparing numbers. With the words, "It's 9 o'clock," the large live stream room instantly fell silent. Everyone opened the website or app of the Special Abilities Bureau. Inside, a dedicated section had already appeared: Awakening Beginner's Guide. Oh yeah, I can finally go in. I hope the heavens bless me so that I, Wang Tingyu, awaken. In a rented room, a man named Wang Tingyu suddenly sat up straight and began checking his phone. Although half of his phone screen was shattered, he could still use it. Wang Tingyu stared intently at the screen, reading its contents. Why is it poetry? He was surprised to find that the Beginner's Guide to Awakening for Adults was presented in the form of a poem. Not only that, but the Special Abilities Bureau app also required the poem to be read at least 10 times a day, even if it could already be recited from memory. The path of cultivation is deep and long. Only by comprehending the profound mysteries can one truly attain it. Wang Tingyu murmured to himself and began reading the long poem. A few minutes later, he finished the first reading but still felt somewhat puzzled. The guide did not provide an explanation for the poem, only some basic knowledge similar to what students typically learn. Keep reading. Wang Tingyu decided to focus his mind and began reading it over and over again. Unknowingly, he had read it more than 100 times when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Buzz! A loud noise echoed in his mind, and all the objects in the room began to float, suspended in midair. It wasn't until Wang Tingyu came to his senses and saw the floating items that he exclaimed in shock. Huh? He froze, his mind not fully reacting yet. The next second, all the items fell to the ground, and with a crack, the phone hit the floor, its screen completely shattered. My phone! Wang Tingyu was heartbroken. This was his only phone. For years, his parents had been bedridden, and there was a young sister at home. He sent almost all his earnings from working back to his family, leaving only 200 yuan for his monthly living expenses. With the phone in such a state, most people would have thrown it away long ago, but Wang Tingyu couldn't bear to part with it. At this moment, he had yet to realize that he had already awakened, and what he had awakened was the rare spiritual telekinesis. Physical awakening is relatively easy, but awakening in the realms of spirit and mind is exceptionally difficult. Even without the shackles of the myriad races, the difficulty of awakening in spirit and mind is immense. Wang Tingyu's ability to awaken telekinesis and become a spiritual telekinetic master made him far more precious than other awakened individuals. Yet at this moment, he hadn't fully grasped what had happened. The immense fortune had already struck him, but he was still heartbroken over a broken phone. Ah, I've awakened. From now on, I, Li Yuehua, will rise. What the heck? In another rented room, the newly awakened Li Yuehua excitedly jumped up. Immediately, his head hit the ceiling, and his head burst through to the floor above, startling the couple resting on the sofa upstairs into a state of shock. Li Yuehua blinked a few times, seeing the couple's astonished expressions, and awkwardly said, "Sorry, please carry on." After speaking, he quickly pressed his hands against the ceiling to let himself drop back down. With the sun and moon in my grasp, I plucked the stars. From now on, I am among the elite. I'm done with this job. In a company, a newly awakened individual stormed out under the envious gazes of their colleagues. Ha! In the park, a group of elderly men and women were drawn by a loud shout, seeing an elderly man with graying hair lift a stone lion weighing several hundred pounds over his head. The man remained composed and effortlessly moved around, instantly becoming the object of admiration for many elderly women. Wow, sir, you're amazing. The young passers-by were all stunned. A clear mind reflects all things, and thoughts penetrate the mortal world. In the hospital room, the haggard-looking husband sat by the bedside, reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide over and over again. Lying on the hospital bed was his wife, who had been in a vegetative state for over a decade. For all these years, he had never given up, balancing work with accompanying his wife, reading to her and telling her stories every day. After the Bureau of the Extraordinary publicly revealed the existence of awakened individuals, he had always wanted to find an awakened to help his wife, but there were far too few who could assist him. Now that the Awakening Beginner's Guide had been released, he read it over and over, hoping he could awaken himself so he could help his wife recover. "Honey," as he was reading, the husband suddenly heard a voice. "Wife." He was so excited that he almost jumped up, because that voice was clearly his wife's. He hurriedly rushed to the hospital bed and held his wife's hand, but shortly after, he fell into despair again, as his wife remained motionless, completely unresponsive. "Are you hearing things again?" He had experienced this kind of disappointment too many times over the years. The husband sighed and sat down. "Honey, it's me, Feng Ji. Can you hear me talking?" At this moment, his wife's voice sounded again. "Wife." The husband looked at his still unresponsive wife and sighed again. His delusions seemed to be getting worse. "Honey, this isn't a hallucination. It's really me. I don't know why this is happening either." His wife's voice sounded again. "Ha!" The husband was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. "Honey, could it be that you've awakened?" "Awakened? If you say so, dear, I feel like I'll be able to move soon." The wife replied. "That's great. I'll go call the doctor right away." Doctor. The husband trembled all over with excitement and shouted loudly for the doctor. "Honey, you've worked so hard all these years." The wife's next words made this strong man, standing at 1.8 meters tall, burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. On this day, with the publication of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, awakened individuals began to emerge across the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn, even a 70-year-old man has awakened? Ha, this guy burned down his own house after awakening. Luckily, there was a fire station nearby. Here's something even more ridiculous. A man who had been bedridden as a vegetative state for over a decade started communicating with people through telepathy after listening to the Awakening Beginner's Guide. Seriously? Where did you see it? Why didn't I notice? Check Weibo and Douyin. News about the awakened is everywhere. Many college students sat together, gossiping. Even the university teachers had no interest in teaching and were busy reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide. On this day, the internet in the Dragon Kingdom was flooded with all kinds of news about the awakened. After the Awakening Beginner's Guide was made public across society, a large number of people awakened on the very first day. According to some enthusiast statistics, just from what has been seen online, over 500 people have already awakened. Report, the data is out. On the first day, the total number of people awakened in society was 1,950, and adding those awakened in schools, the total reached 2,800. Early the next morning, in the Shenlong base, the intelligence officer excitedly reported the data to Lin Yan and Lang Feng. 2,800 people. That's great. Brother Lin, you're amazing. Lang Feng was even more excited than the intelligence officer, showering Lin Yan with praise. Without the Awakening Beginner's Guide provided by Lin Yan, there wouldn't be the current flourishing scene of awakened individuals emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Among the 1.4 billion people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, fewer than 10,000 had awakened over the past few months. But on the very first day the Awakening Beginner's Guide was released, more than 2,000 awakened individuals were born. If this continues, before the official revival of spiritual energy, won't the Dragon Kingdom have tens of thousands of awakened individuals? After the revival of spiritual energy, the number of awakened individuals will multiply even further. This figure was quickly published online. Wow, over 2,000 people awakened in just one day. Amazing, absolutely amazing. We need to work harder too. Let's go. Charge. Even a 70-year-old man can awaken. What are we young people afraid of? As soon as this number was announced, it immediately topped the trending searches on major websites, instantly inspiring the entire nation. Countless people were motivated and eagerly started studying the Awakening Beginner's Guide. Wang Tingyu, this pair of siblings awakened too? Xingqiu, transfer them to the War God team. In the office, after reviewing the information on yesterday's awakened, Lin Yan spoke to Lang Xingqiu. In his previous life, the number of talented awakened who died in battle that Lin Yan knew and remembered was ultimately limited, but seeing their names still triggered his memories. For instance, the siblings Wang Tingyu and Wang Tingyu. Lin Yan had an impression of them but could never recall their names until now. Understood. Lang Xingqiu nodded. This one named Feng Ji, is it the vegetative patient? Lin Yan noticed another name. Yes, team leader Lin, she became a vegetative state more than a decade ago. It was her husband's unwavering devotion that kept her alive until now, Lang Xingqiu said, showing a deep understanding of Feng Ji's situation. Among all the awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, Feng Ji is the most unique. Awakening as a vegetative person is truly legendary. Now, she and her devoted husband have become a hot topic on the internet, and their love story has touched many people. Bring her over as well, Lin Yan said. If he remembered correctly, Feng Ji was an exceptionally rare psychic, someone who awakened on the mental level. Psychics play a significant role in combat. Their abilities can influence and affect minds, dispel fear, ease tension, and boost morale on the battlefield. Additionally, psychics can sense minds, discern good and evil intentions, and possess the ability for long-distance mental communication. This ability is not to be underestimated. If communication is cut off by the myriad races or during battles in the starry skies, it will prove invaluable. Unfortunately, psychics were heavily targeted by the myriad races in the previous life, and Blue Star's recognition of their importance came too late, leading to Feng Ji's early assassination. Okay, Lang Xingqiu placed a checkmark next to Feng Ji's name. This time, quite a few awakened individuals were being transferred to the War God unit by Lin Yan. Currently, the War God unit had already expanded to over 100 members, but this number was clearly still insufficient. In the previous life, the War God unit consisted of 12 brigades, each with 12 squads, and each squad had 10 members, totaling 1,440 people. This time, the scale of the War God unit would undoubtedly be even larger. However, the number of awakened individuals in Longguo was still relatively small at the moment, making it impossible to expand on a large scale. The abilities of each squad's members were complementary, similar to team battles in games, with roles such as frontline damage absorbers, backline damage dealers, support, substitutes, and vanguards. In this way, each squad became a complete combat unit, capable of maximizing its combat effectiveness. In the previous life, if a 10-person squad from the War God unit coordinated well, they were capable of annihilating an enemy force of similar strength but superior numbers. They often acted as the spearhead, becoming the key force in turning the tide of battle. After making arrangements, Lin Yan checked the training situation of the War God group, then entered his exclusive training room again to continue enhancing his strength with the help of Xiao Jin. Currently, the number of training rooms in the Shenlong base is continuously increasing to meet the needs of the growing number of awakeners. Not all awakeners are concentrated in the Shenlong base, as specialized awakener training bases have also been established in various provinces, allowing local awakeners to train nearby. The Shenlong base primarily focuses on cultivating the top talents among awakeners, while the War God group represents the elite of the elite. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the Lighthouse Nation. God, I hate working overtime. What is it this time? I heard that Dragon Country announced the Awakening Beginner's Guide yesterday. It must be for this matter. Damn Dragon Country, I haven't had a good night's sleep for several days. In the White House, quite a few people were complaining. The reason was simple. They had already finished work but were called back to work overtime by a phone call. At this moment, it was past 9 in the morning in Dragon Country, while in Beacon Country it was past 9 in the evening. Anyone called to work overtime at this hour would feel annoyed. At this moment, Beacon's second-in-command, Haas, walked in. Hi, Haas, is there an emergency? An official asked. Of course, Dragon Country just announced the number of awakeners born yesterday. Guess how many? Haas asked with a smile. The official shook his head. Haas, unless you give me a deck of tarot cards, I can't guess. Oh, my goodness, someone suddenly exclaimed loudly. What happened, Richard? The others all turned to look at him. Yesterday, over 2,000 awakeners emerged in the Dragon Kingdom. My God, that's over 2,000. Richard's voice was filled with disbelief. What? 2,000 awakeners? Richard, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Oh God, we only have just over 2,000 awakened ones so far. How could they possibly have so many in just one day? This is impossible. Exclamations of shock immediately echoed throughout the building. Haas, could this be false data released by the Dragon Country to deliberately intimidate us? An official questioned. This is true. Sleepy Joe walked in. As soon as he appeared, Sleepy Joe confirmed the news. What, is it true? The president has said it's true, so it must be true. If it really is over 2,000, at this rate, the number of awakened ones in Dragon Country will likely far exceed ours. When their numbers reach a certain point, even if we train enough superhumans, we may not be able to compete with them. After the news was confirmed, many officials began to feel panic. They realized that the population of the Dragon Dragon Country was larger, so it was reasonable for the number of awakened individuals to be higher. They had some expectations, but did not believe that the number of awakened individuals was the key factor. The Lighthouse Country leads the Dragon Country in many fields, including human biology, life sciences, and genetic engineering, all of which can help the awakened grow. They originally thought that with the Superhuman Project they could firmly suppress the Dragon Country, but unexpectedly, the Dragon Country made a stunning move, revealing over 2,000 awakened individuals in just one day. The total number of awakened individuals counted in the Lighthouse Country is only a little over 2,000, with possibly some hidden ones, but not too many. If this continues, the number of awakened individuals in the Dragon Country will far exceed that of the Lighthouse Country, and the gap in numbers will not just be several times, but tens or even hundreds of times. When the number of awakened individuals reaches a certain level, it will inevitably lead to a qualitative change. Just imagine, with so many awakened individuals, if some particularly powerful ones emerge who can rival their superhumans, how unpredictable the situation would become. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. We've obtained all their beginner's guides, and someone has already helped us translate them. Seeing many officials somewhat flustered, Haas announced some good news. Oh, that's fantastic. Longwei is contributing to the development of the world. I suggest awarding the Nobel Peace Prize to the Grand Elder of Longwa. This good news relieved the officials considerably. Everyone, get moving. Tonight we must prepare everything, and tomorrow morning deliver the Awakening Beginner's Guide to our 400 million citizens. Sleepy Joe shouted loudly. One by one, the officials finally stopped complaining and began to work with renewed energy. Although swearing is something a gentleman shouldn't do, I just can't help it. I'm just like you. My God, look at the time, 2 o'clock, 2 in the morning, and we're being called to work. Meanwhile, at number 10 Tanglin Street in the Sun Never Sets Empire, a large group of officials was also cursing. These officials were even more dissatisfied than those in the Beacon Nation, because while it wasn't yet midnight in the Beacon Nation, it was already 2 a.m. in the Sun Never Sets Empire. They had all been sleeping soundly when they were woken up by phone calls, and naturally, their morning tempers were even worse. What? Over 2,000 awakened ones? God! But soon, the officials' morning grumpiness was completely scared away. The Sun Never Sets Empire already had a small population, and in the few months before the spiritual energy revival, they only had a few hundred awakened individuals. Meanwhile, the number of awakened individuals born in the Dragon Country in a single day was several times their total. This was absolutely terrifying for them. Even with the Lighthouse Country, their parent nation, standing in front, they still couldn't feel at ease. Quick, draft the regulations. By tomorrow morning, we must distribute the Dragon Country's Awakening Beginner's Guide. If the Dragon Kingdom can do it, we can do it too. As expected, the Sun Never Sets Kingdom has also started to emulate the Lighthouse Nation, planning to distribute the Dragon Kingdom's Awakening Beginner's Guide to every citizen. As for translation issues, they have plenty of people to help with localization. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation reacted even faster. If there's one country on Blue Star that's been the most worried in recent years, it's undoubtedly the Sakura Nation. On the day the Special Bureau's announcement was released, the Sakura Nation's leadership was so frightened that they immediately halted the discharge of nuclear wastewater overnight. Although they have the protection of Uncle Sam is too far away, while the Dragon Kingdom is much closer. The Dragon Kingdom's East Wind Express is no joke. Now, the news that the Dragon Kingdom is producing over 2,000 awakened individuals per day has made the Sakura Nation's leadership's hearts race with anxiety. The population of Sakura Country exceeds 100 million, and there are also hundreds of awakened individuals. The high-ranking officials have already witnessed the power of the awakened, representing supernatural forces. Dragon Country managed to produce over 2,000 in just one day. It's truly terrifying. After being shocked, the high-ranking officials of Sakura Country immediately made a decision. Learn from them. Copy their homework. This is what they are best at. The Awakening Beginner's Guide in Sakura language had already been translated by someone. Over the years, many people from Dragon Country have moved to Sakura Country, and their average education and skill levels are quite high, making the translation very well done. Thus, on that very afternoon, Sakura Country released the Sakura language version of the Awakening Beginner's Guide on all websites. At the same time, all media outlets and TV stations worked hard to promote it. Schools also began organizing students to study it. The efficiency of copying homework is truly impressive. Brother Lin, news has come from Sakura. They are widely spreading the Awakening Beginner's Guide, and all primary, secondary, and higher education institutions have already started teaching it. Lang Feng hurriedly ran over to discuss with Lin Yan, his urgency making him appear quite tense. Those little devils are really bold, openly stealing our stuff like this. If you ask me, we should send the fleet over, let the rocket force and Dongfeng Express aim at their capital, and see if they dare to steal again. Major General Li Jianguo was furious. As an old-school soldier, his deep-seated animosity toward Sakura Nation was unmistakable. Commander Li, please calm down. Now is not the time to start a conflict. Everything should be focused on dealing with the insect beast tide. Lang Feng quickly tried to persuade him. He knew Li Jiangwo's prestige in the military, and if he wasn't pacified, the Dragon Nation's army might end up clashing or even skirmishing with Sakura Nation. Although Lang Feng also wished he could bomb Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation's priority right now couldn't be diverted. Addressing the crisis and opportunities brought by the spiritual tide was the main focus. I know the importance of restraint, but I just can't swallow this anger. I've been holding it in for decades, and I don't know if there will ever be a day to let it out. Li Jianguo sighed, looking helpless. Commander Li, rest assured, that day will definitely come, Lin Yan said to comfort him. Good, I trust your words, Brother Lin. Although Li Jianguo was older than Lin Yan, he addressed him as brother. Over the past few days, his trust in Lin Yan had gradually grown, especially after the results of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, which left this old-school soldier astonished. Brother Lin, what I'm worried about now is that Western countries like the Lighthouse Nation and the Empire on which the sun never sets, which have always been hostile to us, might copy our work as well. Lang Feng voiced another concern. Even the Sakura Nation had started copying the Dragon Nation's work, so it was highly likely that the Lighthouse Nation and the Empire on which the sun never sets would follow suit. Report, we just received news that a fleet from the Lighthouse Nation has arrived near Sakura Nation, and 5 other fleets have once again moved closer to us. At that moment, an intelligence officer brought new information. The Lighthouse Nation's fleet is once again approaching Dragon Nation, with another fleet heading to Sakura Nation. These guys, we really should use Dongfeng Express to blast them. Li Jiangwo's face turned ashen, showing extreme anger. Looking at it this way, the Lighthouse Nation is definitely planning to copy our homework. Lang Feng, however, interpreted another layer of meaning from the Lighthouse Nation's actions. At the beginning, the nationwide announcement from the Special Bureau startled the Lighthouse Nation, prompting their fleet to retreat voluntarily to avoid provoking the Dragon Nation. A few days passed, and the Dragon Nation's actions proved that this time it was not a bluff but a genuine move. Yesterday, another wave of awakeners emerged, and the Lighthouse Nation began to act more assertively. After all, as the leader of Blue Star, they could never truly fear the Dragon Nation. Now, the fleet is once again approaching the Dragon Nation, with another fleet heading to the Sakura Nation, which clearly indicates the Lighthouse Nation's intentions. It is almost certain that the Lighthouse Nation will copy the Dragon Nation's methods. Let them copy, it's fine, Lin Yan said calmly, his gaze resolute. This Awakening Beginner's Guide is not so easy to replicate. Seeing Lin Yan's composure, Lang Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Could Lin Yan have some countermeasures he wasn't aware of? Since the situation was already set in motion, Lang Feng could only suppress his unease and prepare to see how well the Sakura Nation and the Lighthouse Nation managed to copy the methods. Brother Lin, the Sun Never Sets Nation has really started. In the afternoon, Lang Feng received the news that early in the morning, the Sun Never Sets Nation had begun announcing and promoting the Awakening Beginner's Guide domestically, and various primary and secondary schools had started teaching the first lesson on awakening. Brother Lin, take a look. Lang Feng opened an overseas livestream, and Lin Yan saw that it was a live broadcast from a school in the Sun Never Sets Nation, where a large number of students were reading the English version of the Awakening Beginner's Guide. These guys are so shameless, they even copied our teaching methods. Watching this scene, Lang Feng was furious. The Sun Never Sets Nation not only stole the Awakening Beginner's Guide but also copied the teaching methods of the Dragon Nation, which was simply infuriating. Ha, the Dragon Nation must be dumbfounded now. In the live stream, Westerners were mocking. Thank you for the gift from the Dragon Kingdom. The things from the Dragon Kingdom are ours, be it cultural relics or the Awakening Beginner's Guide. I propose printing a copy of the Dragon Kingdom's Awakening Beginner's Guide on golden paper and preserving it in the Sun Never Sets Museum. You people from the Sun Never Sets are truly shameless scoundrels. That's right, we are scum, come and hit us. Western viewers in the livestream mocked as they watched, making Lang Feng increasingly angry, and Li Jiangwo's blood pressure involuntarily rose. However, this was just the beginning. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the Lighthouse Nation also started copying the homework. In the Lighthouse Nation, early in the morning, paper rain began to fall over all the cities, accompanied by the roar of airplanes, as a large number of paper sheets descended from the sky. What is this? A citizen of the Lighthouse Nation picked up a piece of paper and saw that it was an English version of the Awakening Beginner's Guide. Oh, God, is this the secret to becoming a superhuman? The Lighthouse citizen was immediately intrigued, and the words before him filled him with interest, prompting him to start seriously reading the content on the paper. Almost all major cities in the Lighthouse Nation experienced a rain of paper sheets that morning. Using this method was evidently more impactful. This approach also aligned with the national character of the Lighthouse Nation, where citizens were not particularly obedient. Even with official promotion, there would still be people who thought it was nonsense. Unlike the Dragon Nation, which had suspended all national policies to address the impending crisis, the Lighthouse Nation was completely unaware of the future situation. Convincing citizens burdened with various loans to put aside their work and study the Awakening Beginner's Guide was no easy task. After a night of discussion and preparation, the top officials of the Lighthouse Nation ultimately decided to adopt this multi-pronged multi-pronged approach. That night, the printing presses of the Lighthouse Nation were working overtime, churning out a large number of Awakening Beginner's Guides, which were then airdropped using planes. It must be said that such actions had an immediate effect, instantly sparking the interest of the majority of Lighthouse citizens. Coupled with the overwhelming propaganda on the Lighthouse Nation's internet, many citizens began studying the Awakening Beginner's Guide that very morning. At the same time, all schools in the Lighthouse Nation also began teaching. Just like the Sun Never Sets Nation, the Lighthouse Nation directly copied the teaching methods of the Dragon Nation. After some basic explanations, students were instructed to repeatedly read the Awakening Beginner's Guide. Brother Lin, these guys are too much. Lang Feng's mood sank again after watching the Lighthouse Nation's live broadcast. Although it was already past 9 o'clock at night in the Dragon Nation, Lang Feng had no intention of sleeping. Even the Lighthouse Country has started. Dragon Country is truly making a global contribution this time. I suggest awarding Dragon Country the Best Contribution Award of the year. Isn't that just how Dragon Country is? Using their various inventions to benefit the world, only to be bullied by the whole world. Our White Elephant Country will soon start as well. Dragon Country produces only 2,000 Awakeners a day, while our White Elephant Country will produce 10,000, no, 100,000 a day. Seeing the comments in the live stream room, Lang Feng's mood grew heavier. Unsurprisingly, he was bound to have a sleepless night tonight. Uncle Lang, did you not sleep last night? The next day, when Lin Yan saw Lang Feng, he couldn't help but be startled. Lang Feng sat at the front of the conference room, sporting large dark circles under his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with veins. He was furiously typing away, appearing extremely busy. Lin Yan leaned in for a closer look and discovered that Lang Feng was engaged in a heated argument with someone under a highly popular video. The video documented the awakening of a student from the Lighthouse Nation, and the comment section was filled with jubilant Westerners. How did I not notice that Lang Feng has the potential to be a ranter? Lin Yan thought to himself. In the comments below the video, many Westerners, while expressing their joy, did not forget to mock the Dragon Kingdom. Some even suggested awarding this year's Nobel Peace Prize to the Dragon Kingdom's elder, a proposal that almost made Lang Feng explode with anger. What kind of substance is this Nobel Peace Prize? Doesn't Lang Feng already know? It's practically monopolized by successive Lighthouse presidents. Lin Yan shook his head, feeling a wave of dissatisfaction. You're absolutely right. Those Lighthouse presidents who have waged wars and left small countries in ruins can somehow magically win this prize. Lang Feng, burning with rage, couldn't help but rant. It's like a thief stealing money from your house, buying luxury cars and mansions, embracing a beautiful woman, and then sending you a banner to thank you for your generosity. Uncle Lang, don't pay attention to him. This guy is definitely a run person. He'll get what's coming to him later, Lin Yan advised. Run person? Brother Lin, how can you tell? Lang Feng asked curiously. His emotions weren't so easily provoked. It was just that he had been fixated on this matter since last night, staying up all night, mentally exhausted, and further agitated by the comments, which led him to argue with the other party. Judging by the way he speaks, he's undoubtedly a run person, just a clown. Uncle Lang, you might as well go rest, take a nap, and you'll wake up to good news, Lin Yan said. Oh, Lang Feng heard this and couldn't help but look at Lin Yan, feeling quite expectant. At this moment, Lang Qingxiu also arrived. Seeing Lang Feng in this state, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, Father, what's wrong with you? Your father didn't sleep all night, Lin Yan replied. Father, why don't you take care of your health at all? If this continues, I'll call Mom, Lang Qingxiu said unhappily. Don't hit me, I'm going to sleep. As soon as Lang Feng heard Lang Qingxiu's words, he immediately obediently ran off to sleep. His obedient demeanor made Lin Yan unable to hold back a laugh. This old guy, he truly respects, loves, and fears his wife. Damn it, Sakura Country, the empire on which the sun never sets, and the Lighthouse Country, they've all copied our Awakening Beginner's Guide. Damn! At the same time, some people in the Dragon Kingdom felt an increasing sense of crisis. Such a good awakening guide has been taken by other countries. If we don't work harder, it would be ridiculous to be overtaken. Yeah, we shouldn't let history repeat itself, or others use our things to surpass us and then come back to attack us. I've decided, I'll read the Awakening Beginner's Guide 1,000 times a day. I'll read it 10,000 times. This sense of crisis quickly spread, prompting a large number of people in the Dragon Kingdom to decide to work harder, which in turn led to the emergence of more awakened individuals. Meanwhile, some other countries did not expect that their act of copying would instead provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Why are there so few people? Could there be a mistake in the statistics? Uneasy voices echoed from the Sakura Kingdom's Prime Minister's office. Report to the Prime Minister, this has been confirmed multiple times, there is no mistake. On the first day, over 2,000 people awakened in the Dragon Nation. Our population is 1/10 of theirs, so at least 200 people should have awakened here. Why are there only a couple dozen? Prime Minister, we don't know the reason either, but this is indeed the number. The head of the Sakura Nation Statistics Bureau looked nervous, cold sweat streaming down his face. The upper echelons of the Sakura Nation were skeptical of his statistics. Although they they had copied the Dragon Nation's methods, the result was that only 28 people awakened, leaving them utterly astonished. Recount, there must be people who have awakened but haven't reported it. Notify all media outlets to strengthen publicity and tell the awakened Sakura warriors not to hide anymore. As long as they are willing to register, each person will be rewarded with 10 million, the Prime Minister said solemnly. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation were also shocked after witnessing their own statistical figures. After yesterday's commotion, the morning statistics from the Lighthouse Nation's Bureau reported 115 awakened individuals. Although this number is higher than that of Sakura Nation, it still falls far short of the expectations of the Lighthouse Nation's leadership. With a population nearing 400 million, proportionally, they should have produced 800 to 900 or even over 1,000 awakened individuals. Everyone, you must trust our capabilities. The actual numbers won't exceed this by much, said the official from the Lighthouse Nation's Statistics Bureau with determination. There must be something wrong somewhere. I know, translation, it's very likely a translation issue, analyzed a senior official from the Lighthouse Nation. We are currently using the translation of a Dragon Nation student studying abroad. This translation is likely problematic. I will personally visit a retired professor from the Dragon Nation who is an authoritative translator. If he is willing to help us translate, the results will definitely be different. The senior official from the Lighthouse Nation quickly took action. Meanwhile, the senior officials of the Sun Never Sets Nation were facing a similar predicament. Although they had prepared more thoroughly, the number of awakened individuals still left them feeling disappointed. The high-level expectations of the empire on which the sun never sets were over 100, but in reality, they only awakened a dozen or so, leaving them looking at each other in confusion and anxiety. Brother Lin, you were right. After a good night's sleep, there really is good news. That afternoon, the freshly awakened Lung Feng excitedly sought out Lin Yan, his face beaming with joy. Oh, Uncle Lung, what good news? Lin Yan actually already knew, but seeing Lin Feng so happy, he gave him the chance to share it himself. Brother Lin, can you guess how many people Sakura country awakened yesterday? Lin Feng teased, keeping him in suspense. Dad, Lin and I have known about it for a long time. Lang Qingqiu couldn't help but interject. Ha, you guys have known about it for a long time? Ha, anyway, it's a happy thing. They put in so much effort, yet the number of people awakening in a day is still less than what we achieve in an hour. Ha ha ha. Lang Feng's enthusiasm remained unaffected, and he was still overjoyed. But Brother Lin, with the same awakening entry guide, why is the effect so much worse on their side? Lung Feng asked curiously. In his view, the awakening entry guide didn't seem particularly special. For students, it was presented in the form of the three-character classic, and for the general public, in the form of ancient poetry. Although the formats differed, once translated, the results shouldn't vary so much. This question not only intrigued Lang Feng, but also made Li Jianguo and the surrounding adjutants ponder. Could it be a translation issue? Whether it's the three-character classic or ancient poetry, the meaning often changes slightly when translated into other languages, Li Jianguo speculated. Translation, that's possible. What I'm worried about now is that they might find better translators, especially those who are well-versed in Longwa culture and also proficient in Sakura and Lighthouse cultures, Lung Feng said, his brows slightly furrowed. The characters of Longwei are profound and extensive, making translation into foreign languages quite challenging. Comparatively, translating foreign languages into Longwa characters sometimes has an advantage. Some foreign texts that are not particularly good end up borrowing the most beautiful phrases from Longwa. Uncle Lang, don't worry too much. Let them translate it. Their approach is wrong. Lin Yan remained calm. Their approach is wrong? Lang Feng didn't understand for a moment. I got it, Brother Lin. Does it have to be read in Longwa script? Li Jianguo suddenly realized. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped again. Although everyone present was absolutely trustworthy, Li Jianguo was still afraid that this information might leak out and reach the people of Sakura and Lighthouse countries. Commander Li, that's correct. Lin Yan confirmed Li Jianguo's guess. That's wonderful. Li Jianguo revealed a relieved smile. So that's how it is. Lung Feng suddenly understood. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. His heart settled down. Although there were still many things he didn't understand, as long as Sakura and the Lighthouse Nation couldn't truly copy the work, or only managed to copy the surface, Lung Feng wouldn't need to worry anymore. Wrong way to open? Lang Qingqiu continued pondering this question after Lang Feng left. As clever as she was, she understood Li Jianguo's meaning but couldn't grasp why it was so. The only one who understood was Lin Yan. To maximize the effect of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, it must be read aloud repeatedly, and it must be read in the original, authentic language of the Dragon Kingdom. Understanding its meaning doesn't hold much significance. Reading aloud is the key. This is because the three-character classic and ancient poems were creations and arrangements by awakened individuals from the previous life using celestial methods and expending immense effort and resources, touching upon the realm of the Tao. As long as one reads them repeatedly, there is a chance to stimulate physical potential, break through the critical point, shatter the spiritual energy shackles, and awaken. When translated by by people from other countries, the effect is significantly diminished. Cold Bureau quickly issue an announcement asking retired veterans under the age of 40 to stop going to the recruitment office to sign up. The recruitment office is about to be overwhelmed. The matter of the Awakening Beginner's Guide has come to an end and no longer requires ongoing attention. The next day, a new situation occurred. The recruitment office was about to be overwhelmed. How is the recruitment situation? Lang Feng immediately inquired upon hearing the news. More than half has already been completed. We actually don't lack personnel anymore, but due to the large scale of recruitment, arrangements for soldier experiences and enlistment still require time, the adjutant replied. After the Special Bureau issued the call, the entire Dragon Nation responded with exceptional enthusiasm. In just a few days, the 50 million troops Lin Yan required were essentially ready. However, due to the sheer number of people and the overwhelming workload, tasks such as registration and enlistment had yet to be completed. How exactly is it overcrowded? Li Jianguo became intrigued. Commander Li, take a look at this livestream. The adjutant took out his phone and opened a livestream. Li Jianguo glanced at the screen, which showed the situation near a recruitment center. The streets outside the center were packed with a dense crowd, so congested that even television reporters couldn't get close enough to conduct interviews. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yu, a reporter from Huangfeng Network, and I am currently reporting for you at the recruitment office in Ninghai City. As you can see, the recruitment office is already packed with retired veterans. Oh my, there are so many people that we can't even squeeze in. In the live broadcast, after the reporter found it impossible to get into the recruitment office, they began reporting from the outside. So many people. Why are all these people middle-aged men? Because they are all over 40 years old. What about those under 40? Those under 40 have already enlisted. I heard the recruitment of 50 million troops has been completed, but the enthusiasm of retired veterans is overwhelming. These middle-aged men also want to return to the army and serve the country. Wow, I suddenly feel these uncles are so cute. +1. Netizens discussed while watching the live stream. Since I can't get in, I'll do some interviews outside. On site, the reporter decided to conduct interviews outside. She set her sights on a group of retired veterans gathered together. Hello, I'm Lu Yu, a reporter from Huangfeng News. May I interview you? Reporter Lu Yu approached the group of retired veterans and introduced herself. Sure. A retired veteran saw that she was a legitimate journalist, seemingly even a celebrity, not a fame-chasing internet influencer, and agreed to the interview. You seem to know each other. Are you from the same place? Lu Yu began the interview. We're not from the same place. We used to be in the same squad in the army, so we agreed to come and register together. The retired veteran said. He's our squad leader. Another veteran added. Lu Yu, wow, turns out it's the squad leader. Your camaraderie is truly enviable. Veteran, that's right. It's been over 10 years since we retired, but we still make time to gather every year. Lu Yu, you all must be over 40 years old, right? Squad leader, yes, I'm the oldest at 46, and the youngest among them is 43. Lu Yu, you are all over the age limit for conscription, so why are you still signing up? Is it because you have nothing else to do? Veteran, how can you say that as a reporter? You're making us sound like unemployed drifters. How could we have nothing to do? The squad leader has dozens of acres of orchards at home, and we all have our own things to take care of. Squad leader, don't mind him. Reporter, Xiao Lu just has that kind of temperament. As for us, we mainly want to do our part for the country. Although we don't know what the future holds, with such a major national initiative, something big is bound to happen. When the country faces difficulties, everyone has a responsibility. We were once soldiers, so we should be at the forefront. Lu Yu, well said, squad leader. I truly admire you all. Lu Yu, however, I heard that everyone's enthusiasm is very high, and 50 million troops have already been recruited, so there's no shortage of people now. Squad leader, I heard that too. Lu Yu, then why are you still here? Squad leader, we're thinking, in case the numbers aren't enough, we can be of use. We don't need wages, just give us a gun, and no matter what kind of enemy it is, we will never retreat. Lu Yu, the country limits the age to 40, surely for your own good. After all, as you get older, your body might not be able to handle it. Lu Yu's words made the class monitor dissatisfied. Reporter Lu Yu, being over 40 is still in the prime of life. We are not old yet. After saying this, the class monitor leaped and performed a backflip. WOC, the class monitor is awesome. Really cool. I'd call him the coolest class monitor. The class monitor's backflip earned likes from everyone in the livestream. Men at 40 are like a blooming flower. My body isn't bad either. Another retired veteran rolled up his sleeves, showing off his strong muscles. These muscles are absolutely amazing. Ha, I admit this uncle is indeed a flower in full bloom. This retired veteran's display also garnered a wave of praise. Although we don't have bodies as strong as the squad leader in Shaolu, we're still sturdy, and our courage remains intact. Even if we're not needed this time, we want the country to know that old soldiers never die. That's right, we're always here. As long as the country needs us, we can go to the battlefield anytime. Other veterans also spoke up, voicing their agreement one after another. Good. Old soldiers never die. Well said. Everyone, take a look. These are the most lovable people among us. The livestream was filled with cheers. Old soldiers never die. Good. In the Shenlong base, Li Jianguo loudly cheered. Lung Feng looked somewhat moved. He once was a soldier too. At this moment, a new situation arose at the recruitment site. What's happening over there? Come on, let's go take a look. Lu Yu noticed quite a few veterans gathering in one direction. This scene caught her attention. She walked over with the cameraman and assistant. Soon, Lu Yu learned the reason for the gathering of these veterans. A group of elderly veterans, their hair white and their uniforms faded but exceptionally clean, appeared at the recruitment office. Their arrival caused the retired veterans to gather around. Lu Yu finally managed to squeeze in and finally understood the situation. It turned out that when these veterans were very young, many of their loved ones were killed by the invaders. This time, upon hearing about the national recruitment, they thought the country was going to take revenge on the Sakura nation. So they all put on their old military uniforms and came to enlist. These elderly gentlemen are so adorable. Feeling touched. White hair drapes over shoulders, reflecting the sun's brilliance. The spirit of veterans is as vibrant as a rainbow. Once on icy rivers and iron horses, they swore to defend the nation and protect the skies. Time has passed, yet the person remains young. The military spirit persists and vows never to end. Today still holds the ambition to serve the country, willing to shed hot blood to forge great achievements. Sir, you are truly talented. Look, they're about to perform. The people in the livestream were all moved by the white-haired veteran, and some even composed poems on the spot. On site, the white-haired veterans performed to prove to the surrounding retired soldiers that they could still go to the battlefield. Get down! Accompanied by the commanding voice of a white-haired veteran, the other white-haired veterans, standing in a perfectly straight line, instantly and uniformly dropped forward to the ground. Wow, so precise. Didn't expect these elderly gentlemen to have such perfect prone positions at their age. This is just too cool. The livestream chat was filled with praise. Crawl forward. At the sound of the vigorous voice of the white-haired veteran, all the white-haired veterans lay on the ground and quickly crawled forward. Their posture was still very standard. Not only that, they also performed side crawling, high and low posture crawling, crawling and shooting, rolling, and advancing leaps, among other military combat maneuvers. This scene filled Li Jianguo with sullen respect. These white-haired veterans have been retired for so long, yet they still maintain such a level of skill. Old soldiers never die. In Li Jianguo's heart, these four words surfaced once again. His heart was deeply moved. Brother Lin, how about we relax the recruitment requirements a bit and add some more reserve troops? Moved by his emotions, Li Jianguo started discussing with Lin Yan. Although Lang Feng was the director, Li Jianguo knew that only Lin Yan could make the decision on this matter. Brother Lin, I think Commander Li's suggestion is feasible. Placing the reserve forces behind each steel city can also play a role at critical moments. What do you think? Lang Feng also sought Lin Yan's opinion. Clearly, the enthusiasm and genuine emotions of these retired veterans had also moved him. Uncle Lang, Commander Li, how about this? Let veterans aged 40 to 48 with relatively good physical condition join the local reserve forces. Distribute the firearms we purchased to them and have them undergo some shooting training first. As for high-intensity physical training, it's not necessary. Lin Yan pondered for a moment and then said, "Alright, I'll go seek the elders' approval first. The elders will definitely agree." His words brought great joy to Lang Feng and Li Jianguo. Lang Feng immediately took action. For such a big matter, it was definitely necessary to first consult the elder. After Lin Yan made the decision and explained the situation, Lang Feng felt the elder would definitely support it. In recent days, a series of measures by the Tianlong Kingdom had achieved remarkable results. The elders already trust and value Lin Yan greatly. Brother Lin, the elders have agreed. It can be implemented. Sure enough, the elders all agreed. Lang Feng seized the opportunity and immediately sent people to start making arrangements. He, the director of the Special Bureau, now seems to be specifically carrying out Lin Yan's orders. While the Dragon Kingdom was preparing to expand its recruitment scale, the rest of the world was still busy copying its strategies. Apart from the initial three countries, the White Elephant Nation, various European countries, numerous nations south of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Pyramid Nation, the Ottoman Nation, and others, had already started. These countries have also produced some awakened individuals over the past few months, though the numbers are limited. The wave of awakened individuals brought about by the Awakening Beginner's Guide in the Dragon Country has made all other countries envious. Through the Awakening Beginner's Guide, the number of awakened individuals in the Dragon Country continues to grow. On the first day, there were 2,800. On the second day, although the number was slightly lower, it still exceeded 1,000. On the third day, it remained above 1,000. These numbers would make anyone envious. Although among the current awakened ones, none are strong enough to completely disregard all firearms. They also don't yet know what will happen in the future. But it's easy to imagine that as the strength of the awakened ones continues to grow, they will inevitably become an important measure of a nation's power. Even the global situation can be influenced by the awakened. Even small countries want more awakened individuals. With the whole world copying Dragon Country's approach, translations in various languages have been particularly in demand these days. Hello, Team Leader Lin. While the world was busy copying homework, Lin Yan met the siblings Wang Tingyu and Wang Tingyu at the Shenlong base. Wang Tingyu was the one who broke his phone during awakening and cried over it. After shedding tears, he realized he had awakened. Only then did he excitedly head to the local branch of the Special Bureau to register and report. The head of the Special Bureau branch saw that the child was honest and truly pitiful, so he gave him a new phone. As soon as he got the new phone, Wang Tingyu called home to share the good news. It was then that he learned about his sister's awakening. Having two awakened individuals in one family was certainly a cause for celebration. When Lin Yan asked Leng Qingqiu to transfer them to the War God group, there was a bit of a hiccup. Because their parents were bedridden, Wang Tingyu had been working in the county and didn't want to be too far from home. Lin Yan then had their parents brought directly to the capital, where they received the best treatment, alleviating the siblings' worries. They couldn't be more grateful to Lin Yan for this gesture. This is the training plan I have prepared for you. Don't slack off, and remember to check in after completing your daily training. Lin Yan handed them 2 copies of the training plan. Over the past few days, he had tailored training plans for each member of the War God Squad. With the level he had achieved in his previous life, as long as the members of the War God Squad complete the training plan with quality and quantity, their strength will improve significantly before the spiritual energy revival. We promise not to slack off. Thank you, Team Leader Lin, Wang Tingyu loudly assured. In his entire life, there has never been a moment when he was more motivated than now. Wang Tingyu is still in his first year of high school and is rather shy. Even when looking at Lin Yan, he only dares to sneak glances. After receiving the training plan, she nodded heavily and softly responded with an By the way, this is your weapon. Start with the needle for now. Once your strength improves, I'll replace it with something stronger. With Lin Yan's words, a long titanium alloy needle floated toward Wang Tingyu. The weapon of a psychic master needs to be both light and sharp. For now, titanium alloy weapons are the best choice. When you first awaken, it's best to use needle-type weapons, as they have strong penetration and are easier to control with mental power. After your strength increases, you can switch to larger ones. After all, needle-type weapons have limited damage against mutant insect beasts. Thank you, Team Leader Lin. Are you also a psychic master, Team Leader Lin? After receiving the needle, Wang Tingyu asked curiously. Wow, Team Leader Lin is amazing. Wang Tingyu's face was full of admiration. Alright, go train. Yes, Lin. Wang Tingyu energetically left with his sister. Lin, Fengji is here. After the siblings left, Fengji, who had been in a vegetative state, also arrived. No, she was no longer in a vegetative state, she had already recovered. She didn't come alone but brought her husband along. This was Fengji's request when she came, and Lin Yan agreed to it. Psychics value emotions, which is a good thing. If a psychic is cold-blooded, cruel, and evil, the destruction they can cause is significant. They may lack direct combat power, but that doesn't mean they are without destructive capabilities. Before rebirth, there was a mentally twisted psychic in the Lighthouse Nation. Under the influence of his abilities, an entire neighborhood lost control of their emotions and turned on each other in a frenzy. The scene was like hell on earth. Greetings, Team Leader Lin. Fengji was very calm. She was the kind of woman with very ordinary looks but appeared gentle and graceful. Greetings, Team Leader Lin. Her husband quickly responded as well. Perhaps having been at the bottom of society for a long time, her husband felt somewhat restrained and nervous upon meeting a prominent figure like Lin Yan. The power of the mind is very strong and also a very rare ability. Right now, you are the only psychic in the entire Dragon Nation. After meeting Fengji, Lin Yan told her some things about psychics. Let her know her importance. Fengji's husband, seeing how special his wife was so happy that he kept rubbing his hands. After Fengji, Lin Yan met several other awakened individuals one by one. These were all exceptionally brilliant geniuses before the rebirth. Now, Lin Yan has recruited all of them into the War God group. The entire War God group has now exceeded 200 members. Boom! ZZZ. In a training room, 2 awakened are fighting. In just 1 week, with the help of spirit liquid and high-intensity training, their strength officially stepped into apprentice level 1, becoming junior warriors. Ha! In another training room, an awakened is lifting weights. Thousands of pounds of iron were effortlessly lifted by him. He is a strength talent awakener. In other training rooms and individual cultivation rooms, awakeners were also training with full effort. Even on the playground outside, there was an awakener running so fast that after images appeared as he circled around. This is a speed talent awakener. The entire Shenlong base was bustling with activity. Not just Shenlong base, the entire Dragon Nation was bustling with activity. On the construction sites of 100 steel cities, workers were busy like industrious bees, and rows of steel city walls had already begun to take shape. In these steel cities, a large number of residential areas are also being rapidly constructed. Once the spiritual tide begins, 1.4 billion people will have to enter these 100 steel cities, with each city accommodating an average of over 10 million people. Living in residential facilities must naturally be well equipped. At the same time, in various military bases and temporarily constructed barracks, the recruited warriors are undergoing various types of training. Among these warriors, there are occasionally those who awaken. After the resurgence of spiritual energy due to the stronger willpower of soldiers, the proportion of awakened individuals in the military is still relatively high. God, where exactly did things go wrong? Something must be wrong. We've already employed hundreds of the best translators and mobilized thousands of elite professionals from various industries to assist. Why is the result still far inferior to that of the Dragon Country? This problem, I'm afraid only God knows the answer. In the Lighthouse Country, many of its top officials were there, frowning in distress. The reason is simple. Over the past week, they have been focusing on cracking the Awakening Beginner's Guide from Dragon Country. With the resources of Lighthouse Country and the power of the state, a small Awakening Beginner's Guide should theoretically be easy to obtain. Not to mention, there are already thousands of translated versions. However, after more than 10 days, the number of awakened individuals born in Lighthouse Country through the Awakening Beginner's Guide remains limited. Apart from the first day surpassing 100, the subsequent days never reached 100. Compared to before, it is naturally much better. But when compared to the thousands of awakeners born daily in Long Country, it seems rather pitiful. Faced with this situation, many top scientists in the Lighthouse Country are unable to figure out why. These bureaucrats skilled in politics naturally understand even less. Another piece of news that worries the high-level officials of the Lighthouse Nation is that the Dragon Nation has once again expanded its recruitment scale. This time, the Dragon Nation has even re-enlisted veterans over the age of 40. Although modern warfare is no longer determined solely by numbers, these actions by the Dragon Kingdom still made the Lighthouse's top brass uneasy. They must come up with corresponding countermeasures to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from truly starting the third season. Joe, the lab has made a significant discovery. You should come and take a look. At this moment, a senior official with a grave expression approached Sleepy Joe and whispered. Sleepy Joe glanced around and left with several high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom is making such big moves. More than an hour later, in an underground laboratory, numerous high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse gathered. This is one of the many biological laboratories in the United States. This laboratory has been dedicated to the research of the Superhuman Project. Recently, the head of the laboratory had a sudden inspiration. They wanted to test the impact of spiritual energy on other living beings on Earth. In the past few months, the Lighthouse Nation has also collected some free spiritual energy and compressed it into spiritual liquid. Researchers naturally couldn't bear to use spiritual liquid. They used highly concentrated spiritual energy. After experimenting for more than 10 days, changes began to occur. A white mouse started to mutate and even bit through the iron cage. Upon discovering this, researchers provided it with more spiritual energy and even spiritual liquid. Thus, it exacerbated the mutation of the mouse. Now, this mouse has grown larger than a wolf, and its fur possesses excellent defensive capabilities. Handguns and other firearms with lower power find it difficult to penetrate its fur. Its aggression toward humans has also become very strong. A researcher, in a moment of carelessness, was attacked by it and ended up inside its stomach. Now, after the researchers conducted a series of demonstrations of the mutated white mouse's abilities, Sleepy Joe and the upper echelons of the Lighthouse finally came to a realization. No wonder Longwa is making such a big move. It must be that Longwa has discovered the threat posed by mutated animals. We should adjust our focus. Since the number of awakened individuals can't match that of the Dragon Country, we should abandon quantity and expand the Superhuman Project to create more and stronger superhumans. Exactly, the threat of mutated animals is the top priority. The Dragon Country must have detected an even more terrifying situation. We're already half a month behind. We can't delay any longer. My God, no wonder I had a dream where our city was surrounded by billions of rats. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse began speaking one after another. To have achieved their current status, they are naturally the elite of the elite and understand what is most important to do now. Damn it, we sold them so many firearms. Some high-ranking officials in the Lighthouse Nation thought about the large-scale purchase of firearms and ammunition by the Dragon Nation and were filled with regret. But regret was useless. More than half a month had already passed. The firearms and ammunition in the stockpiles of the Lighthouse Nation's arms dealers had basically all been sold to the Dragon Nation. These firearms and ammunition were transported by air, arriving in Long Country within half a day, making it impossible to recover them. Right now, those arms dealers are still working at full capacity to produce more. Even if it were stopped now, the bulk of it has already been sent out. Other high-ranking officials in the Lighthouse Country feel instantly displeased whenever they think about this matter. Alright, it's just some obsolete firearms. Now, let's pull ourselves together to face the upcoming crisis. Everyone, I hope what happened here today won't be leaked. Sleepy Joe's voice rang out. The next day, the White House. Early in the morning, the large lawn outside the the White House was crowded with reporters from all over the Beacon Nation. They had received an urgent notice that the Beacon Nation's officials would be releasing important news. At 9 o'clock sharp, the White House spokesperson appeared on the podium. "Everyone, the current situation is extremely dire for us." The White House spokesperson began with a heavy tone. "Dragon Country has once again expanded its conscription scale. This time, they are even recalling veterans over the age of 40 back into service. The size of Dragon Country's military has already approached 30 million. This is the largest army in the history of Blue Planet. Not only that, but their awakened ones are increasing at a rapid pace of over 1,000 people per day. Despite all our efforts these days, the number of awakened ones we add daily does not exceed 100. This is the greatest crisis we have ever faced in our history. If the Dragon Kingdom were to mobilize their 30 million troops and tens of thousands of awakened ones to wage war, we would have no power to resist. Our homeland might even fall." The terrifying consequences described by the White House spokesperson startled many seasoned reporters present. Homeland collapse. Heavens! Since the founding of the Lighthouse Nation, no country has ever been able to attack their homeland. Immediately, these reporters came to their senses. This is the prelude to something big happening. Starting today, the Lighthouse Nation is entering a state of war, and all states will implement Level 1 alert. We will establish the SHIELD Bureau to counter Longwa's Special Affairs Bureau. Mobilize millions of troops to face Longwa's tens of millions of army. Cancel all overseas arms orders. All weapons will be prioritized for our national forces. Build 50 defense zones nationwide to prepare for possible nuclear strikes from Longwa. All our actions are aimed at dealing with Dragon Country, which has already become the greatest threat to world peace. We advise Dragon Country to disband its military and abandon large-scale cultivation of awakened individuals. If Dragon Country insists on initiating war, the Lighthouse Country's sword will be drawn, and the one facing destruction will undoubtedly be Dragon Country. Indeed. The following words from the White House spokesperson confirmed their suspicions. God! As soon as the White House spokesperson finished speaking, exclamations from numerous reporters erupted below. Many reporters' expressions changed. That is exciting. This news is so explosive. The Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation are confronting each other head-on and have even announced entering a state of war. Not only that, they are also planning to establish SHIELD, recruit millions of soldiers, and build defense zones. God! The two largest countries on Blue Star are going to fight. Under the reports of these journalists, the news quickly spread. It caused a huge uproar around the world. What? Even the Lighthouse Country has started. Is S3 really about to begin? The two strongest countries in the world are recruiting over 10 million soldiers each. Humanity is entering the countdown to extinction. I was so scared that I quickly spent the $200 in my bank account. No point in dying with money still there. My hair. Now everyone can just wait for death in peace. All the blame lies with Dragon Country. If Dragon Country hadn't provoked first, Lighthouse Country wouldn't have reacted like this. Lighthouse Country was forced into this. Initially, they thought Dragon Country was just bluffing, but who knew they were serious? I heard Dragon Country's military numbers are about to surpass 30 million. My God, that's terrifying. Our entire country doesn't even have 30 million people. The entire world's internet is buzzing about this matter. And after the statement from the Lighthouse Nation, a group of the Lighthouse Nation's followers quickly voiced their opinions. The empire on which the sun never sets, the Dragon Nation, is against the entire world. We will also prepare for war to eliminate the evil Dragon Nation. The White Elephant Nation. If the Dragon Nation goes to war with the Lighthouse Nation, we will seize back the territory that rightfully belongs to us from the Dragon Nation. Sakura Nation. Sakura warriors never fear death. Last century, the Dragon Nation had the help of the Lighthouse Nation, but now, the Lighthouse Nation stands on the side of justice. We will join forces with the Lighthouse Nation to fight and push the Dragon Nation back 100 years. Great Korea. If the Dragon Nation insists on opposing the entire world, our Great Korea will serve as the bridgehead for the Lighthouse Nation's attack on the Dragon Nation's homeland. Gull Nation. We urge both sides to remain calm and restrained. The entire world should not be plunged into war. Young friend, what do you think of the Lighthouse Nation's actions this time? Deep within the Shenlong base, the Grand Elder's kind voice sounded. Grand Elder, if I'm not mistaken, they must have realized the threat posed by the mutated insect beasts. That's why they're using the excuse of addressing our threat to prepare for war. Lin Yan said to the Grand Elder through the video. The actions of the Lighthouse Nation were revealed, and shortly after, several elders had this conversation with the senior officials of the Special Bureau. What does the young friend think we should do in response? The Grand Elder once again posed a question to Lin Yan. Grand Elder, we should proceed like this. Lin Yan took out a piece of paper with a line of large characters written on it and held it in front of his chest. The Great Elder saw the line of characters on the paper and his eyes lit up. Good, let the Special Bureau handle this matter. Yes, Great Elder. The call ended. Brother Lin, you're still the clever one. I actually thought the Lighthouse Nation was really preparing to start World War III agree with us, Li Jianguo said admiringly. Brother Lin, you should be the one to take the position of director. Lung Feng spoke his mind to Ling Yan for the first time. Over these past few days, he increasingly felt that the position of director of the Special Abilities Bureau should be given to Lin Yan. Uncle Lang is doing a great job, isn't he? With Uncle Lang around, I can perform even better. Lin Yan was also speaking from the heart. Lang Feng handled so many things, and every single one was dealt with perfectly, leaving Lin Yan completely worry-free. Where could you find such a partner? This situation is getting more and more chaotic. If it weren't for Brother Lin, I really wouldn't know what to do. Long Feng sighed and said, his ability to handle tasks and execute them is indeed good, but he has yet to develop a sense of grasping the bigger picture. Uncle Lang, let's respond according to what I just wrote. Alright, Lang Feng started making arrangements. So it seems, before the rebirth, the Lighthouse Nation had indeed discovered it early. After Lang Feng and Li Jianguo left, Lin Yan pondered. Before the rebirth, there was something off about the Lighthouse Nation. Half a month before the spiritual energy revival, the Lighthouse Nation, under the pretext of direct conflict risk with the Big Goose, began expanding its military forces. At the same time, they are quietly building some defensive zones domestically. Although the Dragon Kingdom has noticed some anomalies, it has also taken some corresponding actions. But are those actions enough? Therefore, before the rebirth, when the insect tide occurred, the losses of the Lighthouse Nation were the smallest. There were already some expectations and preparations, coupled with the fact that almost every household in the nation owns guns, making it hard for the losses not to be significant. This time, the actions of the Lighthouse Nation are much greater than before the rebirth. This is the chain reaction brought about by Ling Yan. Before the rebirth, the Lighthouse Nation likely also realized the terror of the mutated insect beasts, but they did not anticipate the spiritual tide that would occur half a month later. So, the preparations are still not particularly extensive. Now, with the major actions taken by the Dragon Kingdom as a precedent, they have also discovered the threat of mutated insect beasts, which is why the actions of the Lighthouse Nation have become so significant. The approach of the Lighthouse Nation is actually the same as before the rebirth. After discovering the threat of the mutant insect beasts, the Lighthouse Nation informed no one, not even its allies. Instead, it exploited the information gap to extract a large amount of resources from its allies. If not for the limited time left for the Lighthouse Nation, it would have become the biggest winner on Blue Star before the rebirth. Just a few minutes after Lin Yan's video call with the elders of the Dragon Nation, the official account of the Special Bureau posted a message. This message was in the form of text accompanied by an image. The text read, Mighty Huaxia, why fear a battle? The accompanying image depicted a scene from the old Three Kingdoms, where Yuan Benshu and Dongjue confronted each other, drawing their swords. There is a line of dialogue below the image. My sword has never been unworthy. As soon as this news was released, it quickly went viral online, trending on major platforms. At the same time, several heavyweight official accounts from Dragon Country, both domestically and internationally, shared it. Vast and mighty China, why fear a battle? Ha! Finally waited for such a resolute response. Who says our Dragon Kingdom has no great emperor? This reply is so powerful, it makes my heart surge with excitement. I have never found my sword to be dull. Absolutely love this line. Ah, I'm fired up. I can't take it anymore. I want to join the army. I want to fight the invaders. No regrets in this life for being part of China. As expected, the Special Bureau's response ignited the patriotic passion of all the people in the Dragon Nation. Vast and mighty China, why fear a battle? Just 8 short characters, yet they seem to possess a certain magic, making over 1 billion people of the Dragon Nation's blood boil with passion. The recruitment office is overcrowded again. Thus, the recruitment office was once again overcrowded the next day. This time, it wasn't retired veterans who crowded the recruitment office. After Lin Yan provided the plan, all eligible retired veterans had already been enlisted in the past few days. This time, the recruitment office was crowded with young people in their 20s and 30s. Since I was young, I never missed a single military training session. That counts as military training, so why can't I join the army? My drone skills are excellent. I guarantee I can bomb the Lighthouse soldiers into chaos. Our Minnan dialect can't be deciphered by the Lighthouse country. It's like a natural Morse code. We can serve as messengers. I may not have any special skills, but at the very least, this life of mine can cost them a few bullets, right? Yes, yes, yes. We don't even want a salary. Let me join the army. I can even pay the country a salary. Recruitment offices across the country were surrounded by passionate young people eager to enlist. Such scenes also attracted many journalists and internet influencers to livestream. Brother Lin, what do you think we should do about this? Long Feng gave a wry smile. Although Lin Yan had mentioned to the elders before about 14 billion people being 14 billion soldiers, but hasn't the spiritual energy revival not even started yet? If we keep recruiting soldiers like this, even if they don't ask for wages, there won't be enough places to accommodate so many of them. Draft them all into the reserve forces. Let them assist in the construction of the Steel City first. Set up shooting ranges in every Steel City, and aim to ensure that everyone gets to handle a gun before the spiritual tide occurs. Lin Yan was very decisive. Alright, we'll go with Brother Lin's suggestion. Thus, a new announcement from the Bureau of Anomalies quickly spread across the internet. The Bureau of Anomalies noticed everyone's enthusiasm for enlisting and decided to further expand the size of the reserve force. However, due to insufficient barracks, newly recruited soldiers would initially assist in the construction of the Iron City. After the announcement was released, the recruitment website reopened for registration. Awesome, that's great. Mom, I have successfully enlisted. Watch as your child becomes the bravest among the troops. Over 100 years ago, we were bullied. This time, it's our turn to bully others. After the news spread, recruitment offices everywhere were filled with excitement. Soon, various sectors of society also began to respond. First, a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions donated $1 billion to the country. After the news spread, people from various sectors also started donating. One company donated tens of millions, another donated hundreds of millions, and some large-scale enterprises donated amounts in the billions. In addition to companies, some well-known domestic tycoons also followed suit with donations. Mr. Ma donated $1 billion, Mr. Lei donated $2 billion, and Mr. Wang donated $10 billion. News of these donations keeps spreading. These reports have further fueled the citizens' enthusiasm for supporting the people. As a result, in every city, large numbers of residents are heading to official locations to make donations. Hello everyone, I am now reporting from the Tianfu City Hall. As you can see, this place is already packed with citizens who have come to donate. Although the authorities have repeatedly stated that ordinary citizens do not need to donate, everyone's enthusiasm has not diminished in the slightest, and they are all urging the authorities to open donation channels. At a city's town hall, numerous reporters are covering the news. Sir, are you here to donate as well? A sharp-eyed reporter spotted an elderly man dressed modestly, who appeared to be a scavenger. Yes, isn't it said that we're going to fight the Japanese? I'm too old to be a soldier, but I still have money. The old man spoke in a Sichuan dialect. How much is the old man planning to donate? The reporter asked. The old man took out a cloth bag from the lining of his clothes and carefully opened it. The reporter took a look and saw that it contained quite a bit of money. Many of the bills were crumpled, with denominations of 50 cents, 1 yuan, 10 yuan, and 20 yuan, as well as some 50 and 100 yuan notes. I'll donate all of this. It's not much, so please don't laugh at me, reporter. The elderly scavenger scratched his head with his right hand, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed as if the money was too little. Tearing up. I've lived half my life, and I'm not even as good as an elderly scavenger. Brothers, let's go, donate some money. Everyone watching this livestream has been moved by the scavenger grandpa. Brother Lin, the citizens are too enthusiastic. The officials from various places have said they can hardly handle it. They insist on donating money. How should we deal with this? In the Shenlong base, Lung Feng's wry laughter echoed. The response from the Special Bureau completely ignited the patriotic fervor of over 1 billion people in the Dragon Country. First, a large number of young adults demanded to enlist in the military. Next, countless people went to city halls to offer donations. The donations from major corporations and wealthy tycoons were, of course, gladly accepted by the state. But Lin Yan's initial policy was that donations from ordinary people could not be accepted. After all, life is not easy for everyone. Not to mention, with the arrival of the spiritual tide, the existing social order would undergo significant changes, making life even harder for everyone. But the enthusiasm of the people of Longguo was overwhelming. Not accepting, huh? They have plenty of ways. For example, in front of many city halls, the squares are already covered with a thick layer of money. Some even use drones to transport money into the city halls. Apart from money, there are also various supplies piled up like mountains at official offices in different regions. This has caused a headache for officials everywhere. The people's strong patriotism can't be turned away, but if this continues, they won't be able to get their work done. They still have plenty of tasks to handle. For example, factory relocation, school relocation, transportation of resources such as grain, etc. Uncle Lang, issue an announcement. Let those willing to donate use the money they plan to donate to purchase supplies and donate them to the authorities. The authorities will register them and then transport them collectively to Steel City. Lin Yan provided a solution. Currently, the resources in Long Country's society have not yet been centrally planned. Lin Yan's original plan was to wait for the Iron City to be repaired and then proceed with coordination after the spiritual tide arrived. After the spiritual tide arrives, there will be about half a month before the insect tide occurs. In the past few months, the insect beast tide has been too fierce, and the wilderness has been completely dominated by insect beasts, making it very difficult for humans to venture out of the city. Various survival supplies naturally need to be fully prepared. Food, water, medicine. These essential survival supplies are now being produced at full capacity. The produced supplies, along with the nation's strategic reserves, are naturally being centrally allocated. However, the resources in society have not yet been coordinated. Since the citizens are so enthusiastic, why not let them convert their donations into supplies. This could also reduce the workload after the spiritual energy revival. Of course, these people won't donate for nothing. The authorities will record the amount of materials donated by these individuals and convert it into contribution points. After the revival of spiritual energy, an individual's contribution points are tied to the allocation of cultivation resources. This is the contribution point system established before the rebirth. After all, cultivation resources are limited, and with so many people in the Dragon Nation, there must be a system to determine who gets more and who gets less. Only in this way can everyone be convinced. If it's done haphazardly, it will cause trouble. Alright, Brother Lin, you're truly wise. Let's do it this way. Lang Feng admired Lin Yan immensely. In recent days, Lin Yan could effortlessly resolve such troublesome matters with just a few words. Under Lang Feng's arrangements, a new announcement was quickly issued. The Special Bureau called on everyone to convert their donations into supplies, while also urging merchants not to raise prices because of this. The Special Bureau also urged that even if you want to donate supplies, wait until the day after tomorrow. A day should be reserved to allow people time to purchase essential daily supplies, so as not to disrupt others' lives and leave them with nowhere to buy what they need. At the same time, the Special Bureau also called on everyone to actively sign up as volunteers, as the sheer number of donors will undoubtedly overwhelm local officials. Once the announcement was made and widely publicized, it quickly informed all Dragon Country citizens who wanted to donate money. The people of Longwa, wanting to donate money, were very cooperative. They stopped donating money and did not rush to purchase supplies either. Instead, after a day had passed and other Longwa citizens had stocked up on the necessary daily supplies, they began to purchase large quantities of long shelf-life goods, which were then delivered to locations designated by the authorities. There, a large number of volunteers were already in place, registering and loading the supplies onto trucks, which transported them one by one to 100 steel cities. The construction of these 100 steel cities also saw the addition of a significant number of fresh forces. A large number of people from Longwei came voluntarily to help. Not only did they not ask for wages, but they even brought their own food. As a result, outside the construction sites of these steel cities, there appeared a tent area stretching for dozens of kilometers. These were all set up by the people who came voluntarily to help. There were also those who specifically helped these people with their living needs, such as bringing in a large number of portable toilets. Someone set up a pot to cook and provided free meals. Doctors established a mobile hospital to offer free medical care to the sick. These scenes, after being reported by some journalists online, were shared on the internet and touched countless people in Long Country. United as one, nothing is impossible. Shenlong Base, Lin Yan looked at the image on the big screen and whispered. The Lighthouse Nation probably never expected that using Dragon Nation as an excuse to prepare for war would instead further strengthen the cohesion of Dragon Nation's 1.4 billion people. Now, the people of Dragon Nation are united as one, and the hearts of its 1.4 billion citizens have formed an iron wall. Once spiritual energy resurges, the unleashed power will surpass everyone's imagination. The Sakura Nation has further expanded its conscription scale, conducting large-scale war mobilization nationwide. The Sun Never Sets Nation has also begun massive conscription, but their recruitment is not going particularly smoothly. The White Elephant Nation has also increased its conscription scale, with their military camps repeatedly experiencing chaos and scandals. Shenlong Base, during the routine morning intelligence briefing, the intelligence officers reported the actions of various countries. After the confrontation between Longwa and the Lighthouse Country, other nations also began to take some actions. Large-scale conscription was the first step. All of this was within Lin Yan's expectations. Report, there's new information. Over in the Lighthouse Country, there are quite a few outstanding scientists and top talents who need our help. An intelligence officer said. Scientists and top talents? What's going on? Long Feng asked. The intelligence officer quickly explained the situation. The technology of the Lighthouse Nation is so advanced, and scientists, scholars, and elites from the Dragon Nation have made significant contributions. People from the Dragon Nation can excel in any field. In the tech companies of Silicon Valley and the Lighthouse Country, many people from the Dragon Country serve as the backbone. More than half a month ago, after the announcement from the Special Bureau, some scientists and elites from the Dragon Country had already begun returning home. At that time, the Lighthouse Country had not yet made significant efforts to block them. However, for some particularly outstanding scientists or elites in various fields, leaving was not so easy. They often only realize they are restricted from leaving the country after arriving at the airport. These scientists then turn to the Dragon Kingdom's embassy for help. The Lighthouse Country refuses to let them go, and although the Dragon Kingdom's embassy has been making continuous efforts, the results have been minimal. After the Lighthouse Country declared a state of war and directly opposed the Dragon Kingdom, these scientists became even more restless. The Lighthouse Country has further intensified its control over outstanding talents in various fields. This control mainly targets people from the Dragon Country. Outstanding scientists and top talents in various fields are not only unable to leave the country but but are also confined to their residences under supervision. Apart from going to the laboratory for work, they are not allowed to go anywhere else. Not only that, they were also restricted in communication. This time, it was a scientist who sought help from Dragon Country with the assistance of a friend. They'd want to return to their country. After listening to the intelligence officer's report, Lang Feng frowned. Now, rescuing these scientists is not an easy task. After the Lighthouse Nation announced preparations for war, flights between Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation were almost completely suspended. At this point, even if someone is sent over, they would be closely monitored by the Lighthouse Nation upon landing, making a rescue nearly impossible. There's even a chance they might not be able to return themselves. I'll go pick them up and bring them home. Lin Yan decided to take matters into his own hands. Even after the revival of spiritual energy, scientists and top talents in various fields remain very important. Scientists in materials science can create sharper materials, thereby forging more lethal weapons. Plant and biological scientists can use the fruits of mutated plants to develop potions that rapidly enhance the strength of awakeners. For example, nutrient solutions, gene potions, elemental potions, meditation potions, and so on. Other scientists also play a significant role to varying degrees. They are the most outstanding group of human intellect. Before rebirth, among the scientists who made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Nation after the revival of spiritual energy, some were those who overcame countless obstacles to return from the Lighthouse Nation. This won't do, it's too risky. If anything happens, I won't be able to explain it to the elders. Lang Feng disagreed. Uncle Lang, don't worry. With my strength, if I want to leave, who in the Lighthouse Nation can stop me? Lin Yan said indifferently. His words reminded Lang Feng. After spending these days together, Lang Feng had almost forgotten just how terrifying this handsome and sunny young man in front of him really was. Thinking again of Lin Yan's golden dragon, which was faster than a fighter jet, Lang Feng's worries diminished significantly. The current situation, apart from Lin Yan, I'm afraid no one else can bring those scientists back from the Lighthouse Country. Lin Group, I'll go with you. Lang Qingqiu saw Lin Yan preparing to personally venture into danger and insisted on going together. Currently, under relentless efforts to improve herself, she has just advanced to apprentice level 3. She has become an advanced warrior, and her genetic primal energy is already quite abundant. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. With her genetic primal energy, Lang Qingqiu's body alone can exert a strength exceeding 6 tons. Her strongest asset is not her body's basic strength but the abilities granted by her ice element talent. Alright, Lin Yan agreed. Seeing Lin Yan agree, Lang Qingqiu revealed a radiant smile. Alright, team leader Lin. She happily went to make preparations. Looking at his daughter's expression, Lang Feng suddenly felt that the cabbage he had raised for 20 years seemed about to be taken. However, if the one taking the cabbage is Lin Yan, it might not be entirely unacceptable. Qingqiu, don't go anywhere at the airport. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Half a day later, on a passenger plane, Lin Yan's voice rang out. Got it. Leave it to me, team leader Lin. Lang Qingqiu nodded firmly. This is Mexico, a country regarded as the backyard of the United States. It is also a chaotic country filled with drugs and violence. This passenger plane is the one sent by the Dragon Kingdom to bring the scientists back home. To avoid drawing the attention of the Lighthouse Country, this plane took off from Annam Country. On the plane at this moment, besides Lang Qingqiu, there are 2 awakened individuals and 12 Special Forces soldiers disguised as ordinary people. Lang Qingqiu's task is to guard the plane with them. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took the Fengji couple into the Lighthouse Country to bring those scientists home. Yes, Fengji's husband also came, because when her husband is by her side, Fengji's abilities become stronger. Have a pleasant journey. A few hours later, at a checkpoint on the border between the Lighthouse Country and Mexico, a border officer wearing sunglasses finished checking the documents and waved at the car Lin Yan was in. The car started and passed through the checkpoint. Brother Lin, you're amazing. Even a fake passport can get through. That's incredible. After leaving the checkpoint, inside the cab, a foreign student dressed provocatively gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Because, when crossing the border just now, the passports Lin Yan and the others used were fake. Making fake documents, people from Long Country are experts at it. The reason the border police couldn't detect it wasn't because the fake documents were well made, but because of Fengji. Under the influence of Fengji, the psychic, the border police naturally assumed the passport was genuine and did not examine it closely. They also did not suspect Lin Yan and his group. This is the reason why Lin Yan brought Fengji along. A psychic can silently exert influence on others' minds. Compared to after spiritual awakening, the abilities of a spiritual illusionist of the same type are even more direct and leave no trace. With Fengji, and with the guidance of Daiyu, an international student familiar with the Lighthouse Country, Lin Yan and his group moved almost unimpeded in the Lighthouse Country. Damn it, what you're doing shows no respect for human rights and even violates the Constitution. Let me out, I need to go to the crazy supermarket. In the apartment, an old professor was losing his temper. Sorry, Ning, you can't go anywhere. At the apartment entrance, 2 Two people from the lighthouse country, one white and one black, shrugged. They were ordered to guard the old professor's family here. This old professor is an authoritative expert in material science, and the lighthouse country would never let him return to the dragon country. Ning, we have treated you well. Staying in the lighthouse country to continue your research is the best choice. Didn't you also say that science knows no borders? The white lighthouse man said. He was trying to persuade the old professor. Science knows no borders, but scientists have a homeland. Now my homeland needs me, and I must return. The old professor had made up his mind. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Before the white-skinned lighthouse man could finish speaking, he and the dark-skinned lighthouse man simultaneously collapsed. A tall and handsome Eastern man appeared at the doorway. Excuse me, are you Professor Ning Ning Ning? Lin Yan asked. Yes, I am. And you are? The elderly professor was still somewhat unclear about the situation. Professor Ning, I am from the official authorities of Long Country. Please pack your things, I am here to take you home. Lin Yan said. Take him home. The old professor finally understood. The motherland has not forgotten me. Tears streamed down the old professor's face. He hadn't expected that, under such circumstances, the country would actually send someone to pick him up. The motherland has not forgotten him. Comrade, please wait a moment, I'll pack up right away. The old professor knew the matter was urgent, and without even wiping his tears, he quickly called his wife and son. In no time, they came out dragging a large suitcase. Judging by the looks of it, he had already packed everything. There are too many things, so I won't bring them all, but this research material is very important. It would be best to take it along. Would that be possible? The old professor asked. Lin Yan took a look. He hadn't even brought a family photo, probably because he was worried that carrying too many things would make it inconvenient to leave. Such an old professor made him feel a trace of respect. Soon, the old professor's family went out and got into a car. Professor Ning's family showed no abnormalities. As long as he doesn't cause any more trouble, you decided not to disturb them. At the door, Fengji was applying psychological suggestions and influence on the two lighthouse people, one in white and one in black. This would subtly lead them to follow Fengji's instructions. Fengji's abilities were not very strong yet, so the mental interference wouldn't last long, at most just over 2 days. Also afraid of being interrupted by some sudden events, such as the lighthouse country sending people over to check the situation. But it could also buy Lin Yan quite a bit of time. Dear Xiao, are you really willing to leave everything here behind and return to your country? Flaming red lips, fine wine, and beautiful women. The alluring figure outlined by the lace dress no longer caught Xiao Zhe's attention. Yes, I must return to my country. Xiao Zhe's resolute gaze looked westward, as if he were gazing toward his homeland. Am I not even worth your longing? The woman, as enchanting as a rose, swirled the red wine in her glass, her captivating fragrance lingering in the air. Surely, if you truly love me, you should find a way to leave with me, not act as their spokesperson. Xiao Zhe's sharp gaze locked onto the other person, launching his counterattack. Xiao, I also have my homeland. Besides, even if I were willing, it's clear that we can't leave. Shirley's lips curled into a trace of helplessness. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of someone falling to the ground came from outside the door. Immediately after, the door was opened. An eastern face appeared there. Is it Xiao Zhe? I'm from the Long Kingdom's government. I'm here to take you home. Lin Yan immediately locked onto the person he was supposed to pick up this time. In fact, to save time, while Lin Yan was speaking, Fengji had already initiated mental interference, influencing Xiao Zhe on a psychological level. Make Xiao Zhe trust Lin Yan even more, which can save a lot of unnecessary time. This time, there are quite a few people to pick up. Lin Yan's time is very tight, and every second counts. Before the Lighthouse Nation reacts, all the scientists, along with their families, must be taken away. This is no small project. Goodbye, Shirley. A few minutes later, Xiao Zhe planted a tender kiss on the forehead of the woman who had just been persuading him, then turned around and left resolutely. As for the woman, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Before long, she would wake up thinking Xiao Zhe had already gone to rest and would leave this place on her own. Is it Li Zhongjie? I am an official from the Dragon Kingdom. Half an hour later, in another apartment, Lin Yan's voice sounded. Another person was picked up by him. This time it was an entire family. When the plane lands in Mexico, someone will meet you. The code phrase is, the Great Wall still stands today, but Emperor Qin Shi Huang is nowhere to be seen. At a private airport, Lin Yan instructed the dozens of people inside the plane. They were the scientists and industry elites, along with their families, whom Lin Yan had picked up in a city on the west coast of the United States. The plane took off, heading toward Mexico. If all went as expected, the pilot would not notice anything unusual after flying to Mexico and returning. Before Lin Yan began the rescue operation, he had already booked this plane with Fengji. Under the influence of Fengji's abilities, coupled with immense financial power, the pilot had long taken care of all the procedures for flying to Mexico. The fact that this group of Easterners was heading to Mexico seemed perfectly natural, raising no suspicions. Let's go, we're heading to another city. Alright, Brother Lin, you are truly amazing. Dai Yu was utterly in awe of Lin Yan. She was an international student, but in fact, fact, she had another identity. She was a special agent from the Dragon Kingdom, undercover in the Lighthouse Country. That's why she came to assist Lin Yan in completing this mission. Along the way, she never expected this rescue operation to go so smoothly. Actually, it was mainly Fengji's contribution. However, Lin Yan did not argue. Fengji is currently the only psychic in Long Country, and very few people know about her abilities. Her identity, if it can remain hidden, will stay hidden. Soon, the small plane carrying the four of them flew to another city. Lin Yan once again began the rescue operation. After dealing with the guards, Lin Yan would have the rescued individuals take a taxi to a pre-arranged location near the airport to wait. He mostly chose private airports, as there are many private airports and private planes in the Beacon Nation. This provided Lin Yan with room to maneuver. Basically, as long as he dealt with the Beacon Nation guards watching over the scientists and successfully reached the airport, there wouldn't be much of an issue. Although the Lighthouse Country does not allow these scientists and top elites in various fields to leave, assigning 1 or 2 people to monitor them and restricting their exit is already strict enough. It's impossible for the entire population of the Lighthouse Country to keep an eye on them. In fact, when they go out and take a taxi, even without Fengji's influence, the taxi drivers wouldn't be particularly alert. How would taxi drivers know who they are? Of course, that's right. Without Fengji, the spiritualist, it wouldn't be easy to carry out such a smooth rescue. Leaving the country is a major challenge. Everyone will meet in Mexico. Another city's rescue is complete. Go! After the plane took off, Lin Yan rushed to the next location without stopping. Fengji's ability couldn't last too long, and there was also the concern that unexpected situations might interrupt the mental influence. Lin Yan didn't have much time. Fortunately, these scientists were mainly concentrated in several major cities of the Beacon Nation. On the small plane, including Lin Yan, all 4 people began to catch up on sleep. It was a rare opportunity to rest. By the time they arrived at the next city, it was already late at night. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Lin Yan and his group began the rescue operation. There were quite a few scientists in this city, and with their families included, the total reached over 100 people. An airplane couldn't quite fit everything. Finally, early the next morning, Lin Yan arranged 2 planes for them to fly to Mexico. In recent days, flights within the Beacon Nation have also become unusually busy, with a significant flow of people. The Beacon Nation's aviation industry is exceptionally developed, with over 20,000 airports alone. This number in Long Country is over 200. This, on the contrary, made Lin Yan's rescue operation more convenient. As long as you're willing to spend money and make use of Fengji's abilities, finding a plane isn't difficult. Fengji's abilities aren't omnipotent either. For example, if you don't pay people, with Fengji's current capabilities, it's still hard to make them work for free. At most, it would just make people think the payment had already been made. But once they count the money later, the truth would be revealed and problems would arise. So, Lin Yan gave the money generously to minimize any variables. If a problem can be solved with money, then it's not a problem. This is the last wave, let's go. At the airport of another city, this time, Lin Yan and the other 3 boarded the plane together. Over the past 2 days, he had been traveling around and finally managed to pick up all the important scientists who wanted to return to the country. The Lighthouse Nation had not yet noticed anything unusual. Great, we can return to our country. Daiyu was also filled with anticipation about returning home. In just 2 short days, over 100 scientists and top talents from Long Country mysteriously disappeared. Useless, all of them are useless. How do you even keep an eye on people? When the last flight headed to Mexico, the Lighthouse Country finally noticed. Over 100 scientists from Longwa mysteriously disappeared, and such a major incident was quickly brought to the attention of Edmund, a senior CIA official responsible for the matter in the Lighthouse Country. Edmund was furious and flew into a rage. These over 100 scientists and top talents, once gone, would be a huge loss for the Lighthouse Country. If they were to return to Longwa, the loss would be exponentially greater. Boss, we've gathered all the surveillance footage. What we can confirm is that it was these people who did it. The subordinate pulled up a surveillance video. The footage showed Lin Yan leaving with a scientist and his family. This woman is an international student from Longwa, named Daiyu. As for the other 3, we have no information on them. The subordinate pointed at Daiyu in the video. Good heavens, boss, these people are practically like ghosts, roaming within our borders for 2 days and nights without us noticing at all. Another subordinate exclaimed exaggeratedly. The others nodded in agreement. In the past 2 days, Lin Yan and his group have been moving through major cities and streets of the Lighthouse Country, continuously rescuing scientists from the Dragon Country. No one in the entire Lighthouse Country has noticed anything unusual. Lin Yan and the other 2 have no records whatsoever. This means that Lin Yan and the other 2 are very likely never registered in the Lighthouse Country, nor do they have Lighthouse Country passports. You should know that ever since the Lighthouse Nation began preparing for war, the Lighthouse Police routinely conduct inspections on any Dragon Nation citizens they encounter. Under such circumstances, the fact that Lin Yan and the other 2 can still wander around the Lighthouse Nation as if it were their own living room, like ghosts, is truly astonishing. crashing. And then? I don't care whether they're ghosts, who they are, or where they are. The key is whether we can stop them, you idiot. Edmund roared. Seeing Edmund get angry, his subordinates began to spare no effort, utilizing all resources to investigate. In just over an hour, there was a result. Boss, over the past 2 days, there have been continuous flights heading to Eso Airport in Mexico. The cities these planes departed from happened to be the ones where the Dragon Kingdom scientists disappeared. We found traces of these Dragon Kingdom individuals near the private airport where the planes took off. A few hours ago, they appeared at a private airport in Mont City. Our people retrieved the flight records there, and they took a plane to Mexico. Their destination was Eso Airport. However, they have already left the country now. Our agents in Mexico reported that there is a passenger plane from Annan Country parked at Eso Airport. Over the past 2 days, people have been boarding it, but it still hasn't taken off. A large amount of information was reported to Edmund. Found you. Edmund's gaze flickered with coldness. Damn, I almost got fooled by these people from Longwa. Charlie, lock the door, I'm taking them back. In the cockpit, the captain muttered after receiving a call from the CIA. The co-pilot locked the cockpit door. The captain began to steer the plane to change course. Bang! With a violent impact, the sturdy door of the cockpit instantly shattered into pieces. Before the fragments could scatter, they hung suspended in midair for a moment, then fell together to the ground. Immediately afterward, Lin Yan's figure appeared inside the cockpit, the tip of his blade pressed against the captain's neck. You have no choice, Lin Yan said coldly. Hey! The co-pilot actually had a gun in his hand and fired a shot at Lin Yan with a bang. But immediately, he witnessed an astonishing scene. The bullet, after leaving the muzzle, visibly slowed down before finally coming to a complete stop. It hovered right in front of Lin Yan's head. Lin Yan glanced at it indifferently. Whoosh! The bullet flew back in reverse, piercing through the co-pilot's head. I suppose you can fly the plane alone, right? Yes, please don't kill me. In the trembling voice of the captain, the plane stopped turning and instead headed toward Mexico's Eso Airport at an even faster speed. The Lighthouse Nation still discovered it, even though this place was already outside its territory. However, Mexico has always been the backyard of the Lighthouse Nation. If it were under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but given the current situation, the Lighthouse Nation is very likely to disregard international norms and global repercussions to intercept in Mexico. Therefore, Lin Yan needed to hurry. God, hurry up. At Eso Airport, a battle had already begun. The attacking side was a local gang from Mexico. The defending side consisted of more than 10 Special Forces soldiers from Dragon Country. The gangs in Mexico are quite rampant. There was once a man from the Lighthouse Country who joked online about stealing tens of thousands of dollars from a Mexican gang, and within a few days, he was kidnapped and taken to Mexico. There was also a Mexican female influencer who cursed at the gang a few times online. She cursed them in the morning, and the video of her being run over by a train was released in the afternoon. It's no exaggeration to say that in Mexico, the gangs are, to some extent, the true rulers. The population of Mexico barely exceeds 20 million, with an army of only 200,000, while the gangs number in the millions. The largest gang alone has over 100,000 members. Even so, it is still rare for gangs to openly attack an international airport like this. The entire Eso Airport is already in chaos. Everyone was fleeing for their lives. Over 1,000 gangsters had taken control of the airport terminal and launched an assault on a passenger plane from all directions. Though heavily armed and numerous, their attack was far from smooth. Around the plane, more than a dozen Special Forces soldiers guarded each side, using several airport shuttle vehicles as cover, making it impossible for the gangsters to get close. Even gangsters weren't fearless. As soon as gangsters entered the firing range and showed themselves, they were instantly taken down. Who wouldn't be scared? Boss, we've lost over 100 men already. Use an RPG. Inside the terminal, seeing that the assault was dragging on with no success, a gangster pulled out a rocket launcher. The mob boss named Anthony looked grimly at the battle in the distance. Anthony's gang was neither big nor small in Mexico. This time, agents from the Lighthouse Nation approached him, stating that as long as he was willing to do a job, the Lighthouse Nation would fully support him in becoming the leader of the area. Anthony was tempted. Although attacks on international airports rarely occur, his true target is not the airport but the aircraft of the Dragon Nation. As for the official side of the Ink Nation, the Lighthouse Nation will handle it. The Ink Nation's military won't intervene for 3 hours, giving them ample time. But who would have thought that just over a dozen Special Forces soldiers from the Dragon Nation could inflict such heavy losses on them? In a short period of attack, over 100 of his men have already died. Anthony, you can't use the RPG. The plane is full of top scientists, and we must bring it back intact. We agreed on this. Seeing Anthony's men about to use the rocket launcher, the agent from the Lighthouse Nation couldn't sit still. He was a long-term agent of the Lighthouse Nation operating in Mexico, and this time, he was the one who incited Anthony to attack Eso Airport. The Lighthouse Nation originally planned to detain the Dragon Nation's plane through the Mexican authorities. Who would have thought that the Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation had already spoken with the president of the Ink Nation information over the phone. What was discussed during the call remains unknown to outsiders. In the end, the Ink Nation did not agree to the Lighthouse Nation's request for detention, but it also tacitly allowed the Lighthouse Nation to act on its own. This could be considered as not offending either side. Thus, this attack began. Job, but you didn't tell me that the special forces of Dragon Country are this terrifying. If this continues, all my men will be wiped out. Anthony, however, was not having it. Anthony, listen carefully, any one of these scientists is worth more than your entire gang. If you mess around, our agreement is nullified, and the consequences you'll face will be 100 times worse than now. The agent from the Lighthouse Country threatened. Damn it, I hate being threatened the most. Anthony's fiery temper flared up instantly. He snatched the rocket launcher from his subordinate and aimed it at the passenger plane that could carry hundreds of people. Bastard! The agent from the Lighthouse Nation was about to draw his gun, but the surrounding henchmen's guns clicked and aimed at him. Die! Anthony was about to pull the trigger of the rocket launcher. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a barrage of ice spikes came crashing down. Anthony and his many underlings were pierced through before they could even react. The trigger of the rocket launcher was still pulled, but the barrel was aimed at the floor not far away. The rocket hit the spot, blasting a large hole in the ground. Then, Anthony and his numerous underlings all collapsed together, without a trace of sound. Is this an awakened one? The light in the eyes of the Lighthouse Nation agent extinguished, and the body fell heavily to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The few henchmen who realized what was happening a bit too late were also killed. The command center in the terminal has been cleared, Lang Qingqiu reported into the walkie-talkie before rushing toward other areas. Be careful, he's too fast. On the other side, dozens of gangsters shouted in alarm, the gunfire chaotic and relentless. An awakener moving so fast he was barely more than a shadow wielded a titanium knife, cutting down enemies mercilessly. Like the Grim Reaper incarnate, wherever he passed, gangsters fell one after another. Some gang members were scared out of their wits, completely losing their will to fight, and scattered in all directions. Whoosh! On the other side, the attacking gang members, seeing that they couldn't break through for a long time, directly launched a rocket. The rocket flew toward a transport vehicle. Just as the transfer vehicle was about to be hit, a burly man standing 2 meters tall suddenly leapt out, holding a giant shield in front of him. The rocket hit the giant shield and exploded. Such a massive impact, yet it didn't make the burly man take even half a step back. Brother Ernyo, you're incredible. The 2 special forces soldiers who were attacking gave him a thumbs up before raising their guns to continue shooting. This strong man, also one of the awakened brought by Lin Yin this time, is named Yang Ernyu. Yang Ernya's awakening is a strength talent, possessing immense power. Before Lin Yan came to the Shenlong base, the record of 20,000 pounds of strength at the base was set by him. After the gang members launched their attack, Lang Qingqiu quickly made arrangements. Ernyo cooperated with the special forces to secure the plane, while she and the speed talent awakener launched a counterattack. There were too many gang members, only by doing this could they turn passivity into initiative. This could be considered the first battle of the awakeners from Longhua. The first battle immediately showcased the overwhelming dominance of the awakened over ordinary people. Roar! After blocking the rocket, Yang Ernia charged swiftly toward the group of gang members who had fired the rocket, carrying a giant shield weighing over 100 pounds. Da da da! The gangsters saw Yang Ernia charging at them and kept firing, but Yang Ernia held a giant shield in front of him, and their attacks couldn't do anything to him. Whoosh! Another rocket came flying, only to be blocked by Yang Ernia once again. He's here! Retreat quickly! Seeing Yang Ernia approaching, that group of gang members felt fear, with many of them already trembling in their legs. Yang Ernia's ferocious display was simply too intimidating. The next second, Yang Ernia accelerated, and the giant shield in his hand slammed fiercely into a gangster, sending him flying over 10 meters. Then, like a wolf among sheep, he wielded the shield in his left hand, continuously striking the gangsters. Although his right hand was bare, a single punch often shattered the gangsters into pieces. Such a ferocious Yang Ernia, like a god of slaughter incarnate, completely crushed the gangsters' fighting spirit. The other gang members had no will to fight left and fled in panic. Thus, after the 3 awakened took action, the pressure on the special forces was greatly reduced. The gang members began to scatter and flee. But even if they managed to escape with their lives, the psychological shadow left by today's battle would likely haunt them for the rest of their lives. In Esso Airport, the sound of gunfire gradually subsided. A bunch of rabble. Yang Ernia spat at the corpses of the gang members scattered on the ground, then carried his giant shield back to the passenger plane. At this moment, Lang Qingqiu and the Speed Awakener also returned. The battle has come to a pause. The Lighthouse Nation must have noticed. I wonder how Lin's team is doing. Lang Qingqiu looked toward the north, feeling a bit worried. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a fighter jet streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, with sonic booms erupting one after another. Watch out! Yang Ernia sensed something and leaped into the air, raising the giant shield in his hands at the same time. There, a figure descended from the sky, landing a foot squarely on Yang Ernia's giant shield. The immensely strong Yang Ernia was stomped on by this enormous figure, crashing heavily to the ground and causing the surface to crack. Lang Qingqiu and the many special forces soldiers looked up to see a man in a blue tight-fitting suit, draped in a red cape, with a stern expression, descending from the sky and landing on young Ernie's giant shield. His appearance was strikingly similar to Superman from the movies. "Mom, look, Superman." By the airplane window, a 3-year-old girl saw the lighthouse man descending from the sky and clapped her hands excitedly. "He's not Superman, child, he's a devil," her mother quickly said. This superhuman lighthouse keeper attacked the awakened ones of the Dragon Kingdom as soon as he arrived. His intentions couldn't be more obvious. Even if he truly is a superhuman, to the many scientists and their families aboard the passenger plane, he is no different from a demon. For two mutually hostile nations, the hero of one country is inevitably the demon of the other. Caw. More than 10 guns were aimed at the lighthouse awakener dressed as Superman. The surrounding temperature began to drop, and Lang Qingqiu was already poised to strike. The speed awakener Lu Su gripped the titanium knife tightly. He is a university student in his 20s and currently the most outstanding among all speed talent awakeners, with his strength already reaching apprentice level 2. "Get the hell out of my way." Young Ernio kept trying to get up from the ground but simply couldn't manage it. Although his strength was terrifying, it was no match for the significant gap in power compared to the lighthouse awakener, completely crushed by the opponent. "Your genetic potential is so weak. Awakeners from the Dragon Kingdom are nothing special." The lighthouse awakener dressed as a superhero did not rush to make a move. After glancing at Lang Qingqiu and Lu Su, he spoke with an arrogant expression. "Number 9, what are you waiting for? Take action." A voice came through the earpiece. "Damn it, stop calling me number 9. The face of the lighthouse awakened showed obvious anger. "If you kill them and bring back all the scientists, you will no longer be number 9, but number 1. The voice spoke calmly and unhurriedly. "Good, your words have moved me." A dangerous aura began to emanate from number 9's body. "He's about to make a move. Do it." Lang Qingqiu struck first, sending a barrage of ice spikes forward. Bang 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 bang. More than a dozen special forces soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom launched an attack. Bullets shot toward number 9. Number 9 formed a semicircle with both hands in front, and with a fierce squeeze, the surrounding air trembled in unison. The bullets from the gun seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, causing him no harm at all. Only Lang Qingqiu's ice spike continued to pierce forward. Oomph! Number 9 shattered Lang Qingqiu's ice spike with a single punch. War General. Lang Qingqiu instantly assessed the strength of number 9. Definitely already at the level of a battle commander. She had actually awakened quite some time ago. With her outstanding talent, coupled with access to more resources, she had advanced to a high-level warrior. She was already among the fastest-growing awakened individuals in the entire Dragon Nation, second only to Lin Yan. But someone from the Lighthouse Nation has actually become a warlord. Foolish people of the Dragon Nation. Number 9 let out a cold snort, and a wave of air spread out from around him. More than a dozen special forces soldiers from Longhua were blown away by the impact of the airwave. A figure flashed, and Lu Su attacked from a tricky angle, slashing at the Lighthouse Awakener with the titanium knife in his hand. His speed was undeniably fast. But number 9's reaction was even faster, throwing a fierce punch. Boom! Poof! This punch did not hit Lu Su but struck the air. However, the air in front of Lu Su's chest suddenly exploded. The entire body was flung backward through the air. Still mid-flight, Lu Su spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly gravely injured. Taking advantage of the moment, Lang Qingqiu released a large amount of ice crystals, which instantly coated number 9's body in a layer of ice. The ice rapidly thickened, turning number 9 into an ice sculpture. Get lost! Young Ernia finally broke free, his fist as big as a sandbag smashing toward number 9's head. With his strength, this punch was enough to crush a person's head like a watermelon. Crack! The ice surrounding number 9 shattered into countless pieces. What greeted young Ernie was number 9's iron fist. Boom! Fist collided with fist. After unleashing his innate ability to erupt with several times his astonishing strength, young Ernie actually withstood number 9's punch. Crack! But young Ernie immediately discovered, to his dismay, that his fist was actually fractured. The primal energy of his genes was shaken violently and failed to protect his fist. Lu Su charged back once again, giving young Ernie a chance to retreat. The price was that he was once again struck and sent flying by number 9. Just as Lu Su was sent flying, long ice crystals descended from the sky, almost piercing number 9's crown. Courting death. Number 9 was furious, his red cape floating up as he charged at Lang Qingqiu with incredible speed. Among the 3 awakened ones in the Dragon Kingdom, it was Lang Qingqiu who posed the greatest threat to him. Lang Qingqiu moved his hands, releasing a barrage of ice crystals. These ice crystals would instantly freeze any ordinary person who came into contact with them. Beside number 9, a spherical air shield appeared once again, blocking those ice crystals. The sound of wind arose, and from behind, a several-ton transfer vehicle was thrown over by young Erniu. Number 9 let out a cold snort and threw a punch backward. The massive transfer vehicle was sent rolling continuously by the punch, finally crashing heavily onto the ground. Young Erniu retrieved his giant shield, positioned it in front, and charged towards number 9. These three should be the strongest awakened ones in the Dragon Country, but in front of our superhuman, they are nothing special. Number 9's combat power is strong, but his emotions are too unstable. Some of his emotional nerves should be severed. In the Lighthouse Country, in a room at the Pentagon, a group of people was watching and discussing this battle. The images on the screen are from top to bottom, clearly satellite footage. The Lighthouse Nation guessed that the Dragon Nation had awakened individuals involved in rescuing the scientists, so while their agents led the Mexican gang's attack, they also urgently dispatched the nearest number 9 superhuman, transporting him by fighter jet to Esso Airport for interception. Now, seeing how formidable number 9 superhuman is, the Lighthouse people present all felt reassured. One by one, they leisurely began to enjoy number 9's performance. Save this video. I want to show it to the people at the White House so they won't worry about the large number of awakened ones in the Dragon Kingdom. Awakened ones will always be dominated by the strong. Edmund, a senior CIA official in charge of this matter, was surprisingly present. In his view, the battle at Esso Airport was already decided. After taking several punches, Lu Su was no longer able to fight. Although Yang Ernia retrieved the giant shield, he was completely no match for number 9 in a direct confrontation and was sent flying by a single strike from number 9. Although Lang Qingqiu's attacks were sharp, they were powerless to reverse the situation in the face of the overwhelming disparity in strength. Little girl, you're very beautiful, but I've long lost interest in women, so goodbye. Number 9 accelerated and was about to finish off Lang Qingqiu. Suddenly, boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, number 9's body seemed to be struck by something and slammed onto the ground. Poof! The number 9, who displayed overwhelming strength upon appearing, spat out a mouthful of blood. Shit! Number 9 was furious, and a storm swirled around him, but in the next second, it was as if an invisible palm struck number 9, leaving a huge hole in his back. The beating heart was instantly shattered into a spray of blood. Number 9's body convulsed violently. Then, the whole body went limp, collapsed to the ground, and remained motionless. The gaze also became unfocused. Oh, no, God! Exclamations echoed throughout the room and the Pentagon. This is impossible. Edmund's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, but... The severely injured young Ernia laughed a few times upon seeing this, then spat out another mouthful of blood. Lang Qingqiu narrowly escaped death. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and she saw Lin Yan descending from the sky. Her heart relaxed, and a radiant smile appeared on her face. But in the next second, her body went limp, and she seemed unsteady, about to fall to the ground. Qingqiu. Lin Yan supported her. After a brief check, he found that Lang Qingqiu wasn't injured. It was just that the intense battle had drained her genetic energy and physical strength, leaving her completely weak. It only requires some time to recover. She is currently just a second-tier intermediate warrior at the apprentice level, with limited genetic primal energy, unable to sustain prolonged combat. Not to mention warriors, even warlords, war gods, or even planetary-level beings, cannot be perpetual motion machines. This is also why, during the early stages of spiritual energy revival, the mutated insects in the insect swarms, though individually not very strong, could cause a large number of awakened ones to perish in battle. When their numbers reach a certain level, even if the awakened were to kill them freely, they'd eventually tire themselves to death. Clap clap clap. A few minutes later, inside the successfully airborne passenger plane, enthusiastic applause erupted. Team leader, I never expected you to be so strong. I thought you were just some second-generation rich kid. Lu Su looked at Lin Yan with eyes full of little stars. Not just him, Yang Ernia, the big fool, was also deeply impressed by Lin Yan. For all of them, it was the first time they realized that Lin Yan, the deputy director of the Special Bureau and leader of the War God Squad, was so powerful. Originally, Lin Yan's identity was believed by many in the War God Squad to be the descendant of some prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought that the powerful awakened one from the Lighthouse Nation would be instantly killed by Lin Yan? How could this not leave them utterly shocked? In fact, some were even more shocked than they were. Number May 9th have many flaws, but its combat power is currently the strongest. How could it be killed just like that? This isn't true. It can't be true. In the room of the Pentagon, many people were still somewhat in disbelief. Edmund, is this the ghost you were talking about? A man in a general's uniform asked. He is a major general of the Lighthouse Nation, Edward. That's right, it's him. Edmund's face was extremely grim. The CIA messed up this matter. Now, we can only look to the Lighthouse Nation's Department of Defense. The Pentagon is precisely the office location of the Department of Defense. The Dragon Nation has such a powerful awakened individual. We cannot let him return to the Dragon Nation. Deploy the Eagle Squad squadron and send this ghost and those scientists to the sea to feed the fish. Major General Edward issued the order. His order was actually to shoot down the Dragon Kingdom's plane. Edmonds said nothing. In the current situation, only shooting down the plane and killing Lin Yan could minimize the losses to the greatest extent. And his location. If it cannot be intercepted, then decisively shoot it down. Otherwise, letting these scientists return to Dragon Country poses an even greater threat to the Lighthouse Country. There are Lighthouse fighter jets. Above the clouds, a message caused everyone's hearts in the cabin to tighten. At this moment, the passenger plane had already reached the stratosphere and was flying toward Dragon Country at over twice the speed of sound. The Lighthouse Country had not given up and sent fighter jets to pursue. Through the window, a few small black dots could already be seen in the distance. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. Just as all the scientists and their families were at a loss, Lin Yan's voice rang out. Quick! Everyone cooperated and fastened their seatbelts. Whoosh! Then, they saw Lin Yan suddenly pull open the cabin door. And then, Lin Yan jumped down. Amid the roaring wind, the people in the cabin, who were still worried, witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Accompanied by dazzling golden light, a golden dragon suddenly appeared and rushed towards several black dots in the distance. Mom, that looks like a dragon, doesn't it? By the window, a little girl said crisply. The others were already stunned. On Xiao Jin's back, watching the rapidly approaching Lighthouse fighter jets, Lin Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next second, Xiao Jin let out a resounding dragon roar, accelerated, and charged toward those fighter jets at an astonishing speed. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. Captain, what is that? Above the fighter jet, the pilot from the Lighthouse Nation also saw the approaching Xiao Jin. A dragon, it seems to be an eastern dragon. Oh my god, there's someone on it. A pilot zoomed in his view and exclaimed in shock. This scene exceeded his expectations. It's coming straight for us. Attack. The captain was the quickest to react. Fuck, what the hell is this thing? But soon, the captain discovered that he couldn't lock onto Xiao Jin. The radar couldn't identify Xiao Jin. Captain, we can't lock onto him. Idiot, do it manually. The captain disabled the autolock and quickly locked onto the incoming little gold. Whatever kind of ghost you are, go to hell. The captain pressed the button forcefully. Bayou. Beneath the fighter jet, a suspended missile ignited and suddenly surged forward, aiming straight at Xiao Jin. Several other fighter jets also launched their attacks. One missile after another streaked toward Xiao Jin. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, Xiao Jin's body suddenly became faint. The Fortune Golden Dragon is incredibly mysterious, as it is formed from fortune itself, and its body can alternate between solid and ethereal. As its body turned ethereal, the incoming missiles passed directly through it without causing any harm, and as they brushed past Lin Yan's palm continuously struck out. Boom! The first missile was struck by Lin Yan, triggering the fuse and exploding instantly. With Xiao Jin's speed, the missile had already flown far away by the time it exploded, having no impact on him or Lin Yan. Boom boom boom. The other incoming missiles were successively blasted by Lin Yan. My hair! Opposite, the captain flying at the forefront no longer had time to launch a second missile. Xiao Jin arrived too quickly. The captain was so close that it was too late to turn. Die! Da 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 da! The machine gun roared to life. A hail of bullets rained down on Xiao Jin. Then, Xiao Jin's massive body collided with the fighter jet. There was no violent impact sound, because Xiao Jin's body had once again turned intangible. Lin Yan would not waste Xiao Jin's energy, but, accompanied by Lin Yan's palm strike, the glass canopy of the fighter jet instantly shattered. The captain inside was crushed into pieces under the immense force. The force was so immense that even the fighter jet trembled from the impact. Generally, a psychic's telekinetic attack requires a medium, meaning they use telekinesis to control objects for a more powerful strike. But Lin Yan was no ordinary psychic. This punch, which fused telekinesis with genetic primal energy, was a unique combat technique he had created. One strike can send someone to hell. Boom! The force of this strike ultimately impacted the fuel tank, causing the fighter jet to explode violently, shattering into pieces and plummeting downward. Captain down, repeat, captain down. The other fighter jets swooped past nearby, their pilots shouting in alarm. Xiao Jin made a sharp turn and then surged forward at an even more astonishing speed in pursuit. On the public channel, amid a sudden, chilling scream, another fighter jet broke apart and plummeted toward the sea. It's coming, help! The third voice was cut off halfway. The pilot was scared to death, and even performing the high-difficulty maneuver Pugachev's Cobra to make the fighter jet instantly turn vertically couldn't escape the fate of death. Retreat, quickly, retreat! Monster, it's a monster! The pilots of the other two fighter jets were scared out of their wits, with no trace of fighting spirit left, accelerating to flee in opposite directions. Thank heavens, he's chasing Jim! In the fighter jet fleeing to the left, the pilot let out a huge sigh of relief, because Xiao Jin went after the pilot on the right. But the relief didn't last long, as the pilot saw a sky full of golden light chasing after him. Damn it! His expression changed. He knew he couldn't escape. In despair, he saw the passenger plane ahead. His gaze instantly turned fierce. The radar radar quickly locked on. Whoosh! A missile shot out, heading toward the passenger plane. Let's go to hell together. The pilot laughed heartily. The next second, golden light enveloped him. His body instantly exploded. The golden light flashed and disappeared, catching up with the missile ahead. Boom! The missile exploded in mid-air. F.A. The pilot, left with only a head, died in endless despair as his hope of taking the passenger plane down with him was dashed. This last fighter jet was relatively intact. After rushing forward a certain distance, it lost all power, plunged through the sea of clouds, and fell toward the ocean surface. Look quickly. On the sea, on a huge cruise ship, all the tourists had rushed to the deck. Each of these tourists was holding a phone, standing on tiptoe and looking at the distant sky. There, a fighter jet was plummeting straight down, crashing heavily into the sea. Fuck. Shit. Meanwhile, in a room at the Pentagon, everyone was staring in shock. They had just witnessed the battle through real-time satellite footage. Everyone was dumbfounded. Good heavens, is that the Eastern Divine Dragon? A lighthouse official murmured. Edmund was equally stunned. Not only him, even General Edward could hardly believe his eyes. Although the fighter jets dispatched this time were the third-generation F-16 jets of the Lighthouse Nation, not the newest and most powerful ones, but these are also the most technologically mature, widely produced, and globally deployed fighter jets of the Lighthouse Nation. Their performance and combat capabilities are by no means weak. But now, in just a short time, a total of 5 F-16 fighter jets have been destroyed. Their opponent is a golden giant dragon. Dragon Country truly lives up to its name. There really is a dragon. Oh God. General Edward took a deep breath, his emotions unable to calm for a long time. Edmund, who was beside him, was also shocked but quietly let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he, as the CIA leader, was incompetent. Instead, the lineup sent by the Dragon Kingdom to rescue the scientists this time was too formidable. First, the ghost-like awakener from the Dragon Kingdom instantly killed Superhuman number 9. Then, the Eastern Divine Dragon annihilated 5 fighter jets. In the face of such a lineup, what could he do? His position should be secured. What? Superhuman number 9 is dead? The Dragon Kingdom deployed the Eastern Divine Dragon? The White House, when the news was reported, it caused an earthquake throughout the entire White House. Everyone, welcome home. We will escort you. East Sea. Under the escort of 12 J-20 fighter jets, the passenger plane carrying hundreds of people flew toward Dragon Country. That's wonderful. We're going home. Seeing the fighter jets belonging to the Dragon Kingdom outside, everyone on the passenger plane felt relieved. At this moment, everyone's mood was one of excitement. Before long, the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom appeared in view. The Dragon Kingdom, we've arrived. Yeah. Everyone cheered. Welcome home, everyone. At the capital airport, the director of the Dragon Institute of Science personally came to welcome these returning scientists. After several days of wandering, they finally returned to their homeland. At this moment, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. They are home. Breaking news, 105 top scientists from the Dragon Kingdom have been rescued. In an attempt to stop it, the Lighthouse Nation deployed a superhuman, only to be instantly defeated by a mysterious awakened individual from the Dragon Kingdom. Several F-16 fighter jets crashed in the eastern Pacific, suspected to be related to this incident. After the scientists from the Dragon Kingdom returned home, several pieces of news were simultaneously published on highly influential global media outlets such as Twitter, the Daily Mail, and the New York Times. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Country naturally did not want this information to spread, as it would be very embarrassing for them. However, there was nothing they could do. This matter could not be concealed. The video of the battle at Esso Airport had already spread like wildfire across the world. Although the gangsters had seized Esso Airport at the time, they did not destroy the airport's surveillance systems. Esso Airport had plenty of surveillance cameras, covering every conceivable angle. The footage was transmitted out from these cameras. In addition to the videos from Esso Airport, footage of F-16 fighter jets consecutively plummeting from the sky into the sea also went viral. No wonder the whole world is copying the Dragon Kingdom's awakening guide. The combat power of the awakened is terrifying. Over 1,000 gangsters can't even defeat a few people. The Lighthouse Nation actually trained such a powerful superhuman. Oh my gosh, the superhuman was killed. Who is this person from the Dragon Kingdom? Is this ancient civilization of the Dragon Kingdom, with thousands of years of history, finally about to bare its fangs? Foolish president, we should establish good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Could the crash of the F-16 fighter jets really be related to this incident? News from authoritative media has heightened the attention on this matter, sparking countless discussions and shock. On this day, the White House was surrounded by a large number of reporters. Mr. Pete, are the crashes of the 5 F-16 fighter jets related to the awakeners from the Dragon Country? After waiting for quite some time, the reporters finally caught the White House spokesperson after work and swarmed around them. No, our fighter jet crash was solely due to a terrible storm and has nothing to do with Longwa. The White House spokesperson naturally wouldn't admit it. Truly worthy of being a spokesperson telling lies without even blinking an eye. He is responsible for lying, and we are responsible for not not believing. Can they admit it? If they admit it, they'll have to go to war. The Lighthouse Nation is definitely not willing to go to war with us right now. Didn't expect our Dragon Nation to have such a big shot. Absolutely stunning. Does anyone know who this big shot is? The other awakened one is also fierce, throwing such a big vehicle just like that. This matter has naturally attracted the attention of many people in Longwa. The videos circulating online are not particularly clear. The combat process can be seen, but the specific faces of the people are indistinct. The surveillance in other countries is not as clear as that in Longwa. This brief battle truly gave the people of Longwa an exhilarating experience. More exciting than a movie. Lu Ernia's throw not only made him famous but also highlighted number 9's formidable combat strength. But immediately, the number 9 who was so impressive a moment ago, fighting 3 opponents alone, was instantly defeated by Lin Yan, who descended from the sky. Under such contrast and disparity, Lin Yan's terrifying strength was further emphasized. The scene of Lin Yan fighting against 5 fighter jets is only in the hands of the top officials of the Lighthouse Nation. No one else has seen it yet. Otherwise, the people of the Dragon Nation, and even the entire world, wouldn't know how shocked they would be. Young friend, this time you have truly brought glory to our nation. The Lighthouse Nation must have been frightened by you, as their recent propaganda offensive has quieted down significantly. Great Elder, this is what I should do. Neither arrogant nor impatient, able to charge to the front lines and shoulder the big picture, young friend. You are truly a pillar of the nation. In the conference room, the Great Elder's voice of praise echoed. On the second day after Lin Yan returned to the Shenlong base, the elders once again held a video call with him. Comrade Lin Yan, I now announce your appointment. The Grand Elder finished praising Lin Yan, then changed his tone and continued. Appointment? Lin Yan was somewhat surprised, unsure of what kind of appointment the Grand Elder was about to give him. Now his authority has become extremely vast, allowing him to mobilize almost all of the resources of the Dragon Nation. In Lin Yan's view, it was already sufficient. Although he was puzzled, Lin Yan still stood upright, his expression solemn. Comrade Lin Yan, you are hereby appointed as the Director of the Special Bureau, overseeing all affairs of the Special Bureau. Comrade Lang Feng is demoted to Deputy Director of the Special Bureau, with no change in benefits, fully assisting Comrade Lin Yan in his work. The Great Elder announced Lin Yan's appointment. Director of the Special Bureau? Lin Yan hadn't expected that the Great Elder's appointment would promote him from Deputy Director to Director. Lang Feng, the original Director of the Special Bureau, was demoted to Deputy Director. Great Elder, Comrade Lin Yan, this is Comrade Lang Feng's own request. Lin Yan was about to speak, but the Great Elder spoke gently. Lin Yan turned his head to look at Lang Feng. Lang Feng revealed a smile. Brother Lin, this was my strong recommendation. The remarkable achievements of Dragon Country in recent days are all thanks to you. It's only right for the Director to let you take charge. This way, your orders will carry even more authority. Uncle Lang. Lin Yan felt a bit moved, yet also somewhat uneasy. As for me, don't worry. I will still handle certain matters for you as I always have. You just need to focus on steering the big picture and improving your own strength along with that of the War God team. Leave everything else to me. Lang Feng solemnly promised. After speaking, he saluted the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Lang Feng accepts the appointment. The Grand Elder nodded at Lang Feng, his calm gaze turning to Lin Yan. Grand Elder, Lin Yan accepts the appointment. Lin Yan no longer hesitated or wavered and chose to accept the appointment. Since Lang Feng had handed over the position of Director of the Special Bureau to him, instead of dithering and declining for half a day, Lin Yan decided to take it on, shoulder the heavy responsibility, revitalize the Dragon Nation, and live up to the trust of Lang Feng and the elders. He would also not waste this precious rebirth. Good. Lin Yan's decisiveness earned the appreciation of the Great Elder. Thus, Lin Yan was promoted from deputy to official, becoming the Director of the Special Bureau. Although the title is Director, the weight of this position is extraordinarily high. Lang Feng also kept his promise, remaining as diligent as ever in his work and handling everything impeccably. He executed all of Lin Yan's orders flawlessly. This allowed Lin Yan to focus entirely on issuing commands and improving his own strength and that of the War God team without any worries. Director Lin, the scientists returning from overseas have all joined different research groups. Among these scientists, 2 had previously participated in the Lighthouse Nation's superhuman program. The Lighthouse Nation's genetic technology is indeed quite advanced. After the spiritual tide occurred, if there is enough spiritual liquid, the Lighthouse Nation could also use genetic technology to help its citizens awaken. At the Shenlong base, Lang Feng spoke to Lin Yan about the current status of each group. His way of addressing Lin Yan had also changed to Director Lin. No matter how Lin Yan requested otherwise, Lang Feng still insisted on calling him that. The Special Bureau now has many divisions, such as the Materials Division, Weapons Division, Pharmaceuticals Division, Genetics Division, Construction Division, Intelligence Division, and so on. The War God Division, personally established by Lin Yan, is one of the combat divisions and is the most formidable combat group. In addition to the War God Division, the Special Bureau also has other combat divisions, such as the Azure Dragon Division, Division, White Tiger Division, Vermilion Bird Division, and Black Tortoise Division, named after the 4 divine beasts. There are also regional combat divisions named after provinces or cultural symbols, like the Tianfu Group, Wudong Group, Shaolin Group, Taishan Group, and so on. The returning scientists are assigned to various research and development teams. Uncle Lang, the number of awakened ones born each day has been increasing recently, right? Lin Yan asked. Yes, in these past few days, the number of awakened individuals born each day has been increasing, and the amount of spiritual liquid produced daily is also growing. Lung Feng said. That's good. As the revival of spiritual energy draws closer, the free spiritual energy in the world is increasing, which is why the number of awakened individuals born each day is rising. As for the advancements brought by the Lighthouse Nation's genetic technology, Lin Yan had known about them for a long time. The Lighthouse Nation's genetic technology does have some outstanding aspects. Before his rebirth, the Dragon Nation failed to rescue the 2 scientists involved in the superhuman project and took quite some time to surpass the Lighthouse Nation. This time, the 2 scientists were rescued by Lin Yan, and Lin Yan naturally wouldn't mind claiming the Lighthouse Nation's genetic technology for himself. Hello, Director Lin. In the afternoon, Lin Yan met many scientists who had started a new chapter in their lives at the Bureau of Anomalies. It was only after joining the Genome Project that they realized the person who had rescued them from the Lighthouse Nation, Lin Yan, was actually the director of the Bureau of Anomalies. Although they were all older than Lin Yan and highly respected in the scientific community, they now held a deep and genuine respect for him. With Lin Yan's identity, he personally ventured into danger to rescue them and bring them back to the country. This alone is enough to earn their respect. Everyone, feel free to focus on your research. Social niceties don't apply in the Special Bureau. Whatever you need, just let Director Lang know, and he will do his utmost to meet your requirements. Lin Yan's words put the minds of many scientists at ease. The reason they initially chose to stay in the Lighthouse country was not just because of income issues, but also due to the research environment and atmosphere. In the past, it wasn't that they didn't want to return to their homeland, but they were worried that they wouldn't be valued or have an environment to fully utilize their talents. Now, Lin Yan has dispelled their concerns. They can focus on their work without having to constantly think about how to toast others. Team Leader Lin is here. Team Leader Lin, I heard you single-handedly took down 5 Lighthouse fighter jets. That's incredible. Team Leader Lin, even the superhumans from the Lighthouse Nation have reached the rank of war generals. Yang Ernio couldn't handle them, but your amazing took them out in just 2 moves. Team Leader Lin, I admit I misunderstood you before, thinking you were just a spoiled rich kid. God of War Team, as soon as Lin Yan appeared, he was surrounded by numerous awakened ones. They had all seen the video released by the Lighthouse Nation. Although the video did not clearly show the person's face, they were so familiar with Lin Yan that they naturally knew it was him who took action. Each of them was full of admiration for Lin Yan. These days, these awakened ones were quite curious about Lin Yan's identity and strength. They had never seen Lin Yan take action. They didn't know what Lin Yan's strength was. Now, they know. After finding out, they were initially startled, but then each of them became delighted. The War God Group has such a powerful leader like Lin Yan, and this leader has now become the director of the Special Bureau. This is an incredibly good thing for them. In the current Special Bureau, only the members of the War God Group would call Lin Yan Leader Lin. Others are not qualified to call me that. Alright, now for the strength assessment. Anyone who doesn't meet the requirements, run 500 laps. With just one sentence from Lin Yan, the expressions of the War God Squad members turned sour. According to Lin Yan's strict standards, quite a few of them would have to run 500 laps. Not bad, these days haven't been wasted. After more than an hour, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as the members of the War God Group breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Lin Yan say, but it's still a bit short of my standards. Go run 500 laps. The members of the War God Group were dumbfounded. Just 500 laps, I can finish them in a few minutes. Lin, I'm heading off first. Lu Su took the lead, aiming to use her speed advantage to finish quickly. Seeing this, the others also started running one by one, each with a bitter expression. Early the next morning, in the meeting room of the Shunlong base, dozens of people gathered together. This is the first work report of the Special Bureau. Now, there are only 7 days left until the revival of spiritual energy. The cabinet elders want to know the progress of various tasks. In the conference room, all the attendees are senior officials of the Special Bureau. Lin Yan was in the center, with Lang Feng and Li Jianguo positioned to his left and right. They were both deputy directors. However, their responsibilities were different. Lang Feng was in charge of executing specific tasks and coordinating and organizing the work of various departments. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, was responsible for military affairs. As for Lang Qingxiu, she was behind Lin Yan. She was Lin Yan's deputy and also the deputy leader of the War God Group. As for the senior officials of the Special Bureau below, there were many: the Materials Group, Weapons Group, Potion Group, Gene Group, Teaching Group, Construction Group, Intelligence Group, Public Opinion Group, Recruitment Group, and various local branch leaders, among others. This was the first time many people had seen Lin Yan. When Lin Yan was still the deputy director. Many matters did not require his involvement. Now, seeing the young Lin Yan become the director of the Special Bureau, Lang Feng has instead become Lin Yan's deputy. Apart from the scientists returning from the Lighthouse Nation, many senior officials of the Special Bureau, while surprised, were speculating whether Lin Yan had some extraordinary identity. At 9 o'clock sharp, the projector displayed the images of several cabinet elders. Everyone, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the cabinet elders to this Special Bureau work briefing meeting. Lin Yan spoke. Many senior officials of the Special Bureau began to applaud. We've all seen the hard work everyone has put in these past days. You've all worked hard. Let's begin now, the great elder said. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression became serious and he said, let's start with the recruitment group. The leader of the recruitment group stood up, marched to the podium, saluted the elders, and said in a loud voice, respected cabinet elders, Director Chen, good morning. After more than 20 days of recruitment, we now have 50 million regular troops, 30 million reserves, and a total military strength of 80 million. In terms of military equipment and training, all regular troops have been standardized in their equipment, and all reserve forces have completed their firearm training tasks. Next, the construction team, teaching team, genome team, and materials team. All teams reported their work one by one. The work of the War God team was reported by Lang Qingqiu. Lang Qingqiu was playing yesterday's video of Lin Yan testing the members while giving her report. When they saw the powerful strength of the Awakeners in the War God group, everyone in the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although, apart from Lin Yan, no one in the War God group has reached the level of a war general yet. More than half of the over 300 members in the group have already become intermediate warriors. There are even more than a dozen advanced warriors. The report from the construction team was also impressive. In just 23 days, over 90% of the 100 steel cities had been completed. At this rate, in less than a month and a half, these steel cities could be fully completed by the time the spiritual tide occurs. Watching the majestic city walls rise from the ground in the video, the elders revealed satisfied smiles. Finally, Lin Yan personally reported on the situation of all the awakened individuals in the Dragon Nation. With the help of the Awakening Beginner's Guide, over the past 20 days, more than 38,000 awakeners have emerged in Dragon Country. Counting those who were already awakened, the number of awakeners in Dragon Country has surpassed 40,000. Strong soldiers in fortified cities, the future is promising. One gratifying statistic after another made the Grand Elder give extremely high praise to the work of the Special Bureau. Crack! Let's begin. Everyone, take action. In a city, a large number of volunteers wearing protective suits started to take action. This is Yuecheng, the capital of Guangdong Province, and one of the 100 steel cities. Around Yuecheng, city walls as high as 100 meters have already been built. Today marks the first day of the pest extermination operation. As a city in the southern region of Longhua, Yuecheng may be a city of reinforced concrete, but there is no shortage of various insects within the city, especially cockroaches, mosquitoes, and fleas. After the revival of spiritual energy, once these insect beasts mutate, they pose a considerable threat to ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Yan planned a 3-day extermination campaign across all the steel cities. Among them, the extermination operation in the southern steel cities would be larger in scale. For example, in Yu City alone, hundreds of thousands of volunteers were mobilized for the extermination campaign in a single day. A large quantity of insecticides had already been prepared. These insecticides are still effective for now, but once the insect beasts start mutating, they won't have much effect on them. The urban villages are the hardest hit and must be a key focus of extermination. Every corner, every single sewer must not be spared. Alright, let's start exterminating the pests. In Yuecheng, at a sub-district office, with an order given, all the volunteers rushed into the urban villages. On this day, the entire urban villages of Yuecheng were filled with the smell of insecticide. Over the past 20-some days, these urban villages had undergone extensive renovations and were no longer as dirty and chaotic as before. There are still many hidden bugs and ants. Human potential is limitless. Some girls who used to only scream at the sight of cockroaches and Jerry have become stronger after joining this pest extermination campaign. Bang, bang, bang. Jerry, stop hiding. I know you're here. Hee 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 hee. Bro, your laugh is too wicked. People who don't know might think you're about to say sorry. Sorry? Harass Jerry? Ha, too bad I have to help transport supplies, otherwise I'd go meet Jerry too. Online, this large-scale pest eradication operation in Dragon Country has attracted quite a bit of attention. Meanwhile, in the city, pest control was being carried out, with numerous drones carrying insecticides to exterminate pests in the surrounding areas of the 100 steel cities. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom is too vast, it's impossible to spread insecticides across the entire nation. However, clearing out the mosquitoes and insects around the steel cities could somewhat delay the arrival of the insect tide. What the heck? What kind of madness is the Dragon Kingdom up to now? The entire nation is starting pest control. What are they planning to do? Look, the Lighthouse Nation has also started exterminating pests. I see. Could these pests mutate mutate like humans? The day after the Dragon Nation began its pest extermination campaign, the Lighthouse Nation also launched a large-scale pest extermination operation. The actions of both nations are now being closely watched by the entire world. Someone accidentally guessed the truth. My God, how can there be such huge cockroaches? At the same time, a video began circulating online. In Nan, a group of unusually large cockroaches, about the size of rats, appeared. This trajectory is exactly the same as before the rebirth. Lin Yan also saw this video. Before the rebirth, the Nan Nation also experienced this group of cockroaches that mutated under a series of coincidences. At that time, it also attracted some attention from the Dragon Nation. However, due to the video being relatively blurry, many people considered it a fake, and the Dragon Nation did not take it seriously enough. Quick, retrieve the goods. I was wondering why the Lighthouse country has been purchasing so many supplies from us recently. I thought they were really preparing to go to war with the Dragon country, but it turns out the truth lies here. In Gaul, within the Élysée Palace, the voice of the Gaul Prime Minister echoed. This time, due to the large-scale pest eradication operations launched by both the Dragon country and the Lighthouse country, the impact brought by these mutated cockroaches has become much greater. Many countries have started to realize the situation. The truth behind the successive major actions of the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation might lie here. After the Lighthouse Nation declared a state of war, it began purchasing various supplies from around the world on a large scale, as if preparing for a major confrontation with the Dragon Nation. Countries on the European continent sold a large amount of supplies and arms to the Lighthouse Nation, thinking they could finally profit from war through the Lighthouse Nation. But little did they expect to be deceived by the Lighthouse Nation. After realizing the situation, these countries quickly withheld the materials that had not yet been delivered, and those already in transit were retrieved. Immediately afterward, these countries also began large-scale pest eradication campaigns, recruiting soldiers en masse and constructing defense zones. However, time was already running out. There were only 3 days left until the revival of spiritual energy. Report to Director Lin, the pest eradication campaign has been successfully completed over the past 3 days, with over 10 million participants nationwide conducting pest control in various steel cities. Countless cockroaches, rats, and mosquitoes have been eliminated. The wheat and rice fields in all regions have also been harvested in advance to prevent locust outbreaks. The construction of the walls for 100 steel cities has been fully completed, and various heavy weapons are being installed. At nightfall, Lung Feng and the senior officials of the Special Bureau reported the progress of various tasks to Lin Yan. Tonight is the last night before the revival of spiritual energy. Early tomorrow morning, the spiritual tide will surge like a landslide and tsunami. The dramatic transformation of the blue star thus began. Thank you all for your hard work. Now, I have only one order. Lin Yan stood up, his gaze sweeping across the senior officials of the Special Bureau. Many high-ranking officials perked up, waiting for Lin Yan to issue orders. After a brief pause, Lin Yan continued, "End of work. No one is allowed to work overtime tonight. Everyone, go and get a good night's sleep." This order left many senior officials of the Special Bureau somewhat surprised. Sleep? What kind of order is this? Boom! Did you all hear that? Director Lin told you to go to sleep, so go to sleep. If I see anyone working overtime tonight, 3 months' salary will be deducted. Lung Feng saw the higher-up still in a daze and deliberately spoke in a stern tone. This month, including himself, the senior officials of the Special Bureau hadn't had a good night's sleep. This time, under Lin Yan's orders, the many higher-ups had no choice but to put down their work and head off to bed early. Uncle Lang, you're not allowed to work overtime either. Seeing that Lung Feng was still planning to work overtime, Lin Yan's tone became stern. If nothing unexpected happens, Lung Feng will awaken tomorrow as well. I haven't finished dealing with the matters at hand yet. Alright, I'll go to sleep too. Lung Feng saw that his daughter was about to speak and obediently went to sleep. Qingxiu, you should go to sleep too. Bang, bang, bang. Team Leader Lin. Go on, good night. Oh, alright, good night. Lung Qingxiu also left. In the large room, only Lin Yan was left. Lin Yan clasped his hands behind his back and looked out at the Shenlong base through the window. He had done everything he could in the past month since his rebirth to ensure that the Dragon Kingdom was fully prepared. At this moment, Lin Yan's heart was calm. He had done all he could. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Boom! If the heavens refuse to favor him, then Lin Yan will fight until they do. Living his second life. Lin Yan fears nothing. Gentlemen, go to bed early tonight, and remember to read the Awakening Beginner's Guide tomorrow morning. Good night. Then, Lin Yan took out his phone, logged into the official account of the Special Abilities Bureau, and posted a text message. He was going to sleep as well. Why did the Special Abilities Bureau suddenly post a message like this? As soon as the news came out, it was discovered by countless people in the Dragon Kingdom who were following the movements of the Special Bureau. The Special Bureau had never released such news before. Some people found it strange, some found it interesting, and some had a vague feeling that something might happen. Good night. Good night. I'll read the Awakening Beginner's Guide first thing tomorrow morning. Wow, even the Special Bureau is saying good night to me. It would be a bit rude not to sleep now. Good night to you too, and have a sweet dream. Below the message, tens of thousands of good night comments were appearing every second. Lin Yan's message quickly received responses from tens of millions of people in Longhua. Just go to bed early tonight. In the dormitory, a student who had originally planned to stay up late put down their phone and soon fell asleep. That night, many night owls had a good sleep. Director Lin, good morning. At 6 o'clock, Shenlong Base was already bustling. Many senior officials of the Special Affairs Bureau had gotten up. They went to bed early last night, so they also got up early. These senior executives have already started their work. They still don't know what will happen today. Lin Yan also got up early. After arriving at the meeting room, he found that Long Feng and Li Jianguo were already there. Good morning, team leader Lin. Lang Qingqiu was dressed beautifully today. As usual, she brought Lin Yan a cup of hot milk. Director Lin, it's today, right? Long Feng confirmed with Lin Yan. Lin Yan sipped the hot milk, his gaze falling on the large screen ahead. It was footage captured by satellite, a total of 12 screens, spanning across Longhua. Today in Longhua, the weather was sunny and pleasant, with few places having cumulonimbus clouds. Almost there. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan did not pay attention to the exact timing of the spiritual tide. He only knew it was around 7 or 8 o'clock. Today's weather is so nice. I didn't expect waking up early to feel this wonderful. Magic City, the energetic young girl He Tian got up early. Usually, although she isn't part of the stay up as long as the moon does night owl crowd, she rarely goes to bed before midnight. After seeing the news from the special bureau last night, inexplicably, she decided to go to bed early. Boom! She went to bed around 9 p.m. and got up before 6 a.m. Waking up from a sleep, it felt like being completely renewed. The energy was indescribably good. After getting up, washing up, and finishing breakfast, He Tian went to the balcony and began softly reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide. After reading it 100 times, He Tian stopped. Still not awakened. She picked up her phone and started scrolling. It was only then she realized that the topic sparked by the Special Bureau's Goodnight Weibo post last night had already shot to the top of the trending list. The topic, the beauty of waking early, had also climbed to the trending list. Early in the morning, a large number of early risers were speaking. This should be the time when major platforms have the most online users at around 7 a.m. in history. A buzz sound came from afar. He Tian didn't pay attention. In a big city like Modu, what kind of sounds can't be heard? Soon, the buzzing sound grew louder, continuous and increasingly intense. What sound is that? Ha Tian looked up at the sky. The sound seemed to be coming from the east. Tian, what sound is that? Her roommate, who shared the apartment, was woken up. Wearing pajamas, she walked onto the balcony, asking sleepily. Looking at her roommate's appearance, He Tian knew that she had most likely been video chatting with her long-distance boyfriend until very late last night. I don't know either. Look, they heard it too. He Tian pointed to the building next door. Over there, quite a few people had also stepped out onto their balconies, curiously looking toward the eastern sky. The buzzing sound kept echoing, growing louder and louder, as if the entire sky was trembling. Wow, Tian, there's a sound over in Shen City too. My classmates in Shen City are all talking about it. Hey, there's one in Jing City as well. After looking at her phone for a while, her roommate exclaimed in surprise. He Tian checked the class group chat and found that many classmates from all over the country had heard the same sound. You all heard this sound too? I thought it was only in San Francisco. Even the classmate whose whole family immigrated to the lighthouse country heard this sound. He Tian began to realize something unusual. You all heard the sound? I heard it. It feels like the whole world is shaking. Heavens above, is spiritual energy starting to recover? Has it finally arrived? My heart has long been yearning for this. No wonder the Special Bureau sent a message last night asking us to read the Awakening Beginner's Guide this morning. At the same time, various Penguin and WeChat groups were flooded with discussions about the simultaneous buzzing sounds appearing around the world. Weibo's trending topics were quickly dominated by discussions related to this event. It's finally here. On the playground of the Shenlong base, Lin Yan gazed into the distant sky. The spiritual tide is coming. This buzzing sound is caused by the spiritual energy in the spiritual spring constantly impacting the ancient mighty seal. Once the seal is completely broken, Blue Star will face an extremely fierce spiritual tide. Beside Lin Yan were Long Feng, Lang Qingqiu, Li Jianguo, and others. They, unlike Lin Yan who had experienced rebirth, had not yet witnessed what it was like when the spiritual tide arrived. Every face was filled with curiosity and anticipation. This past month, the Dragon Nation had poured all its national strength into preparations, all for this very day. They didn't have to wait too long. The buzzing sound gradually faded away. Why did it fade? Long Feng was puzzled. What, did the sound fade again? My pants are already off, and you give me this. What's going on? Online, more people were confused. Ha, these people got excited for nothing. Sweetie, I'm going to bed, so sleepy. The Magic City, He Tian's roommate yawned and went into the bedroom to sleep. He Tian was still gazing at the distant sky, holding on onto a sliver of hope. These days, she fervently hoped she could awaken. But even though she read the Awakening Beginner's Guide 1,000 times a day, she still couldn't awaken. If spiritual energy truly undergoes a large-scale revival, does she also have a chance to become a powerful awakened one? She especially yearns to become an awakened one, like a mysterious powerhouse capable of instantly defeating superhumans. After watching for quite a while, the sky showed no changes, but the sound had completely disappeared. Tian felt a bit disappointed and turned around, ready to go back inside. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that all the clouds on the horizon disappeared in an instant. Tian turned around, wanting to take a closer look. Accompanied by a woo-woo howling sound, a spiritual tide, like wind but not quite wind, swept across the entire magic city. Also swept past the building where Tian was located. Tian was instantly surrounded by an extremely dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy and the spiritual tide converged together and had not yet dispersed. Although it couldn't compare to spiritual liquid, its concentration was exceptionally high. Under the impact of this spiritual energy, Tian felt that with every breath, every cell inside and out, every soul particle in her body exuded unparalleled joy. Her whole being seemed to have suddenly become countless times lighter. Immediately after, she felt as if some switch inside her body had been turned on. As the genetic cause was activated, Tian felt her strength seemed endless. "I've awakened? That's great!" She realized this and screamed, Tian, what are you?" The roommate was woken up by her, and just as they started speaking, they noticed the lightning surrounding Tian. They were instantly stunned. I've awakened. Mom, have I awakened? Woohoo, taking off. At the same time, in the Magic City with a population of over 20 million, no one knew how many people had awakened. Some quickly realized this after awakening and were overjoyed there. Some people were stunned for quite a while after awakening before reacting, and then they would jump up in joy. Why does even a casual breath feel so comfortable? I get it, it's the revival of spiritual energy. It must be the revival of spiritual energy. Others, though not awakened, still noticed the anomaly. Indeed, the feeling of being in the spiritual tide was simply wonderful. The first time ordinary people experience the spiritual tide, they even feel as if they are ascending to heaven. Right, read the Awakening Beginner's Guide. This person quickly remembered the message from the Special Bureau last night. After being reposted by major media outlets, that message has become widely known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. This person reacted quickly and immediately began reading the Beginner's Guide to Awakening aloud. The path of cultivation is deep and long. Only by understanding its mysteries can one find the way. The way of nature calms the heart, the spirit roams the void with soaring thoughts. Reading like this, after just a few minutes, it felt as if something inside his body had been stirred. Combined with the spiritual energy he inhaled into his body, it instantly allowed him to break through the shackles of spiritual power and successfully awaken. I've awakened. After sensing the power within his body, the man was overjoyed. Spiritual energy has revived. Brothers, those who haven't awakened yet, hurry up and read the Awakening Beginner's Guide. The effect is especially good now, personally tested and proven. I've already awakened. Immediately, this person decided to let the light shine on more people. Messages were continuously sent in various chat groups and platforms. He wasn't the only one doing this. Many people who awakened by relying on reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide appeared online to share their experiences. The internet was already in an uproar. Spiritual energy had officially revived. In a short period of time, the topics Spiritual Energy Officially Revived and Quick Guide to Awakening Basics shot to the top 2 spots on the trending lists of all platforms. The Special Abilities Bureau, which had been prepared for a long time, sent out message after message to all citizens of the Dragon Nation through major telecom operators following the arrival of the spiritual tide. The official account of the Special Bureau also posted a message. The content of the message was, "Ladies and gentlemen, spiritual energy has revived. Quickly read the Awakening Beginner's Guide. Seize the opportunity, and you can awaken in one go." Under the organization of the Dragon Nation's officials and many spontaneous groups, the news of the revival of spiritual energy spread throughout the entire Dragon Nation, and the matter of reading the Awakening Beginner's Guide was also widely disseminated. So, when the first wave of the spiritual tide struck, the entire Dragon Kingdom was filled with the resounding sound of poetry recitation. Many people heard from others that the louder they recited, the better the effect. Thus, even those with social anxiety gave it their all and recited with full force. The loudest sound of reading naturally comes from the students in various schools. All the schools started classes earlier than usual today. As soon as the spiritual tide arrived, the teachers organized the students to loudly read the Awakening Beginner's Guide. I awakened. Wow, I finally awakened. Mom, I awakened. Teacher, look quickly, is Zhao Feng about to awaken? With the help of this wave of spiritual tide and the Awakening Beginner's Guide, people across the land of the Dragon Kingdom are awakening one after another, crazily. The number of awakened individuals in this wave of awakening is countless times more than before Lin Yan's transmigration. transformation. Father, don't worry, I think I've awakened. In the Shenlong base, after the arrival of the spiritual tide, Lung Feng also experienced awakening. Crack crack. Not long after, the sound of crack crack also came from Li Jiangluo's body. It was as if bones were growing. He is about to awaken too. Xiao Jin. When Li Jiangluo awakened, Lin Yan's golden dragon of fortune soared into the sky. At this moment, Xiao Jin was in an invisible state and no one in the Shenlong base could see it. After soaring into the sky, Xiao Jin's body stretched out, quickly becoming larger than the entire Shenlong base. A massive amount of intangible and untouchable fortune was converging toward Xiao Jin's body. This caused Xiao Jin's body to grow even larger. This scene made the smile on Lin Yan's face even brighter. After the revival of spiritual energy, awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom emerged in droves, and the number of awakened individuals across Blue Star experienced explosive growth. All of this was thanks to Lin Yan's contributions. His Awakening Beginner's Guide caused the number of awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom to multiply many times compared to before his rebirth. This Awakening Beginner's Guide also plays a significant role in promoting other countries on Blue Star. All of this is attributed to Lin Yan, turning into his contributions in merits. As a result, Lin Yan's fortune golden dragon can gain more fortune, growing larger and more powerful, providing even greater assistance to Lin Yan. In fact, if it weren't for experiencing the failures and betrayals of other countries before his rebirth, he wouldn't have known that only the Dragon Nation is reliable. If Lin Yan wants to make Xiao Jin grow strong quickly, the best approach is to spread martial prowess across the world. In other words, disregarding national boundaries and expanding what he is currently doing for the Dragon Nation to the entire world. However, with the lessons from his previous life, coupled with Lin Yan's deep understanding of the treacherous nature of many countries and the complexity of human behavior, he would not choose to do so. It's like the Cherry Blossom country. If it becomes strong, the first one it might want to fight is the Dragon country. As for the Lighthouse country, that's even more obvious. By then, the situation will only get worse. Therefore, fully supporting the development of the Dragon country and leveraging its deterrence against other countries is the best choice. I've awakened. Sorry, Director Lin, I got too excited. An adjutant awakened and was so happy that they lost their composure. It's fine, go ahead and jump. Director Lin, you're truly the best. I'll call my mom first to share the good news. The adjutant picked up the phone and started making a call. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gesticulate excitedly. What a rich spiritual energy. Everyone, quickly start the breathing technique. In the center of the playground at the Shenlong base, more than 300 members of the War God team sat cross-legged, using the breathing technique taught by Lin Yan to absorb and exhale spiritual energy. Through this method, spiritual energy can be continuously absorbed into the body and transformed into genetic primal energy. Compared to the aimless cultivation of awakeners, using the breathing technique is far more efficient. The breathing technique is somewhat more precious than the Awakening Beginner's Guide, so Lin Yan did not widely disseminate it. In the future, it will only be taught within the Special Bureau and in various schools for awakeners. How's the situation? Report to Director Lin. The current number of registered awakened has already exceeded 800,000, and many awakened individuals have yet to register. It is estimated that the total number of awakened has now surpassed 1 million. By the afternoon, the intelligence team already had approximate data. In just half a day after the arrival of the spiritual tide, the number of awakened in the Dragon Nation had exceeded 1 million. Millions of awakened ones? Good. Lung Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement. Half a day's results, and the achievements were already so remarkable. In the conference room, the faces of all the senior officials of the Special Abilities Bureau were filled with joy. Among these high-ranking officials, quite a few have awakened. There are also some high-ranking officials who have not awakened. Regardless of whether they have awakened or not, as long as they are capable and reliable in their work, Lin Yan will not lower their positions. Uncle Lang, first report the data to the elders and let them be pleased as well. Lin Yan said. All right. Lung Feng had the same thought. In less than half a day, there were already 1 million awakened ones. The elders must be very pleased. The number of awakeners on the first day, I wonder if it can surpass 2 million. Lin Yan's expectations also rose. Before his rebirth, only over 210,000 people awakened on the first day in the Dragon Country. Globally, just over 1 million awakeners emerged. Lin Yan's original expectations weren't high. Having 1 million awakened individuals would have been enough. Unexpectedly, the various actions and efforts over this past month have united the hearts of the people in the Dragon Nation, bringing everyone together with a shared determination to awaken. As long as the direction is correct, when you grit your teeth and move toward a single goal, failure is possible, but success is even more likely. Even if success isn't achieved in the end, the outcome would still be far, far better. What's more, this time it was the collective effort of 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, unleashing an immense amount of energy. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom witnessed an unprecedented spectacle of 1 million awakeners in just half a day. Director Lin, the number of registered awakeners has officially surpassed 1 million. It didn't take long for the number of registered Awakened to surpass 1 million. Over the past month, almost every Dragon Country citizen has had the Special Abilities Bureau app on their phone. The Awakened have also gotten used to checking various updates released by the Special Abilities Bureau on the app. The first step after awakening is basically registering through the Special Abilities Bureau app. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Someone got too excited and forgot to register, only remembering later. Xiaoli announced the good news. Now, the good news can be announced. Okay, Director Lin. Soon, the good news from the Special Bureau was released and, through reposts by major media outlets, became known to countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. What? In just half a day, there are already 1 million awakened ones? Whoa, that's so many. Damn, I thought I was the only useless one, but it turns out you all are secretly awakening. Come on, little brothers, charge ahead. Take a few more breaths of spiritual energy. Even if you can't awaken, you'll still live a long life. The announcement of the good news invigorated all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Some people in the Dragon Kingdom tried hard for half a day but still couldn't awaken, and they were starting to feel a bit discouraged. Now, upon seeing the good news that Dragon Country has produced 1 million awakened individuals, everyone's enthusiasm is ignited. What? Dragon Country has given rise to 1 million awakened individuals? Across the ocean, the high-ranking officials of Lighthouse Country quickly learned of this news. The spiritual tide occurred in the morning of Dragon Country and the evening of Lighthouse Country. Under the impact of the spiritual tide, awakeners in the Lighthouse Nation are also being born continuously. The official response of the Lighthouse Nation was swift, immediately taking a series of measures. This included launching a nationwide broadcast, calling on everyone to step out of their homes and awaken through spiritual energy. They also copied the Dragon Nation's approach, instructing everyone who couldn't awaken to read aloud the Dragon Nation's Awakening Beginner's Guide. Obviously, every move of the Dragon Kingdom is under the surveillance of the Lighthouse Country. The entire Lighthouse Country can be said to have stayed awake all night. Sleepy Joe, however, managed to sleep for several hours. After waking up, he thought he could hear some good news that would lift his spirits. What could be heard, however, was the news of 1 million awakeners being born in the Dragon Kingdom. Sleepy Joe's mood was instantly overshadowed. Director Devon, how many awakeners have we produced? A high-ranking official of the Lighthouse Nation, seeing this, decided to use the good news from the Lighthouse Nation to cheer up the president. Currently, the number of awakened individuals actively registered on the SHIELD website is 80,000. The SHIELD director said, "Why is it only 80,000? Twitter is full of news about awakenings. Shouldn't there be at least hundreds of thousands?" A high-ranking official at the Lighthouse was somewhat skeptical. This high-ranking member of the Lighthouse was tall and handsome, with a sharp mind, and a staunch believer in racial superiority. In his view, even though Longwa previously had awakening beginner guides, now, with the spiritual tide occurring, race was the key factor determining the number of awakened individuals. White people were inherently noble, and in terms of the number of awakened, they would far surpass the Longwa people. People from the Dragon Country are only worthy of being compared to the Black Lives Matter folks. Last night, the internet in the Lighthouse Country was flooded with news of people awakening. The unprecedented excitement made the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Country believe that there must be hundreds of thousands, or even more, awakened individuals there. I understand now, it must be that many people haven't registered yet. The free people of the Lighthouse Country are always a bit more laid back than those from the Dragon Country. The director of SHIELD has not responded yet, and this Lighthouse executive has already found an excuse for himself. The other Lighthouse executives exchanged glances but did not expose him. This number from the Dragon Kingdom is almost suffocating them. 1 million awakened ones. They can only hope that what the senior management of the Lighthouse said is true. Director Lin, you should go to sleep. I'll keep watch. No need, I'm not tired. Then let me make you a cup of tea. Dragon Kingdom, the night was deep. Many senior officials of the Special Bureau were still busy. Lin Yen was also occupied. He was reviewing the information of the awakened, intending to transfer all the members of the War God Squad from his previous life into the current War God Squad. Before their rebirth, most members of the War God Squad were not the most gifted ones. The most gifted ones had already perished in battle after the insect beast died, just like Lang Qingxiu, who died early in the fight. Beside them, Lang Qingxiu made a cup of hot tea for Lin Yan, then sat down beside him, resting her chin on the back of her hand as she looked at the screen in front of her. On it was the data from the Special Abilities Bureau's back end. The number of awakened individuals in the Dragon Nation had already surpassed 1.6 million. The registered number of awakened individuals was still skyrocketing. Every minute, thousands of awakened ones emerge. These jumping numbers are just just too adorable in Lin Yan's eyes. Every time there is a breakthrough at the 100,000 level, the number is announced online. Wow, there are so many people here. I heard the boss awakened, so they're treating everyone to barbecue for free. Many people came to share the good vibes. The number of awakened people has already exceeded 1.6 million. Ah, I'm so bad at this. After finishing the barbecue, I'm going back to keep working hard. I refuse to give up. Let's do it together. At the barbecue stalls on the city streets, many people are chatting and encouraging each other. Tonight, countless people in the Dragon Kingdom will stay up all night. 2 million. Yay! Keep your voice down, don't disturb Director Lin. The next morning, cheers woke Lin Yan up. He lifted his head from the desk and saw a long string of numbers on the big screen ahead. Previously, the string of numbers started with 1. Now, it had changed to 2. This means that the number of awakened individuals in Dragon Country has already surpassed 2 million. And this is only the registered ones. There are still some unregistered awakened individuals. Therefore, the actual number of awakened individuals in Dragon Country can only be higher. Team leader Lin, has the number of awakened individuals surpassed 2 million? That's great. Lin Qingqiu has also woken up. This girl spent the whole night in the conference room with Lin Yan. The thin blanket on Lin Yan was draped over him by her. As for Lang Feng and Li Jianguo, they were forcibly sent to sleep by Lin Yan. Yes, it has surpassed 2 million. Lin Yan looked at the 7-digit number starting with 2, his heart already brimming with joy. This number was also a pleasant surprise for Lin Yan. On the first day of spiritual energy revival, the Dragon Kingdom gave birth to 2 million awakened individuals. In contrast, before his rebirth, the entire world had only over 1 million awakened individuals on this day. With such an incredible start, even though the myriad races of the starry sky were immensely powerful, Lin Yan now had enough confidence. What about the data from other countries? Lin Yan asked. Leader Lin, there aren't many data releases from other countries yet. Based on the data model established by the expert team, the number of awakened in the Lighthouse Nation should be around 200,000. The number of awakened in the Sakura Nation is around 70,000. Due to its large population, the number of awakened in the White Elephant Nation is significantly higher than that of the Lighthouse Nation. Estimates suggest it has already exceeded 400,000 but does not surpass 500,000. As for other countries, we have not yet established sufficiently accurate data models. This time, the number of awakened individuals on Blue Star should be around 4 million. Dragon Country accounts for more than half of Blue Star, holding up half the sky. The intelligence officer reported the situation of various countries. For million, it seems to be another chain reaction. Lin Yan thought. The spiritual tide comes in more than one wave. After the first wave of the spiritual tide, the seals of the ancient mighty ones will once again seal the spiritual spring for a period of time. It will take some additional time afterward to completely break the seal, and the spiritual spring will fully emerge. So, after the first wave of spiritual tide ends, as spiritual energy spreads across the entire Blue Star, the concentration of spiritual energy will thin out, and the growth rate of awakeners will slow down. The first day of the first wave of the spiritual tide outbreak was the peak of awakeners' emergence. Before rebirth, the Lighthouse Nation only saw the emergence of around 60,000 awakeners on the first day. This time, however, the number has more than tripled. Of course, the progress of the Dragon Kingdom is much greater, more than 10 times what it was before Lin Yan's rebirth. The Sakura Kingdom was similarly affected by the chain reaction, with 70,000 people awakening. Before the rebirth, this number was 20,000. Even the White Elephant Kingdom has more than doubled. Before the rebirth, the number of awakened individuals in the White Elephant Kingdom was slightly less than that of the Dragon Kingdom, around 180,000. The number of awakened individuals on the entire Blue Star is more than 4 times that before Lin Yan's rebirth. In other words, as a result of the chain reaction caused by Lin Yan's rebirth, although the Dragon Nation has made the greatest progress, other countries on Blue Star have also shown significant progress. What Lin Yan is uncertain about now is whether this chain reaction will eventually affect the myriad races of the Starry Sky, such as the Starry Sky races discovering that humanity's strength is growing too quickly and arriving earlier than expected. This is not impossible. So, Lin Yan quickly calmed his emotions. It's not time to be happy yet. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Lin Yan still needs to work hard. He once again entered the backstage and started typing the names of the members of the War God team from before his rebirth. When a name was entered, often more than one name would appear. Sometimes, several names would even pop up. For example, names like Wang Wei, Yang Jun, and Wang Zihan. Lin Yan needed to check one by one to determine who exactly was the person he was looking for. This is also why Lin Yan hadn't done this task in the past month. He remembered the name of every member of the War God group. Among the 1.4 billion people in the Cologne Kingdom, there are simply too many people with the same name. It would have been extremely difficult to find someone back then. Now, it's much easier to search in the Awakeners resource database, and there's still enough time. 2 million. Ah, Old Lang, I guessed it right. There's even better news. Several elders have also awakened with the help of the genome. Long. Long Feng and Li Jianguo also arrived. As soon as they saw the numbers on the screen, the two men in their 50s were so happy they almost jumped for joy. They also brought another piece of good news. Several elders have awakened as well. The older you get, the harder it is to awaken. Lin Yan had already sent genome experts to assist several elders. The elders' awakening talents are quite unique, being the rare longevity talent, which means a longer lifespan and living longer. This is also something Lin Yan is happy to see. After the joy, Lung Feng and Li Jianguo got busy. Now, the spiritual tide has arrived. According to the original plan, in 2 days, 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom will begin entering the Steel City. They still have a lot of work to do. Wow, 2 million awakened ones, the Dragon Kingdom is invincible. Magnificent China. Take off. Ha, now we have the confidence to say to other countries, everyone here is trash. How many awakened ones does the Lighthouse country have? I heard there are hundreds of thousands, but no matter how many, compared to us, it's simply worlds apart. As expected, when the Special Bureau released this number online, it sparked countless cheers and applause from the people of the Dragon Country. 2 million awakened individuals. Although, compared to the vast population of the Dragon Country, the proportion is less than 1%. But, this is only the first day. On the first day, there are already 2 million awakened ones. Over time, how many awakened ones will the Dragon Kingdom have? Glorious China. The comments section under the Special Bureau's announcement was filled with these 4 words. Countless words from the people of the Dragon Nation were all condensed into these 4 characters. Glorious China. When Lang Feng saw the rows of neatly aligned replies, he couldn't help but read out these 4 words, and his blood almost boiled with excitement. What? Dragon Country has produced 2 million awakened? Oh my god. Impossible. It must be fake. We've only recorded less than 200,000 awakened, and even with those unregistered, it wouldn't exceed 300,000. Everyone, don't panic. The data from the Dragon Country must be inflated. They are best at faking data. At the White House, many high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation were once again provoked by the Dragon Country's achievements. Their faces visibly turned pale. 2 million awakened ones. This number is truly too glaring for the opponents of the Dragon Kingdom. 2 million, impossible, absolutely impossible. In Sakura Country, upon learning of the Dragon Kingdom's achievement, the Sakura leadership similarly couldn't believe it. This number is terrifying. The battle at Mexico City's Iso Airport showed the world the terrifying combat power of awakened individuals. As a result, the Sakura Nation's leadership placed even greater emphasis on cultivating awakened individuals. They regarded awakened individuals as the hope for dominating Asia and even the entire blue planet in the future. But now, the Dragon Nation has gained such a significant advantage in the number of awakened individuals. This number simply took their breath away. Apart from Sakura Country, people from other nations were also shocked upon learning of Dragon Country's achievements. The sheer number of awakened individuals left the entire blue planet astounded. Soon, various countries issued statements to reassure their citizens. Lighthouse Nation, as we all know, Dragon Nation's data is the least credible in the world. When they claim 2 million, it might just be a few 100,000. Don't worry, with sufficient spiritual energy, our genetic technology will give everyone the chance to awaken. Cherry Blossom Nation, Dragon Nation is extremely bad. They are experts at faking things used to fake goods. Now they fake data. Our Cherry Blossom warriors won't be intimidated by you. White Elephant Nation, a mere 2 million, whether true or false, is far inferior to our White Elephant Nation. We have already produced millions of awakened individuals. If Dragon Nation dares to act recklessly, White Elephant warriors will teach them a lesson. Sun Never Sets Nation, unless Dragon Nation places 2 million awakened individuals right in front of me, I won't believe it. Can't stop laughing. These guys, do they really think their belief matters? I have several awakenings around me. Do you think I wouldn't know if it's fake? Mom, why don't they believe? It hurts. It hurts so much. Whether they believe or not has nothing to do with me. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the era of the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Tremble, world. Looking at these countries now, why does it suddenly feel like watching clowns perform? After these countries' statements were relayed back home, they sparked unanimous ridicule and mockery from the people of the Dragon Country. While other countries are questioning it, the people of the Dragon Country firmly believe in this number. We need to work harder too. More people in the Dragon Kingdom are still giving it their all, hoping to awaken. Late at night, the spiritual tide that had lasted nearly 20 hours gradually subsided. The first wave of the spiritual tide ended just like that. Next, the spiritual energy will gradually spread across the entire blue planet, having a profound and far-reaching impact on it. 2,580,000. Shortly after the end of the first wave of spiritual tide, early the next morning, the results for the Dragon Nation were released. The first wave of spiritual tide brought a total of 2,580,000 awakened individuals to the Dragon Nation. This is more than 12 times the number before Lin Yan's rebirth. Great joy for all. That's amazing, absolutely incredible. Online, this data once again sparked a wave of cheers. At the same time, it also led led many countries to debunk the claims, accusing Dragon Country of falsifying data. I heard that as long as an awakened one enters the Shenlong base, they will receive focused training. Doesn't that mean we're going to make it big? Isn't that obvious? Marrying a rich and beautiful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life will be a piece of cake. On a plane, more than 100 awakened individuals were excitedly conversing. They were all awakened on the first day of the spiritual tide's arrival. Shortly after awakening, they received a notification stating that they had been selected and needed to gather at the airport at a designated time to be transported to the Shenlong base for training. In recent days, the Shenlong base had already become very famous on the internet. The Shenlong base is the headquarters of the Special Bureau, and at least one division of troops is stationed there at all times. For the awakened, this place holds another layer of significance. Every awakened who enters the Shenlong base will receive training with the best resources. Their future growth is destined to outpace other awakened by a significant margin. These awakened ones were chosen, and naturally, they were delighted. Tian, do you think the mysterious powerhouse who instantly defeated Superman is at the Shenlong base? He's so powerful, he must be there. That's great, I can finally meet my idol. Look, the Shenlong base is coming up. Wow, it's so big. In the back row of the cabin, a group of women were chattering away. The sweet-looking and energetic young girl Tian was also among them. Seeing that the Shenlong base was almost there, they, like all the awakened ones in the cabin, began to look forward to it. Once we arrive, everyone must follow the receptionist's orders after getting off the plane. After the plane landed, everyone rushed out of the cabin eagerly. Outside, instructors were already waiting for them. No wonder it's the Shenlong base, the training is truly rigorous. As they passed the training ground and saw the people running with sweat streaming down their faces, the newly arrived awakened couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. The instructor led them to their respective dormitories to put their belongings away, then brought them back to the training ground. Attention! All the awakened stood at attention. Turn left. Everyone, join them and run 100 laps. Ha! The instructor's words left this group of awakened individuals looking at each other in dismay. They had just been praising the runners for being impressive, only to find out they would be joining them as well. It was only after they started running that they realized the awakened individuals already running on the track had also just arrived today. Running 100 laps upon arrival was almost a tradition at the Shenlong base. In this way, it allows the awakened to understand that awakening is not a one-time achievement. Effort and hard work are still required to grow further. Team leader Lin, this is the last batch. Alright. On the balcony overlooking the entire playground, Lin Qingqiu was somewhat curious. She felt that among the awakened ones transferred to the War God group this time, there must be someone Lin Yan knew. As a result, when these awakened ones were running on the field, Lin Yan watched for quite a while. In the past, Lin Yan rarely paid attention to the War God group's awakened ones running. After boldly glancing at Lin Yan, she noticed that his gaze seemed somewhat melancholic. Such Lin Yan exuded a unique charm, making Lin Qingqiu involuntarily lose herself in thought. Qingqiu, what's wrong? Lin Yan noticed that Lin Qingqiu had been staring at him. Ah, it's nothing. Team leader Lin, I'll get to work. Lin Qingqiu hurriedly left. 890. Lin Yan's gaze continued to fall on the awakened ones running on the playground. These were all former subordinates of the War God group before rebirth. Currently, only 890 people have been found. The others have not awakened yet. Once all these people join the War God group, its numbers will approach the scale it had before rebirth. Immediately after, Lin Yan's gaze fell on a beautiful young girl running and drenched in fragrant sweat. Tian. Lin Yan was very familiar with her. The campus belle of Shuangdan University, currently in her senior year internship. Her family is quite wealthy, but she seems unwilling to rely on her family's resources and instead wants to carve out her own path. This information was obtained by the Special Bureau. For Lin Yan, there was another kind of familiarity. Before his rebirth, Lin Yan had fought alongside her for a period of time in the Magic City. Later, she obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Clan, became a dazzling genius, and left the Magic City. Lin Yan, on the other hand, headed north to support the capital besieged by myriad clans. The life trajectories of both parties diverged from this point. After the plan to wander the Blue Star was initiated, Tian also became a key figure in this plan. Because the Starry Sky teleportation array taught by the Immortal Clan cannot be set up without Tian. In Lin Yan's impression, Tian awakened very late. Now, she was able to awaken on the first day of the spiritual tide's arrival, which should also be a chain reaction brought about by Lin Yan. After inadvertently seeing her name and information, Lin Yan marked her name. Everyone, attention! Early the next morning, 890 awakened individuals gathered on the playground. After acquiring genetic primal energy, the physical fitness of the awakened improved significantly. These awakened ran 100 laps yesterday but didn't collapse from exhaustion, and their condition today isn't bad either. The more than 300 awakened from the War God group stood beside them. Lin Yan stepped forward to stand in front of the many awakened. Many newly arrived awakened individuals curiously looked at Lin Yan. The tall and handsome Lin Yan made many women's eyes light up, and more people were speculating about Lin Yan's identity. Everyone, this is the leader of the War God Group and also the director of the Special Bureau, Director Lin Yan. Yang Ernia said loudly. This big guy was sent by Lin Yan to be the instructor. Wow! He Tian and the younger women all exclaimed. Wow! They hadn't expected the mysterious director of the Special Abilities Bureau to be so young. Not only young but also so handsome. Originally, in their impression, the position of the director of the Special Bureau, so important that it concerned the future destiny of the Dragon Nation, should have been held by a senior official over 50 years old. You will all be members of the War God team from now on. Just call me Team Leader Lin or Leader. Lin Yan looked at these former subordinates, and his gaze softened. Most of them were members who fought and died alongside him in the final battle, with none retreating or fleeing. Even He Tian chose to fight until the very last moment. There were also some members who had sacrificed themselves early on. Yes, Leader Lin. A quick-witted awakener immediately shouted. Lin Yan took a look. This awakener was called Wang Liangchen, and his cleverness was exactly the same as before his rebirth. Do you know what our Dragon Nation's sword of the nation is? The one that deters the whole world, makes the Lighthouse Nation gnash its teeth in hatred, but dares not act against us? Lin Yan spoke again. Report to Team Leader Lin. It's Dongfeng Express and Miss Chiu. Wang Liangchen's response was the quickest. What do you all think? Lin Yan looked at the others. Lin Group, we think so too. Ever since we got Dongfeng Express, the Lighthouse Nation has been speaking much more softly and doesn't dare to casually bomb our embassy or destroy our fighter jets anymore. Another awakened individual also spoke. Other awakened individuals nodded one after another. Their views were unanimous. Well said. Dongfeng Express is indeed the nation's sharp sword. Only when you are strong enough will your enemies retract their claws, your friends sing and dance, and your allies grow in number. Lin Yan's gaze showed approval, affirming their words. However, the tone shifted, made many awakened ones look forward to the next part. In the near future, you will be the nation's sharp sword. Lin Yan paused for a moment and then spoke firmly and powerfully. You will be the nation's sharp sword. This sentence caused a tremendous impact on the minds of all the awakened ones, including those who had previously joined the War God Group. The sword of the nation is sharp. This equates their status with the national treasures of the Dragon Nation, such as Dongfeng Express and Miss Chiu. Some awakened ones immediately began to doubt themselves. Are they really that powerful? Perhaps you are still far from it now, but the gears of your destiny began to turn the moment you joined the War God Squad. In the not-too-distant future, your growth will prove my words. Lin Yan's calm voice was filled with unwavering strength. It seemed that what he said would surely come true. Don't doubt Lin Zhu's words. Do you know that the person who instantly defeated Superman and destroyed 5 fighter jets of the Lighthouse Nation is none other than Lin Zhu? Yang Ernia shouted loudly from the side. What? The mysterious powerhouse who instantly defeated Superman is Lin Zhu? My goodness, it's him. Oh my idol is him. Yang Ernia's words sparked a wave of exclamations. The mysterious strongman is him. In the crowd, He Tian's gaze toward Lin Yan became exceptionally bright. Her eyes were almost sparkling with little stars. At this moment, she was still a 20-something senior intern who hadn't yet left campus. These days, she had been curious about the identity of the mysterious strong figure and was full of admiration for him. Now, the answer has been revealed. The mysterious powerhouse turns out to be none other than the director of the Special Bureau, Lin Yan. Moreover, Lin Yan's appearance and demeanor perfectly match everything she had imagined about the mysterious powerhouse. No, not only does it meet the expectations, but it far exceeds them. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to become the nation's sharp sword? Lin Yan looked at the many awakened ones, his voice thundering like a roar. We have confidence. Wang Liangchen's voice was the loudest, and this time, several others spoke almost simultaneously with him. The others also spoke up one after another. Your voices are so low. Haven't you eaten? Yang Erniu shouted. Have confidence. At this moment, all the awakened shouted loudly, with many even roaring. The roar of thousands of awakened surged straight into the sky, scattering even a passing cloud. Lin Yan, very good. Since you are so confident, everyone, run 500 laps before starting today's training. Seeing the instant change of expression on the faces of hundreds of newcomers, the faces of over 300 veterans revealed an ant-like smile. One day later, in the conference room, the senior officials of the Special Bureau gathered once again. Report to the Grand Elder. All the troops are in position, and all combat teams have reached their designated locations. Lin Yan stood upright, reporting the situation to the Elder Council. All right, then let it begin. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, speaking kindly. Begin. Lin Yan gave the order. Soon, the Bureau of Anomalies and numerous official accounts of the Dragon Nation simultaneously released an announcement. The Dragon Nation will be sealed off starting today. Suspend all flights and cease accepting any entry or exit. At the same time, 1.4 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation must relocate to the nearest Steel City within 10 days. Specific relocation destinations require all citizens to register and apply online, with allocation based on the principles of order, proximity, and familial ties. Meanwhile, the Special Bureau also calls on those with vacant houses in the steel cities to contribute their unused properties. The Special Bureau will convert the value of the houses into contribution points, which can later be used to exchange for cultivation resources, weaponry, and other equipment. In this announcement, the Special Bureau also specifically emphasized that all donations made by people from the Dragon Country have already been converted into contribution points. At the bottom of the announcement, there is a registration link, along with detailed introductions to the 100 steel cities. Among the 100 steel cities, the largest ones are built based on the provincial capital cities. After expansion, these cities can generally accommodate over 20 million people. The other dozens of steel cities, except for a few in the western region with harsh environments, have a capacity of over 5 million. If you want to go to a specific steel city, you need to register first. After registration, arrangements will be made based on the order of registration, distance, and your family and friends' situation, among other factors. As for those who are already in these steel cities or have houses there, no rearrangement is necessary. Each steel city has already prepared sufficient accommodation points. Although the living conditions may not match those at home, they are definitely not too bad. Fellow citizens, all 1.4 billion nationals, we have now ushered in the greatest opportunity in history. As you can see, within 3 days, the Dragon Nation has produced over 3 million awakened individuals. The revival of Huaxia civilization seems to be just around the corner, but I must tell you, the greatest challenge is about to arrive. The Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world, has reached a critical moment of life and death. Shortly after the announcement by the Bureau of Anomalies, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom also delivered a speech. First came the announcement from the Bureau of Anomalies, followed by the speech from the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom. This series of actions quickly spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom in a very short time. My goodness, is this the prelude to something big happening? The Great Elder's expression is so serious, I feel like something monumental is about to occur. Mutant animals, it must be mutant animals. Yesterday, I noticed that the ants in the nest behind my house were as big as spiders. Eek, don't scare me. Trust the country, I will set off for Jiangxia tonight. Unconditionally trust the country, I've decided to go to Misty City with all my relatives and friends. Online, the topic of unconditionally trusting the country quickly became a hot trend. Although the Great Elder's speech did not specify what would happen, but countless people in Longwa still chose to unconditionally trust the country. Some people who like to get to the bottom of things didn't hesitate much either. Now that spiritual energy has revived, what is there to question about this series of measures by the country? On this day, over 1 billion people in Longwa opened the Special Bureau's app and completed their registration. The Special Bureau mobilized hundreds of thousands of registered residents, utilizing big data to allocate personnel, ensuring the task is completed within a day. In addition to those who needed to migrate, a large number of people with vacant houses in the Steel City also flocked to the Special Bureau's website to donate their unused properties. These houses would be exchanged for contribution points based on the bank's valuation. However, the exchange rate was far lower than when donating supplies. Because these people originally in the Steel City had certain advantages, other people from the Dragon Kingdom had to leave their hometowns, giving up their homes and houses. They didn't need to do this. Big brother, did you donate all your 38 houses? In Xiangcheng, a reporter interviewed a man who had donated 38 houses. The country needs it, so I donated them. Anyway, houses aren't worth much now. As for contributing something else, if the country needs it, I'll donate that too, the man said boldly. Big brother is so generous. I know this person, his name is Lifelong Peace, his wife is called Gentle and Virtuous, his parents are called Healthy and Long-Lived, and his children are called Pillars of the Nation. If you can talk like this, then say more. The elder brother's actions garnered unanimous praise from everyone. Among the 100 steel cities, there are many elder brothers like this. Some people with self-built houses, apart from squeezing 3 generations of their family into one floor, donated all the other floors of their houses. Some young couples donated their wedding homes and went to squeeze into a single house with their parents. Some office building owners spent their own money to renovate the buildings, making them capable of accommodating some people. In times of national crisis, true human nature is revealed. According to statistics, in just half a day, citizens from 100 steel cities have already donated tens of millions of homes. This scene profoundly witnessed the deep and fervent patriotism of the people of Longwa, filling my heart with endless emotion. I couldn't help but be moved to tears, feeling proud of this land and its people. In the afternoon, CCTV reporter Wang Xiaobing, with tears in her eyes, reported on the matter. They're crazy, Longwa has gone mad. My God, they've really sealed off the country and concentrated 1.4 billion people into 100 cities. What are they trying to do? Is the Dragon Kingdom really going to start a war, or is it like what people are saying online, that mutated animals will become terrifying? When this matter spread, it also attracted the attention of countless people around the world. With the arrival of the spiritual tide, awakeners emerged in droves, and more or less everyone had awakeners around them. People in other places also realized that Blue Star had had become different. Regarding the actions of the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country, speculation has been rampant these days. It's just that ordinary people still don't know what exactly will happen. From the current perspective, the Dragon Country may not necessarily launch a war against us, but this possibility cannot be ignored. How is the situation with the mutated bugs? It's terrifying. Their combat power is so strong. The Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom must have anticipated this situation. Exterminate the pests in all the forests. If we can't exterminate them, set the forests on fire. In the Sakura Kingdom, many high-ranking officials were holding a meeting. For more than a month, the mood of the Sakura Kingdom's leadership had not been very good. They felt uneasy every day and even had trouble sleeping, fearing that the Dragon Kingdom might attack. With the size of Sakura Country, it really can't withstand a few strikes from Miss Chiyo. Inspired by the pest extermination actions of Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country, after the spiritual tide occurred, Sakura Country also conducted experiments on insect beasts consuming high concentrations of spiritual energy and spiritual liquid. The experiments gave them quite a scare. This also led the upper echelons of Sakura Country to believe that the target of Dragon Country was probably not Sakura Country. Of course, they are still very afraid, especially now that the Dragon Kingdom has millions of awakened individuals. Just hearing this number is enough to make people tremble with fear. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom is undergoing a nationwide migration, further confirming that it is likely preparing to defend against mutated insect beasts. The Sakura leadership gathered together and started brainstorming solutions. The time left for them is limited, and they don't have the strong national power of Long Country. They can't copy many of Long Country's operations. I support setting the forest on fire. I support it too. These Sakura high-level officials truly live up to their reputation as brilliant minds, coming up with a decisive strategy. Ignite the forest. The land area of the Cherry Blossom Nation is not large, and its forest area is similarly small, less than 1/10 of that of the Dragon Nation. This plan is feasible for them. Soon, the upper echelons of the Cherry Blossom Nation unanimously approved this plan. They would only realize later how foolish this move truly was. So what if Dragon Country has a large number of awakened ones? With the size of their forests, the mutated insects and beasts will be a massive disaster for them. That will be the time for us to launch a counterattack against Dragon Country. A high-ranking official from Sakura Country had a cold glint in his eyes. Dragon Country has already made its move, so we should act as well. Hey, are you all still half asleep? There's no need to fear Dragon Country. Our genetic technology has already made breakthroughs, and the number of awakened ones will definitely surpass theirs. The Lighthouse Nation has also started taking action. Although their defense zones are not as solid as those of the Dragon Nation, they have still built up their defensive lines. However, these defensive lines are much more rudimentary, with many of them made from sandbags. The governments of other countries have also taken some measures. With the spiritual tide occurring and the Dragon Nation carrying out a massive national migration, even the most clueless among them can tell that something major is about to happen. Hello everyone, I am now reporting from Zujiako in Luotian village. The migration has already begun here, and as you can see, behind me are the villagers who are migrating. In a village in the west, the villagers are moving with their families, carrying all their belongings on their shoulders and backs, beginning their migration. In recent years, the development of Longwa has been quite good, and even this remote village has been connected by roads. However, there are still not many people who own cars. These villagers often have the husbands carrying the heaviest loads, followed by the wives, and the children, in addition to carrying their school bags, also need to carry something light. They formed a long line and walked toward the distance. Uncle, may I interview you? The reporter began interviewing a family of 6, consisting of 2 children and 2 elderly people. Sure, the uncle is very easygoing. Reporter, uncle, may I ask which steel city you're heading to? Uncle, just to the nearest provincial capital, Jincheng. Our entire village is going there. Reporter, leaving your hometown like this, are you willing to? Uncle, of course, I'm reluctant to leave, but we must support the arrangements made by the country. Besides, the bugs in the mountains are getting a bit scary. If we don't move, it will definitely be dangerous. Reporter, uncle, where are you planning to catch the bus? Uncle, to the nearby town. I don't know if there will still be buses. If there aren't any, we'll just walk. It's only a little over 100 kilometers. We can make it in 3 to 4 days. Uncle, oh, it seems like there's a bus coming over there. The reporter took a look and indeed, vehicles were approaching. Several large trucks drove over. Beside the cab of each truck, a small red flag was placed. The villagers moved to both sides of the road. The large truck drove straight over but did not continue forward. Instead, it stopped in front of the villagers. Are you villagers from Jujiao? The driver leaned out and asked. Yes, we are. The closest elderly woman said. That's great. We are the volunteers here to pick you up. Come on, everyone get in the car. Our vehicle is big enough to fit all of you and your belongings, so don't worry. We will safely take you to Jincheng. The driver, overjoyed, jumped down and said. His words brought joy to the villagers. So, the villagers supported and helped each other, continuously loading items and people onto the the vehicle. "Big brother, may I ask where you are from?" The reporter, seeing this, went to interview the driver. "Ah, I'm from Jincheng. This time, I came specifically to join as a volunteer. The car is mine, the gas is mine too. The reason I'm doing this is because I am a citizen of Lon Nation. Is that clear enough?" "Sorry, reporter, I've encountered too many interviews today." The driver was very cooperative and spoke a whole bunch of words all at once, leaving the journalists completely dumbfounded. Poof, the driver is just too amazing. They're all helping, and you're watching a live stream? Come on, let's go and help too. In the live stream chat, just one sentence managed to take away nearly half the audience. "Everyone, please try not to drive. The authorities have arranged special vehicles to take you to the City of Steel. The Special Bureau assures everyone that your homeland will be reclaimed in the future. Rest assured, you can leave your beloved cars at home." In a city, the streets were filled with the sound of loudspeakers. Thanks to the efforts and publicity of numerous volunteers and local authorities, citizens chose not to drive but instead packed their belongings and waited downstairs. Currently, in the Dragon Country, the number of cars is too high. If everyone drove to the City of Steel, all the highways would be jammed for 10 days or more. On the street, large trucks drove up one after another. They were here to transport luggage. The volunteers stationed by the roadside helped load the luggage onto the trucks. As soon as the large trucks left, buses arrived. They were here to pick up people. Sunshine Garden is done. You can notify the people from Riverside Mansion to come out now. Soon, the people and items of this community were all relocated. The officials and volunteers then headed to the next community. In the owners group of that community, the network administrator had already issued a notice, informing the residents to come downstairs and prepare for relocation. In cities with railways and high-speed trains, the trains and high-speed rail had already started operating at full speed, working in coordination with automobiles to make the migration of Longwas people exceptionally efficient. Helicopters will be constantly patrolling along the way. Every few distances, troops and awakened individuals stationed can also be seen. They are escorting billions of migrating people. Although the insect beasts are still in the initial stages of mutation, there is still some time before insect tides and beast tides occur. However, it is also not ruled out that some regions have already given rise to insect beasts with sufficient threat. Thus, the migration of 1.4 billion people, with the strong organizational capabilities of the Dragon Nation's authorities and the cooperation of everyone, became orderly without the slightest panic. "Oh, why are the people of the Dragon Nation so orderly? My God, look at them, then look at us who can truly represent civilization." When videos of the Dragon Country people's migration were shared on foreign websites, some people in the Lighthouse Country found it incredible. The migration of 1.4 billion people was so orderly, without any chaos. The Lighthouse Country is also undergoing a major migration. However, their migration has led to widespread chaos. Almost all stores experienced $0 purchases. Those who finally found the opportunity, such as Black Lives Matter activists, swept through numerous stores like a gust of wind, taking everything inside. Many homes were also invaded and looted after their owners had moved away. Moreover, all the highways in the Beacon Country were gridlocked, with the traffic jams stretching as far as the eye could see. Decades ago, the Lighthouse Country was a nation on wheels, with highly developed automobiles and highway networks. However, in terms of trains and high-speed rail, it was left far behind by the Dragon Country. In fact, the Dragon Country's current automobile ownership far surpasses that of the Lighthouse Country. Yet the Dragon Country has not experienced major traffic jams. Although people in the Dragon Country are reluctant to part with their beloved cars, they still chose to respond to the call of the nation and leave their cars at home. The Lighthouse Country's people, who are used to freedom, would not do the same. Their government does not have organizational capabilities as strong as those of the Dragon Country. Even if they had organizational capabilities, they wouldn't have the transportation capacity as powerful as the Dragon Country's. In this situation, the migration videos from the Dragon Country made many people stuck on the roads in the Lighthouse Country incredibly envious. They began to realize that their so-called freedom wasn't actually as great as they thought. In terms of national cohesion and popular support, they had been left far behind by the Dragon Country. Dragon Country people have been submissive for too long, accustomed to obedience. Isn't it just a few days of traffic jams? What's the big deal? Yes, I'd rather shine shoes and wash dishes in the Lighthouse Country than go back to the Dragon Country. Ha, now even if you want to come back, you can't. Farewell to you all. Finally, we don't have to worry about you runners returning anymore. Talking as if you all can rise up and resist in the Lighthouse Country if you've got guts. Stop being so obedient. Our awakened ones have surpassed 3 million. Let me ask you, are you envious or not? Some people who have committed crimes domestically and dare not return to their country, or those unwilling to return, still stubbornly slander Dragon Country on foreign websites. However, Dragon Country citizens who manage to bypass the firewall always hit their sore spots with precision, leaving these individuals utterly defeated. Mom, you go ahead, don't worry about me. Zhuang'er, Mom won't leave, Mom will stay here with you. In a remote mountain village, the sound of conversation was heard in a solitary household. The house of this family was somewhat run down, yet it was cleaned very meticulously. On the bed in the bedroom lay a young man who was partially paralyzed. His name was Li Fuhua. He had been injured years ago while working away from home and had since been bedridden, unable to move. These years, he has relied on the unwavering care of his mother. Although there is only one household, the national grid still provided them with electricity. The only appliances in the house, apart from the electric lamp, are the TV donated by a kind-hearted individual. In recent days, Li Fuhua has been keeping up with the developments in Longwa through the only channel he can watch, CCTV1. Also learned about the revival of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, neither he nor his mother managed to awaken. After learning about the nation's relocation plan, he had always wanted his mother to leave. How could his mother abandon him and leave alone? Li Fuhua was a bit anxious. Over the past 2 days, the mice in his house had become increasingly troublesome, to the point where even the dog was almost unable to fend them off. He worried that if this continued, both he and his mother might end up losing their lives to the mice. But his family was really poor, and after his old cell phone broke, he hadn't been able to afford a new one. Over the years, his mother had relied on farming to support him. Although the government provided some welfare subsidies, Li Fuhua needed to take medicine regularly, leaving them barely scraping by. The mother seldom communicated with the outside world and did not know how to seek help from others. "Mom, why don't you put me on a wooden board and drag me along?" Seeing that he couldn't convince his mother, Li Fuhua had no choice but to change his approach. The mother had tried more than once but simply couldn't carry him on her back, so she had to attempt dragging him instead. Now the mother agreed. The mother placed him on the wooden plank, tied him up, and dragged him along the path with her frail body. However, the path was too difficult to walk, and it took the mother over an hour to cover just a few dozen meters. By this time, the mother was already exhausted and drenched in sweat. Li Fuhua was incredibly distressed. He only wished he could be lighter, as light as ashes. How wonderful that would be. Woof woof. The family's yellow mutt was anxiously pacing there, wanting to help too, but how much strength could such a dog muster? Walking like this, they wouldn't make it out of the mountain even in a month. Li Fuhua felt a surge of despair. Woof woof. The local dog, De Huang, seemed to have discovered something and barked toward the path ahead. Li Fuhua turned his head to look, and there, 2 men appeared. The 2 men were momentarily stunned upon seeing the mother and child. Woof woof. Big Yellow stood in front, watching them cautiously. "Don't be scared, don't be scared, it doesn't bite." The mother put down the wooden board and pinned De Huang down. "Excuse me, are you Li Fuhua?" A man spoke. "It's me." Li Fuhua heard his name and quickly responded. He somewhat wanted to ask for their help but felt too embarrassed to say it out loud. "That's great, we've finally found you. We're here specifically to pick you up. Xianzi, let's each carry one," the man said excitedly. As he spoke, he had already come up, ready to carry Li Fuhua. "Specifically here to pick us up?" Li Fuhua was stunned. All these years, he and his mother had been living an almost isolated life from the world. He even thought that this world had already forgotten about him and his mother. Of course, both the Great Elder and the Special Bureau have emphasized that during this migration, not a single one of the 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Country can be left behind. As he spoke, the man swiftly untied the ropes on Li Fuhua and carried him on his back. Another man, without saying a word, carried Li Fuhua's mother on his back. Not a single one can be spared. At this moment, Li Fuhua's mind was filled entirely with these words. He had heard these words before while listening to the elder's speech. At that time, he paid no attention, subconsciously thinking it was impossible. 1. 14 billion people, how could even one be left behind? 2. He and his mother, weren't they forgotten by this world? 3. Now, he knows. 4. They have not been forgotten. At this moment, Li Fuhua was in tears. "Hello, little cuties. Today is the first day of the Great Migration. Meng Meng and her family are also on the move, and I believe there are many people like Meng Meng out there, right?" On the bus, a cute female streamer was live broadcasting. "Doesn't Meng Meng's family have 5 cars? Why is she still taking the bus? Isn't it obvious?" The streamer is responding to the nation's call. If she drove, imagine how much more traffic there would be. The streamer has proper values. I'm a fan now. +1. There are quite a few people in the livestream who are also migrating. Out of boredom, they stumbled upon this livestream and are watching it with great interest. Wow, tanks. And so many handsome guys in military uniforms. I've encountered a lot of tanks on my journey too, and the sense of security is truly amazing. Our country treats us so well, there are tanks escorting us all the way. The tanks appearing on the screen sparked quite a bit of discussion. You're absolutely right, the country treats us so well. This is why I love my homeland and decided to become a positive energy streamer. The cute girl streamer interacted with her viewers along the way. Before long, in the distance, an endlessly stretching wall spanning countless kilometers came into view. Little cuties, we've arrived in Chang'an. Everyone, look, that's the Iron City wall outside Chang'an. We can finally take a close look at it. The cute girl streamer pointed her phone toward the outside. Truly spectacular. Was this really built within a month? Many people were deeply captivated. As the bus got closer and closer, the Steel City walls grew larger and taller. Oh my, why are these city walls so tall? So high? Why is it so short in the official video? Ha, you guys got fooled by the Strategic Deception Bureau. In the live stream, the viewers were all stunned. The people in the bus also stuck their heads out one by one, dumbfounded as they stared at the towering city walls. Really, this city wall is too high. The city wall, towering at 100 meters, is equivalent to the height of a 33-story residential building. Visually, it is far more overwhelming than a 33-story residential building. Not only tall but also very long, so long that its end cannot be seen. Such a city wall, even from a certain distance, allows one to feel its magnificence and grandeur. And when you get closer, you have to tilt your head back 90 degrees to see the top of the wall, creating an unparalleled sense of awe. It gives everyone who sees it an indescribable feeling. What kind of enemy could breach such walls? Some people, shaken by the sight, have already taken out their phones to take pictures and start live broadcasts. The patrolling soldiers outside did not stop them. The wall is now completely finished, and the installation of weapons has reached its final stage. If someone were to fly above the city wall at this moment, they would see the densely packed cannon barrels on it. Over the past month or so, all the cannons produced at full capacity by Dragon Country, as well as the cannons it originally possessed, have been installed on these city walls. Once the insect tide attacks, thousands of cannons will fire simultaneously. The scene will be indescribably spectacular. The city gate, over 10 meters high, came into view. Cars formed a long queue and slowly drove through. Wow, the city wall is so thick. It must be dozens of meters thick, right? It's hard to imagine such a tall and thick wall was built in just a month. I heard that each steel city used tens of millions of tons of steel alone. My goodness, could the inside of this city wall be entirely made of steel? Of course, with walls like this, I guess even a nuclear bomb could only blast a small opening. The people in the live stream were once again amazed by the thickness of the walls. At this moment, they truly had a direct understanding of what national strength means, what it means to be a construction fanatic. At the same time, I also felt the immense energy that erupts when 1.4 billion people are of one mind. Finally, the car exited the gate. There's more ahead. There's still more city wall ahead. Each steel city's walls are not just one layer but actually consist of 3 layers. The outermost wall is the tallest, while the 2 inner walls decrease in height progressively. Soon, people discovered there were numerous structures between the walls. These structures are somewhat peculiar. They have no windows and are enclosed. But it is not completely enclosed. There are many shooting holes on the top and around the building. These buildings are mainly used for warriors to hide inside and deal with the flying mutant insect beasts. The 3 city walls are separated by hundreds of meters each, and it is crucial to eliminate as many flying mutant insect beasts as possible in these areas to prevent them from harming the people inside the city. If the swarm of insects is too fierce and breaches the first city wall, these buildings can still serve a significant purpose. As for how soldiers get in, that mainly depends on the underground tunnel system. Underground, there are numerous tunnels and railcars, which can quickly transport troops or facilitate transfers. These 3 walls can be considered a complete defensive system. It can be further improved and strengthened in the future. Otherwise, if it were just a few ordinary city walls, how could Lin Yin boast about it being an Iron City? I now understand why it's called the Iron City. The special authority truly didn't mislead me. This really is a giant Iron City. Ha, I've arrived too. Let me tell you, it's even more stunning in person. It made my scalp tingle. The topics related to the Iron City quickly rose to the top of hot lists across major platforms. It attracted a significant amount of attention. Some people from the Dragon Country who were in the process of migrating came across these topics, and upon learning that they were moving to such a majestic Iron City, much of their confusion about the future instantly dissipated. No matter what happens in the future, what is there to fear in such a fortified city? The topic of the greatest wonder of the world consequently climbed to the top of the trending list. What is the greatest wonder of the world? It doesn't simply refer to Dragon Country building 100 steel megacities in a month, mobilizing tens of millions of troops, and producing millions of awakened individuals. In my view, the 1.4 billion heroic and inspiring people of Dragon Country are truly the greatest wonder of the world. On a certain platform, similar captions have been repeatedly mentioned by countless bloggers, drawing more attention to this topic. What? Why are the city walls in the Dragon Country so high? In the Lighthouse Country, a white man stared incredulously after watching a video titled "The World's #1 Wonder" on Twitter. He put down his phone and looked out the window. A long convoy is lining up to enter a precautionary zone. The precautionary zone's city walls reach a height of 20 meters, roughly equivalent to a 7-story building. Originally, he had thought the efficiency of the Lighthouse Nation was already very high. In just over half a month, they managed to build such towering walls truly worthy of being the first great nation of Blue Planet. But now, comparing the two, the Lighthouse Nation's wall is simply too petty, like a child's imaginary play. In contrast, Dragon Nation's wall is not only taller and larger, but it even has 3 layers, with the shortest one far exceeding the Lighthouse Nation's wall. This stark contrast makes this white man suspicious. Could could the upper echelon of the Lighthouse Nation have been embezzling funds? It's simply unbelievable. How did Dragon Nation accomplish this in just 1 month? I admit, I used to have biases against Dragon Country. Is it still possible to join Dragon Country now? This is indeed the greatest wonder in the world. I dare say that even if the billions of other people around the world join forces, they couldn't build such a magnificent city within a month. Fake, it's all fake. With AI being so advanced nowadays, these videos must have been generated by AI. We, the White Elephant Nation, have already reached the moon, while Dragon Country is still playing with stones. What's the use of building city walls so high? Can they stop artillery shells or missiles? Below that video, comments from people all around the world were gathered. Some people were stubborn and unwilling to believe it, thinking the video was fake. The most combative and stubborn ones were undoubtedly citizens of White Elephant Nation, one of the Twitter P5. But more people were deeply shocked by the terrifying infrastructure capabilities of the Dragon Nation. These people were not particularly familiar with the Dragon Country before and held significant prejudices against it due to the rampant smearing by Western media. Many even believed that people in the Dragon Country couldn't afford tea eggs. Now, these 100 steel cities have shattered their perceptions at once. Is this something that people from Longwa, who can't even afford tea eggs, can build? The so-called strongest country on Bluestar, the Lighthouse Nation, built a wall using the strength of the entire country, but compared to Longwa's, it's like a child's toy. The world's greatest wonder. These words have also been deeply etched into their hearts. Many years later, when they recalled the past, they still remembered the shock they felt when they first saw the towering steel cities of the Dragon Nation, as well as the regret of not being able to become citizens of the Dragon Nation. What? A wildfire broke out in Sakura territory, and all the forests are burning? During the Grand Migration in Dragon Nation, Lin Yan received an unexpected piece of news. A massive wildfire occurred in Sakura Nation, and nearly all the forests were engulfed in flames. This news left Lin Yan momentarily stunned, because, before the rebirth, there hadn't been such wildfires in Sakura Country. Could it be a chain reaction? Yes, Director Lin. After the wildfire started, Sakura Country was not proactive in extinguishing it, causing the fire to grow larger and larger. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire forest in Sakura Country is burned down. According to the military intelligence team's analysis, the wildfire seems to be deliberately set by Sakura Country. Their intention might be to burn all the insects and beasts in the forest at once, preventing them from undergoing large-scale mutations, the informant said. Lin Yan understood. The military intelligence team's analysis was correct. Such a wildfire is clearly abnormal and is most likely man-made. Looking at it this way, it really is a chain reaction. It seems Sakura Country has also conducted mutant insect beast experiments and realized how terrifying mutant insect beasts can be. However, with Sakura Country's natural resources and national strength, it's already too late to respond like Dragon Country, so they resorted to igniting forests to deal with the crisis. That's truly a stroke of genius. Lin Yan sneered inwardly. The Sakura Country's approach does indeed minimize the threat of mutant insect beasts, but it won't be long before they regret it deeply. The role of forests is no small matter. After spiritual energy began spreading across the earth, it wasn't distributed evenly. Mountains and forests can imbue a country with more vitality. Take the example of Kangaroo Country. Although surrounded by the ocean, its central region is a vast plain without mountains, so the moist air passes through without staying. As a result, the expansive central area of Kangaroo Country receives pitifully little rainfall, turning into a wasteland. Vitality follows the same principle. They themselves cycle along with the atmosphere. When they pass through a place where there is nothing, the amount of spiritual energy left behind is surely minimal. The concentration of spiritual energy there will not be very high either. Without forests, the concentration of spiritual energy in Sakura Country will greatly decrease in the future. Therefore, in Lin Yan's view, this move of theirs is a brilliant stroke of self-inflicted harm. If the Sakura Nation can't seize the spiritual spring in the future, their development will be extremely limited. This is naturally a good thing for the Dragon Nation. Lin Yan's mood improved significantly. Report to Director Lin. All 1.4 billion people have been successfully relocated to the Iron City without missing a single person. Everyone has been properly settled, everything in the City of Steel is normal, orderly, and well-stocked, and no incidents of disturbance have occurred. A few days later, an intelligence officer reported loudly to Lin Yan. After a week of effort, all 1.4 billion people had entered the City of Steel. It was 3 days ahead of the planned schedule of 10 days. Uncle Lang, Uncle Li, you can recall all the troops to station in the Iron City, Lin Yan said. This week, 50 million troops were scattered across the lands of the Dragon Nation, escorting the migration of 1.4 billion people. When people encountered difficulties during the migration, desperation, all the soldiers could offer them assistance. In the past few days, there have also been numerous incidents of mutant insect and beast attacks. Although they are not very large in scale, and those mutant insect beasts are not particularly strong, without the army, they would still cause considerable casualties among ordinary people. Yes, Director Lin, Lang Feng and Li Jianguo took the orders and started making arrangements. Bang, 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 boom. In the forest, gunshots kept echoing. A large swarm of basketball-sized mutant spiders were wiped out under concentrated fire. Finally cleaned them up. These bugs are getting more and more freakish. Yeah, it's only been a few days, and the mutant spiders in this forest have multiplied this much. Who knows what it'll be like in a few more days. Still, the foresight of the nation is remarkable, making preparations early. Being born in the Dragon Country is the biggest lottery win of my life. To be honest, these days I feel like I must have saved the galaxy in my last life. After eliminating those mutant spiders, the soldiers were casually chatting there. Most of them were new recruits, and the weapons they used were still purchased from the Lighthouse Nation. After a period of training, they had also developed some combat skills. Everyone, attention, the captain has arrived. The group of soldiers straightened up solemnly, holding their guns. A notice has been issued from above. We will be heading to Xiang City for garrison duty. Your families are also there. Everyone, get on the vehicle. We're departing. The captain brought some good news. Oh yeah, we can finally enter the Iron City. The soldiers eagerly jumped onto the tanks, their spirits lifted. Over the past few days, they personally witnessed the process of a mutant spider turning into a large swarm. This is just a small part of the forest. In the Dragon Kingdom, forests are countless, and the various insects and beasts within them are beyond calculation. If they stay in the wild any longer, they feel their lives might be in danger. It is still the steel dragon standing tall on the earth in the video that brings a sense of security. On this day, the army scattered across the land of Longwa began converging upon the 100 steel cities. Cuties, I'm live streaming for you right now outside Chang'an City. Today is the day the army is stationed in the steel cities. Wow, so many tanks. Outside Chang'an City, the adorable streamer girl had started her live stream again. Meng Meng is so awesome to have managed to get a live streaming permit. Of course, just look at how many fans our Meng Meng has. There are quite a few people in the live stream room. After entering the Iron City, one cannot easily go outside. Only a small number of popular streamers who have obtained broadcasting permits can leave the city to stream. At this moment, in the scene, countless tanks formed a long convoy and drove through the city gates. Tanks, like colossal steel beasts, rolled in one after another, creating an exceptionally grand scene. Among them, there were often some troop carriers interspersed, filled to capacity with soldiers. Truly spectacular. So many tanks. Our country has a total of 8,000 tanks, averaging 80 per steel city. Even though Chang'an is a provincial capital, it shouldn't have been allocated this many, right? That's indeed quite a lot, definitely more than 100 tanks. With this scale, could it be close to 1,000? 1,000 tanks, hiss. Could it be that Chang'an City is under heavy defense? I just watched the live streams of other steel cities, and the tanks are just as numerous. Haven't you noticed how new these tanks look? Whoa, could it be that we've built tens of thousands of tanks in just 1 month? The topic of producing tens of thousands of tanks in a month spread like wildfire across various platforms and chat groups. The magnificent scene made all the people of Dragon Country feel their blood boil with excitement, filling their hearts with endless pride. Beacon Country. In the White House, a group of high-ranking officials from Beacon Country were also watching the footage from Dragon Country. On the screen, rows of brand new 99 main battle tanks, Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles, and Type 181 howitzers formed an endless line, slowly advancing into the steel city. Everyone's expression looked grim, because, according to their intelligence department's statistics, the number of tanks in Dragon Country had likely reached a staggering 60,000. Just a month ago, this number was only 8,000. That is to say, in just 1 month, the Dragon Kingdom produced more than 50,000 tanks. That's more than 50,000 tanks, not just 50,000 vehicles. At the peak of the Lighthouse Nation, during the S2 season, they could produce more than 30,000 tanks in a year when operating at full capacity. But now, this is TMD 1 month. The Dragon Kingdom produced over 50,000 tanks in just 1 month. This is terrifying. No wonder every high-ranking member of the Lighthouse looks a bit pale. Even more shocked than they are, is Sakura Kingdom. The current Cherry Blossom Country has its entire sky covered by thick smoke. It seems to foreshadow the dark clouds of their future. The video from Dragon Country was like a huge stone, weighing down the entire Cherry Blossom leadership, leaving them gasping for breath. The entire conference room became unusually quiet, with no one daring to speak and break the oppressive silence. And on Twitter, the video has spread again. In recent days, the Dragon Country has brought too many shocks to the world. This time is no exception. When seeing that seemingly endless army of tanks resembling a torrent of steel, even some who mocked and ridiculed the Dragon Country fell silent, producing tens of thousands of tanks in a month. This figure leaves them with no room for criticism. The slumbering Eastern Dragon, once awakened, releases energy powerful enough enough to shake the entire world. And it was on this day. The Central Station released a message. The sword is drawn, vowing to eliminate all enemies. Central Bank, playing like this will frighten the little cherry blossom next door. Little cherry blossom, don't come over here. The upper levels of the cherry blossom country might not be able to sleep tonight. Little Lighthouse is probably feeling quite anxious internally too. Although the threat of mutant beasts is now very evident, the news from the Central Station still gave the people of the Dragon Nation a glimmer of hope. The gates of the Steel City closed. 14 billion people, including all the military forces, entered the 100 Steel Cities. In these Steel Cities, the ones housing the largest populations are the former first-tier cities. Each city has turned into a megacity with a population exceeding 30 million. Next are various provincial capitals and some bustling coastal cities. These cities will also be the ones receiving focused defense. At this point, everything is ready. Everything is prepared, Xiaojin, we're just waiting for you. In the Shenlong base, Lin Yan raised his head and looked toward the sky. Up there, Xiaojin was still continuously absorbing the incoming fortune. Its body became increasingly massive as a result. Once this wave of fortune is completely absorbed, Lin Yan can rely on Xiaojin to become the god of war in one fell swoop. What's the situation? In the meeting room, Lin Yan arrived once again. Mutant insects and beasts are increasing crazily everywhere. This is what our satellite has detected. Long Feng pulled up a video. In the video, there was a dense cluster of black dots. As the camera zoomed in further, it became clear that those black dots were mosquitoes the size of ping-pong balls. Their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, and countless. This is the marshland of Ruo Orgai. The environment here is perfect for mosquito breeding. Now, it's entirely populated by mutant mosquitoes. Their mutation rate is rapid, and their reproduction speed is even faster. If this continues, the threat these mosquitoes pose to Rong City will be far from trivial. Long Feng frowned. Director Lin, I suggest using incendiary bombs to cleanse the area. This will allow us to eliminate the threat in advance. Li Jianguo proposed. All right, Lin Yan agreed. For areas where such mutated insect beasts are abnormally dense and pose a threat to the nearby Steel City, it's naturally acceptable to eliminate them in advance. Director Lin, there's also this spot. Long Feng pulled up another area. It was still a swamp located in the northeast region, with numerous mutant mosquitoes inside. Uncle Lang, we don't need to worry about this place for now. It's far from Steel City and poses little threat. Lin Yan commented after looking at its location. Although the Dragon Kingdom prepared a large amount of ammunition this month, it still needs to be used sparingly, especially weapons like incendiary bombs, which are devastating. The future swarms of insects will be even more ferocious. Director Lin, what about here? Cold Peak continuously calls up areas discovered either via satellite or drone. Today is the 11th day since the arrival of the Spirit Tide, and a large number of insect beasts have already completed their mutations. The reason why the insect tide has not yet occurred after the mutations is that the mutated insect beasts are undergoing large-scale reproduction. These insect beasts, modified by various starry races, possess extraordinarily astonishing reproductive capabilities. In just a few days, their numbers can multiply dozens to hundreds of times. Then, the insect swarm will arrive. The reproduction and mutation of insect beasts also consume an immense amount of spiritual energy, reducing the spiritual energy available for human growth and evolution. That's why spiritual springs are so important. Controlling the spirit spring provides an endless source of spiritual energy and can also prevent the spiritual energy from dispersing across Blue Star, which would exacerbate insect-beast mutations. Throughout the day, Lin Yan inspected areas where insect-beast mutations occurred and decided which regions to strike preemptively. Lots of incidents involving insect beasts attacking humans have occurred abroad. Take a look at this video. Mom, is this still a mosquito? Ordinary people in Dragon Country, unable to leave the Steel City, have started paying more attention to situations abroad. The most viral video online shows a scene of swarms of mutated mosquitoes attacking a small town. Those mutated mosquitoes aren't too big, each only about the size of a sparrow. An ordinary person can easily take them down with a wooden stick, or even with fists and palms. They are helpless against sturdy walls. But there are far too many of them. Glass windows cannot withstand their constant impact. Additionally, their sense of smell is extraordinarily sharp. No matter where you hide, they can detect the scent on your body. They saw that in the small town. Countless people were screaming as they were attacked. Someone wielded a weapon and killed quite a few, but soon their body was densely covered with mutated mosquitoes. The sight made one's scalp tingle. When those mutated mosquitoes left, that person had already turned into a dried corpse. The blood in his body was completely drained, not a single drop left. This is way too much. How the heck are we supposed to deal with this? Many people from the Dragon Kingdom were terrified. Don't be afraid, we have flamethrowers. Soon, someone posted a video of the city wall. The area above the city wall appeared exceptionally spacious, divided into many sections both upper and lower. In addition to the dense cannons, there were flamethrowers every 10 meters or so. The position where soldiers stand is also also equipped with specialized steel net protection against aerial attacks. These steel nets are spaced about 5 centimeters apart, not affecting the soldiers shooting, yet able to block the enlarged mutated insect beasts. What's there to be afraid of? Just these mosquitoes, one fire bullet and I'll wipe out a bunch. An awakened one uploaded a video. He launched a fireball, instantly causing an explosive burst in a section of the air. Thor is here, little mosquitoes, no matter how many come, they will all perish. Another awakened one unleashed a dense flurry of lightning, displaying impressive power. Other awakened ones, seeing this, also began to showcase their abilities. An awakener who uses sonic attacks can shatter a large area of objects with a single roar. An awakener capable of manipulating air can turn a region into a vacuum, preventing flying mutant insect beasts from staying airborne. He can also turn the air into sharp blades, delivering impressive AoE damage. With these awakeners displays, the people of Dragon Country have become much less worried about the mutant insect beasts. Buzzing. Above the marshes of Ruorgai, a buzzing sound echoed. From high in the sky, a bomber dove down from above the clouds. The noise it produced startled the mutant mosquito swarm. A large number of mutant mosquitoes flew into the air. They failed to notice that as the bombers swept by, incendiary bombs began to fall. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by towering flames, countless mutant mosquitoes were burned to ashes. After being scorched by the incendiary bombs, the mutant mosquitoes here would no longer be so rampant in the future. On this day, the densely populated areas of mutant insects and beasts around the Steel City were subjected to blanket strikes. Lin Yen knew that this level of attack was far from enough, but it could still have some effect, buying more time for the awakened. Millions of awakened in the Dragon Kingdom were engaging in systematic training. The tens of thousands of awakeners born before the spiritual energy revitalization became instructors for these new awakeners and will lead them in battle in the future. The War God Squad is also training hard at full speed. Even Lang Qingqiu was sent by Lin Yen to train. The unawakened people of the Dragon Nation are also desperately trying to awaken under the pressure of the crisis. The number of awakened individuals in Dragon Kingdom continues to increase. In the following days, the mutations of the insect beasts became increasingly fierce, especially the insects. Incidents of attacks by mutated insect beasts are growing abroad, and the internet is flooded with videos of this kind. For instance, in the White Elephant Kingdom, a large number of mutated locusts appeared, covering the sky and causing great headaches for the kingdom. In some tropical countries, an even greater variety of mutated insects emerged wildly, leaving people defenseless. Governments of various countries took action, relocating their citizens to designated containment zones they had established. Even though the containment zones were rudimentary, at least there were troops and awakened individuals stationed there. It's just that they absolutely can't achieve what the Dragon Kingdom has, or not a single one is left behind. Little Sakura is still clever. They burned down most of the forest, so they don't have many mutated insects or beasts. Green mountains and clear waters are the true gold and silver mountains. Although I don't know whether burning forests will have any side effects, I don't think this move is very smart. +1, +10086. I'm so glad I was born in the Great Dragon Nation. I can't imagine, if I were born in other countries, I'd probably be GG by now. Exactly, if there's an afterlife, I would still want to be a Chinese in the next life. Forget the next life. For the next 100 lives, 1,000 lives, I would still want to be a Chinese. The hardships faced by people in other countries have made countless citizens of the Dragon Nation once again feel immense gratitude and love for their homeland. They deeply realize how important it is to have a strong and protective motherland. Even some citizens who used to complain everywhere about the country's shortcomings due to dissatisfaction in life have now undergone a complete change in attitude. The cohesion of Dragon Country's 1.4 billion people has also invisibly achieved a qualitative leap. In the high sky, a mutated hummingbird surrounded by electric light darted toward the bomber at incredible speed. It's coming again, pull up quickly. The bomber swiftly pulled up, climbing toward the sky. Da 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 da. The machine guns on the escort fighter roared, but failed to hit the hummingbird. Bayou. The strange bird turned and charged toward the incoming fighter jet. Da 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 da. The automode cannon fired wildly. Finally, a bullet hit the mutated hummingbird, reducing it to smithereens. Whoosh. The fighter pilot let out a huge sigh of relief. A dignified 5th-generation fighter jet almost failed to take down a single mutated hummingbird. If it hadn't been experienced firsthand, who would believe it? ZZZZZZ. Boom. Underneath the walls of a steel city, a battle was taking place. Awakened ones were fighting a group of mutated ants in coordinated efforts. These mutated ants were entirely red, their bodies turned incredibly hard, and some had even learned to spit fire. Their numbers were overwhelming, forming a dense, packed mass that turned the ground into a red carpet. Their total number likely reached hundreds of thousands. Thousands of awakened individuals used various methods to continuously kill the incoming mutated ants. Above the city walls, hundreds of thousands of soldiers stood ready in formation. Under the attacks of the awakened individuals, despite the large number of mutated ants, they died as fast as they came. This is the the insect swarm? Not that impressive. Don't celebrate too soon, this is just a nest of mutant ants. Go watch the videos from the White Elephant Nation, that's what you call an insect swarm. Damn, just one nest has this many. What if a few more nests show up? The video of this battle attracted a large number of Dragon Nation viewers. Sporadic insect swarms have begun to appear. In the Shenlong base, the large screen in front of Lin Yan displayed videos from various regions of Long Country. Over the past 2 days, many steel cities have faced attacks from sporadic insect swarms. Although they are sporadic swarms, each wave consists of more than 100,000 insects. For insects, the least they lack is quantity. Under the coordination and arrangement of various special agencies, these scattered insect swarms became practice targets for the awakened. Uncle Lee, suspend the deployment of bombers and fighter jets, all pilots are to stand by. After watching another video, Lin Yan issued the order. As time went on, bomber missions became increasingly dangerous. Even with fighter escorts, it wasn't entirely safe. Although at this stage, the vast majority of monsters posed no threat to bombers, there were simply too many on Earth, and inevitably some mutated particularly quickly. In the past 2 days, bombers deployed encountered consecutive dangers, with one almost failing to return. The mist is getting thicker. Lin Yan's gaze fell on a new video. It was a video of the Taihang Mountains. The majestic Taihang Mountains were already shrouded in dense white fog. This prevents satellites in the sky from detecting the situation inside. In the past few days, almost all the mountains in Dragon Country have gradually been covered by clouds and mist. Similarly, large forests have also been shrouded in white fog. The trajectory of Blue Star's changes is exactly the same as it was before rebirth. What's different this time is that the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Nation have already received the best protection. Unlike before the rebirth, when the entire Dragon Nation was in chaos, with large numbers of people dying every day from attacks by mutated insect beasts. After understanding the situation of the entire Dragon Nation, Lin Yan left the conference room. He was preparing to break through to the level of War God. In these past few days, Xiao Jin absorbed enough fortune and is now able to initiate another fortune infusion for Lin Yan. When he arrived at the playground, Lin Yan saw Lang Qingxiu, who had been immersed in cultivation for several days. She gave Lin Yan a somewhat different feeling, as if she had a completely renewed aura. Qingxiu, have you had a breakthrough? Lin Yan asked. Cold Qingxiu's usually aloof face revealed a smile. Yes, Leader Lin, I've become a warrior general. Congratulations. Cold Qingxiu truly deserves her reputation as a remarkably gifted genius, becoming a warrior general so quickly. Her growth is probably even faster compared to Lin Yan before his rebirth. Thank you, Team Leader Lin. Lang Qingxiu said happily. Ow ow. Xiao Jin's cry came from the sky. This voice came from the soul level, and only Lin Yan could hear it. Lin Yan looked up, and the little Jin in the sky had grown to an unimaginable size. Qingxiu, prepare 100 liters of spiritual liquid for me, and also give me 100 vials of the energy liquids concentrated by the potion group from each element. Seeing Lang Qingxiu about to break through, Lin Yan commanded her again. Alright, Team Leader Lin. The quantity Lin Yan needs is quite substantial. A full 100 liters of spiritual liquid plus 100 vials of energy liquid for each attribute. You must know, in the first few months after the revival of spiritual energy, Lang Feng only managed to collect less than half a liter of spiritual liquid. Of course, after the outbreak of the spiritual tide, obtaining spiritual liquid became much easier, as it only requires continuously collecting spiritual energy and compressing it. Currently, the Shenlong base has already stored several thousand liters of spiritual liquid. However, there are too many awakeners that need to be nurtured, so the consumption of spiritual liquid is still quite large. Lin Yan just allocated 100 liters this time. Although that is the case, with Lin Yan's status and authority, he doesn't need to explain to anyone why he uses spiritual liquid. Xiao Jin, come on. After Lang Qingxiu left, Lin Yan called out to Xiao Jin in the sky. In the sky, Xiao Jin's size rapidly shrank. When little Jin's body shrank to its normal size, its length had impressively surpassed 100 meters. Then, little Jin transformed into a golden light and entered Lin Yan's body. Team Leader Lin, the spirit liquid is here. Thank you, just leave it there. A few minutes later, in the cultivation room, Lang Qingxiu brought the spiritual liquid and energy liquid that Lin Yan needed. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to cultivate, Lang Qingxiu put down the items and left the cultivation room. Xiao Jin, let's begin. Lin Yan closed his eyes. Golden light began to emanate from his body. Xiao Jin's fortune infusion started once again. This time, Lin Yan aimed to break the spiritual energy shackles of the mental level. He wanted to first become a 7th-tier apprentice-level spiritual thought master and achieve godlike status in the spiritual domain. Then, further enhance the body's strength. With Xiao Jin's fortune infusion, Lin Yan's mental power began to soar wildly. The psionic shackle between the advanced warrior and the war god was touched once again. Back in the magic city, since Xiao Jin had already reached his limit, this psionic shackle could not be broken through. But this time, after Xiao Jin absorbed an immense amount of fortune, this surge of fortune infusion became exceptionally fierce. Buzz. Under the impact of the fortune infusion, the spiritual energy shackles began to tremble violently. Quite sturdy, but break for me, accompanied by Lin Yan's soft command. The psychic shackle between the warlord and the war god was suddenly broken open. This shackle, being on the spiritual level, was even more resilient than the physical one. But so what? It was still forcibly broken under Xiaojin's fortune infusion. As soon as it burst open, an immense amount of energy surged crazily into Lin Yan's soul, causing his spiritual power to continue rising. Buzz. Without any surprises, in just a few seconds, Lin Yan's spiritual power underwent a qualitative transformation, instantly breaking through the 7th rank of apprentice level to become a war god. Whoosh! Lin Yan let out a long breath. With 1/10 of the war god powers, the entire world felt expansive. Although the war god power is still at the apprentice level, it is already strong enough to handle various crises at this stage. Xiaojin, now it's the physical level. Lin Yan was not planning to continue advancing on the spiritual level but was instead focused on enhancing his strength on the physical level. He picked up the glass bottle filled with spiritual liquid, opened it, and started gulping it down. Lin Yan unexpectedly drank the entire liter of spiritual liquid in one go. Drinking like this is simply terrifying. Even a god of war could very likely have their body burst from consuming so much spirit liquid in such a short time. This is 1 liter of spirit liquid. But right now, Lin Yan really isn't afraid. Xiaojin's fortune endowment is truly miraculous. The energy from the fortune endowment allows Lin Yan to transform these spirit liquids into genetic primal energy without any hidden dangers. After drinking 1 liter, Lin Yan didn't pause at all and immediately picked up another bottle of spirit liquid to continue drinking. After finishing 2 large liters of spirit liquid, Lin Yan grabbed energy liquids from various elements and poured them into his body. These energy liquids included wind element energy liquid, thunder element energy liquid, fire element energy liquid, ice element energy liquid. These energy liquids were collected by scientists with the cooperation of the awakened after the occurrence of the spiritual tide. After drinking it, Lin Yan closed his eyes. Inside his body, the genetic primal energy began to increase wildly. Xiaojin's fortune infusion was incomparably faster than his own cultivation. After the primal gene energy increased to a certain level, it suddenly broke through a spiritual energy barrier. Apprentice level tier 3 achieved. This is the apprentice level tier 3 on a physical level, and it's a balanced and comprehensive advancement across all disciplines. It's not over yet. The primal energy of genes is still increasing wildly. After some time, another spiritual energy shackle within the body was broken through. Breaking the spiritual energy shackle has already removed the greatest obstacle to advancement. Not long after, Lin Yan's strength had reached the 5th stage of apprentice level. He once again started drinking spiritual liquid and various energy liquids. The comprehensive development approach he chose made his combat power even more formidable, although it required more resources than others. No one knew how much time had passed. As another spiritual energy shackle was broken, Lin Yan's genetic core further intensified and condensed. He has reached apprentice level 6. His advancement is still not over. Lin Yan is still drinking spiritual liquid and various energy liquids, and through Xiaojin's fortune infusion, directly converting them into strength. Such precious spiritual liquid is being consumed by him like water. If other awakened ones saw this, they would be scared to death. On the physical level, the shackle between the warrior and the war god has been touched. This shackle is equally extraordinarily sturdy. Especially since Lin Yan shows comprehensive development, this shackle would be 10 times sturdier than others. The infusion of fortune was still ongoing. Break for me. Half an hour later, accompanied by a loud shout. This spiritual energy shackle was forcefully broken open by Lin Yan. He has also become a god of war physically. At this moment, he has become a dual god of war. That is to say, he is a god of war both physically and mentally. No, to be precise, Lin Yan now can be called an all-encompassing god of war. He has awakened a full 10 times. In every talent, he already possesses war god level strength. Feeling the surging power within his body, Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with brilliance. He approached the strength tester and threw a powerful punch. This specially made strength tester trembled from Lin Yan's strike. Beep beep beep. The red numbers on the display screen jumped wildly. Finally, it settled on the number 520000. 520,000 gene. A single strike unleashed a terrifying force of 260 tons, and this is merely the basic strength of Lin Yan's body. In other words, it is the power generated solely by genetic primal energy, without using any combat techniques or talent bonuses. The basic physical strength of a junior war god is typically 120 tons. Lin Yan, as an all-element war god, has a basic physical strength that is more than double that of other junior war gods. This surpasses even junior war gods who rely on strength talents to achieve their status. Lin Yan also possesses a strength talent, and if he utilizes his talent ability, this value will increase several times over. Ultimately, Lin Yan's strength halted at apprentice level peak 7th tier. Both physically and mentally, he was just a step away from becoming an intermediate intermediate battle god. In fact, if he had chosen to focus solely on advancing his spiritual level instead of pursuing comprehensive development, he could have directly reached the peak of apprentice level 8. He might even have had a chance to reach apprentice level 9 and become an advanced war god. However, Lin Yan chose balanced development so that he would have no weaknesses. The weakness of a spiritual mind master lies in their frail body. Once the battle lasts too long and mental strength is exhausted, it becomes very easy to be killed. Now Lin Yan has become an all-system war god, with genetic primal energy more than 10 times that of others. Even if his mental strength is depleted, he still possesses terrifying combat power. After everything was over, Lin Yan glanced around. Out of 100 liters of spiritual liquid, only a few liters were left, and the energy liquid had been completely consumed. These energy liquids were the result of half a month's effort by thousands of people in the potion group, and Lin Yan had squandered them just like that. However, getting a supreme warrior across all disciplines is definitely worth it. Lin Yan stood up and walked out of the training room. The strength of Lin's team must have taken a huge leap. When she saw Lin Yan walking out of the training room, Lang Qingqiu thought. Lin Yan spent an entire day and night in the cultivation room, and when he came out, it felt as if he had transformed into a completely different person. This made Lang Qingqiu feel that Lin Yan's strength had likely undergone a qualitative improvement. However, Lang Qingqiu was unsure about Lin Yan's exact level of power. But looking at Lin Yan, who seemed to be glowing all over, Lang Qingqiu suddenly had a sensation. Lin Zhu, could he have become a war god? During the battle at Esso Airport, Lin Yan was able to instantly defeat superhumans at the warlord level. His strength was at least that of a mid-level warlord, possibly even a high-level warlord. This breakthrough gives Lin Yan a significant chance of becoming a war god. Lin Zhu's talent must be terrifyingly exceptional. In Lang Qingqiu's imagination, Lin Yan seemed to be an extraordinarily talented genius. Qingqiu, go clean up the training room. Lin Yan's voice rang out. Lang Qingqiu replied with an "oh," quickly averting her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushing. She's going to die. Why is she staring at Lin Yan so intently again? With her naturally aloof personality, she's definitely not the type to act like a love-struck girl. Did Team Lin use up all these spiritual liquids? After entering the training room and seeing the floor covered with empty bottles, Lang Qingqiu was completely stunned. A whole 100 liters of spiritual liquid, Lin Yan actually used it all? She calmed herself down and looked more closely. It wasn't completely used up yet. There were still a few bottles left, but using up over 90 bottles of spiritual liquid in just one day and night, how frightening. Not only that, all the energy liquid was used up by Lin Yan as well. My god. At this moment, Lang Qingqiu's little head was filled with shock. She couldn't imagine how Lin Yan managed to do it in just one day. So much spiritual liquid, aren't you afraid your body will explode? Lin Yan not only wasn't overwhelmed but seems to have become a war god. Lin Zhu must have become a war god. Lang Qingqiu was now certain. After quite some time, she finally recovered from the shock and began tidying up. These tasks were originally done by specialized personnel. Lang Qingqiu knew that Lin Yan definitely didn't want others to know his secret. So, Lang Qingqiu carefully cleaned up the cultivation room until it was spotless. At the same time, she also made up her mind never to tell anyone about what she saw today. After tidying up, Lang Qingqiu only then noticed that the strength tester hadn't been reset. There was a long string of numbers displayed. She counted carefully. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 520,000 gene. Is this the strength Lin Zhu unleashed? Her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, and her cherry-like lips formed an adorable O shape. My god, 520,000 gene of strength. Basic physical strength is 10 tons. Good kid, have you become a warrior? Of course, Brother Yang, I've left you behind. The public training room of the God of War group echoed with conversation. Lu Su, the speed talent awakener, had become a warlord, attracting a lot of attention and envy from the members of the God of War group. Dream on. Yang Ernia suddenly exerted force, striking the power tester. Lu Su took a look and saw that Yang Ernia's punch had astonishingly unleashed a force of 120,000 gene. I can't believe it. Lu Su's eyes were fixed in astonishment. The other awakened ones nearby also let out a series of wow. Brother Yang is truly amazing. Wang Tingyu, the spiritual master, clapped his hands on the side. Other members of the War God team also started clapping. 120,000 pounds, that's a force of 60 tons, simply terrifying. Although Yang Ernia clearly used his innate ability to increase his strength several times, it was not his basic physical strength, but it's still impressive. A little warrior, I'd become one too. Yang Ernia raised his head proudly and said, impressive. Lu Su gave a thumbs up. Team leader Lin is here. Someone said something, but it was unclear who. Yang Ernia quickly hid the smug expression on his face and stood up straight. Others also fell silent. Lin Zhu entered with Lang Qingqiu. Everyone, the assessment starts now. After the assessment, teams will be formed based on your willingness and capability. Lin Yan said calmly. Finally forming teams? Many awakeners perked up. In the training room, the assessment began. One after another, the awakeners exerted their full strength, showcasing showcasing their abilities completely. 28 novice battle generals, 430 advanced warriors, 380 intermediate warriors, 563 novice warriors. At dusk, the assessment results were released. 28 apprentice-level 4th-tier junior warlords, 430 apprentice-level 3rd-tier senior warriors, 680 intermediate warriors, and 355 junior warriors. This is the current achievement of the over 1,500 members of the War God team. These members of the War God group, the first batch, have all become senior warriors, and 28 warlords were born among them. This batch is expected to become War Gods within half a year. Most of the ones who joined later are Lin Yan's former subordinates from before his rebirth, as well as some promising talents discovered by Lin Yan. Due to their later joining time, their overall level is generally not as high as the previous batch. After all, that group had the most outstanding talent. But these old subordinates had strong potential, and their luck wasn't bad. Their growth rate in the future wouldn't be slow either. Yes, luck was also an important consideration for Lin Yan when recruiting members for the War God team. Some people might seem to have poor talent, but their luck was extraordinary, always managing to turn danger into safety and grow steadily along the way. This type of person is simply a lucky star, favored by heaven, and Lin Yan would also be very pleased to have him become a member of the War God team. With ample resources available and all members of the War God team dedicating themselves to diligent cultivation, the overall strength of the team is also quite impressive. It's been just over half a month since the spiritual wave occurred, yet there are already so many intermediate and advanced warriors. More than 300 junior warriors mostly joined in the past few days. Yang Ernia will serve as the captain of the 1st Battalion, Lu Su will lead the 2nd Battalion, Wang Tingyu the 3rd Battalion, Ganlu the 4th Battalion. He Tian will command the 14th Battalion. The captains and members of each squad within the battalions will be recruited and arranged by yourselves. After the entire War God team's assessment was completed, Leng Qingqiu announced Lin Yan's appointments. The formation of the God of War squad remains the same as before rebirth, with 12 members per small team and 12 small teams forming a battalion. Each battalion consists of 144 people. The number of battalions will be much higher than before rebirth. Yes, Leader Lin. Every person appointed as battalion leader wears a cheerful expression. Alright, recruit your own members. It must be completed by tomorrow. Lin Yan finished speaking and then walked away from here. War God Team 1 is recruiting. Stick with me, and you'll have meat to eat. I'll take the lead and never back down. What future is there with Ernyo, that big fool? Team 2 is your best choice. Team 3 recruiting now, accepting all kinds of talents. As soon as Lin Yan left, the place became lively. The next day, all sub-teams were already completed. Lin Yan took a look and found that the self-divided teams were quite reasonable. In each small team, the types of awakened individuals are reasonably matched, and the strength of each large team is relatively balanced. Some awakened individuals who were in the same team before their rebirth have once again become teammates and friends this time. Indeed, there is still granularity between people. Even after starting over, their granularity will still align seamlessly. Alright, let's start distributing the battle armor. Accompanied by Lin Yan's voice, sets of battle armor were carried up. These battle armors are relatively ordinary for now, made of titanium alloy or titanium gold, without any power or weapon systems. In other words, they only serve a defensive function. The thickness and weight of armor vary for warriors of different levels. The armor of junior warriors weighs 80 pounds. The armor of intermediate level warriors weighs 120 pounds, senior warriors 160 pounds, and junior war generals 200 pounds. Titanium is already considered an excellent material on the current Blue Star, as it is both lightweight and sturdy. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, under its influence, some special ores will appear on Blue Star, also known as spiritual energy ores. Materials crafted from psionic ore are truly the best. Titanium alloy doesn't even count as F-grade material, it can only be considered G-grade material, which is just ordinary material. For now, we'll have to make do with it. Wow, this armor looks so impressive. Do I look like an ancient general now? The members happily put on the armor one by one and were very fond of it. These armors were tailor-made for them. As for the weapons, they have already been distributed to every member one after another. Now, the War God team, this mighty blade of the nation, has become sharp and is fully prepared to face the insect tide. The blade is ready, it's just waiting to be unsheathed to slay the enemy and make an astonishing impact. Director Lin, the insect tide has arrived. It didn't take long. The next day, the first wave of the insect tide appeared. This wave of the insect tide occurred in Spring City in the southwestern region. Spring City is the provincial capital of Yun Province. Yun Province can be said to be the province with the most insects in the entire Dragon Country. In novels and film works, there are even legends about the insect valley of Yun Province. The entire Cloud Province has only one steel city, which is Spring City. In fact, if it weren't for the Wandering Blue Star plan requiring a steel city here, Lin Yan would have planned to relocate all the people from this place. The insect swarm here is too ferocious. The Zerg of the Starry Sky Myriad race races, also have a nest here. That mysterious Cloud Province Insect Valley does exist. In fact, it is a folded space, and the insect nest of the insect race is hidden inside. Before rebirth, Cloud Province suffered the most. Out of tens of millions of people, less than 1/10 ultimately survived. In the video from Spring City, swarms of insects could be seen coming from all directions, both from the sky and the ground, overwhelming everything. The piercing alarm resounded throughout Spring City. News of the insect swarm's arrival spread across the entire Spring City. Everyone became tense. Too much. My goodness, why is there so much? Stay strong, Spring City. I really wish I could go to Spring City and fight alongside them. A live stream room broadcasting the battle situation was already packed with people. The insect swarm faced by Spring City was the first large-scale insect swarm in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Compared to such an insect swarm, those previous swarms numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands seemed like child's play. The number of mutant insects was overwhelming. Heaven and earth are densely packed with them. As the camera zoomed in, people saw the specific types of these mutant insects. This massive wave of insect swarms consists of more than one type of mutant insect. It includes a large number of mutant mosquitoes, mutant locusts, mutant cockroaches, mutant ants, mutant flies, and some that appear to have mutated from beetles. The degree of mutation of these insects is basically not as pronounced as when Ling Yan demonstrated to Lang Feng the mutations achieved by feeding them spiritual liquid. For instance, the mutated mosquitoes are mostly still the size of ping-pong balls, and they are the most numerous. Mosquitoes are completely useless to humans, and the entire Blue Star they are pure pests. In fact, they are the most successfully modified insects by the Wan clan. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, there were already an astonishing number of mosquitoes. According to incomplete statistics, the number of mosquitoes on Blue Star exceeded a quadrillion. Even if only some of them underwent mutations, it would be terrifying, not to mention their rampant reproduction after mutating. Other mutated insects that were originally large in size were generally around fist-sized, and quite a few reached the size of a basketball. There were even some that became larger. Size is not the key is the quantity. The entire sky turned into a dark mass, its number unknown. The ground was covered in a red, black, and brown patterned carpet. Such a swarm of insects scared countless people from the Dragon Kingdom and the live broadcast room. The previous sporadic insect swarms were easy to handle, but this wave of insect swarms, even before getting close, already brought a suffocating sense of oppression. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Many people were completely dumbfounded. Several billion people from the Dragon Country have already poured into the live streams of Spring City's battle updates. More than half of the Dragon Country is paying attention to the situation in Spring City. Prepare for battle. On the city wall, all the soldiers had already prepared for combat. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of insects, even some seasoned veterans felt their mouths go dry and the pressure mount. Closer, closer. The overwhelming swarm of insects had already reached within less than a kilometer's distance. Fire! Under the city walls, accompanied by the orders of numerous commanders, a large number of cannons roared to life. Boom, 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 boom. The cannons emitted a deafening thunderous roar. Shooting mosquitoes with cannons, what were they thinking? Someone witnessed this scene and raised doubts. However, as soon as the doubts were voiced, this person was immediately proven wrong by what happened next. The artillery shells fired by these cannons went straight into the swarm of insects in midair. Then, they exploded. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, clusters of flames burst open in midair. The blazing flames rolled, turning all the mutant insects within a few hundred meters into ash. For a moment, countless mutant insects were killed both in the sky and on the ground. So fierce. 666, is this firing incendiary bombs? It should be napalm bombs. These incendiary bombs are powerful and not expensive, simply the best choice against these bugs. This firepower, what kind of bugs can withstand it? The country's preparation is thorough. Just this round must have fired hundreds of incendiary bombs, right? A few hundred pieces are nothing. Just think about it, we can produce tens of thousands of tanks in a month. The stockpile of incendiary bombs must be massive. The atmosphere in the livestream suddenly became much more relaxed. The hearts of hundreds of millions of Dragon Nation citizens, which had been tightly wounded, were instantly at ease. The nation's preparations are extraordinarily thorough. Such a ferocious swarm of insects, countless were wiped out in just one round of bombardment. Outside Spring City, the raging flames finally subsided. In the area where the flames had been, not a single mutant insect could be seen either on the ground or in the air. In the distance, mutant insects were still swarming in densely. These mutant insects rushed into the previously burned area and started burning as well. The temperature there has not dissipated yet. Once the napalm bombs explode, they can instantly generate thousands of degrees of high temperature. Ordinary mutant insects couldn't possibly withstand that. However, as the atmosphere flows, the temperature in that area eventually dropped. The insect swarm continued to surge forward. Boom, boom, boom. The second round of shelling began. This round of shelling once again killed a massive number of mutated insects. insects. Meanwhile, tongues of flame spewed from the top of the city walls, dense gunfire rang out, and awakened individuals could also be seen attacking. This is to deal with the sporadic mutated insects rushing over. The number of awakened below the city wall is greater. Such city walls naturally have plenty of passageways below, enough for people to pass through, allowing the awakened to go out and fight. These awakened are dealing with the ones that slipped through the net. Due to the massive scale of the insect tide, even the ones that slipped through are comparable to the previous sporadic insect tides. It just so happens to provide the awakened with an opportunity to showcase their skills. Thus, the battle fully unfolded. The pace of the battle, however, was firmly controlled by the Spring City garrison. Whenever a large wave of insects approaches, they are greeted by a round of bombardment. Scattered insect beasts are dealt with by the soldiers and awakeners on the city walls. Thus, this battle, which initially worried countless people in the Dragon Nation, turned out to proceed unusually smoothly. Spring City has no major issues anymore. After the large-scale insect wave is over, instruct the Spring City defenders to refrain from excessive use of incendiary bombs, focusing on deploying awakeners for combat instead. In the Shenlong base, Lin Yan was also paying attention to this battle. Although there were many insects in Yun province, Lin Yan did not have the slightest concern about the first battle against the insect tide. The defense systems of each steel city were personally designed by him. Over the past month, the Dragon Kingdom has produced countless napalm bombs. The power of napalm bombs can be referenced in the burning bombs dropped by the Lighthouse Nation during the Battle of Chosen Reservoir and the Battle of Jingang River. That is precisely napalm. Its main components are a gel made of gasoline and other chemicals, which is not too difficult for the Dragon Nation to obtain. These napalm bombs are specially made since they are not dropped by aircraft but are fired through artillery. Before the awakened grow up, these powerful and wide-range incendiary bombs are the ultimate weapon against the swarm. Awesome! That was so easy, it's almost hard to believe. Burning bugs, so crisp. The battle situation in Spring City has brought immense joy to countless people in Dragon Country. The ease of this battle has reassured the people of Dragon Country, who were originally filled with worry. Everyone, don't get too complacent. This is just the beginning. Exactly. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. I think we should be more worried. It's only been a dozen days, and the insect swarm is already so fierce. What will happen after some more time? Some people in the Dragon Country are not as optimistic as others. They have a longer-term perspective. Report to Director Lin, an insect swarm has occurred in Linchang. At this moment, another steel city was struck by a swarm of insects. This is Linchang in your province. Your province is mountainous, with dense forests, and an abnormally large number of mutated insects. Another battle begins. Report to Director Lin, a large-scale insect tide has occurred in Green City. Report to Director Lin, an insect tide has occurred in Yu City. Report to Director Lin, Shin City. One after another, more steel cities across the Dragon Kingdom experienced large-scale insect tides. For a moment, swarms of insects erupted across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Dad, what are you doing? In Huacheng, inside a residential home, a middle-aged son looked at his father with some helplessness. Because the old man was nailing thick wooden boards onto the windows. The insect swarm is coming, so I'm just making some preparations in advance. The old man said this while hammering away with the hammer. Thud thud thud. Dad, the country's preparations are so thorough, it's fine. The insect swarm over in Spring City is about to be wiped out. Spring City is Spring City. Flower City is located in the south. The mosquitoes are quite fierce, and there are occasional incidents of people being harmed by mosquitoes in the city. If there are too many mosquitoes outside, that would be unbearable. The old man is very stubborn. Dad, that was a few days ago. In the past few days, the awakened have wiped out all the mutated mosquitoes in the city. Yes, Grandpa. The mosquitoes weren't even that strong when they first mutated. I managed to kill several of them myself. That won't do either. It's still safer to seal the window. Neither the son nor the grandson could persuade the old man. Hey, Grandpa, the insect swarm is coming. Look. At this moment, the grandson had a sudden idea and took out his phone. That's a live broadcast room. The old man was indeed intrigued and started watching. The live footage had just reached the city wall. There, a reporter very familiar to the old man appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yu. I'm streaming live for you from the city wall of Flower City. The insect swarm is overwhelming and attacking us. Boom 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 boom. Lu Yu had just said a couple of words when deafening cannon fire sounded in her ears. Terrified, she quickly covered her ears. The photographer's lens focused on the distance, where flames erupted in the sky, turning it into a sea of fire. These flames rolled and surged, and the scorching heat made the skin feel burning hot even from over 1,000 meters away. Countless mutant insects were burned to ashes in this wave of attack. Stress relief, absolutely stress relief. It made my whole body feel relaxed, and all signs of anxiety disappeared without a trace. I recommend doing this every day to prevent depression. The live stream chat was flooded with numerous comments. All in. The old man's grandson watched with unusual excitement. Dad, look, our firepower is so fierce, there's no way the swarm can get through. The Sun took the opportunity to persuade. Nailing the windows shut is really too uncomfortable. In his view, the country's preparations were so thorough, with millions of troops defending the 4 city walls and a large number of awakened ones on standby. Even inside the city, there were joint defense teams ready at any moment, so there was no need to worry about the mutated insects. We've only taken out so few insects, look at how many are still behind them. The old man still felt uneasy and pointed at the screen as he spoke. In the distant sky, the swarm of insects continued to attack wildly. Boom, boom, boom. But with another round of shelling, the densely approaching insect swarm was once again cleared out. Wow, now that's what I call AoE. The old man's grandson watched with wide-eyed excitement, completely forgetting to persuade his grandfather. The old man was engrossed in watching. In the footage, the battle was still ongoing. Perhaps realizing he was in the way, Lu Yu actively moved out of the frame, allowing the cameraman to focus the lens on the battlefield. Look, there are still bugs coming over. The old man pointed at the screen and said he was going to continue nailing the wooden boards. These mutated insects are far more formidable than those that emerged in the city. Glass windows are definitely not secure. But before he could act, the old man saw dense gunfire erupt on the city wall. Tongues of fire shot out. Those few who escaped the incendiary bombs were all taken down before they could get close. This firepower is truly amazing. Suwenzi clapped his hands. The old man relaxed his grip on the hammer and kept watching. Da da da. Boom boom boom. Gunfire resounded across the city walls. The photographer turned his camera toward the area below the walls, where a large group of awakened were battling the insect swarm. The awakened were divided into 2 rows, with some wielding shields and combat knives, fighting at the front. Others were unleashing various attacks from the rear. Flames, lightning, storms, water arrows. Under the barrage of various attacks, the mutated insects emerging from the ground were swiftly exterminated. Boom boom boom. From time to time, some cannons would also aim downward, eliminating the mutated insects on the distant ground, leaving only a small fraction of the creatures charging from the ground. Finally, the swarm of insects that had lasted for more than 2 hours was completely wiped out. Dad, look, this swarm of insects was dealt with so easily. The son once again tried to persuade the old man. That won't do either. There are so many of these insects. What will we do when the shells run out? The old man was still worried. Many friends are curious about how long the stockpile of shells can last. Could you give us some insight? Coincidentally, in the live stream, Lu Yu interviewed a military officer. As a well-known journalist and host, Lu Yu's live stream this time was officially authorized. I can't tell you the exact stockpile, but it's well known that we have always had a fear of insufficient firepower, so this time the preparations are very, very thorough. The officer spoke in a tone of certainty. Could you perhaps give a small hint about how sufficient it is? Lu Yu still wanted to get some solid information. Let me put it this way, these cannons, if fired non-stop, can keep firing for over a year. The officer couldn't resist Lu Yu's questions, coupled with instructions from higher-ups to reveal a bit to calm public sentiment, so he said, 666. Alas, I lack education myself, but one phrase can take me anywhere. Whoa, damn, this is truly a case of firepower deficiency paranoia. No choice, back then we were scared of being poor, and now that we're wealthy, making more ammo isn't over the top. Wah. No wonder the soldiers on the city wall stay so calm in the face of the insect swarm. With so many shells, what's there to be afraid of? The officer's words instantly brought a buzz to the livestream chat room. Whoa, so many shells, the country is truly something else. The old man's grandson listened with great excitement. Dad, listen, now you don't have to worry anymore, right? The son quickly tried to persuade the old man. Fighting for more than a year, how many shells would that take? The old man was somewhat taken aback. Above the city wall, there are cannons densely packed. Dad, think about it, how strong our country has become over the years. In just a month, it can build such a city wall, produce tens of thousands of tanks, and making some shells is simply child's play. You're right, then I won't reinforce it. Yay! In the house, the old man's son and grandson celebrated with a high five. The old man put down the hammer, glanced at the live stream on the screen, and revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. Indeed, the country was no longer as poor and broken as it had been in his youth. His mindset could no longer remain stuck in the past. The Dragon Kingdom caught up with and surpassed other centuries of development in just a few decades. After the revival of spiritual energy, it became far ahead of the rest. Every step the Dragon Kingdom took was placed in exactly the right position. If he doesn't trust his own country, how could he believe in a few wooden boards? I'm old. At this moment, the old man felt he had aged, yet he wasn't the least bit dejected. Instead, he felt somewhat happy. Though he had grown old, he was able to witness the Dragon Nation stepping into a new era, capable of rising again in this era just as it had for thousands of years to become the leading power on Blue Planet. This lifetime was worth it. Report to Director Lin, the insect swarm in Spring City has been eradicated. Report to Director Lin, the insect swarm in Flower City has been eradicated. Report to Director Lin, an insect swarm has occurred in Chang'an. Information from various places kept converging towards Lin Yan in the Shenlong base. base. The insect swarms were being continuously eradicated, but new ones kept emerging. What is the casualty situation? Lin Yan asked. Report to Director Lin. Spring City has reported a total of 480 casualties, including 416 minor injuries, 65 moderate injuries, and 9 severe injuries, with no deaths. The casualty situation in Flower City is still being counted. The insect swarm in Spring City lasted for several hours, with a total of just over 400 injuries of varying severity, and only 9 cases of serious injuries. Such casualty figures can be considered negligible. This time, the first wave of the insect swarm faced by the Steel Cities of Dragon Country is much fiercer compared to before Lin Yan's rebirth. Before rebirth, Dragon Country wasn't well prepared, and the insect swarms were actually scattered, attacking people in various cities everywhere. Now, with people gathered together, the insect swarms naturally become more concentrated. Even so, the first large-scale insect swarm faced by Dragon Country didn't cause significant casualties. This wave of insect swarms is just the right opportunity for each Steel City to practice their skills. The future insect tide will be much fiercer than this and will last much longer. The insect tide that caused Lang Qingqiu's death before reincarnation lasted a full week. At that time, Lang Qingqiu, who was already a senior warrior, fought until her genetic energy was exhausted and was overwhelmed by the insect tide, leading to her death. In the following period, Lin Yan continued to oversee operations at the Shenlong base, constantly keeping track of battle reports from various locations. Although in the full preparation of the Dragon Kingdom, the early insect tide posed no threat, Lin Yan was still worried about unforeseen variables that might have been brought about by his rebirth. He had to personally oversee it to feel more at ease. Boom boom boom. The Magic City also faced the insect tide. Thousands of cannons roared together, slaughtering countless mutated insects. Our country has divine beings, already predicting this situation so early. Have you never heard a saying? When the nation publicly promotes cultivation techniques, there's bound to be a super expert born in secret who can overpower everything. This divine being is likely that super expert. Could it be the one who instantly defeated Superman? While the outskirts of Modu were filled with the roar of cannons, tranquility still reigned within the city itself. Inside Reebok Cafe, young men and women sipped coffee while discussing the national situation, incredibly relaxed. They were not worried about the insect swarm outside the Magic City at all. Their calm demeanor stemmed from the exceptionally smooth live broadcast of the battle shown on the television in front of the cafe. Through the various live streams on their phones, they also learned about the situation in other iron cities across the Dragon Country. The battles in all the Steel Cities are going quite smoothly. The insect swarms come in dense waves, but one round of incendiary bombs clears them out. When the next wave arrives, another round of incendiary bombs takes care of them. Under such intense firepower, these not so heavily mutated insects have no choice but to turn to ashes. Ha, look at the White Elephant Nation, it's so miserable. A programmer climbed over the firewall and found a live streaming room on a foreign website. Quite a few people in the cafe gathered around. OH, help, there are too many bugs. The White Elephant broadcaster is desperately fleeing, shouting for help in English as they run. Such fluent English indicates that this White Elephant broadcaster is likely of a high caste. From the constantly shaking footage, one can see a sky filled with mutant insects and crowds of people running for their lives. Many individuals are already covered with mutant insects, screaming in pain as they are bitten. Some people used guns or wooden sticks to attack the mutated insects, but there were just too many of them, and they couldn't fend them off. And here, on the streets of the city, the White Elephant broadcaster seemed to have been attacked by the mutated insects, screaming loudly as the screen shook violently. Fortunately, someone nearby rushed over and helped him deal with the mutated insect. But more mutated insects came. This group of people dashed toward a house by the street. There, another group of people was closing the door. This group of people rushed inside, forcibly breaking open the door. After everyone had entered, they worked together to shut the door. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the door was closed, a large number of mutant insects slammed against it and the glass. What huge locusts! The people in the room saw that the ones colliding were all locusts, and the largest among them had grown to the size of basketballs. Their numbers kept increasing, continuously crashing into the glass. The glass was clearly struggling to bear the burden. Why would those people take cover in a place surrounded entirely by glass? It seems like this is also a cafe. With so much glass they're doomed. Someone made a discovery. This group of White Elephant people had hidden inside a high-end cafe surrounded by glass walls. You could see on many tables the remnants of unfinished coffee and spilled cups. The White Elephant host and others began moving tables and chairs to block the windows and doors. But it was already too late. A larger mutated locust had just attacked a corner of the glass. The glass instantly turned into a snowy pattern. Then, they were knocked open by the mutated locusts. Once the mutated locusts found a breakthrough, they surged in crazily. The men quickly grabbed various tools to confront them, while the women screamed in terror. Even the White Elephant streamer no longer cared about broadcasting, placed the phone on the bar counter, and rushed forward with a chair. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Some girls covered their mouths because they saw a white elephant person covered with mutant locusts whose flesh was being ravenously devoured by the mutant locusts. This white elephant person became the one screaming the loudest. Soon, it wasn't just him, more people couldn't resist anymore. In the footage, more and more mutant locusts were rushing in, so many that the cafe could barely hold them all. The white elephant people collapsed one after another, and even the white elephant host couldn't make it through. Nearly 20 people ended up becoming food for the mutant locusts. The screen suddenly flickered, then went black. A mutated locust had touched the phone. Although the live broadcast hadn't ended, nothing was visible anymore. In the Magic Capital, inside a cafe, everyone watching this part of the livestream fell silent. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Witnessing over a dozen people being devoured by mutated locusts live was a bit overwhelming for those living in a peaceful era. Phew! After a few seconds, someone patted their chest and let out a long sigh of relief. After glancing around, the tension in his heart finally eased. Fortunately, despite the incessant shellfire all around and the relentless waves of swarming insects, the street remained bright and sunny, and outside, the flowers in the baskets were in full bloom. On the table beside the flower basket, there was a young couple whispering to each other. They seemed to be speaking sweet words, making the young woman's charming face blush slightly. On the outermost side, there are leisurely passers-by, and patrol members can occasionally be seen. Mutated insects, not even half of one. He's still in the beautiful human world. Compared to the White Elephant Nation, our place truly is heaven. This person sighed. The others also came to their senses and nodded in agreement. It's still a cafe. On one side is heaven. On the other side, it is hell. The coffee shops in the White Elephant Country have turned into hell. But here, even if it's just sipping coffee and chatting with a few friends or strangers, it feels like heaven. Being born in Dragon Country is truly wonderful. Within the Shenlong base, piercing alarm sounds rang out. A massive swarm of insects was advancing toward the Shenlong base. To be precise, this wave of insects is heading toward the capital. The Shenlong base is located in the Yenshan Mountains north of the capital, guarding the northern gate of the city. North of the capital lies steep mountains and ridges, and beyond those is the vast grassland. The wave of insects is exceptionally massive. Everyone, prepare for battle. Make sure to stop the insect swarm outside the base. On the training field, Lin Yan gave orders to the more than 1,000 members of the War God team. Yes, Leader Lin. The members of the War God team responded loudly. At this moment, everyone in the War God team was fully armed, wearing titanium battle armor and wielding various custom-made weapons. Each person was filled with high spirits. Train for 1,000 days, use it for one moment. During these days, they had enjoyed the best resources and undergone the most rigorous training, with each individual's strength rapidly improving. The swarm of insects is attacking, and it's the perfect time for them to shine. They had already been unable to hold themselves back. Let's go! Lin Yan did not deliver any stirring speech. With just one command, all the members of the War God squad quickly boarded the helicopters. Dozens of helicopters took off one after another, transporting over 1,000 War God squad members out of the Shenlong base. Lin Yan stepped onto a flightboard made of titanium alloy, rising into the sky and flying ahead of everyone. This was a flightboard he had specially crafted, resembling a surfboard in design but slightly smaller. A psychic uses their mental power to control the flightboard, making it much faster than flying by propelling themselves with mental power. When needed, this flightboard can also serve as an excellent weapon, controlled by mental power to attack with formidable destructive force. Leader Lin is so cool. I wonder when I'll be able to soar into the sky. According to Leader Lin, you just need to become something beyond a war god. Oh my, beyond a war god? Onboard numerous helicopters, the War God team members looked at Leader Lin standing on the flying board, both envious and full of admiration. Very soon, they arrived at the location. It was a ridge located to the north of the Shenlong base, nearly a kilometer away from it. This was the battlefield Lin Yan had chosen. The ridge lay just to the north of the Shenlong base, and a long strip of flat ground had already been cleared on it. Dozens of helicopters lined up along the ridge, hovering in mid-air. Jump! The members jumped down one after another, arriving at their combat positions. The helicopters then began to return to base. Soon, many members of the War God squad formed battle formations in the form of small teams. Over 100 teams stretched the battle line for several kilometers. Lin Yan's flying board was positioned at the center of all the teams. Further behind, in the Shenlong base, numerous cannons had already been prepared. Support with artillery fire can be provided when needed. However, for this battle, Lin Yan plans to let the God of War group handle it on their own. As the top combat unit of the Dragon Country, if they can't even handle an early wave of the insect swarm, that would be utterly useless. They're here. Didn't wait long before the northern sky revealed a visible insect swarm. At first, it was just a black line, but as the distance shortened, that black line turned into a long black cloth. The black cloth rose higher and higher until it covered most of the sky. Taking a closer look, it was not a black cloth at all, but a horrifyingly dense swarm of mutant insects. Prepare for battle. Lin Lin Yan's voice sounded through the Bluetooth headset in the ears of every member. The entire War God team wore Bluetooth headsets. There's so damn many, but I like it. Looking at the overwhelming swarm of insects, young Ernie licked his lips, revealing an excited expression. This immensely strong giant especially loved fighting. At this moment, he was holding a specially made titanium plate in each hand, which allowed him to maximize damage against the mutated insects. The insect swarm was getting closer and closer. Young Ernie seemed to already see the tragic scene of the mutated insects being smashed into pulp by him. All the muscles in his body involuntarily bulged, and the primal gene energy surged fiercely. On the opposite side, the swarm of insects also detected these over 1,000 humans and rushed forward at an even faster speed. Come on! Young Ernie shouted loudly. Boom boom boom. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Then, he saw a barrage of attacks heading toward the swarm. Lightning, flames, thunder, storms, sound waves. The swarm of insects ahead had not yet approached, but was completely swept away by the attacks of the War God team members. Countless insects didn't even leave behind corpses. This, young Ernie suddenly realized. This awakened one of strength. His arms seem a bit too short. The swarm of insects from behind strikes again. Awaiting them is yet another round of attacks from the awakened ones. There are insects coming from the ground too. Young Ernie became energized upon seeing the mutated insects on the ground. Finally, he could take action. But soon, his hopes were shattered. The fire-type awakeners launched a barrage of fireballs at the ground, turning it into a sea of flames, instantly incinerating a large number of the mutated insects. Damn, save some for me. Young Ernie shouted in the public channel. Ernie, don't be upset, you're not alone. Speed Awakener Lu Su smiled wryly. In this battle, he had no opportunity to showcase his skills. The insect swarm was dealt with by numerous energy talent awakeners before it even got close. Energy awakeners naturally have an advantage when dealing with such insect swarms, which are large in number but weak individually. Even Wang Tingyu, a spiritual mind master, did not play much of a role. Over the past month, with the help of the meditation technique taught by Lin Yan, Wang Tingyu has grown rapidly and has already become a junior warrior. He uses his mental power to control several flying knives to attack, which is exceptionally sharp and makes it hard for others to guard against. However, when dealing with the insect swarm, it doesn't prove to be very effective. Lin Yan did teach him a technique called Mental Power Storm, but for him at present, the energy consumption is too high, making it difficult to sustain. Thus, this battle turned into an exhibition match for the Energy Awakeners. Boom boom boom. The lightning released by He Tian Tian directly cleared a swarm of insects in one area. The War God Team 14, led by her, also performed quite brilliantly in this battle, as there were quite a few Energy Awakeners among her team members. After her strike hit its mark, He Tian Tian instinctively turned her head, wanting to see if Lin Yan in the distance was watching her. At a glance, Lin Yan's gaze was indeed in that direction. Her heart warmed, and she fought with even greater enthusiasm. Pay attention to coordination and consumption. Don't attack blindly. The insect tide lasts for a long time. If you disregard consumption now, how will you fight later? At this moment, Lin Yan's voice rang out. After all, it's their first time fighting against a large-scale insect swarm. Although these awakened are all quite powerful, they are exerting too much force. This approach won't work against the insect swarm. They're currently using the energy meant for a 100-meter sprint to run a marathon. They may be enjoying the sprint now, but what about later? Although Lin Yan was speaking to everyone, He Tian Tian felt like he was addressing her specifically and quickly started paying attention. Other members of the War God group also became alert and began focusing on their energy consumption and teamwork. Young Ernie, stop standing there like an idiot. A qualified team leader needs to constantly monitor the status of all team members. And you, Lu Su, what are you laughing at foolishly? Gong Lu, you're using too much force. Dealing with these insects doesn't require such powerful water arrows. Pay attention to controlling and conserving genetic energy. When the storm from Time Fong sweeps through, others should refrain from attacking temporarily. That storm can kill a large number of bugs. Why would you all need to attack at once? Immediately afterward, Lin Yan singled out individuals for criticism and guidance. This first battle of the War God squad against the insect swarm continued under Lin Yan's direction. Under Lin Yan's guidance, these initially very intelligent awakened ones gradually got into their groove. Gradually, they became more synchronized in their cooperation, and the power of their attacks was just right. Although the insect swarm kept coming relentlessly, it couldn't break through the War God squad's defenses. Of course, this wave of insect swarm was massive, and the War God squad's several kilometers of defense line couldn't completely block the swarm. However, the insect swarms within a range of over 10 kilometers nearby were all drawn over and launched attacks on the War God squad. The insect tide has already been largely attracted by the War God squad. Only the insect tide farther away is still heading toward the capital. There, after tens of millions of people had gathered, the scent belonging to humans was overwhelmingly strong. This scent has a fatal allure to mutant insects. After these insects were modified by the myriad races, once they mutated, their aggression toward humans became ingrained in in their very bones. Commander, aren't they too fierce? They've been fighting for over an hour and can still hold the line. Of course, this is the War God unit. These over 1,000 people can contend with an army of hundreds of thousands. I wish I could awaken someday and join them. At the Shenlong base, many soldiers awaiting artillery support were all marveling at the War God unit's formidable strength. Get down! On the ridge, young Ernio's roar echoed. He finally had the chance to fight. Pia 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 pia. Under Yang Ernio's furious attacks, the sound of the mutated bugs being smashed was as continuous as exploding firecrackers. This wave of insect infestation has been going on for more than 2 hours, and although the density in the back has decreased significantly, they still keep coming. After such a long period of combat, the gene primal energy consumption of the War God team members was considerable. Some energy awakeners also began to strike in turn, attacking only the dense swarms of mutant insects. The scattered ones rushing over were dealt with by other awakeners wielding battle knives. Even energy awakeners, after activating basic elemental energy, exhibit impressive physical strength and overall qualities. Even without using their innate abilities, they can swiftly kill large numbers of mutant insects with just battle knives. It's just less efficient. Lang Qingqiu also joined the battle. Whenever the mutant bugs surged forward in large numbers, accompanied by a burst of cold air, their bodies would freeze, turning into icicles and falling from the sky. At the rear of all the awakened ones, Lin Yan stood with his hands folded behind his back, perched on the flying board, yet to make a move. In the early stages of the insect swarm, aside from their terrifying numbers, their individual strength wasn't particularly strong. There are basically no battle general level bugs. Even if there are, the War God squad can handle them. Finally, they've weakened. After battling for quite some time, as the members of the War God squad were all nearing exhaustion, the insect tide finally weakened, becoming scattered and sparse. Damn it, here comes another wave. The members of the God of War group had just breathed a sigh of relief when a dense flock of mutated sparrows flew over. They flew together in formation, resembling a massive black cloud. These are sparrows, not insects. Whatever they are, if they dare invade our territory, they'll die. Ernio, do you still have any strength? Nonsense, I can throw a tank with one hand right now, believe it or not. Amidst the banter between Yang Ernio and Lu Su, the awakened once again prepared themselves for battle. Although they had already reached their limit, no one was willing to admit defeat. Everyone, watch closely, especially those awakened to the lightning element. I will demonstrate this combat technique only once. Lin Yan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Wow, is team leader Lin going to make a move? That's great, we finally get to see team leader Lin in action, and it's a lightning-based combat technique. Lin Team V5. His words excited all the members of the War God team, each one staring wide-eyed at Lin Yan, who had flown to the front of the group. There, the mutated sparrows, like dark clouds, were already closing in. Lin Yan drew his battle knife. Lightning flashed on the battle blade. Tian stared with big eyes. She had awakened the lightning-type talent. Over the past few days, she had also been learning lightning combat techniques and had made significant progress. Through combat techniques, the power of the attacks becomes greater, while the consumption is reduced. Other lightning-type awakeners also widened their eyes, studying with great seriousness. Lin Yan raised the battle blade, which became exceptionally bright under the circling lightning. The genetic primal energy surged within his body, like a calm sea suddenly stirred into raging waves. Lin's team's genetic primal energy is so formidable, truly worthy of Lin's team. Many members of the War God group felt the surging, ocean-like, and profound abyss-like genetic primal energy within Lin Yan. If their genetic primal energy was like small streams and rivers, then Lin Yan's genetic primal energy was like the turbulent waves of mighty rivers. This allowed all members of the War God group to once again genuinely feel Lin Yan's power. Only such a Lin Yan could earn the heartfelt admiration and genuine respect of these rapidly advancing geniuses. A dense swarm of mutated sparrows had already arrived. Watch closely, Lin Yan uttered softly. The battle blade in his hand suddenly struck out, slashing toward the group of mutated sparrows. The long blade's light, akin to a thunderclap, struck the group of mutant sparrows. Boom! Boundless thunder erupted with Lin Yan's slash, transforming the area ahead of Lin Yan into a sea of lightning. It was then seen that the mutant sparrows struck by the blade's light were instantly vaporized, leaving not even a single feather behind. More mutated sparrows turned into fragments, leaving only the outermost ones barely intact, falling like raindrops scattered and fluttering downward. Hiss! All members of the War God team gasped, their eyes filled with astonishment. The lightning element awakeners were both surprised and delighted, as if they had glimpsed a rare treasure in the world. Lin Yan's strike was truly powerful and gave them quite a bit of inspiration. With one slash, he actually wiped out such a large number of mutated sparrows in one go, as if capturing a massive cluster of dark clouds. If it were them dealing with these mutated sparrows, it would take several squads of energy awakeners working together to eliminate them within seconds. But with Lin Yan, it was resolved with just one strike. This combat technique is truly formidable. Even more formidable is Lin Yan's strength. Withdraw. With one strike finished, Lin Yan immediately immediately gave the order to withdraw. This battle, the War God team has successfully completed their mission, thoroughly consolidating the progress brought by their rapid advancements over the past period. It's equivalent to solidifying their foundation. Next, their growth will be even faster. Finally, it's over. Lin team is the best. Many members of the War God group quietly pondered. Many of them had noticed that when Lin Yan dealt with the mutated sparrows, it wasn't just to teach combat techniques to the lightning element awakeners. Another reason was to prevent them from fighting until exhaustion, which could be harmful to their bodies. With such a powerful and caring team leader, what reason do they have not to strive harder? Report to Director Lin. The insect swarms in the capital have been mostly eradicated. Spring City has once again encountered an insect swarm, but this time the scale is significantly smaller. The insect swarms in various locations have been gradually resolved, with very few casualties. Currently, only 3 deaths have been reported, caused by encountering an extremely powerful mutated locust. Shortly after returning to the Shenlong base, the insect swarm in the capital was completely resolved. With the Divine Dragon base blocking most of the insect swarm from the north, the swarms from several other directions posed virtually no threat to the capital. Half a month after the spiritual wave occurred, the first large-scale insect swarm was thus blocked by the Dragon Nation. The casualties suffered by the Dragon Nation can be described as minimal. Only 3 deaths. These 3 deaths were all caused by a group of stronger mutated locusts. Lin Yan watched the video from that time. A group of clearly different mutated locusts narrowly escaped the burning bomb attack and charged onto the city wall. Under the concentrated fire of the soldiers and the attacks from the awakened, a large number of mutated locusts were killed, but one with astonishing defense still managed to break through. Then, it self-destructed. Self-destruct locust. Lin Yan whispered softly. The mutation routes of locusts aren't limited to just one. Some are fast, some have strong defense, some are massive, and some even possess various abilities. Self-destructive locusts are one of them. This is a very troublesome type of locust. Like this one self-destructive locust, it caused the deaths of 3 soldiers on the city wall and injuries to more than a dozen others. Fortunately, there aren't many of this type of locust at the current stage. The entire Dragon Country only has these 3 deaths. There are quite a few injuries, but none of them are serious. Uncle Lang, make sure to handle the compensation work well. Once the awakening potion is developed, all the descendants of fallen soldiers will be entitled to receive 3 awakening potions free of charge. Understood, Director Lin. After understanding the situation, Lin Yan finalized the compensation plan. Currently, the genome team is working overtime to develop the awakening reagent. This reagent is developed based on the genetic technology of the Lighthouse Nation, combined with Lin Yan's understanding of the psionic shackles. Once successfully developed, coupled with the Awakening Beginner's Guide, the number of awakeners in the Dragon Nation will further increase. Of course, awakening potions are exceptionally precious, and not everyone has the chance to obtain them. Using awakening potions to console the descendants of fallen soldiers is the most appropriate. Director Lin, the insect swarms in various places have subsided. The next day, the insect swarms across the Dragon Kingdom had all subsided. In some steel cities, sporadic insect swarms continue to pose a challenge, although they are no longer as threatening as before. Awakeners are enough to handle these situations. The first wave of large-scale insect swarms is nearing its end. That evening, the Special Bureau posted an official message on Weibo. The mountains and rivers are unharmed, and the nation prospers with its people in peace. Mountains and rivers are intact, the nation is prosperous and the people are at peace. I am proud of my identity as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Unimaginable. Amid such a ferocious swarm of insects, our Dragon Kingdom suffered almost no casualties. The insect tide was wiped out so easily. Can it even be considered fierce? Of course. Search for videos from other countries on a certain platform, and you'll see how tragic it is elsewhere. The Special Bureau's Weibo unsurprisingly shot to the trending list. It also sparked countless discussions and reflections in the Dragon Country. Soon, some videos from other countries began to spread widely on the internet. Over the past few days, the videos of Dragon Country's battles against the insect swarm have been watched countless times by its people. Many people, as they watched, started to feel that the insect swarm was not such a big deal. After all, Dragon Country's resolution of the issue did seem a bit too effortless. But now, as soon as they see videos from other countries, they realize how terrifying the insect swarms are. That's too tragic. This city must be completely ruined, right? Definitely. Staying at home with doors and windows sealed might buy some time, but once these bugs mutate further, they're doomed for sure. This is practically no different from Doomsday. For them, this is the end of the world, and if our country isn't strong enough, it will be for us too. A video from the Soccer Nation has sparked discussions among millions. The Soccer Nation is home to the world's largest tropical rainforest, teeming with countless insects and beasts. In the video, a sizable city has completely fallen, overtaken by mutant insects and beasts. All the buildings were crawling with mutant insects. On the city streets, no living people could be seen, not even corpses. The corpses had all been devoured by the mutant insect beasts. beasts. A large number of civilians were hiding inside buildings, shivering in fear. Their situation is exceptionally difficult. Food and water are major challenges. Not to mention, even though the buildings can currently block the mutated insect beasts, once they grow stronger, it will be hard to stop them. This video was sent out by a survivor hiding in a high-rise, hoping the national government could deploy troops for rescue. However, the national government is overwhelmed right now, and they haven't even fully resolved the insect infestation in the capital. How could they have the capacity to rescue the small and medium cities? Immediately afterward, more videos from various countries around the world were uploaded online by curious citizens of Longwa. White Elephant Country shouts loudly online, but when it comes to facing the insect infestation, they still end up being victims. No choice. White Elephant Country's army and awakeners mostly protect the 100 million high-caste members, leaving the remaining over 1 billion low-caste people to hope they can reincarnate as high-caste in their next life. The little lighthouse is still impressive. They managed to completely fend off the insect infestation, though it seems the casualties weren't small either. Non-continental regions should be the most miserable. White Elephant Nation, Lighthouse Nation, various countries of the European continent, various countries of the non-continental regions. The situation in each country is different. The stronger the overall national power, the smaller the losses in this wave of insect swarms. But even the Lighthouse Nation, with its extremely powerful military technology, has suffered significant casualties in the face of this wave of insect swarms. The spread of these videos has made all people of Long Kingdom truly feel the horror of the insect swarm. It has also made them appreciate the difficulty behind the phrase, peaceful mountains and rivers, prosperous nation, and happy people. It's not that the insect swarm isn't powerful, but rather that they live in a powerful country. Oh my gosh. What's wrong, Mary? Look, the insect swarm in Longwa has already been resolved, and it's said that not a single person died. What? In Magwa, inside a shelter, a group of people kept staring at the phone in Mary's hand. On the phone screen, a video of the insect swarm from Longwa was playing. Oops, this is too exaggerated. Mary, are you sure this isn't a movie? When they saw the scene of countless cannons firing and clearing the insect swarm continuously, all the Mexicans present were stunned, their eyes filled with envy. The insect swarm in Dragon Country was resolved so easily, while they had no choice but to hide in shelters, too afraid to step outside. A thought arose in the hearts of these Mexicans. How great it would be if they could go to the Dragon Country. We should have figured out a way to return to our country earlier. Yeah, the Lighthouse Country is too chaotic now. The insect swarms kill fewer people than the crimes do. Yesterday, the wife of one of my friends was assaulted, and I heard they even pointed a gun at him, forcing him to watch. In the Lighthouse Country, inside a villa, a group of immigrants from the Dragon Country sat there with gloomy faces. This group of immigrants is rather well off and has even hired bodyguards. When the Dragon Country called on all its citizens to return home, they were among the ones who firmly refused. Now, this group of immigrants deeply regrets their decision, especially after the videos from Dragon Country were shared. As for the insect swarm, Dragon Country had already resolved the issue. All the steel cities are orderly, people live and work in peace, and nothing has gone awry. In contrast, in Beacon Country, chaos reigns in every containment zone. Especially after the swarm attack, the authorities had no time to deal with matters inside the protected zones, as all the police were dispatched to participate in the defense. The crime rate in the protected zones skyrocketed. Gunfire echoed endlessly in various neighborhoods, and on the streets, one could see a bleeding corpse every few meters or sometimes even tens of meters. Robberies and sexual assault incidents were rampant. These immigrants are relatively economically capable, but they still live in constant unease, let alone others. In this situation, how could they not regret it? However, for them now, regret is pointless. The Dragon Country, they can't go back. Bang! At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a large group of people holding weapons rushed in, pointing their guns at them. Who are you people? Tucker, throw them out. A man called for his bodyguard. Who would have thought? The bodyguard pointed the gun at him. Sorry, Ja, I'm with them. The faces of the people of Run changed dramatically. What? Not a single person from the Dragon Nation died? According to reliable sources, there should be a few dead, but no more than 10. This is impossible. The situation of the Dragon Kingdom's battle was quickly learned by the officials of various countries. It spread even more widely on foreign social media, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but envy immensely. If our government were as capable as the Dragon Kingdoms, we wouldn't have to hide in basements trembling in fear. Relying on that bunch? It'd be better to awaken our inner cosmic energy. We can only rely on ourselves. Lord, why didn't you let me be born in Dragon Country? What's so special about Dragon Country? Our great Sakura country's government is far more wise. Look at us, we hardly have any insect swarms. Exactly, our Sakura country is paradise. With such a foolish government of yours, you deserve to be eaten by insects. What are you Sakura country people so happy about? Dragon Country will wipe you out sooner or later. There are also those who do not envy the Dragon Country, like the Sakura people. Their officials successfully made the insect tide in Sakura Country exceptionally small by setting the forest on fire. Furthermore, with Sakura Country surrounded by the sea on all sides. Insect beasts from the continent cannot cross over. This makes Sakura Country the country with the best situation aside from the Dragon Country. A large number of Sakura people began showing off their presence on foreign internet. Their behavior caused quite a bit of resentment. Others are so miserable, yet they are there showing off. Some Sakura people even sneer at other countries who wouldn't feel disgusted. In contrast, the silence of Dragon Nation's people appears far more valuable. The War God Squad welcomes another batch of new members. You are all the most outstanding awakened ones from this insect tide. Joining the War God Squad means that becoming a War God is practically guaranteed. Lin Yan, as usual, welcomed these new members and then sent them off to run 100 laps. The War God team's tradition must be preserved. After finishing all this, he went to the conference room to listen to the battle report. The insect swarm in Lighthouse Country has basically been eradicated, with estimated casualties exceeding 100,000. However, the number of people they've lost to various crimes in recent days has also surpassed 100,000. The situation in the Cherry Blossom Country should be the best. Since they ignited the forest early, eliminating the threat in its infancy, the insect tide they faced was extremely mild, and the entire Cherry Blossom Country suffered little damage. The insect tide encountered by the White Elephant Country was far less severe than ours, with an intensity only 1/3 of ours. However, the lower castes in the White Elephant Country suffered heavy casualties, as the awakened ones in the army focused more on protecting the higher castes. The situation in the non-continental regions is the worst. Some countries have barely managed to establish shelters in hidden locations. The intelligence team leader reported the situations of various countries. The first wave of the insect plague has ended in the Dragon Kingdom, but it still ravages Blue Star. Some countries are powerless to eradicate the insect plague, making its end impossible. The situation in these countries is almost like an apocalyptic novel. The citizens who survived by chance have entered a survival mode of fending for themselves. Soon, Lin Yan had gained enough understanding of the situation regarding the first wave of the insect tide on Blue Star. Compared to before his rebirth, the overall situation on Blue Star was far better. The situation in the Dragon Country was even exceptionally good. The situation in the Lighthouse Country wasn't bad either, but this was just the beginning. They don't have as much ammunition reserves as Dragon Country does, and as they face increasingly larger and stronger swarm tides later on, it's hard to imagine how much of a headache they'll have. Uncle Lang, notify all Steel Cities that after the sporadic swarm tides end, they should dispatch awakened warriors above the primary level to clear out mutant insects in the surrounding areas. But remember, every time they go out, tanks must be deployed for protection. They shouldn't stray too far from the city walls or venture deep into the wilderness. After each battle, everyone must return to the city to train for a few days before going out again. Understood, Director Lin. Lin Yan gave the order. After successfully defending against the first large wave of the swarm without any major mishap, the awakened ones can be sent out to fight. Doing so is not only to reduce the scale of subsequent waves but also to enable the awakened ones to grow better and faster through combat, gaining more battle experience. The current swarm is just child's play. Everyone remember, if you encounter too many bugs, don't get caught up in the fight, hide inside the tank. Ronching, dozens of tanks moved out in groups. On top of each tank, there were several awakened individuals. These were all awakened ones who had reached the level of junior warriors or above. Across the entire Dragon Nation, the number of awakened individuals currently exceeds 4 million, but those who have become junior warriors are still few. From awakening to apprentice level 1, there is still quite a way to go. For those with poor talent, the time required is still not short. Boom! On the other side, in a small hill outside the magic capital, a skirmish broke out. This protruding hill turned out to be the nest of mutant ants, inside which tens of thousands of mutant ants had already bred. Fighting against them were dozens of awakeners, almost all of whom were junior warriors, with only one being a mid-level warrior. These awakeners did not use the tank but instead fought while retreating. After a considerable amount of time, they finally managed to kill off the nest of mutant ants. After resting for a while, the dozens of awakeners continued on their journey. They hadn't walked far before they once again encountered a nest of mutant ants along with quite a few mutant mosquitoes. Phew, it's so difficult. The wilderness is completely overrun by these bugs now. Who knows when we'll be able to take it back? Don't worry, that day will come. After dealing with it again, they encouraged each other and set off once more. Boom! Outside another Steel City, hundreds of awakened cooperated to wipe out all the mutated ants in a designated area. Everyone, let's work harder. The Special Bureau is currently focusing on cultivating the War God team, but we, the Azure Dragon team, must prove with our actions that we're just as good. Do we have the confidence to surpass the War God team? Yes. These awakened individuals belong to the Qinglong group. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. These 4 combat groups are also the ones the Special Bureau focuses on cultivating. However, the resources they enjoy are still far inferior to the War God group, nor are they personally trained by Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan is just one person and cannot be everywhere. He only needs to train top-tier combat strength strength. The Dragon Country is full of talented people. There's no need for him to handle everything. These 4 combat groups all aim to surpass the War God group. In Lin Yan's view, this is a good thing. They are unconvinced, then let them work hard. As for surpassing the War God group, that's impossible. It wasn't achieved before Rebirth, and it's even less likely now. Thus, from this day onward, while many countries around the world were still fully focused on dealing with the onslaught of insect swarms, the awakened ones of Dragon Country had already begun to take the initiative to counterattack. What? Dragon Country has already started taking the initiative to counterattack? The movements of Dragon Country certainly drew exceptional attention from Lighthouse Country. When the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse learned that the Dragon Kingdom had suffered almost no losses during the insect swarm, their expressions darkened. Now, the Dragon Kingdom is actually launching a proactive attack, and it's a large-scale proactive attack. This made the high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse look even more displeased. The Dragon Nation is ahead of them every single time. If this continues, they will have to hand over their position as the strongest country on Blue Star to the Dragon Nation. This is something the Lighthouse Nation finds unacceptable. Take action. We need to launch a wide-scale operation too. There are high-level figures in the Lighthouse making loud proclamations. Not many high-level figures in the Lighthouse responded. The Lighthouse Nation has only a few awakened individuals, and if those whose strength is insufficient go out and get surrounded, it would be frustrating if they can't return. Large-scale offensives are even more impossible. They don't have that many awakened ones, especially those above the level of junior warriors, who can endure high-intensity combat for a period of time. Small-scale strikes are still possible. Perhaps to restore the reputation and dignity of the world's leading superpower, the Lighthouse Country has also started deploying awakened ones above the level of junior warriors, carrying out small-scale strikes with the support of armored units. The Lighthouse Country is starting to copy Dragon Country's tactics again. Whatever Dragon Country does, they do the same. The current Lighthouse Nation is only worthy of smelling the Dragon Nation's fart. The actions of the Lighthouse Nation have attracted quite a bit of ridicule online. What's rare is that the mockery doesn't come from the people of the Dragon Nation, but from those of other countries. The tide seems to be shifting. Under the consecutive stunning performances of the Dragon Kingdom, in the hearts of many, the weight of the Dragon Kingdom has already overshadowed that of the Lighthouse Country. A small hill made of mud shattered with a roar under the joint attack of the War God team members. Countless mutated ants inside were either dead or injured. Kill them all, don't let a single one escape. Jan Ernia charged forward with a large stick and killed the fleeing queen ant with a single strike. Meanwhile, War God Squad 2 was dealing with another ant nest. After all the Awakeners in Iron City began taking the initiative to attack, the War God team was also sent out by Lin Yan. Their mission is to clear out the nests of mutated insects in the Yin Mountain Range, where the Shunlong base is located. At this stage, the nests of mutated insects are mostly quite obvious. For instance, the nests of these mutated ants are often towering little mounds. Some mutated ants' nests are underground and not difficult to handle. For example, water-type awakeners can flood them, followed by lightning-type awakeners using electricity. The ice system awakener freezes the water. The fire system awakener boils the water. Both are effective methods. Mutated mosquitoes often don't have obvious nests, but there are certain areas where they are more likely to appear, especially moist, dark, and spiritually rich woodland. Lin Yan did not follow the actions of the War God team. Each squadron already has war generals, so there's no need for him to babysit everything. Occasionally, Lin Yan would check on their situation through the real-time video feed. The War God squad worked very efficiently, advancing in a fan-shaped formation and continuously clearing out the insect nests in Yenshan. Due to their greater strength, they were also bolder, capable of handling small-scale insect swarms without issue. There's a pack of rats here. The next day, War God Team 3 had an unexpected find, a large nest of mutant rats. In the past few days of the insect tide, it's mostly been bugs. Mutant animals have yet to make their appearance. The mutation speed of animals is slower than that of insects. Accordingly, mutant animals don't have such short lifespans as mutant insects. The growth ceiling of mutant animals is also somewhat higher. Kill them all. The God of War Team 3 began the fight. Damn, why are there so many of them? But soon, they found it hard to hold their ground. That nest of mutant rats had already bred tens of thousands. They surged out from underground in waves, moving incredibly fast, and were far harder to kill than the mutant bugs. Team 3 is requesting support. Warlord Team 3 fought while retreating and finally managed to eliminate all the mutant rats after reinforcements arrived. Thus, the Warlord Team continued to clear mutant insects in Yen Mountain without any major dangers. Director Lin, there's a new situation. A few days later, the satellite detected a new situation. Director Lin, look, this is a satellite image of the Taihang Mountains from a month ago. The intelligence team leader displayed a satellite image. And this one is a current satellite image of the Taihang Mountains. Director Lin, can you spot any differences? The intelligence team leader released the second satellite image. Lin Yan's gaze rested on the two satellite images. The first satellite image clearly captured the entire Taihang mountain range. Even when photographed photographed from above, the grandeur and magnificence of the Taihang Mountains could be discerned. Lin Yan once again looked at the second satellite image. In this picture, the Taihang Mountains were shrouded in mist and clouds from halfway up. The specific situation inside couldn't be seen, but the clouds and mist weren't the key. Taihang Mountain, does it seem to have grown larger? Lin Yan said. Director Lin is indeed impressive. You noticed it at first glance. According to our monitoring with surveying satellites, Taihang Mountain is gradually growing larger, not just larger but also taller, as if it were growing upward. After discovering this, numerous experts conducted studies on it and made some findings. Although Taihang Mountain is growing larger, it hasn't affected the surrounding areas, nor has it caused any geological disasters, but the surrounding area has expanded quite significantly. The intelligence team leader provided more details. Lin Yan listened silently. These, he naturally knows. The Taihang Mountains are growing larger and taller. This mountain, standing slightly over 3,000 meters above sea level, will continue to grow taller in the near future, and its final height will exceed 10,000 meters. The length and width of the Taihang Mountains will also change as a result. The reason for this is that, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the true blue star will gradually reveal itself. The current blue star is just the tip of the iceberg of the real blue star. The ancient great power sealed not only the spiritual energy of Blue Planet but also its spiritual mountains and rivers, as well as its paradisiacal realms. It was equivalent to castrating the Blue Planet, turning it into an ordinary planet. Given the circumstances at the time, this was actually a helpless move, because the starry sky races were too powerful. If the ancient great power had not done this, the Blue Planet would have been seized, and humanity would have faced extinction. The Taihang Mountains were one of the earliest mountain ranges to undergo transformation after the revival of spiritual energy. Over time, on Blue Star, more and more mountains like the Taihang Mountains will gradually reveal their true appearance. At that point, the true blue star will finally emerge. Currently, the Cold Bureau has assigned personnel to establish a geography team to monitor all the mountains in Long Country, as well as those in other countries on Blue Star. For now, the only noticeable change in Long Country is the Taihang Mountains. In the western part of the Lighthouse Country, the Appalachian Mountains are also growing, and in the Eurocontinent, the Alps and Pyrenees are showing signs of expansion, while in the Africontinent, not only in Longwa but also in other parts of Blue Star, mountains have started to undergo changes. Lang Feng has always been dependable in his work. After making the discovery, he promptly arranged for personnel to monitor the situation. All right, keep monitoring. Report any developments immediately. Understood, Director Lin. Lin Yan spoke to the intelligence team leader and then looked at Lang Feng. Lang Feng, the current insect infestation doesn't pose a significant threat. I'll leave the Shenlong base to you while I take the War God squad to check out Taihang Mountain. Lin Yan said. Director Lin, rest assured and go ahead. With such changes in Taihang Mountain, there might be some dangers. I'll keep the rocket force ready at all times. If support is needed, our rockets and missiles can carry out long-range strikes within 10 minutes. Lang Feng was still very concerned about Lin Yan's safety. Although Lin Yan possesses great strength, the changes on Blue Star are becoming increasingly significant. As for the transformations in the Taihang Mountains, Lang Feng remains uncertain whether they are good or bad. All members of the God of War unit, listen to my command. Each team leader will draw lots. Those selected will stay behind at the Shenlong base, while the rest will join me on the mission. A dozen minutes later, over 1,000 members of the God of War unit gathered, and Lin Yan issued his orders. After successfully repelling the first wave of a massive insect tide in the Dragon Nation, Lin Yan already has a clear grasp of the situation. In the next month or two, if no other unexpected events occur, the insect swarm will not pose much of a threat to the Iron City of Dragon Country. Therefore, Lin Yan plans to take advantage of this period to accomplish more. He is about to lead the War God squad on a mission. This time, the destination is the now enlarged Taihang Mountains. After the Taihang Mountains gradually reveal their true appearance, some good things will emerge. For example, psionic ores that can be used to create higher strength materials and forge more powerful weapons. Then there are the seeds of some ancient spiritual plants. As for paradisiacal caves, ancient ruins, and such, they probably won't surface for the time being. But not necessarily. Before the rebirth, after Mount Taihang grew larger, it was swarmed with a vast number of insect beasts. Some blessed lands were ravaged by them, and extremely powerful insect beasts were even nurtured. Lin Yan wasn't entirely sure when those blessed lands appeared in the world. Finally, I can go out and fight. Great, thank heavens, don't let our team stay behind. The members of the War God squad are all battle fanatics, and this news made them especially happy. At the same time, everyone was also worried about their bad luck and having to stay behind. Let's start the draw. Wang Tingyu, don't try to use your mental power to peek. Ah, I'm sorry, Team Leader Lin, I was wrong. After catching Wang Tingyu red-handed trying to peek, 15 team captains began drawing lots. Ha, I'm not the one staying behind. Yang Erniu was the first to draw, and after seeing the words on the slip, he laughed out loud. The members of War God Team 1 also began to feel happy. It's not me either. Lu Su also completed the drawing and likewise did not get chosen to stay behind. The members of War God Team 2 all breathed a sigh of relief, smiles blooming on their faces. Damn, how can I be so unlucky? It was Wang Tingyu's turn, and he actually drew the stay behind duty. At this moment, all the members of the War God Squad 3 were displeased. Ah, serves you right for trying to sneak a peek. Young Ernyu burst into hearty laughter. Exactly, you stay here and wait for my return, then I'll tell you all about our exciting journey. Lu Suxia acted insincerely, leaving Wang Tingyu thoroughly exasperated. Soon, yet another large team was assigned to stay behind. The members of this team instantly looked distressed. After spending some more time, War God Team 10 became the third team staying behind. Now, the remaining people were all happy, because Lin Yan only planned to keep 3 teams at Shenlong Base. A few days ago, the War God Squad cleaned up Yanshan, so it will take some time for the next wave of insects to arrive. Even if something unexpected happens, the Shenlong Base still has several divisions of forces. There's also a significant amount of heavy firepower here. Except for the 3 teams drawn, everyone else will rest for one night. Tomorrow morning, we set off. Early the next morning, a convoy composed of dozens of tanks and more than 100 infantry fighting vehicles formed a long line and set off. Classmate, which school did you attend before? The convoy included specialized supply and transport vehicles, all of which were protected by thick armor and equipped with specially designed tires. Each vehicle was exceptionally sturdy. I was from Leking No. 5 High School. What about you? Shortly after leaving the Shenlong Base, the vehicles encountered an attack by mutated insects. I was from Moda No. 1 High School. The War God Team members sitting on the tank easily dealt with them. When the God of War team was exploring the Taihang Mountains, capital city has arrived. In the Demon City, inside a classroom, dozens of students were chatting softly. Shortly after, the tall walls of the capital city appeared. They were all very young, coming from different schools, with some differences in their accents. The convoy did not enter the capital city but instead traveled south along the western city wall. One common trait was that they were all awakened. Along the way, one could see the awakened of the capital riding armored vehicles to clear out nearby insect nests. Here is the Awakeners School in the Magic City, Qinglong No. 1 High School. The speed at which insect nests are increasing is very rapid. In some areas, even if they were just cleared today, new insect nests would appear within a few days. In the Steel City of the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom's Magic City, all Awakeners schools are named Qinglong. When these insect nests are located underground, they are even harder to detect. The Awakeners schools in the Magic City total 5, from Qinglong No. 1 High School to Qinglong No. 5 High School. The genetic primal energy of warrior class awakened is not strong enough. Once their genetic primal energy is completely depleted, even if they can fight on through sheer physical strength. In the Steel City of the eastern region, there are dozens of such Awakeners schools, but faced with too many mutant bugs, exhaustion would be unavoidable. Above these awakened individuals, there is an even more advanced academy. Therefore, the range of activities for the awakened is rather small, mostly within a few dozen kilometers around the Iron City. That is the Azure Dragon Academy. Even with the protection of tanks, going further is unnecessary and still carries considerable risks. In the northern region where the capital is located, this method is also used for the mass training of awakened individuals. The convoy moved at a relatively slow speed and arrived at Xishan, west of the capital, after more than an hour. Ordinary schools for awakened individuals range from Xuanwu No. 1 High School to Xuanwu No. N High School. Xishan is part of the Taihang Mountain Range, located at the northernmost end of the range. Above is the Xuanwu Academy. Currently, there haven't been many changes in Xishan. To the west is the White Tiger Academy, and to the south is the Vermilion Bird Academy. The convoy traveled south along the highway beneath Xishan. After the revival of spiritual energy, schools for awakeners were established. This time, Lin Yan's main purpose was to explore the changes in the Taihang Mountains. Only by exploring along the way could he make better discoveries. Every school for awakeners is extremely crowded, almost bursting at the seams. Boss, which convoy is this, going so deep into the wilderness? In contrast, the 4 great academies currently have very few students. Could it be the War God Squad? This is because, the War God Squad? If we catch up now, will it still be possible? I really want to compete with them and see what makes them so formidable. Only those who perform exceptionally well in ordinary awakening schools are qualified to enter the 4 great academies. The commotion of the convoy was coincidentally discovered by the members of the Xuanwu Squad stationed in the capital. The 4 great academies adhere to the principle of preferring quality over quantity. The 4 Sacred Beasts combat teams each guard a specific region. Awakeners School primarily focuses on training students under the age of 18. The Xuanwu team is in the capital, the Qinglong team in the Magic City, the Zhuke team in the Flower City, and the Baihu team in the Banyan City. Adults over the age of 18, at this stage, grow best through combat. Dealing with insect swarms in the wild is not the same as being near the Steel City. Given the current environment, adult awakeners over 18 need to participate in defending against insect swarms and don't have the opportunity for gradual learning. Even members of the Xuanwu team dare not venture too deep into the wild. However, adult awakeners can also enroll in online courses offered by the 4 major academies. Seeing the War God Group's convoy venture so deeply into the wilderness, the members of the Black Tortoise Group began speculating one after another. At the same time, they can also learn some basic breathing techniques and combat skills through the app of the Special Bureau. It's probably the War God Group. Judging by their appearance, they're heading out to complete some mission. Everyone, stop being resentful and focus on your training. Prove yourself with your strength. If they want to learn more advanced ones, they need to earn contribution points for redemption. A captain of the Black Tortoise Group said in a deep voice. These learning materials are naturally provided by Ling Yan. Boom! Before his rebirth, Ling Yan himself was well-rounded and knowledgeable in many areas. A bug nest blocking the middle of the road was hit by firebombs, exploding instantly. But he was not omnipotent. There were still many things he did not know. Just after entering Shishan, they encountered an insect nest. For example, some ancient legacies that were specific to certain groups of people. The one who struck was the captain of the War God Squad 8, Lin Tong, known as the Fire Phoenix, or specialized knowledge, such as materials science, formations, weapon crafting, puppet making, and so on. She was already at the warrior level, and as a fire-type awakener, her attacks were exceptionally powerful. In the first 10 days after his rebirth, Ling Yan systematically organized and summarized everything he knew. Before the rebirth, she was also one of Ling Yan's trusted generals. Now, through the Special Bureau's Rule the World, ordinary awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom can also achieve a faster growth rate. Just after resolving this insect nest, the commotion of the battle alarmed the surrounding mutated insects. Dang dang dang. Dense swarms of mutated insects rushed forward. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground echoed. Kill them all. A female teacher in her 40s entered the classroom. With Lin Tong's command, the awakened of the 8th Brigade launched their attack, killing the mutated insects. Everyone quieted down. The numerous brigades of the War God unit took turns leading the way, and now it's the turn of the 8th Brigade. Dear students, welcome to Qinglong First High School. You are all students who awakened before the age of 15, with limitless potential for the future. The convoy kept advancing toward the core area of the Taihang Mountains amidst constant battles. Alright, let's begin the lesson now. However, the convoy's speed was unusually slow. Since everyone has already awakened, today's first lesson will be about what awakening is and what we should do after awakening. Covering 10 kilometers in an hour was considered good. After a simple opening remark, the female teacher began to speak slowly. The main issue is that the road surface has been severely damaged. Under the stimulation of spiritual energy, the growth of vegetation has accelerated too much, and many roads are covered by dense vegetation. The students in the classroom were all exceptionally young. There are also several roads with cracked surfaces, as if something underground had burrowed through. They had ample time to engage in systematic learning. Moreover, some insect nests have directly risen over the roads, completely blocking the surface. Awakening is the process of breaking through the shackles of the body, gaining innate abilities, and activating genetic primal energy. The convoy is equipped with specialized obstacle-clearing vehicles and bulldozers, which can promptly clear obstacles when encountered, but it still hampers evacuation too much. You must have felt it too. When awakening, it seems as though a shackle within our bodies has been broken open. Lin Yan was not in a hurry. This trip was originally intended to explore the changes in the Taihang Mountains, and it was a good opportunity to observe the situation in the wild. The origin of this shackle is still unknown. According to higher-level awakeners, every time one's strength ascends to a new level, they encounter this kind of shackle. For the War God Squad, it was also an excellent training opportunity. Teacher, is this shackle a genetic lock? Lin, there are so many insect nests. You can think of it as a genetic lock, but sufficient research has proven that it is fundamentally different from a genetic lock. In the command vehicle, Ling Qingqiu frowned as she looked at the images on the screen and remarked, "What is that? There are indeed many insect nests, practically covering the ground. You will understand later." Their sheer number left Ling Qingqiu astonished. In the classroom, as the teacher lectured, all the students listened attentively. This wilderness has completely become the domain of mutant insects. Even some students who had previously been underachievers in school became full of motivation after awakening and entering the school for awakeners. Fortunately, the insect nests encountered so far are at most only a few dozen meters high, without those towering hundreds or even over 1,000 meters. After becoming awakened, they became stars in their families and circles of friends. That kind of insect lair is truly horrifying. The mutated insects inside not only are vast in number but also absurdly powerful. Ordinary firearms pose little threat to them. Even the previously self-conscious ugly duckling would hold their head high after awakening, instantly reaching the pinnacle of life. Of course, the most terrifying of all is the Zerg's hive. That feeling was too exhilarating, so they all put in their utmost effort to learn, striving to become stronger and more formidable. That thing isn't something something to worry about for now. Everyone, follow me. Focus your eyes on your nose on your heart. Inhale, exhale, switch teams. Don't go too fast, control the rhythm, 9 shallow and 1 deep. Inhale slowly and exhale gently. Try to let the spiritual energy stay in the body for as long as possible. After more than an hour, the members of Warlord Team 10 entered the infantry vehicle, while Warlord Team 11 took over as the vanguard. In another classroom, students who enrolled earlier were already starting to learn the breathing technique. While in the infantry vehicle, many members of the Warlord team didn't waste time. The amount of spiritual liquid is limited. Instead, they began cultivating using resources such as spiritual liquid and energy liquid. With the current production of spiritual liquid, it's simply impossible to supply many awakeners. Lin, there's a swarm of bugs. The War God group and the 4 Sacred Beasts group are about to consume most of the spiritual liquid, and this consumption increases as the strength of these combat groups grows. Send out Team 567 to fight. Ordinary awakeners find it very difficult to obtain spiritual liquid. Yes, Leader Lin. However, they can use breathing techniques to better harness the spiritual energy permeating the world for cultivation. After nightfall, the convoy attracted a wave of insect swarms. The basic part of breathing techniques is actually the same. The scale of the swarm wasn't large, but there were plenty of insects. With the joint effort of 4 major teams, this wave of insect swarms was resolved. It's merely about how to efficiently inhale and exhale, aiming to retain as much spiritual energy in the body as possible during the process. Take a rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll continue on our journey. The more advanced aspect is converting this spiritual energy into genetic primal energy. In a mountain stream, after clearing the surrounding mutated insects, the convoy formed a circle. The members of the War God squad rested in the infantry vehicles after replenishing their food and water. In this regard, the effects of different breathing techniques vary greatly. The convoy traveled the entire day and managed to cover less than 100 kilometers. What is taught in ordinary awakener schools is still the basic breathing technique. There is still quite a distance to the heart of the Taihang Mountains. If you want more advanced breathing techniques, you need to perform exceptionally well and gain access to the 4 major academies to acquire them. Mutant insects continued to attack at night, but were all dealt with by the awakened guards. For adult awakeners, they can exchange for them using contribution points. The next morning, the convoy resumed its journey. If they have the chance to be recruited by the 4 Sacred Beasts battle group, they can obtain them directly. Something's wrong with these vines, burn them all. In short, although the spiritual revival has yet to reach a full month, Longhua has already established a comprehensive growth and contribution system. No wonder even the mutant insects aren't here. Even an awakened one with ordinary talent has the opportunity to grow as long as they are willing to work hard. In the afternoon, as the convoy passed through an unusually tall forest, it was attacked by a large number of vines. These awakened ones can all see the hope of becoming stronger. These vines were not only fast but also exceptionally strong. As a result, the awakened ones in Dragon Country immersed themselves in diligent practice every day. If left unchecked, they could entwine tanks and even lift them into the sky. Awakened ones who have reached the warrior level also eagerly sign up to go out of the city and clear insect nests to earn more contribution points. The captain of War God Squad 8, with a fiery temper, prepared to have the fire element awakeners set the forest ablaze after cutting down the attacking vines. In this situation, the entire Dragon Kingdom is thriving after the first wave of the insect tide. Don't set fire. The situation is looking very promising. Lin Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Ha, I've finally saved enough contribution points to exchange for the second stage of the breathing technique. Immediately afterward, Lin Yan revealed the upper half of his body from the top of the command vehicle, his gaze fixed on a direction deep within the forest. I've exchanged for the breathing technique, but I want combat skills. Tomorrow, I'll head out of the city to clear insect nests. The next second, those vines trembled violently and rapidly retracted. I heard that the Special Bureau has opened the exchange for spiritual liquid. I'm planning to exchange some to try it out. The convoy continued on its way. On the Awakeners Forum established by the Special Bureau, many Awakeners would exchange ideas there during their cultivation breaks. Until they passed through the forest, they no longer encountered vine attacks. Profound breathing techniques and combat skills, even if obtained through contribution points, are strictly prohibited from being shared publicly or privately. It has to be Lin's team. For the people of Longhua, the difficulty of obtaining them is actually not high. The members immediately realized that Lin Yan must have been the one to take action. Some advanced breathing techniques do not bring significant improvement when one's strength is weak and are also difficult to practice. Indeed, it was Lin Yan who took action. When one's strength is weak, the basic version is sufficient. The vines here belong to a type of mutated plant, also known as alien vegetation. Once one's strength increases, as long as one is willing to work hard and earn more contribution points, they can obtain it. After mutating, they instinctively attack and consume any life form that passes by, treating it as nourishment. This method can maximize the prevention of advanced breathing techniques from being stolen by other countries. Mutated insects insects cannot survive in this forest, especially in the case of Sakura country, a nation with extreme hostility toward dragon country. With them in this forest, the nearby mutated insects are bound to suffer. Once they grow further, we can deal with them then. Team Leader Lin, the psionic energy collection station has been completed. Eliminating this type of mutated plant brings considerable benefits. Its core can be used to rapidly enhance strength and even improve aptitude and talent. On Taihang Mountain, the construction team took only 3 days to build a sturdy psionic energy collection station. There are also some mutated plants that are not as aggressive and can be cultivated and nurtured by people. These are known as spiritual plants. The spiritual energy collection station is built against the mountain, with its core consisting of several high-powered machines for extracting spiritual energy, as well as machines for compressing spiritual energy into spiritual liquid. Alien plants and spiritual plants differ by just one character, but the main distinction lies in their aggressiveness. The perimeter is protected by walls made of special steel, and a thick steel net overhead envelopes the entire spiritual energy collection station. Alien plants possess extremely strong aggressiveness. They often mutate to develop various methods to avoid being consumed by humans, and if they continue to evolve, they might even gain sentience. In addition to the spiritual energy collection station, the construction team also utilized the waterfall to build a hydroelectric power station. As for spiritual plants, they are akin to vegetables and fruits cultivated by humans. Even if they evolve and gain sentience, their aggressiveness is very limited. This hydroelectric power station can supply electricity to the machines within the spiritual energy collection station. After the revival of spiritual energy, the number of alien plants on Blue Star became plentiful, and spiritual plants originally could have been abundant as well. Perfectly solved the electricity problem. But naturally growing spiritual plants in the wild are quite rare. According to Xiao Zhe's calculations, the spiritual energy collection station can gather over 100 liters of spiritual liquid per day, with impressive efficiency. Spiritual plants are not aggressive. Once they grow, they are quickly ravaged by mutant insect beasts. So fast. At this stage, there is no solution to this problem. This is the speed of the Dragon Nation. There are too many mutant insects, and it is currently impossible to launch large-scale cleanups in the wild. After the spiritual energy collection station was completed, many people marveled at the speed of its construction. The convoy began to climb upwards, entering the cloud and fog zone. Director Lin, we can start it up now. The first activation will likely attract quite a few mutant insects. The surrounding fog thickened, and visibility began to decrease. Then let's start it. A large number of mutated insects were attracted by the sound of the engines, constantly attacking, only to be dealt with by the awakened ones. Start. Team Leader Lin, something's wrong. There are too many insects. After receiving Lin Yan's instructions, Xiao Zhe activated the machines in the spiritual energy collection station. Lang Qingqiu noticed something unusual. Accompanied by a dull but short-range buzzing sound, the spiritual energy collection station began operating at full speed. After entering the misty area, the number of mutant insects inside clearly increased significantly. Not only were there more, but these mutant insects were also stronger. The surrounding spiritual energy, along with the air, was drawn into the machines of the spiritual energy collection station. Director Lin, the spiritual energy here is also much denser. The test value is 4.5 times that of the area near the capital and 2.3 times that of Yanshan. If we could establish a collection station here, each scientific station could gather over 100 liters of spirit liquid per day. Before long, the spiritual liquid pool in the collection station produced its first drop of spiritual liquid, said an accompanying scientist. Then, the spiritual liquid appeared like water droplets, continuously dripping into the spiritual liquid pool. He is Xiao Zhe, whom Lin Yan rescued from the Lighthouse Nation. Equipment is operating normally. After returning to the country, Xiao Zhe also awakened 5 days after the first wave of spiritual tide arrived. Increase the power. His awakening involved a talent related to the brain domain, with an extremely fast brain computation speed. Yes, for scientists, this should be the most enviable ability. The power began to increase, and the speed at which the spiritual liquid dripped also became faster. Lin Yan had a deep impression of him because before his rebirth, Lighthouse Nation had coerced Xiao Zhe into researching more potent genetic drugs for them. When Xiao Zhe refused, he was imprisoned for many years. Director Lin, the spiritual energy collection station is functioning normally. Eventually, Dragon Nation rose and initiated the Wandering Blue Planet plan, forcing Lighthouse Nation to release him. This spiritual energy collection station can now operate continuously. Build a collection station on Mount Taihang? The machines inside are made of high-strength materials, capable of supporting uninterrupted operation. This is not a bad proposal. If a collection station can be established, the speed of collecting spiritual liquid will be much faster than in other places. Team Lin, the mutated bugs are here. Majestic mountains and great rivers, nurturing exceptional natural beauty. The mutated bugs are here. Dense vegetation on the mountains naturally attracts more spiritual energy. The spiritual spiritual energy collection station extracts spiritual energy too aggressively, even more domineering than the formations in the folded space. Building a collection station on Mount Taihang is not difficult. The challenge lies in defense. Formations emphasize a steady flow, continuously gathering spiritual energy. Once the collection station starts operating, it will attract a steady stream of mutant insects. The spiritual energy collection station is like a water pump, causing the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. In the Yan Mountains, where the Shunlong base is located, several collection stations have been set up to gather spiritual energy and compress it into spiritual liquid for awakening practitioners to use. Such spiritual energy collection stations, even with soundproofing measures in place, still attract nearby mutant insects. The spiritual energy concentration in the Yan Mountains is far inferior to that of the Taihang Mountains, but the number of mutant insects attacking daily is still considerable, especially when the stored spiritual liquid inside reaches a certain quantity. The War God Squad cannot stay here for long-term defense. Prepare for battle. Therefore, Lin Yan did not directly respond to Xiao Zhe's proposal. The God of War group and the Xuanwu group were both ready for battle. He decided to wait and observe the changes in the Taihang Mountains first. Over the past 3 days, the Xuanwu group had also been training on Mount Taihang. Lin Yan planned to expand the Xuanwu group's manpower and have them permanently stationed at this spiritual energy collection station. Outside, the insect swarm continued to attack relentlessly. Although the spiritual energy collection station would attract mutated insects from the surrounding area, it would never draw a massive insect swarm like the Steel City. Although there were armored vehicles, it was still unacceptable to leave these swarms unchecked. With the poisonous spiders guarding the perimeter and over 100 stronger awakened individuals stationed there shouldn't be any major issues in the short term. Especially, it's necessary to protect the clearing vehicles and bulldozers opening the way. The venomous spider has been completely tamed by Feng Ji. It is now constantly reproducing in the surrounding forest, expanding its territory. Fortunately, mutated insect beasts from faraway places won't be attracted over. After 3 days of interaction, the awakened ones of the Xuanwu group have been thoroughly convinced by the War God group. The current insect swarm is not an issue for the War God Squad to handle. The strength of the War God group is indeed far superior to theirs. Be careful, the spiders here are very dangerous. These awakened ones also came to realize that the person who initially invited them to join the convoy turned out to be the mysterious director of the Special Bureau and at the same time, the leader of the War God group. Passing through a bamboo forest full of spider webs, the convoy was attacked by a large number of mutated spiders. This made them extremely envious of the War God group. Under the fireball assault of the Fire Element Awakeners, the spider webs were completely burned away, and the mutated spiders were completely exterminated. What kind of status does the director of the Special Bureau hold? All done. Personally leading and teaching the War God group, what an honor this must be in their eyes. Zhao Zong, the captain of Wushan 5 squad, clapped his hands. No wonder the War God group grows so quickly, with each member possessing such strong combat abilities. Suddenly, a spider as large as a tank descended from the sky, spitting out a web in one go. The current members of the Xuanwu group, each of them most desires, instead, to join the War God group. Zhao Zong, along with the tank he was standing on, was instantly stuck to the ground by the spider web. Even Wang Rong, the deputy leader, ZZZ, if he were allowed to be a squad leader or even an ordinary member in the War God group, he would probably be willing. Sizzling sounds emerged from Zhao Zong's armor as it was being corroded by the venom on the web. Lin Yan does not plan to absorb members of the Xuanwu group. Each combat group has its own purpose. After the War God group absorbs the top geniuses, it will also leave some decent awakeners for other combat groups. Zhao Zong tried to get up, but the web was so sticky that he couldn't move. This time, quite a few mutated insects were attracted. He is a warrior, his genetic power surpasses 10 tons. The battle didn't last long, and all these mutated insects were killed. Not only that, as a cloud of toxic mist spread, even the mobilization of his genetic primal energy was affected. Teams 1 to 5 coordinate with the Xuanwu group to escort the construction team back. The rest of the War God group continue exploring south of the Taihang Mountains. There's another big guy. The captain has been attacked. Yes, Director Lin, a member of Team 5 shouted. The Xuanwu team left a large squad stationed at the spiritual energy collection site, while the rest reluctantly departed from the Taihang Mountains. Other members of Team 5 arrived one after another, launching various attacks. The War God team continued exploring the surrounding areas, while also persistently clearing out insect nests. The giant spider continuously spat out strands of spider silk, ensnaring more members. Lin Yan entered the folded space. Here, botanical experts, with the cooperation of experienced horticulturists, were organizing this spiritual plant garden. Lu Su came to provide support, rushing toward the giant spider at an extremely fast speed. A small laboratory has already been built inside for botanists to conduct research. Just as he rushed forward, a cloud of poisonous mist spread out from the giant spider, and Lu Su ran straight into it. There are also some awakened talents that assist awakened individuals in studying the formation of folded space arrays. Even though he held his breath, his entire body went numb upon contact with the poisonous mist. Team leader Lin, these flowers should be edible after blooming, and consuming them will lead to a rapid increase in strength. The giant spider shot a thread of silk, pinning Lu Su to the ground as well. Xiao Zhe pointed at a few flowers and said, in just a short time, the giant spider managed to take down 2 warriors. The buds of those flowers are already quite large, and the time for them to bloom is not far off. But the War God squad has many warriors, and this giant spider has no idea it has stirred up a hornet's nest. In the botanical garden, there are quite a few such flowers, though some of their buds are still very small. Then, the giant spider was besieged by a group of warriors. It seems that some of the flowers that bloomed earlier were eaten by the black snake. Don't kill it. The most precious one should be this flower. This plant has been growing for many years, and once it blooms, its effects will be remarkable. In the end, it was Lin Yan's words that saved the critically injured giant spider's life. These fruit trees have already started to regrow, and the fruits they bear will be very precious, providing strong nourishing effects for the human body. Lin, this thing is too weird. As soon as that toxic mist touches you, your whole body goes numb. And over here, these vines will also bear fruit. Lu Su was rescued and, rubbing his head, said with some embarrassment. Xiao Zhe continuously introduced the situation of the spiritual plantation to Lin Yan. A dignified squad captain at the level of a battle commander was taken down by a mutated spider. This made him feel somewhat disgraced. There are indeed many good things in this spiritual plantation. Yeah, Lin, its web is unbelievably strong. I just couldn't break free. Once they are revived under the care of botanical experts, it will bring a wave of growth to the strength and influence of the War God group. Captain of Team 4, Zhao Zong, also spoke. After understanding the situation, Lin Yan did not leave the Taihang Mountains. It's not your fault, it's already at the intermediate warlord level. Since the first large-scale insect tide, each steel city has basically been encountering sporadic insect tides every day. Lin Yan said calmly, although the awakened are taking the initiative to strike, the area they clear is not very large. This thing has reached the intermediate warlord level? This kind of cleanup is still effective, otherwise, the steel city would face a much larger insect tide every day. Lu Su exclaimed. The second wave of large-scale insect tide has not shown any signs of occurring yet, so there's no need to worry for now. The other members of the God of War squad were also somewhat surprised. Team Lin, Team 1 has made a discovery. Although the mutant insects on Mount Taihang were much stronger than those in other places, a mutant spider reaching intermediate warlord level so quickly still exceeded their expectations. The collection station was built not long ago, and War God Team 1 has made a new discovery. It should be noted that none of the current members of the God of War squad had reached the intermediate warlord level yet. There, it is also an extra area of the Taihang Mountains. In fact, Lin Yan was also somewhat surprised. The War God team discovered a cave in that area, and inside the cave there is a passage leading to the mountain's interior. Spiders have not been modified by the myriad races. Many corners of the passage have been worn smooth. Their mutation speed is not as fast as that of mosquitoes or cockroaches that have been modified. Clearly, a lot of people used to walk through this passage a long time ago. Even though humans are restricted by the shackles of psionics, the growth rate of these mutated spiders is still a bit too fast. This is the deepest part. It looks like it was artificially excavated. What do you think this place is, Lin? Faster than the members of the God of War group. Following the passage all the way in, at the deepest part of the passage, there was a massive cavern. Intermediate War General. Lin Yan didn't speak but silently scanned the cavern with his spiritual power. Aside from Lin Yan, probably only those artificially enhanced superhumans from the Lighthouse Nation could compare with it. Soon, he made a discovery. Looks like it has entered those newly emerged areas in the Taihang Mountains, and possibly even the folded space. His figure moved and appeared at a pile of rubble in the cave. Lin Yan instantly had a guess. With a lift of his finger, a black stone was taken into Lin Yan's hand. Folded space, similar to subspace, many blessed lands exist within folded space. Psionic ore. Ancient powerful beings sealed famous mountains and rivers using methods of compression and folded space. This item was precisely the psionic ore Lin Yan wanted to find. This spider is growing so fast, it's clearly abnormal. It should be spirit iron stone, which can be refined into spirit iron. Feng Ji, give it a try and see if you can communicate. Lin Yan further confirmed the type of this ore. Lin Yan called out Feng Ji. Many materials currently available on Earth will be deemed insufficient after the revival of spiritual energy. This is another role of the spiritualist. Materials like titanium alloy and tungsten steel, which are exceptionally hard, are only classified as F-grade materials. To communicate with all things, the best material is naturally psionic material. This kind of communication is not necessarily effective because many mutant insects cannot communicate at all, and even if they can, it is ineffective communication. Among psionic materials, the most common is spirit iron, which is an F-grade material. material. Feng Ji arrived, slowly approaching the mutant venomous spider. Weapons forged from spirit iron are not only sharp but also have excellent capacity for carrying genetic primal energy. Attacking with such weapons results in significantly greater power. Then it was seen that, as she approached, the previously agitated venomous spider gradually calmed down. The spirit iron stones in this cave are not abundant, they appear to be leftover scraps from mining. Feng Ji stood in front of it, placed her hand on the spider's forehead, and closed her eyes. But once collected, quite a few battle knives can be forged. After about a minute, Feng Ji opened her eyes again. Gather all these stones. Leader Lin, I saw some images. Please do not resist with your mind. I will transmit them to you mentally for you to see. Got it, Lin, Feng Ji said. Before long, all the spirit iron stones were gathered together. The quantity was considerable, amounting to several cubic meters in volume. Alright, there must be better materials in here, which is why the ancient humans didn't think much of spirit iron stone. Lin Yan lowered his mental guard. Spirit iron is very powerful at this stage, but in the ancient Blue Star era, it was rarely used to make weapons. Feng Ji initiated the mind transmission. It's just F-grade material, easily found in abundance. The ancient Blue Star people mostly used it for smelting into buildings. Soon, Lin Yan saw some fragmented images. Just like the building in the spirit plantation, which is entirely made of spirit iron. It really is a folded space. The once Blue Star was so domineering, no wonder it was coveted by all races. These images confirmed it for Lin Yan. Now, there is a spiritual plantation, spiritual energy ores, and even a spiritual energy collection station has been built, with a second one under construction. This intermediate war-level venomous spider did indeed accidentally enter a folded space. The 800 miles of Taihang Mountain have thus turned into a treasure trove. Inside that folded space, there were surprisingly many excellent spiritual plants. Most of those spiritual plants had withered, but some revived after being infused with spiritual energy. After eating a flower, the venomous spider underwent rapid evolution, but it couldn't stay there for too long and was driven out by a black snake. After being driven out, the venomous spider came to this bamboo forest, where the spiritual energy concentration was quite high. It turned this place into its territory, making everything that passed by its prey and swallowing them into its stomach. This was the general sequence of events Lin Yan pieced together from the fragmented images. It should be there. Lin Yan confirmed the direction. Next, it would be easy find it and claim that folded space as his own. Feng Ji, can this venomous spider be tamed? Lin Yan asked. After a psychic communicated with mutated animals, it was possible to influence the minds of those with lower intelligence and tame them. On Blue Star, not all mutated insect beasts are hostile toward humans. Animals like cats and dogs, if they have a deep bond with their owners, still heavily rely on them after mutating and will obey their owners. They will also fight for humans. Its mutation progressed too quickly and its intelligence hasn't caught up, roughly equivalent to a few-month-old child. It should be fine. I just need some time and some spirit liquid. 50 milliliters should do. Feng Ji said. Qingqiu, bring 50 milliliters of spiritual liquid. Alright, team leader Lin. The spiritual liquid arrived quickly. Feng Ji took the spiritual liquid and approached the mutated venomous spider, feeding it the liquid. Her husband treated her as an assistant. She then saw that the venomous spider appeared exceptionally docile in front of Feng Ji. It is not so easy for a psychic to tame mutated insect beasts, especially after the intelligence of the mutated insect beasts has increased. This venomous spider is somewhat different. It grows too fast, its intelligence hasn't kept up, and the difficulty of subduing it is greatly reduced. Many members of the War God group looked on curiously. Lin Yan was also watching. Beside him, Lung Qingqiu stood quietly like a little follower, her graceful figure fully displaying the beauty and romance of femininity. In the distance, He Tian occasionally glanced in Lin Yan's direction. When she saw Leng Qingqiu, she felt somewhat envious, because Leng Qingqiu could stay close to Lin Yan every day. Time passed little by little. After a dozen minutes, the 50 milliliters of spirit liquid was finally fed completely to the venomous spider. The venomous spider seemed quite full. It nuzzled Feng Ji and her husband with its head before climbing toward the sky. Under Lin Yan's signal, none of the War God team members stopped it. Lord Feng, there shouldn't be a problem anymore. In the future, when we pass through here, it won't attack again. However, fully taming it will still take some time. Feng Ji said. Alright, Team 8, you stay here to protect Feng Ji, the rest follow me. Qingqiu, go get 1 liter of spiritual liquid. Lin Yan left Team 8, led by a fire element awakener, to protect Feng Ji. Fire is also a weapon against poisonous spiders, helping to prevent accidents. If the poisonous spider can be tamed, Shaozhe Ti's collection station will be feasible. Judging by the appearance of this poisonous spider, it seems highly reproductive. With it around, as long as there are enough baby spiders, guarding the collection station should be doable. Spiders are naturally the nemesis of mosquitoes and insects. The spiritual liquid arrived quickly. After giving Feng Ji a whole liter of it, Lin Yan set off again with his team. Leader Lin, why do the mountains and trees here feel so different to me? Half an hour later, the War God God team arrived at an area where the mountains and trees were markedly different. This was truly part of the real Taihang Mountains. They have been sealed for countless years, naturally different from the present-day Taihang Mountains. There will definitely be good things inside. That folded space is also within. Team 345 will stay behind to guard the convoy. If you encounter overly strong insect beasts, don't engage in battle, retreat to the bamboo forest. Everyone else, get off the vehicle and follow me. Lin Yan jumped off the command vehicle. There's no road ahead anymore, so they had to continue on foot. Over 1,000 members of the God of War squad got out of their vehicles and, following Lin Yan, stepped into this newly emerged area. The tree is really big. Yes, it's a pity so many have died. The members of the War God group were extremely curious one by one. Walking while eliminating the attacking mutant insects, they also kept observing the surroundings. Although this area was still shrouded in mist, with the eyesight of the War God group members, they could still see very far. Lin Yan was also observing this area. The trees here were exceptionally tall, but many had already withered, leaving only dry trunks behind. Some trees, however, began budding again after receiving spiritual energy. These trees, needless to say, must be from an extremely ancient time. After being sealed by ancient powerful beings, these trees have survived for so many years without completely dying out, indicating they must be quite valuable. Lin Yan picked up a pebble and flicked it toward a dead tree nearby. The pebble penetrated the tree. Very dense. Lin Yan reached a conclusion. Ernyo, attack that tree with all your strength and give it a try. Got it, Lin leader. Yang Ernyo charged forward and struck the tree with a blow. The dead tree trembled from the impact, and Yang Ernia punched a hole in its trunk. However, Yang Ernia did not manage to break this tree, which had a diameter of just over half a meter. It's worth noting that after becoming a warrior, Yang Ernia, as a power awakener, can exert tens of tons of force with a full-strength blow. This tree, why is it so hard? Yang Ernia was somewhat surprised. With tens of tons of force concentrated on such a small area of the fist, the resulting destructive power is exceptionally astonishing. Even if this tree were an oak, he was confident he could break it with one punch. But a dead tree couldn't be broken after all. I'll give it a try too. Captain Wei Huaping of Team 10 also stepped forward. He had awakened two talents, wind and thunder. Wei Huaping raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning, striking a nearby dead tree. It burned the withered tree into charcoal, but the damage caused was less than that of Yang Erniu. Team Lin, these trees are not ordinary. Wei Huaping reached a conclusion. Seeing this, the others also started trying one by one. Lin Yan did not intervene. The former glory of Blue Star can be glimpsed through these trees. These are just ordinary trees. When Blue Star was filled with an incredibly dense spiritual energy, even the plants and trees possessed unusually high strength. Not to mention the humans, the spiritual leaders among all living beings. Let the members of the War God team experience it first. When the truth is revealed to them in the future, the impact they experience will be greater, and they will be even more motivated. We're leaving. After the members of the War God team had all tried it, Lin Yan led them to continue on their journey. On the way, mutant insect attacks were constant, and in this area, some insect nests were already in construction. Due to the short time frame, few of these insect nests were completed. Whenever encountered, the War God team would destroy them. It seems a few collection stations need to be built, which will also help control the spiritual energy concentration in the Taihang Mountains. Lin Yan silently planned. Now the rich spiritual energy on the high mountains is all benefiting the mutant insects. Other mountains are too far away, with insufficient manpower and energy, making them hard to manage. In the hundreds of kilometers radius around the Taihang Mountains, there are several steel cities. Collection stations can be built here first. By controlling the concentration of spiritual energy here, future insect swarms from the Taihang Mountains will also be much smaller. Lin Group, it's back to normal. After climbing several hundred meters, they exited the newly emerged area, and above was the original Taihang Mountain. It was already very close to a mountaintop above, which appeared to still be normal. The entire Taihang Mountain range stretches over 700 to 800 kilometers, with countless peaks. The mountain peak here is just one of them. There! Lin Yan carefully observed the surroundings and found the entrance to the folded space. It was located in a mountain stream. There was also a small waterfall. Lin, isn't it strange? There's no river above the waterfall, so where does all this water come from? The members of the War God team were a bit astonished upon arriving here, because that waterfall seemed to appear out of thin air. This was because the area above the waterfall had not yet been revealed. That's why such a marvelous sight was created. You wait for me here, I'll go take a look. Lin Yan used his mental power to lift himself and flew to the top of the waterfall. He tried and found that he couldn't enter the area that hadn't appeared. Lin Yan gave up and rushed into the waterfall. Inside was a rather large space, with quite a few bats hanging on the rock walls above. Some of these bats had mutated as well, growing significantly larger, but they did not attack Lin Yan. Lin Yan ignored the bats and continued flying inward. It should be here. After searching for a while, Lin Yan found a statue with its head tilted to the side at the edge of the waterfall. The venomous spider had climbed onto the statue and accidentally twisted its head, thus entering the folded space. Lin Yan placed his hand on the statue. No anomalies occurred. He thought of something and charged towards the location of the statue. With this move, Lin Yan successfully passed through the statue and appeared in another space. The sky here also had light and was still on Taihang Mountain, but the surroundings were already different. It appears to be a gentle slope between the mountains, with a small river winding through, and the ground is scattered with numerous withered plants. However, beside quite a few withered plants, new sprouts have already emerged. Occasionally, it is also possible to see some withered plants regaining vitality, exactly the same as witnessed with the poisonous spider. What a dense spiritual energy! Lin Yan took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here is denser than outside. In this folded space, there must be formations that can gather spiritual energy, which is why the spiritual energy here is denser. Ancient architecture. Lin Yan quickly noticed something the venomous spider hadn't seen. Between two mountains, there was an ancient building built against the mountain, resembling a pavilion. Lin Yan used his mental power to lift his body and swiftly headed in that direction. Soon, he arrived in front of the ancient building. The gate was tightly closed, and Lin Yan exerted a sudden force, striking the gate. Boom! The gate emitted a muffled sound but was not shaken open by Lin Yan. Spirit iron. Lin Yan discovered that the entire building, including the gate, was likely made of spiritual iron, classified as F-grade material. F-grade material already falls within the category of spiritual energy materials, with strength far exceeding ordinary materials. The gate is quite thick, making it extremely difficult to forcibly break open. From this perspective, this folded space is part of a paradise realm. It should be an ancient spiritual plantation. After discovering that the door wouldn't open, Lin Yan flew up, attempting to bypass the building and reach farther back. How did team leader Lin come out from above? With this flight, Lin Yan flew straight out. The members of the War God group were somewhat astonished to see him enter through the waterfall and then fly out from the sky. Exiting this folded space turned out to be quite convenient. Lin Yan entered the waterfall once again, re-entering the folded space. Judging by this, the other parts of this haven of paradise have yet to emerge, and Lin Yan won't be able to access them in the short term. Lin Yan was not surprised. After all, the spiritual energy revival had only been underway for less than a month. Where is that black snake? After realizing he couldn't enter the blessed land, Lin Yan began exploring this folded space. The folded space was quite expansive, and Lin Yan had yet to spot the black snake. He successfully discovered the black snake that the venomous spider encountered after flying to the other side of a small hill. This black snake, it's really huge. Its length is several dozen meters, and its thickness is as wide as a water bucket. Moreover, its body is covered with thick scales. After becoming a mid-level general insect, the venomous spider, though with very low intelligence, still retains its instincts. It also wants to keep eating the flowers that allow it to grow quickly. So, it entered here again but was chased away by the black snake once more. This black snake is definitely a mid-level general beast, meaning a mid-level battle general mutant animal. It might even be a high-level general beast. Otherwise, how could the venomous spider, this mid-level general insect, return in vain? How many foxes are left? Lin Yan spotted a few more foxes. One of the foxes had a strange fragrance on its body, resembling the scent of flowers. This scent made Lin Yan realize that these foxes were likely similar to the venomous spiders, sneaking in to steal the spiritual plants here. They weren't as lucky as the venomous spiders and were blocked by the black snake. At this moment, the black snake was surrounding several foxes, flicking its long tongue, as if savoring their fear. At this time, it caught the human scent emanating from Lin Yan. The massive snake head of the black serpent turned, its vertical pupils focused and spotted Lin Yan not far away. Without any hesitation, the black serpent's head launched an attack toward Lin Yan. This was likely the most regrettable decision of its life, because, in the next second, with Lin Yan's strike, the massive snake head of the black snake heavily smashed onto the ground. Motionless, its eyes staring blankly, it was instantly killed by Lin Yan. Lin Yan descended. As soon as he landed, a trace of cunning flashed in the black snake's lifeless-looking eyes, and it launched another attack on Lin Yan. So quickly promoted to senior warrior, yet you pretend to be dead, you cannot be spared. Lin Yan pulled out his battle knife and split the black snake's head in two with a single slash. This black snake that had been occupying the spiritual plantation met its end just like that. If Lin Yan remembered correctly, before his rebirth there was a black snake that wreaked havoc on numerous shelters and killed many awakened individuals. It should be this one. First, it occupied the spiritual plantation, then further extended its dominance to celestial caves and paradisiacal lands. With such rapid growth and strength, it was hard for it not to rise quickly. In the end, the East had to deploy a large number of awakened ones and even use hypersonic missiles to deal with it. This time, before it had the chance to grow, Lin Yan took care of this menace with a single slash. After the black snake died, Lin Yan sheathed his battle knife and witnessed an interesting scene. Those few foxes seemed to be bowing in gratitude to Lin Yan, repeatedly lowering their heads in reverence. Let's go. When you grow up, don't bring harm to humanity, or I won't spare you. Lin Yan paused for a moment before ultimately deciding not to kill these clearly mutated foxes. Understanding gratitude, there was no need to kill these mutated foxes. On Blue Star, not all mutated animals are enemies of humanity, many can also become companions. A few foxes bowed to Lin Yan again before turning around and leaving. There were no other mutant animals left in this folded space. Come in. Lin Yan called the members of the War God group inside. Now, this place belongs to the Special Bureau. Lin Yan planned to build a spiritual energy collection station beside the waterfall, bring the venomous spiders over to guard the area, and assign some awakeners and soldiers along with deploying heavy firepower. This way, this folded space could also be guarded. Wow, what a huge snake. Lin Zhu is really amazing, killing such a big snake without hesitation. Ernyo, take some people and cut it open. There must be something good inside its body. Got it, Lin Zhu. Yang Ernyo got to work. These flowers are priceless. Xiao Zhe became excited upon seeing some flowers that were barely still alive. Director Lin, I suggest bringing in some botanists to form a spiritual plant team specifically to care for the flowers and fruits here. Xiao Zhe made another suggestion. Sure, I was thinking the same. Lin Yan agreed. Xiao Zhe led his team to carefully clean up the spiritual plantation, removing some plants that had completely withered. For the plants that regrew, Xiao Zhe would carefully tend to them, dripping a drop of spiritual liquid into the soil around them. Xing Qiu, call your father and ask him to make some preparations. Lin Yan began to make arrangements. Shortly after entering the Taihang Mountains, they discovered a spiritual plant garden and an undiscovered paradise cave. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. Cold Peak can be instructed to prepare personnel to build a collection station here and then send people to manage the spiritual plants. These spiritual plants might not survive transplantation well. The soil here is very unique, and the spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant. If moved elsewhere, they might not live. Perhaps during the next fortune infusion, I can break through the shackles of the mind. Lin Yan thought. Body, mind, spirit. The psychic shackles of all races have comprehensively locked humanity. The shackles on the mind are the hardest to break. Previously, Lin Yan focused solely on improving his combat power. Now that his combat power has risen, next time, he can first break the shackles on the mind to become a mentalist. In this way, Lin Yan can also tame some mutated animals with the potential for taming in the future. Before his rebirth, it was a long time before Lin Yan unlocked the shackles of his mind, and he neither had the time nor the energy to do this. This time, however, it could develop toward a perfect outcome. Careful, the parachute has been damaged. Leave it to me. On Taihang Mountain, a large airdrop whistled as it descended. Above the airdrop, there was originally a parachute, but now, it had been completely ruined by mutated insects. Seeing the airdrop falling, Yang Ernyo suddenly jumped up into the sky, forcefully striking the underside of the airdrop, causing it to shake. Wang Tongyu extended his hands, using his full mental strength to support the airdrop. This airdrop, weighing dozens of tons, landed steadily this way. Inside were supplies transported from the Shenlong base. After receiving the airdrop, many of the members of the War God group began to take action, removing various metal components from inside and starting to assemble them. Before long, a fully metal house, with even the floor made of titanium alloy, was built. By the waterfall, there were already many metal houses like this one. This airdrop was not the first. The functions of these houses were also diverse. Some were for accommodation, some served as restrooms for washing up, and others were kitchens for heating food. The War God group will be stationed in the Taihang Mountains for a while. The insect swarm is here. Everyone be careful. Kill them all. A few kilometers away from the waterfall, a battalion of over 100 War God soldiers is battling a wave of insect swarm. While setting up the camp, Lin Yan also sent out several large teams, each heading in a different direction to clear mutant insects and see if they could find other folded spaces or psionic ores. The mist on Mount Taihang not only restricted human vision but also the vision of the mutant insects. This made it less likely for the awakened to be spotted by distant mutant insects, making the cleanup somewhat easier. However, from time to time, the commotion of battles would still attract insect swarms. The insect swarm here is far from comparable to the one that attacked the City of Steel. However, their numbers easily reach the hundreds of thousands. I've broken through. From time to time, a member of the War God squad breaks through the psionic shackles and levels up. During battles, it is the easiest to break through the psychic energy shackles. Thus, the best way to train is to practice for a period of time, then engage in combat, and when encountering psychic energy shackles, keep fighting. After experiencing the insect tide and fighting their way to the Taihang Mountains, all members of the War God squad had already become intermediate warriors, with even more advancing to senior warriors. More than 20 new war generals were added. Members of the God of War team are geniuses themselves. Even those recruited later are considered exceptional among countless awakeners. Without the limitation of psychic shackles, their growth would be even faster. Director Lin, everyone is ready, and there are some personnel waiting at the west gate of the capital. Alright, let's set off. Lin Yan returned to the Shenlong base with Lang Qingxiu and the 5 War God battalions. He needed to safely escort the personnel building the collection station and the the botanical experts to the Taihang Mountains. A new spirit plant unit had been established within the Special Affairs Bureau, specifically responsible for researching and cultivating spirit plants. When the convoy arrived at the west gate of the capital, there was another convoy waiting there. This convoy includes botanists transferred from the capital, as well as construction workers, engineering vehicles, and supply trucks. Transporting personnel by plane would be the fastest, but the risk is too high. Lin Yan is unwilling to take that risk. As for Xiao Jin, unless it's an emergency, Lin Yan won't use it for traveling or transporting personnel and supplies. Looks like they're really from the War God unit. I heard many experts have been reassigned. There must be some operation by the Special Affairs Bureau. Captain, how about we talk to the higher-ups and ask for such missions that let us get out and stretch our legs too? If the War God unit can handle it, so can we. The commotion at the West Gate was once again noticed by members of the Xuanwu unit. A group of Xuanwu members gathered there, whispering among themselves. The War God unit follows an elite soldier route, and their numbers are just over 2,000 even now. The Xuanwu group has a much larger number of members. Currently, the Xuanwu group already has more than 10,000 members. These people are the elite among the millions of awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. Those qualified to go outside the city to clear insect nests are also the elite within the Xuanwu group. These days, the mutant bugs are still getting stronger, but with the increase in combat experience, they have become more adept at dealing with them. Once, the Xuanwu team even ventured more than 20 kilometers into the wild and wiped out over 100 bug nests in one go. This has been their most glorious achievement recently. Do you want to go out and stretch your legs? Lin Yan suddenly appeared beside this group of Xuanwu group members. The Xuanwu group members heard Lin Yan's voice and all turned to look at him. They still didn't know Lin Yan. Lin Yan had never made a public appearance. In the outside world, the exact identity of the Special Bureau Director remains a secret. Even the members of the Four Sacred Beasts team don't know. Although they haven't met him before, the extraordinary demeanor of Lin Yan leaves the Xuanwu team members guessing his identity. Who might you be? Deputy leader of the Xuanwu group, Wang Rong, asked. Bring your people and come. Wang Rong did not receive a reply from Lin Yan, because after leaving that sentence, Lin Yan stepped away. Leader Wang, who is he? Heard the captain was also asking about his identity. He's calling us over, should we go? Look, he seems to have entered the command vehicle. Could he be a senior member of the War God unit? After Lin Yan walked away, the members of the Xuanwu unit around Wang Rong started speaking one after another. Wang Zhu, are we going or not? Afraid of what? Let's go. Exactly. Isn't this all about proving yourself? With this opportunity, why not go? Go! As the convoy was about to set off again, Wang Rong glanced a few times at Lin Yan's command vehicle, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. He also wanted to see just how powerful the War God unit truly was. At the same time, he wanted to prove the strength of the Black Tortoise unit. Group leader Wang Rong of the Black Tortoise unit, right? I'm Lu Su, the captain of the second team of the War God unit. We'll leave the defense along the way to you. This gives us a chance to take it easy. If you can't hold out and need support, just speak up. Don't worry, we will definitely protect the convoy. That's good. I'm going to sleep. When Wang Rong led the team over, they were greeted by Lu Su of the War God second team. Leader Lin, this is not what you instructed. No problem. In the command vehicle, Leng Qingqiu heard their conversation. Although both of their tones remained polite, the tension was palpable even from afar. They certainly wouldn't come to blows, but the intention to compare and compete had become very obvious. Lin Yan's instructions to Lu Su were different. He asked Lu Su to include the Xuanwu group when organizing the defenses along the way. Who would have thought? Lu Su directly handed it over to the Xuanwu group. This guy. Lin Yan naturally understood Lu Su's little schemes, but when he gave instructions, he didn't use a commanding tone, leaving Lu Su an opening to exploit. Seeing that Lu Su had already made arrangements, Lin Yan remained silent. Teams 1 and 2, pave the way at the front. Teams 3, 4, and 5, guard the middle. Team 6, cover the rear. All other teams, stand by. Wang Rong quickly made the arrangements. The members of the Xuanwu group had long been eager to prove themselves and were very proactive. The infantry fighting vehicles they were aboard quickly got into position. Report, all Xuanwu group members are in position. In the public channel, Wang Rong's voice rang out. Set off. The long convoy started its journey, heading towards the Taihang Mountains. This time, the speed was much faster. A few days ago when he went, the road had already been cleared once, and during Lin Yan's return trip, it was cleared again. On the way there and back, many mutated insects along the route were killed, and most of the insect nests encountered were destroyed. Even so, as soon as they entered Shishan, the massive convoy was still attacked by a large number of mutated insects. Given the sheer number of insect nests in the wild, even if one wave was cleaned out yesterday, as long as the nests remain, they can breed tens of thousands of mutated insects overnight. The God of War group merely cleared the bug nests along the road. Those farther from it are still there. The bugs are coming. Prepare for battle. The members of the Xuanwu group could hardly contain themselves anymore. Their numbers are considerable, over 1,000, mainly consisting of junior junior warriors, with some intermediate warriors, and a very small number of senior warriors. As for warlords, there is only Wang Rong. Under their full-scale attack, the mutant insects were quickly scattered and posed no threat. Not that impressive after all. Exactly, these little bugs are nothing but child's play. After the battle ended, the members of the Xuanwu squad sat in the armored vehicle, chatting casually and happily. If we hadn't cleared out 2 waves first, how could they be so relaxed? It's fine, there are plenty more bugs coming. Why compete with them? It'd be better to focus on improving yourself. Some members of the War God group were also paying attention to the battles of the Black Tortoise group. More members of the War God group, however, were making full use of their time to train. They were wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger, and as for competing with other groups, many of them had no intention of doing so at all. There has always been only the second wanting to compete with the first. When the first is far ahead, why would they look back at the second? Another group is coming from the left, wipe them out. Our team's genetic original energy is insufficient, requesting a shift in defense. As the convoy kept moving forward, the battles continued without pause. After entering the northern part of the midsection of the Taihang Mountains, the mutated insects became noticeably more numerous and stronger. The members of the Xuanwu team were utterly exhausted, with many nearing their limits. However, Wang Rong gritted his teeth and persisted in combat, charging ahead on the front lines and always taking action more frequently than others. Wang Rong did not ask for help. Although the members of the Xuanwu group were tired, they were still persevering through gritted teeth. This time, they came to prove themselves and to fight for their dignity. Team leader Lin, the bridge ahead is broken. Fixing it will take considerable time, but there's a small path nearby that can be used to go around. Then let's take the small path. Alright, team leader Lin. A bridge had broken, not sure by what, but fortunately there was a small path. The wilderness now changes a lot every day. This bridge was fine yesterday, but today it's broken. The convoy drove onto a small path, which seemed to have been used for quarrying before and was still a gravel road. Why are there so many more now? After entering the path for a few hundred meters, the number of mutant insects suddenly increased several times over. It even triggered a swarm of insects. This insect swarm is too fierce. The members of the Xuanwu squad, who were already struggling, are now even less able to hold on. No, Wang squad, we can't hold on anymore. Why has it suddenly become so fierce? The members of the Xuanwu squad are all caught in arduous battles, with even those taking turns to rest joining the fight. But as the convoy kept moving forward, more and more bugs were drawn in, and even with over 1,000 people joining the fight, they were already struggling to hold them back. Damn it! Wang Rong was unwilling to accept this. By now, how could he not understand that the mutated bugs along the way had already been cleared out by the War God squad one after another? Otherwise, they might encounter swarms of insects of this scale all along the way. Even after being cleared by the War God squad, they were all pushed to their limits. If it hadn't been cleared, and the entire journey was filled with such swarms, they would have been done for. Team leader Wang, let the armored vehicles attack. Don't, that will attract a larger scale swarm of bugs. Several captains were anxious. Although anxious, these captains tacitly avoided mentioning the matter of requesting support from the War God unit. Even though by now, they all understood that if the War God unit didn't provide support, their Xuanwu unit was highly likely to suffer casualties. Leader, help! Some squads can no longer hold the line. Aye. Wang Rong gritted his teeth, switched channels, and prepared to call for aid from the War God squad. Although, in his view, doing so would completely disgrace him and the Xuanwu group. But compared to casualties in the Xuanwu group, pride could only be set aside. Just about to speak, suddenly, amid the fleet, concentrated attacks surged toward the swarm, clearing out the incoming tide of insects. The War God squad has taken action. There are too many insect nests in this area. You've been fighting for too long. Take a break, we'll handle it. Lu Su's voice echoed in Wang Rong's ear. Wang Rong wiped the sweat from his face, his voice full of sincerity. Thank you. You're welcome. Lu Su grinned. We are all the most elite combat team in Long Country, a loving family. Helping each other is what we should do. Good. Yes, Leader Lin. Lin Yan thought.